Well, hopefully this one worked better than the last one, folks. Welcome to a new episode of Virtual Legality. Hopefully you can all confirm to me that this is working. I do see eyeballs on this particular broadcast, so whatever happened, yes, I know you all think that I'm terrible with buttons. You're not wrong at all. I'm not quite that terrible at buttons. So we're going to be working through a few things here, as I warned, but I'm very, very happy to have you all here. Welcome to another episode of Virtual Legality. I'm your host, Richard Hoeg, managing member of the Hoeg Law Business Law Firm of Northville, Michigan. And we wouldn't be having fun if we weren't dealing with technical problems, would we? And I'm very happy to introduce my good friend, fellow LawTuber. If you don't know him, this is Ian Runkle of the Bailey. How you doing on our second stream, Ian?
Oh, doing pretty good. I'm glad to be here. It's good times. Thankfully, court worked out for today.
Hey, that's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, Ian wanted to be here for our Saturday impromptu stream, but as I heard that you were actually in court all day on Saturday. Is that right?
I was doing bail hearings, so we do that here where I am. So,
I want to thank someone. Someone actually super chatted this channel before it started, and it was lost to the ether due to this one really was StreamYard. This wasn't me. I hit the button to start broadcast. It wasn't happy with the connectivity. So I want to thank Heather Long for doing that, for supporting the channel. I believe she said, hey, I can't pop on. I'm doing data. I'm doing other things, but I want to support the channel. And that is always much appreciated. It's really because of you all popping in on Saturday, inundating me with chats and comments and saying that this was a good idea, that we're doing this episode 2 a couple of days later and trying to find a place where, well, to be frank, we don't step on all of LawTube's toes, who's been doing this longer than me, and also present fun and entertaining material. Ian, while I hit a few buttons and I tweet out the new link, why don't you tell folks what kind of law you do, what your videos are like, and tell people why they should like and subscribe. And then I'm gonna underline and highlight that for you in just a couple minutes.
Fair enough. So I'm a Canadian criminal defense and firearms lawyer. So there's not a whole lot of people covering Canadian law. So if that's something that interests you, pretty much the only place to cover or to see it. And I do sort of a mix of short form. Like sometimes I'll just talk about something that's at issue, which short for me is about 10 minutes. And sometimes I do very long form content where I really dig into a case, and that can be hours long, but you will not get anything like that outside of a law school. So that's sort of what I do. Having fun and loving being able to teach people the law.
Yeah, no, and I think you're in the right place in terms of long material. I think when I was summarizing the Epic versus Apple decision, it was 2 hours and some odd minutes. Actually had to get a lozenge and revive my voice as I went over it all. But yeah, my audience, a lot of them love long form content. If you do love that, Ian Runkle of the Bailey is doing it all the time. And if you're here because Virtual Legality is primarily, or at least originally, focused on video games, Ian is my video game blood brother in LawTube. So we geek out, we nerd out, we take over streams for like 5-10 minutes, talk about Planetfall, Zork, old Infocom adventure games. So I know a number of you found me and come over here to Virtual Legality because you love games. Ian, do you play anything, I don't know, a little bit more modern than Planetfall that somebody might recognize?
Oh, well, I mean, I don't know if it's super modern, but right now I've been playing the heck out of Bitburner, which is...
Bitburner, I don't know that one. God, see, this is why it's so good.
So it's a free game. It costs nothing, but the whole goal is basically to trick you into learning JavaScript by making it a game.
All right.
And it's actually a lot of fun if you like learning new things, because as much as I'm a huge geek, I'm not, I didn't go do any computer science or anything like that. And I've gone from basically, I have no idea what I'm doing, to making some stuff that's, that accomplishes tasks in the game. But I've been playing all sorts of things. I usually don't get stuff sort of first run, but I'm just looking over sort of the stuff I've been just hammering through. Hard Space Shipbreaker, I've been playing a ton of.
Hey, Hades. I know that one.
Hades is fantastic.
It sure is. Hades was, I'd have to find a list on my desktop here somewhere. I want to say it was third or fourth game of the year. I mean, in terms of ranking for me, the year it released.
Yeah, I was just impressed as hell over that one. And I'm not normally super big on the sort of roguelike thing but that one just, not only did it have the gameplay, it also had the, the plot and depth to it in a way that most games don't.
Yeah, a lot of good writing, right? And I just got Rogue Legacy 2. I love Rogue Legacy 1. Not as much plot as Hades, but if you like any of that at all, it's really, really fantastic.
Oh, I haven't yet got 2. I'm gonna have to pick that up because I did like 1.
Yeah, two is pretty cool. I think it came out last week. And I got one that's right here in your wheelhouse. Thank you for the super chat. Bloody blah. Ian, my grandparents got arrested like 30 years ago for forgetting they had a handgun in the trunk they took with them while hiking. F Canada.
It happens a surprising amount, and I mean, it really is a bad thing to run across the Canadian border with a forgotten gun. Tons of people do it, and depending on how they interact with the border guards, that might be just, you're never seeing this again, which can really hurt if you're talking about an expensive gun, or it can be jail time. People who've lied about guns and so forth, real bad scene.
Yeah, yeah. And that's the kind of thing that he really is talking about quite a lot on his channel. So if you are interested in that, I mean, not so much the F Canada part, although sometimes.
I mean, I like it here. There's a lot of things I like about Canada. Sometimes people are like, you should move to the States. And I'm like, I don't want to. I like, there's so many things to like about Canada, but not always the biggest fan of many of our laws. But anywhere I'd move, I would not be the fan of many.
Ain't that the truth? Right. Well, if you're ever looking for quasi Canada, I often feel that way about Southeast Michigan.
Fair enough.
Get a lot of Canadian commercials, a lot of Tim Hortons here. You feel right at home.
Well, Tim Hortons, I think, is largely, where did they move their? Who owns them now? I think it's is it a Brazilian company?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know who owns Tim Hortons.
They still play a lot of like Canadiana stuff to like really play on the branding, but
they like to do that. Yeah.
They're not super Canadian anymore.
And yes, I see these comments. Yes, we are watching Rob's rise. It's going to be part of this. Actually, I wasn't expecting early super chats. I never expect you guys. You're too darn generous. I wasn't expecting early super chats. So there's some house cleaning mission statements type stuff I want to go through for what I want these streams to be and what I'm thinking about them. But yes, part of that sequence that I'm going to do before we get into any headlines at all is talk about Rob. Now, when I do talk about Rob, I think we might have set him on a path for future disappointment because it's just not every day you can roll in with 7,000, 8,000 subscribers and put your first video up and go to 20,000. But I think we're doing a good job of making him think YouTube is really, really easy. So that's going to encourage him to stick with it, I think, in a great way. And Rob's a fantastic person, as you guys know, because he stuck with us till the very, very bitter end of the 10-hour opening episode of Hoeg Law and Virtual Legality streaming. So yes, we're going to look at it, and I actually think now's a perfectly good time. I think I can do that. Yeah. All right, I have to check these things. So let's do some mission statement making if we can, and if I can hit all the right buttons, which my viewers now know, Ian, is a complete crapshoot. We can see something like this. So I want to talk about Hangouts and headlines. First of all, name change. I think some commenters rightly brought up on Saturday that effectively, we looked at maybe 4 or 5 articles in that space. I wanted that to be kind of the focus a little bit, because that's what we do in virtual legality anyways. I'm always interested in messaging and communications and how things are presented and how the media shapes narratives. And I say shapes, that's not designed to have a negative connotation. It's designed to be the real fact of the matter is they can move public sentiment around on these things. And I'm always interested in kind of chasing after that and looking at it. And that's part of what we do on kind of my more mainline video on demand stuff in virtual legality. So that commentary and criticism was well taken, because y'all hit me with, I don't know if you counted, I think it was 830 super chats on Saturday, something like that, which is insane. And you guys are crazy and lovable. And I can't thank you all enough for that. But it did mean that there was a lot more essentially chatting, both with the guests that were on the channel and with the people that were putting in super chats and some chats otherwise. And I thought that was great. I love that hangout vibe. I think it's the right way for me personally to do live streams. But that's that first bullet there. Hangouts as well as headlines. All right. We're going to be chatting about stuff. If you want to raise something, I think that's great. If you're in the community, you want to flag down something that you think is a particularly interesting headline about basically anything, then we should talk about it potentially. I can't guarantee that we'll go into it. I'm going to have limited time, much less than 10 hours on these regular streams. And we'll talk about that in just a second. But I want this to be kind of a community engaging endeavor. I don't see any other reason really to do this over doing video on demand, except to engage and to comment. And if you see something, I'm available by DMs on Twitter. I'm available in comments to the videos. I do check those out all the time. But yeah, hanging out as well as headlines is going to be the name of the game. But with that kind of little bit of focus point of what I love to do so much and what I think our guests actually liked parsing through some of the articles we found last time. So that's the nature of the thing. That's why Hangouts is added, is frankly, we're going to follow along with what the community wants to do with this. And I can't tell whether or not it's going to be 3 hours of chats or 3 hours of headlines on any given day, because I can't promise guests, right? They're all doing their own thing. Ian's got a great channel of his own. The other folks that you saw on Saturday, Alita, Rob, Mike, Nate, all have stuff that they're doing on their own. We're also always doing things that aren't YouTube. So we're pretty busy pretty frequently. So I understand that. And it might just be me some days. And those I imagine will go a little bit faster. Second bullet here, not bounded by specific stories. I know a number of my commenters, this is pretty funny to me, came in and basically said, what the heck is this, Rick? you're talking about Bungie and Elon Musk buying Twitter and video games. And I think a lot of the folks that were here in Virtual Legality on the Hoeg Law YouTube channel, I don't know that they knew that I was over with Legal Bites and doing the kind of daily examination of the Heard and Depp trial now for, well, this is the 5th week. This is the break week. That's why you're seeing all of these kinds of streams and things pop up from us. But that's where I will be again when the trial kicks back in, and we've got 2 more weeks of trial. I'm guessing a week of jury deliberations. Other LawTubers think it's going to be like 2 hours because it's going to happen right before Memorial Day. We'll see how that goes. But while everybody's interested in this, and I'm certainly one of those people in everybody, as those definitions work, we're going to talk about this some more. It's the break week. People that follow me over there want me to talk about it. We're going to be doing that. But ultimately, this is going to be about stuff that interests us, me, and you as a community. Talk about whatever. Talk about those video game headlines that are interesting. And in some respects, I think this could be either a preview or a post-mortem of the more directed Virtual Legality episodes that I do. And I know somebody just had a chuckle for me saying that they're directed when very, very many of them wind up in the hour plus category, which is not YouTube's bread and butter. But I want you all to know that first of all, I'm going to be covering this stuff because Virtual Legality has always been about talking about aspects of law and understanding the world around you with hopefully what you find to be a pretty informational skill set from me, but through the avenue of looking at things that you're interested in, right? So I'm interested in video games and movies and the MCU and that kind of thing. And so I talk about contracts and whatnot through those venues, but I'm also going to talk about this kind of stuff when I have the experience to do so. But if you're afraid that this is just going to become, Depp versus Heard, and then whatever the next thing is on this channel, it's not going to be that. And if you want it to be that, give the other material a chance. We're going to be doing both, always within my interests. I'm never going to make videos just for the sake of making them. Frankly, I think this stuff is too hard to do, and there's too many buttons to hit, and I get too much stuff wrong to make stuff that I'm not otherwise interested in. But that's what this is going to be, hopefully. And if it works for all of us, that's going to be great. And if you want more of it, then we'll do it more often. And if you want less, we'll do it less often. But I'm going to try to be very responsive to what this thing can and will become, which goes along with the third, with Ian sitting here happily, or hopefully happily, listening to the mission statements roll out here. Can't guarantee guests. I cannot guarantee guests. Everybody gets a link, and that's kind of how this whole thing works. And if people pop in, that is to our great benefit. But they're donating their time, they're donating their energy, they're donating their efforts to hang out with us. And that is like the best thing in the world. But we can't mandate that. I can't guarantee it in any strong capacity. So Ian is such a blessing to be here. I love Ian to death. Ian, I think I told you this in DMs, but you were one of the people that my parents said, "Where's that Canadian guy? We really like him."
Well, thank you, Mr. and Mrs. sort of, I guess, Elder Hoeg.
Yeah, they're Hoax.
Okay.
We can use their names. Yeah, no, absolutely. They love you, and they said, "Hey, get him on." I said, "Hey, we'll see what happens," and it's great to have you here at the top. I also have there added on the bullet point. Won't always be lawyers. So I have I've been blessed with a fair amount of contacts, both in video games and in journalism. I'm very likely to be setting up that kind of loose. What do I usually call LawTube? A loose coalition of independent sovereign city states for potential invites into this area as well. So you might see some of my gaming friends. You might see some journalists from some pretty popular sites that we'll talk about, which could get pretty interesting, actually, if we're talking about headlines and saying that they are somehow misleading. I think that could be some interesting vibes if that happens. So, cross your fingers. But I'm not going to just leave it to LawTube because I think there's a lot of interesting people that I've met out here. And lawyers, as much as I love the way we think about things, aren't the only way to think about things. So we'll see what happens. Maybe they all say, "I'm not interested in doing that at all with you, Rick." And that's cool too. The last bullet on this page is timing and frequency. I said it before, but I have no idea what my community, what you all's interest in this kind of stream is, whether you're going to want it once a week, once a month, once a quarter. You're going to say in 2 weeks or 3 weeks after this trial ends, "Oh, yeah, I never really liked that Rick guy." Anyway, I don't know. So I think the most important thing with this job at YouTube is to be flexible, to kind of meet you where you live. I'm looking to add membership on YouTube to give you fancy little things and emojis and whatnot if we're going to do this live stream thing for real. And anybody that knows me says, if I get invested in something, we're doing it for real, folks. So I'm going to look at that. I'm going to try to do as much as you want, and also not to just kill you with streams that you're not interested in. So leave comments, talk to me about what you're looking for, because that's the only way I learn, really. And I'm happy to do it. So that's that page. And I know you thought that maybe we only had one page. Nope. So I wanted to just talk a little bit about the limitations here. So Saturday, I wake up at 5:30 in the morning. I say, okay, I think I know what I want to do with this. And I say, okay, let's go forward with this headlines concept on a Saturday. But my family needs time too. So I think more likely than not, we're going to be doing some of this stuff during Hoeg Law business hours. But I have to give the warning. It's a working law firm, right? I will clear the time as best as possible. I think Ian can probably back me up on this. Sometimes the cleared time becomes not cleared time.
Yeah.
So if there's a client emergency or something that's a need, I might, depending on whether we've got guests or what the situation on the channel is, put the logo up. I meant to do this before this video, but maybe find a way to put background music on. I would love some waiting in the dentist's lobby music to come on, or perhaps the intermission song from the old drive-ins. Either way, do something along those lines, or potentially terminate early. And then if that winds up happening, my promise is that if you get super chats, I'm always so grateful. I will do catch-up videos. I will find a time, hopefully relatively soon thereafter, assuming that the client's business isn't on fire and we're doing all sorts of things for an extended period, where we'll catch up and do those super chats. I know that isn't ideal necessarily, because you put the chat in the one video and you want it answered on that video, but that's the reality of how I can get this stuff done for you all. And so that's what I'm looking at right now. The last bullet, as you probably have picked up on if you've been in virtual legality for a little while, is that we do try to maintain a certain amount of family-friendly decorum. If it occasionally gets a little bit north of PG, totally fine. But my mission statement has always been to make this type of information as available to as many people as possible. And so we generally aren't using, what does Emily call it? Cursey words. Emily Baker's cursey words are for Emily Baker and not for here. And so if you can help us do that, I would very much appreciate it. We're also predominantly going to try to stay apolitical. But as people will tell you, every story has a certain amount of politics, or at least it feels that way. And some stories will, if we come up on headlines and we get onto really important topics. But that's the nature of what I'm seeing here. If you have other thoughts, absolutely bring them. Absolutely let me know if you think that there's something that could be improved, that could be done differently, that you'd like to see here, including those headlines, I want to be as responsive as possible. So please do put that stuff forward. Ian, speaking of suggestions, how'd that all sound to you? You have your own YouTube channels. That look pretty good for at least an initial mission statement for Hangouts and Headlines here.
I think that's a pretty good thing. I'll try to keep it to courtroom decorum as opposed to sailor decorum.
God, I should have said courtroom decorum. That's good.
But yeah, no, I think that's good. As you mentioned, of course, everything gets somewhat political, but it's good to avoid. I mean, there's certain topics I try to just like, no, that's going to be too much hate mail.
Well, YouTube does that to us too with the algorithm, right? I mean, you have to watch yourself.
It's true. And I don't know why I seem to get an above average amount of hate mail and death threats. So I just,
I'm very sorry. Ian.
Like, I just don't feel like that. Oh, it's
yeah, no, I think, and I say apolitical because I want to be clear, but I really mean kind of rank partisanship on any given side of any given platform, because we do stand by the ethos. Reasonable minds can differ. Generally speaking, most sides of any given coin have at least one reasonable standard that you can hold to. And the best way to talk about these kinds of things is, in my opinion, from that kind of looking at all angles perspective. So others will disagree. Those are also reasonable minds. They don't immediately get castigated into having unreasonable minds just because they disagree with me, God knows. But that's what I want to do here. And so your helpfulness in that is, as always, very much appreciated. And of course, we got the usual shilling. I've got a Utreon. I've got a Patreon. If you love this stuff, go check them out. And most importantly, subscribing, telling your friends, liking. YouTube loves that stuff. Like this video. Tell YouTube we're having these conversations because YouTube likes it. YouTube likes you to press its buttons. It's very needy that way. And so any help you can offer in that regard is very much appreciated. And including help you all have been giving in that regard. Oh, look at this. I got my dad in here. All right, we'll get to you in a second, Dad. Including helping in that regard. Rob at Law and Lumber was here with us for, I don't even know, 8 hours on Saturday. As I said to start this out, you got him to 8,000+ subscribers. I think basically before he put this up. He put up this video last night, and I think this is actually delayed here. He did a video called Woodworker Attorney Debunks Amber Heard's Broken Bed Testimony. I can tell he struggled to try to make sure that was as innuendo-free as possible. Good job, Rob. I think you accomplished your mission. And he had 13,000 viewers, basically running at 1,000 views an hour clip. So if you are interested in this, I will link this after the video. All my links are always after the video. I don't have people in chairs doing things for me here yet. Who knows? Who knows where the channel will go? But please do check out Rob. One video, already a 10,000er. This used to be my metric for ridiculous success when I started out the channels. If you can get a 10,000er in there, and he's kicking butt, quite frankly, and you do love to see it.
I love Rob, but I will admit to a little bit of envy because that's.
I'm hearing that from LawTube corners. It's actually really, really funny. I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. My first 10,000 view video was, I don't know, almost a full year after I started. I don't know. What's your metric for success, Ian? I mean, I think we all have different kind of standards for that kind of thing.
I mean, the thing is, it's behind the scenes. YouTube is really kind of hard and perplexing sometimes because my first video, I kind of landed it right in the middle of a political firestorm, and I was talking about a particular gun law issue. So my first one, I think, hit 10,000 within a week, but then the next one hit 500.
Sure.
And
no, I got plenty. I look back in time. I got a bunch of 108s.
And I had a video. I mean, I just worked the hell out of this one. I, included clips. I included all sorts of things. It took a whole lot of work. It was sort of in that 10 to 15 minute. The shorter ones often do better because, people don't have necessarily a huge amount of time. And I posted it up and it just bombed. Like nobody watched that thing. And I was like, come on. And then you have something where you just I had one that I knocked out a video because I was like, it's been a while. I got to do something. this is a video, I guess, and it goes up to 15,000. I'm like, I don't understand you, YouTube.
It's totally true. This is why I like the hangout portion of this, and talking to my video making brethren here. It is absolutely the nature of things. You nail one, you do 50 pieces of research, you get done with it, you feel like you presented it fabulously well, and you're like, it'll get that 10 out of 10 slot out of your 10 most recent videos, and you'll be like, what happened? And then one day you'll be like, I don't even know what I'm going to make one on today, and a piece of news will catch your eye and be like, let's throw one up. It's like, that's the one for the quarter.
Yeah, it's so weird. And so I mean, the other thing is that kind of led me to just saying, you know what, I'm gonna not try to game, I'm just gonna try to do what I want to do and what I think is good and what I'd want to watch. And even if even if YouTube decides it's a whole pile of stink and it never goes anywhere, at the end of the day I can be like, it was still a good video. I did a thing I like. And I mean, I have the luxury that it's not, I'm not trying to, or I'm not at this stage a professional YouTuber. Because if I was, then I might have to worry a lot more about like what's bringing in dollars.
Yeah, absolutely. No, these are not our lifeline type situations. But I love this one. We could have some hidden gems. You knew me back when. This video I'm very proud of. It got 61 views. let's talk about it. We'll just revive them and see what happens. I love that. Yeah, no, I think that's the right way to handle it, right? Anybody that's interested in getting into this, you say, hey, those LawTubers are cool. First of all, I have questions. We have to discuss that. But also, that's the nature of the thing, right? We talk about the algorithm, and you can do certain things. You can try to use words in certain ways in titles, and those do help. But if you're not doing this out of something that you're already interested in, I can't even imagine being those YouTubers that don't appear to be doing anything other than chasing whatever the trending things are, because it's too hard. So Ian, I think that's right. I think you go do things that you would find interesting. You build a channel for yourself, and hopefully you build it and they come.
I mean, the other thing is that like the time commitment people don't get. I've had a lot of lawyers be like, hey, I see you've got all these views. I really want that for me because then I can send it. And really their goal is basically they'll have however many people watching and then they can funnel that into their practice. And I'm like, you got to remember first, most of the people who are watching your stuff aren't necessarily going to be interested in hiring you because most of them don't have legal problems at any given point. But the other thing is like a video that might be 10 minutes long, I might have spent 3 hours on. And, when I tell them that and they're like, so how many viewers can I expect to have in my first month? And I'm like, 30, if you're doing well. And they're like, what? Like, you need to keep like the whole thing. I did really well with my first video, but I mentioned that I had actually built a following online before that. And absent that following, I'm sure that my first video would have been like 30 people watching. And that's a pretty good thing for a first video. It's brutal. And so I've seen a lot of people who've come to me going, I want to do this. And I'm like, here's how you go about starting. And they just run into that wall of disappointment is what. And you get really good at the wall of disappointment because there's lots of times. I mean, I had a month when everything was just not landing.
And I swear YouTube just changes buttons at the month end and just like, all right, I guess you'll have an okay month now. And then you'll just be like, what? It's the same stuff. Why is this 6? Why is this 6 views? Why did my subscribers go down to 2 today? That's the nature of the thing. Nature of the thing.
Bot clearing day is always super disappointing because there's every so often that they'll actually like weed out all the bots. And so you just see like 1,000 subscribers just poof. You're like,
yep. I think I had that this weekend. Yeah, it's a shh sound. Yeah. All right. Well, because you guys are, like I said before, so generous. We already have like 6, 7 super chats. We're going to cover it before we dive into our first headline, which, as the teaser, what the heck did I set up as first? Is going to be looking at someone who gave an interview to Fox News and says this break is fantastic for Johnny Depp. We're going to talk about one of the things that a few of the things that he says in that interview. But first,
I kind of agree with that, just superficially, but I want to hear what they have to say about it.
God Mode Couple, thank you for the super chat. I'm a marriage and family therapist. Would love to come on to discuss Johnny Depp's Amber Heard relationship dynamics. How best to contact? Best way to contact me is DM through Twitter. I cannot guarantee I will necessarily see it what I would call quickly because that's where a lot of people are sending me things. But I'd be happy to chat with you about potential collaborations. Always looking to collaborate. Absolutely. Paulette Poirier, I apologize. Google search now will pop up Amber Turd when you search Amber Heard. That's Google for you. Crying, laughing face emoji. Sweating happy emoji. I like to read the emojis.
I mean, that's the wonderful thing about algorithms is that they're, at the end of the day, they're dumb. And they will totally, if lots of people are connecting two things, the algorithm connects them too. And even if maybe they might not want to.
That's the nature of the beast. It is. It's great stuff. All right. Let's see if I can hit these buttons in the right order. Elisa Ramirez, can you discuss the Highland case law and whether Heard statements are fact or opinion if unsubstantiated with witnesses or evidence? How does jury weigh this in issue of falsity? Well, I'm not familiar enough with Highland. I could certainly look into it, but the nature of defamation is, of course, that it's very difficult to be false when you're only giving a statement of opinion. In fact, it's so difficult that if it's only opinion, we say you can't have a defamation case at all. So I imagine, at least in the trial situation here, that they've already passed some attempts to dismiss this case. I think actually the motion to dismiss we watched was the third or fourth time that Heard's team had tried to dismiss the case. Totally normal. That's not unusual.
Yep.
But I think that things have survived the preliminary motions for you can only read this statement as opinion. So at that point in time, the jury gets to decide about what's fact and what's opinion. And I honestly think that if we are reading the Washington Post op-ed in this particular case, and those who aren't familiar with it, my dad admonished me on Saturday for not giving background enough on this. The issue here is defamatory statements arising out of a specific Washington Post op-ed in December of 2018 that has three statements. And we have one that we're going to talk about in connection with an article, which is I spoke out against sexual violence. That's the title of the article. There's some fighting going on around there. Then there are two statements that are effectively 2 years ago, I became a voice, a representative for domestic abuse. And then I also saw how the institutions of Hollywood effectively covered people that are accused of domestic abuse. And those are paraphrases. They're not exact, but that's the notion of this thing. And so you're already having to read into that article that says Johnny Depp abused me, which my fellow panelists in LawTube land have convinced me is probably something that can work out okay for them. But whether or not other aspects of that are strictly opinion, for instance, that I'm a representative of domestic abuse, it's kind of an opinion, also kind of true, and it doesn't depend on the actual truth or falsity of your original TRO or the divorce or anything else, which is what Amber Heard's team argued, and I honestly think it's a decent argument.
Yeah.
Then it's ultimately going to come down to how the jury views it. And I think as this judge has ruled here, that's not going to be the winning argument for Amber Heard's team. And the jury's ultimately going to decide whether or not what they say is defamatory. That would be my guess. Ian, do you have any other take on that?
I mean, I really want to see the jury's reaction. And in fact, I realized that I'm off to a shooting competition in the same area just before the jury comes back. So right now I'm trying my best to rearrange my schedule, and I might have to, somewhat disappointingly, not be on the channels as they're doing the live coverage, because I'm going to try, if I can make it work, I'm going to try to get into the courtroom, which I understand is means
right towards the tail end of the case.
I'm hoping to do so as Amber Heard renews her testimony.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Because what I really want is to see, when she's going through this, sob story, and when she's being cross-examined, are the jurors sitting there going, yeah, we're right there with you? Or are they making the face of seriously?
Yeah. Well, it would be a shame to lose your insights on the channel, but we would interview the crap out of you when you got back home.
I mean, what I suspect that you're probably trying to do is do a live stream afterwards and just bring you guys on if you're interested.
Yes.
and just be like, here's what I saw. And, here's what, and of course you can't do anything that'll identify a specific juror, but just like this one juror was making, this kind of face at this kind of moment. And yeah, I hope that, what is it? Well, hopefully the super chats could help cover or defray some of the cost, because of course that'll be expensive to staying there. But
I bet it will be. And Rob, when he was telling us the nature of getting in, is he showing up at 1 a.m? You got to bring a cot, man.
Yeah, I really think. I mean, the problem with bringing anything is that then, of course, what do you do with it when you go in? You can't bring a cot into the courthouse. So
you have to buy a disposable cot and leave it out there.
I guess. I mean, I suspect I'll probably just be, going there and just waiting up, and lots of 5-hour energy.
Well, I hope you do get in. I mean, I hope you're able to do that. And I would definitely come on over to your channel and talk to you about it, because I think that is really, really interesting stuff.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, so much of this is going to come down to what the jury's thinking. And I know what I'm thinking when I look at it, but I don't know what, what their reactions are. So
I love it. I want you to get in there. I do.
Oh, I mean, it's such a huge cultural thing. And I also think it's really an important conversation that's being had right now. Dealing with, domestic violence and all of this, it's really important that some of the stuff that's being talked about is talked about. I think it's, especially, male victims struggle a lot in our court system. And so I kind of want to see some of this discussed more. I would love to see the availability of remedies for male victims who often don't have real remedies.
Yep.
But maybe I'm putting too much hope in this.
Well, I mean, we don't know what the overall is going to come out of this, but certainly it's honestly, it's one of the most zeitgeisty cultural things I think I've seen since really, cable TV and Netflix and everything else kind of split up the culture. Everybody I know is talking about this in some respect, and that's interesting in and of itself.
Everybody's got an opinion, although I've yet to find I was trying to find a lawyer to bring on at some point who is pro-Heard, but I can't find one.
Well, I mean, I think that there's probably some out there that are at least, wow, defamation is hard to prove.
Oh yeah, and lots of that, right?
Which we'll see in the Fox News article if my very generous chat ever lets us get there. Julie Rakowski, you need to just turn your life into a YouTube Truman Show type situation. Yeah. Well, hey, look, as this thing has advanced, this is the 4th year of virtual legality. It's gotten, if we were to somehow chart time spent on practicing law formally and doing more of this stuff, it's eating it up like Pac-Man eating pellets across the board. So I'm super thrilled, and I'm not complaining at all. But this last 5 weeks has been like, 18 hours of virtual legality, firm stuff, legal bites, firm stuff, bed. And it's interesting. It's really, really interesting. Thank you for the super chat. Thomas Hoeg, who let this guy in? How does he keep finding me? Hey, Dad, we can see you now. Twitter link did not work. Fantastic. But going to your site and using the link there does work. All right, I'll try to do a correction to the correction to the original Twitter link at some point here. Thank you, Dad, for the super chat. Late night, love what you and the guys are doing. Keep it up. How would you prefer these trials be handled? Defamation seems a bad way of resolving it. This is an unusual case because effectively we're litigating domestic violence without any of the standards required to prove or disprove domestic violence because of the defamation umbrella. So I think this is unusual. I don't think this is likely to be the standard bearer for how these kinds of arguments and stories would be handled. But it's certainly less than ideal. This kind of tagging on to a 2018 article to go back to 2016 and then fight about 2013 and 2012 it's not a good way to prove a case one way or the other.
It's one of those, like, you don't want to be in a situation where you have to reach for a theory of liability. Ideally, you want the theory of liability to be super obvious.
Yeah.
I fell on this guy's front steps because he didn't shovel. The law says he's got to shovel. I was injured. The theory on that is real clear. It's his property, his duty to maintain. This one is like, we had to find this one article because the underlying facts are outside of our timeline. Like, that's always not a great place. And this case, I think, is going to be potentially frustrating for a lot of people because we've got a different legal standard than a moral standard here.
Sure.
They're about different things. And so we might end up seeing a verdict where, even the jury says morally we're on one side and legally we're on the other. And, we'll see what that, what that happens.
I think that's exactly right. And that's why I say on, Legal Bites, I go on and I say, well, I mean, I think Johnny Depp has an important win already insofar as Amber Heard does not look like how she depicted herself. And that's out there. I mean, that's never coming back. That genie is out of the bottle. Does that mean
unturd that turd?
Yeah. No, you can't. And the question then is, does that mean that Johnny Depp's going to win his case? No, it does not. So we'll see what happens. We will definitely see what happens. Thank you so much for the super chat late night. Social Stan, I usually listen to you on Legal Bites. Honestly, that's where I usually am this past month. I started listening to your latest, but it's too long. This is fair. 10 hours, very long. I had to shut it off. Can you break? You're awesome. I agree with you completely about shutting it off. Totally fine. We're going to try to bring this in at less than that. Currently, we're pacing for about the same, but we're going to improve on that. Can you break? Yes. I don't think I'm going to do anything tomorrow, but we'll see. And you're awesome. I love it. Thank you so much. Very generous of you, and thank you for the super chat. Vincent Jacobs, how has having a career in law changed how you communicate with people in general, if at all? Well, some people tell you learn to think like a lawyer. I don't know whether I like that or not, but I will tell you what law school did for me was it kind of created a question every assumption that you make when you're out and about. So I usually tell people the story that what it opened my eyes to is, the stoplight goes up and we all stop. And that's just everybody agreeing, right? There's nothing, the stoplight doesn't put a force on the cars. It doesn't block you from moving forward. And basically all of society functions on similar principles. It's all these kinds of things. And you can understand so much more about your news stories and about how and why Microsoft is buying Activision or why the FTC is moving in this particular capacity or anything else that I talk about in virtual legality by understanding the underlying incentives and penalty structures that laws and tax regulations and everything in between kind of put forth. So I would say that having a career in law sometimes makes you feel like you could see the scaffolding, see the underpinnings of what may be inscrutable in some form or fashion if we're just looking at it from the outside. That's how I feel about it, Ian. How do you feel about it?
I mean, I'd absolutely agree with that because there's all sorts of places where you see something and you might, sometimes my wife is like, that's dumb. Why do they do it like this? And I'm like, well, they do it like this because otherwise they're going to be liable if this happens. That, this is entirely a legally created situation. But the other thing is in terms of communicating with people, one thing that I will caution people is if you go to be a litigator, you will learn how to cross-examine. And that is a skill you absolutely need to know how to turn off because cross-examination is great for showing somebody to be a liar or wrong or whatever, and really humiliating them in front of a group. And, if you get into a dispute with anybody, but, people do this with spouses and it's an especially bad idea there.
I was just going to say, yeah.
You might start falling into that cross-examination pattern. And if you find yourself doing that, it's time to walk away because you are about to end a friendship. So that's something, you got to learn. But just there's so many things where people talking about pop culture and about the world around you with people can sometimes be frustrating because they'll be like, oh, well, this case is such an injustice. And you're like, no, it isn't. And because they don't necessarily understand why the law is why it is or those sorts of things. And so there is a bit of a disconnect, but the other thing is that it also gives a great potential to educate people and to help people. There's so many situations that people run into that for them are insurmountable, but often it's just like, no, you need to call this person. That's it. Is you can just say, you're handling this wrong. Here's the person who is legally able to give you what you want, and they probably will if you ask them. So go ask them. That kind of thing can be amazing, where you can, sometimes facilitate people in ways that that otherwise are just, our law is not built for human beings. It's
I like that. You see, that should be the tagline on your channel. Our law is not built for human beings. I really like that. No, but it's the truth, and I could not concur more with. Know when to at least lighten up on your significant other with whatever skills you've learned in terms of communications and evaluation. 100%.
Yeah, because I have seen a lot of lawyers burn their way through their relationships, and sometimes that's part of it. Is you talk to their partners and they're just like, he cross-examined me and I hated it. I'm like, yep.
Glaucoma, thank you for the super chat. Please look into the quantum TV drama hot issue. I've got some irons in the fire. That's what I can answer with that.
What is this one about?
It's about some DMCA YouTube controversies between two significant content creators.
Always fun.
So I can only go so far with got some irons in the fire. 918 girl, do you think Amber Heard's psychologist could change her opinion now that she is seeing Amber Heard on the stand? Her reputation is at stake. No, I think she's all in with Amber Heard has absolutely no exaggerative qualities whatsoever. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be her. So yeah, no, I thought her testimony was damaging, and then I saw Amber Heard, and however you believe things might have happened, and I am holding open the possibility that bad things did happen. There is no question that she's exaggerating chunks of it and details and like at least no question to me.
Yeah, but the other thing is, I don't think it's going to harm this psychologist's job prospects.
Isn't she on like the APA board and things? I mean, like she's high up there.
It's scary that she is, because when you compare what she said versus what you can see with your lying eyes, it's clear she's not even close to correct on that.
It doesn't seem like it. It doesn't seem like it. And Amber Heard comes out and it's like, look, I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt. I'm still willing to hear her case. I have no problem with that. But like, it's obvious that at bare minimum, she sees the world in an exaggerated kind of state. And that's not even, you can tell that not just from like the descriptions of the really bad stuff, but the descriptions of everything else. Like it's all kind of coming out that way. And so,
I mean, but I don't think it's going to affect her job prospects in terms of like being an expert witness, because if you're hiring somebody like that, you know what you want to get.
Yeah, no, she wasn't blown up like Q-Score guy. I don't think Q-Score guy is getting another job, but you don't know. We'll see. I mean,
the other thing is expert witnesses, everybody starts somewhere, and they, she clearly has been in a lot of court proceedings. She knows how to handle a lot of questions. Mm-hmm. She was very good at deflecting some of that. Mm-hmm. No, she's going to get hired again.
All right.
Charge more money next time.
Well, I think what we're going to do is we're going to do some headlines, and we'll just do it like we did it on Saturday, and let these build up a little bit and hopefully catch back up. So let's talk about this first one that I promised. So this is the headline that I wanted to talk about as I move my windows around, and everybody tells me I need a second to monitor, and I don't disagree with them. Week-long break in Depp Heard defamation trial gives Depp's team advantage in cross-examination, expert says. It's a bit wordy on the headline, but we're not just evaluating headlines here. It's a neutral headline. We're going to be evaluating the story, and I'm glad that someone is here with me, because it's interesting. I think there's a lot to agree with here, and maybe a few steps that go a little bit too far. So the primary thing that's happening in this article is it appears to be an interview with an individual by the name of Daniel Gutenplan, who has represented clients on both sides of high-profile defamation cases, which admittedly I think is more than LawTube can say in general. It contends that Depp still has an uphill battle to win his case and secure the $50 million judgment he is seeking. I think that's totally fair.
It's so hard to win on defamation that, yeah, he's got an uphill battle because it's an uphill battle. It's tough.
And he says, as most defamation plaintiffs have, Depp and his team have an uphill battle and have a challenge in proving the case because they have to prove, first of all, that anything that was said in the op-ed and Heard's testimony is completely false. And I think that's actually overselling it just a touch because the jury is going to be evaluating deceptiveness in general, I think, which is where they might wind up living on this, depending on who they go for. The Washington Post piece in question, of course, doesn't mention Mr. Depp by name, although his camp will argue, and I think it's a compelling argument, that a reasonable reader will assume that the article was written about Depp. I think that's really, honestly, mandatory. I don't even think that they're challenging it that much because
I mean,
it's pretty obvious.
They're going to suggest it to Amber Heard, and Amber Heard is either going to say, yes, it was about Depp, in which case, done. Or she's going to say, no, it wasn't about Depp, in which case she looks like a lying sack of liars. And like, nobody's going to believe her if she gets up and says, no, that was written about some other domestic violence. Like,
not after the ACLU communications, right? Their internal communications, like, well, I guess we didn't hide it enough, and that kind of stuff. I think my guess is that they're going to try to frame it like they frame their opening statements, which is like, it's not about Depp because it's really about advocating for policy change. And it's ancillary. So try to put doubt in the concept of what about means would be my guess. But they're going to lose on that one. It's about Johnny Depp. But this particular individual noted it's not just it lacks his name. It's just references to domestic abuse. It doesn't talk about situations. It doesn't talk about dates and times, etc. Gutenplan, who's not involved in the proceedings, maintained the week-long adjournment couldn't have come at a better time for Depp and his legal team. Given the wild details that have emerged, it gives Depp's team ample time to prepare cross-examination of Heard. If she can lie to you and misrepresent or change her story in these small ways, the entire testimony is polluted, is what he says will be the Depp's team's kind of mission statement.
I don't think it's just small ways. That's
the thing. We'll see that in the next quote. You can't possibly believe any of it. He really focuses on what I would say is kind of the normal way to look at cross-examination on a claim like this. He says, we'll read both parts. Their strategy has been, as you've seen in open court, to sling as much mud as possible, to discredit Ms. Heard as much as possible, and that'll be what the cross-examination will focus on. Now, I disagree with that characterization as well, because I think at least half their case was trying to show Johnny Depp as a reasonable human being, but that's fine. That's what they're going to ask the jury to believe. They're going to make these tiny pinprick holes in the testimony and then to try to pull those apart as big as they can and hope that jurors will frankly think she was just acting. So my initial reaction to this, Ian, was, that sounds like how you'd normally do it if things sounded reasonable. And I've been in other spaces, I talked about it on this channel on Saturday, that said, I expected this to be a case where Johnny Depp presents a situation and Amber Heard presents a Rashomon, believable, different version of that situation where at some point Johnny hits her, give or take. And that's not what we got in her testimony. That is not the direction that they're going. So I view this as, I think if it's pinprick holes, then Amber Heard's going to win. I'm expecting them to be able to hit much, much bigger holes in that testimony. Hello, Natalie Lawyercheck. How are you doing?
Hello, I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing A-okay. I don't know that I've been formally on a stream with you.
I don't think so either. I think I've just missed you on Ricada's stream.
That sounds right. That sounds right. Well, welcome. It's Ian and me right now going through one of our first headlines, if you can believe it, an hour and 4 minutes in.
How goes the stream?
Yeah, well, people have been very generous. We've been answering some super chats and hanging out. And we've been talking about what this particular defamation lawyer says is going to happen and why the Depp team should be happy about a week-long break right now. And what this individual has offered. Somebody just fell down the stairs. Hang on one second.
Oh dear.
Is everything okay? Yes. Okay, cool. Sorry about that. I have to check in, make sure everything's fine. And what we were just talking about is this seems to be the normal characterization for, I guess, a normal-ish case. But this seems more likely to involve bigger holes being punched through this if the Depp team is going to succeed. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I'm trying to look at it now.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, no. So I'm like listening to and reading it at the same time. But I think, you know, the break could swing one of two ways. Number one, they'll be detached from the emotional performance that she gave. So they'll be maybe looking at things more objectively in the light of day, instead of, you know, if you believe the emotions that she put forward, maybe analyzing her testimony with those emotions is not so great. But also, it's kind of hard to remind people of inconsistencies and things like that when you have that week break. But I think
great point.
I think that it would, you know, for me, if I'm defense counsel I'm a defense attorney, right? So if I'm in a criminal case and the prosecution's lead witness is interrupted for an entire week, I see that as a win for myself. I have plenty of time to analyze what they said, plenty of time, you know, for them to not really be so hot to really remember what they said, and then to kind of shape the narrative how I want to. So I just don't see it as really a bad thing for Depp that they took a week break in the midst of her testimony, except that I think that to my personal opinion, her emotions were not very genuine. So maybe some of that will get lost in the break, you know, but who knows?
Yeah, in terms of how they feel about it, or it metastasizes, right? I mean, it's like guessing a juror's mind is impossible. But yeah, to me, it's if they were stuck just kind of doing these pinprick attacks, I think Amber Heard's likely to win. They really have to bust some holes into whole swaths of this, I think. And I agree with you. I think that's possible. One of the things we'll see here is this individual in this particular article says that Amber Heard is credible, and we'll talk about that a little bit. But the next one I wanted to highlight, Gutenplan said it would be unwise to draw any conclusions at this stage of the trial, which I agree with, which would be akin to taking a look in the mirror when you're halfway done with a haircut.
Yeah, I mean, there is a degree of that, because if you look in the mirror and you've got one ear, you know the haircut's not going so
not going so great.
So
there are instances where you can check and know a little something about what's happening.
I kind of feel like we're getting there. I mean, he seems to be saying, oh, they're going to be trying to, you know, make pinpricks. I'm thinking that if they do well on cross-examination, they're going to knock a hole in there big enough for Johnny Depp to park his 1959 Chevy Corvette in. And, you know, like, she's got so much fertile ground for cross-examination. I kind of wonder if he's watched the whole proceeding so far.
I wonder that as well. Wonder that as well. And because there has been some commentary from people where I'm like, you know, I'll be honest, I haven't seen every little thing, but I've been able to catch up in the past week. Thankfully, because of this break, I've been able to catch up. And there have been people that have said things like, well, he's, you know, abused people before and blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, there's no evidence of that in this trial. You may think whatever you think about Johnny Depp, but there's no evidence of that other than what she said about Kate Moss, of him abusing other people in this trial. So I feel like people are bringing some of their own personal prejudices to this.
Sure.
And, you know, just as someone just dropping out of the thin blue sky, like myself, the clear blue sky, because I don't really know either of them that well in the public eye. I really don't. Yeah. I've never seen anything that she's done before. I thought her acting was terrible. I just didn't think she was credible at all, you know, and I feel very comfortable saying that because that's what I do for a living. I look at witnesses and say, is this a credible person? I could be wrong, but I don't think I am in this situation. She was really moving her face a lot with nothing coming out, like no tears. And I don't believe that. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, I think that's fair. You can watch me go through the witness testimony on Legal Bites as it happens. Mm-hmm. But I really wanted to be open to the possibility. And I'll be honest, it feels to me crappy to go and say the details here, separating from the performance. Just if it were just a transcript, are just, you know, lies. It's a hard thing to get to because it says a certain amount of something about the person that's putting those out there in the world.
They're horrific details.
They're horrific. Yeah. They're horrific.
They're horrific, but they don't ring true because they're not backed up.
Yeah. There's nothing extrinsic to her testimony that backs up what she says. My husband's fixing the garbage disposal. Excuse me, let me go close.
Not at all. Not at all.
And I mean, there should be these details based on what she said. It's not just like, this isn't just something like, oh, well, there's nothing to back it up, because there wouldn't be. I mean, a lot of domestic violence cases run on he said, she said. That's the usual thing. But you get into a different scenario when you've got somebody who's been taking a ton of pictures and a ton of video and can back up writing on a mirror, but not that she got, slammed against every surface in the house.
Yes.
Some of the things she said would have resulted in injuries that should have been potentially life-changing. If you're being dragged back and forth, being forced to step on broken bottles in a fashion where your entire weight, because you're not in control of your movements, it wouldn't be like you're tiptoeing across glass gingerly. This is, you're being forced around on it. And so your entire weight would be landing on this. That's potentially like a life-changing injury. That's not, she walks into court and she's all, smiles occasionally and then tears 30 seconds later and then back to smiles. That'd be, she's coming in on crutches and talking about how she had to do years of rehab to get her, like, the injuries should have been horrific.
At bare minimum, apparent, right? Like the scene cuts off and then she's making coffee and then you go, really?
What?
Are we sure? Are we sure?
Well, and there's so many, like, there's people there looking for the finger right afterwards.
Yeah.
That timeline is messed up.
Doesn't
Like,
make any sense.
the two timelines don't match up at all.
No, they don't make any sense. Yeah. It doesn't make any sense to me that when she is describing these horrific events, you have to remember that had these things actually occurred, she's already lived them, right? She's already lived them. So it should not be that everything I described right up until the moment he headbutts me or assaults me with a bottle or, rips my clothes from my body. Everything I described right up until then, I do with a blank, straight face. I do in a calm and controlled manner. And then when I describe the moment of impact, then I become emotional. And then I immediately stop being emotional the moment that I'm no longer describing that. I've moved on to the next scene. It's very rehearsed, it's very practiced, and it's not natural.
Yeah.
And
it feels that way. Yeah, I agree with you.
I'm no psychologist, I'm no psychiatrist, but I study human behavior on the stand. It's what I do. And this is it's not credible. It just isn't.
You also do criminal law? Is that
yeah, well, I was going to do it after this article, but why don't we introduce you to the audience here? Natalie Lawyer Chick, what do you do? What does your channel do?
Sure. So my name is Natalie. I am a criminal defense attorney. I've been a criminal defense attorney for 12 years now, for 12 years. And I practice major criminal cases. So I just finished a double homicide trial. Took a little break from my channel for a month because I had to prepare and do that. And you just cannot do YouTube while you're doing that. But I'm pretty consistent on the channel. I'm back now. And what I do is a variety of things that all have to do with legal analysis. So I only cover celebrities if it has a legal case attached to it.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'm doing sovereign citizens. I'm
goodness.
doing
First
Amendment auditors. They're a lot of fun. They're very, very interesting. Moorish nationals. Just like a bunch of like fun, quirky people that upload their crazy shenanigans on YouTube. I like to do that. And then I'll do, I do police interrogations. And also one of my favorite things to do are DUI stops. I really enjoy those. And then any celebrity thing that comes up that has to do with the law, I'm going to get into that as well. So it's just analysis. I do a few videos a week that are non-live stream, pre-recorded reaction videos or analysis videos. And then once a week, I do a live stream, usually Wednesdays at 7 p.m. if you guys are interested in joining.
Fantastic. Nice. Yeah, absolutely. This is a great time to tell folks. I'm loving this conversation. Go check out Natalie's channel. Go check out Ian's channel. I will add them to the description afterwards so you have better links than just me telling you go find them with the search bar. But please do because all of these folks donate their time, give these fantastic conversations, and make all of this possible. And we bounce around to each other's channels and have fun. So please do like, subscribe, absolutely worth it. And yeah, that's man, I can't even.
Natalie's
YouTube double homicide. YouTube, you're an impressive person, Natalie.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Well, and I gotta say, what you're saying about the pacing of emotion is exactly right, because when you're dealing with actual domestic violence files where somebody's not BSing it, what you'll see is sort of they get up on the stand and they've got sort of pre-tension, like they know it's going to be hard and you can see it in their face, and they're not like wound up yet, but they're anxious, they're upset, they don't want to be there, and they might be angry. Sometimes you'll see them shooting death glares and so forth because they might be, but then as things get up, the emotionality starts substantially before the violence, before they get there, because they know it's coming. Like they know that the hard part is coming up and that they have to get there. And it's really stressful even before they get to the difficult part, right? So you'll have them say like, listen, we got home from the restaurant and I need a minute. I need a tissue. And you're thinking, they got home from the restaurant. What's the deal there? Like what?
Right. What's about to happen?
Yeah. What's about to happen? But she never she doesn't do that. The pacing is all weird. It's she's putting on my read on this is just, when you have people who are trying to be deceptive in court, they act like what they think people should be doing and what they've seen in movies. And that's kind of what I feel she's doing is, she's putting on the emotion of how they think it would work, but real people don't necessarily make sense in the same way that, you can't necessarily logic out what emotion is going to look like unless you've seen that several times. So yeah, all of the criminal lawyers I know are watching this going,
it's weird. It's weird. I've never seen anything like it.
Raised eyebrow. I like that, Ian. Raised eyebrow. Continuing with this article, our main man here, Guten Plan. Truth, as we know, is an absolute defense to a defamation claim. So if Ms. Heard can establish that she is a victim of abuse, even if we are assuming for sake of argument that she was talking about Johnny Depp, then he can't win his claim. And I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because we are having a fight over one major aspect of this particular case, and that is the title. So for those of you that don't know and have asked this question in a number of spaces, this title is by far the most specific thing that is in the op-ed. This is Amber Heard using the phrase, well, depends on who you frame it as, is who's using the phrase, but Amber Heard ostensibly using the phrase sexual violence in connection with the claims here. And the Amber Heard defense team, and I think this is a perfectly valid thing to try to defend, is saying we didn't write this. The Washington Post wrote it, very normal for headlines to come from the journalistic outlets. But what we will see, as we anticipate from what was the motion to strike a few days ago in trial time, is that Depp's team is going to say Amber Heard put out a tweet that effectively said, I published this thing I'm linking to.
Right.
And that's going to be introduced as evidence. And it sounds like the judge is going to say, okay, well, that's up to the jury to think about a little bit. And at least by my understanding of what the judge was saying in that motion to strike, suggests that if that evidence does enter in, that she's unlikely to kick the whole question out, which means that as we go back and look at this article, if that stays in, if that's an Amber Heard written, endorsed thing that she has to take responsibility for, you can narrow this pretty specifically to, at least at this point in her testimony, the one story from Australia. And we'll leave it at that for purposes of this conversation. And so to me, that's a big kind of blind spot in this analysis, right? So we get to burden of proof. He says, so let's remember the burden of proof here. He has to prove by preponderance of the evidence and convince the jurors that literally none of this happened. It's one thing if the jurors think that Ms. Heard is embellishing a piece of this, or maybe this didn't quite happen the way it happened, but to win, he would have to convince a jury that it is all fabricated, that it is all made up. And to me,
I don't agree with that.
I don't agree with it either. Yeah, what do you think, Natalie?
That's right.
If the jury agrees that she republished and endorsed the sexual violence aspect, then they could still agree that there was, slapping or pushing or whatever else. but they could find the whole bottle story,
which is yeah,
to be seriously
and
implausible.
the gravity search story as well.
Yeah, I mean, they could find these stories to be extremely implausible, and then say, you know what, on that, that's defamation because she might have been abused in various other ways, but she went so far as to say specifically sexual violence, and we find that didn't happen, and might be worth 50 million.
Okay, so I find a couple of, I completely agree with you, and I find a few issues with this analysis. It's actually kind of like, I don't know who this person is, but the analysis is biased and incorrect, I think.
Okay.
I'm just gonna say it. So, from this person who wrote this article. So
from the person giving the quotes, or what the article writer's doing?
So here, whoever Guten Plan is.
Okay, so Guten Plan is what he describes himself as, I believe, as a high-profile defamation attorney.
I have my doubts. So whoever, whatever.
You heard it here first. Natalie doubts every story she's given. No,
that's true. This is true. I am like a skeptical person. Skeptical face. Okay, so it's a couple things here. Number one, when it comes to the burden of proof, yes, Depp carries the burden of proof, but we have to remember that in our legal system in court, preponderance of the evidence is the lowest standard. The lowest standard. So all the jury has to find is 51%, just a little more than 50-50, that she lied. They can have doubts that she lied, but if they think it's more likely than not that she lied, he can recover, right? So like, let's not just discount that. It's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's a super low standard that he has to meet.
I think that's super important, because I think that gets lost on the internet. People just know beyond a reasonable doubt, like that's just the standard they know.
Yeah.
And so they go around saying that, and it's like, no, you can have lots of doubts. It's what you think is 50 plus 1, 50 plus 1 scintilla, the judge might say.
Exactly. Have they presented evidence that she's lied? We're going to hear that there will be contradictions between what she testified to before and what she's testifying to today. And we know already that she has amplified the story. There's more details to the story that she's never released before. It's
hard to argue, yeah.
So that's enough, at least when they get the credibility of witnesses instruction, for them to find 51% that this is a lie, that she's not telling the truth because she embellished or she's inconsistent. That's number one. Yeah. Number two, he says that the literally none of this happened standard, that is not the standard, right? And the judge found that that wasn't the standard when she denied the defense's motion to strike, which people should have really paid attention to, because in the motion to strike, she said, well, no, because, I found when I gave jurisdiction that a jury could find that she republished when she tweeted. So if she republished this statement saying sexual violence when she retweeted, if the sexual violence is not true, then that is defamation. You're saying sexual violence if it was only verbal abuse or physical abuse, but not sexual, then you lied if you amplified and added sexual. So I don't know where, other than adopting what defense counsel has said, that has already been, by the judge, proven to not be supported by the case law. So I think this is a jury question, and I don't think the jury is going to be instructed the way in which Mr. Gutenplan is saying it will be instructed, or the way in which the defense is arguing, especially not my understanding of defamation law.
No, I agree completely.
The other thing is that juries are one of the worst possible ways of getting to a decision, because juries don't necessarily do what they're told.
No.
I mean, you can tell the jury, listen, this is a big, complicated issue. But if the jury is thinking like a lot of people online, and they might be coming here going, we hate her. And I mean, Hoeg is very reasonably asked that we keep our language to courtroom decorum, because otherwise they're a lot more emphatic about what they might be thinking.
You could just hold up a sign as emphatic emphasis here. No, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying completely.
Saying like, we really hate her, because A, they could be thinking that all of her story, or at least substantial portions of it, are bogus, and B, that she is the primary abuser, and not just the primary abuser, but the primary abuser in horrific ways. Like, the stuff that's been alleged against her is horrific. But the stuff we know happened to Depp is horrific as well. Like, you see his finger off. That is a big deal. And the cigarette ashed out on his face.
Oh, well, you know, he did that to himself.
With
Yeah.
the phone.
I mean,
when she went for he did it to himself, I was like, huh. Okay.
I mean, that's
And it contradicts what she said when he said, I lost a finger. And she was like, yeah, you lost a finger, but it was a fair fight. She didn't say, you made yourself lose your finger when you slammed the phone into the wall. That's your fault. That has nothing to do with me. And I'm sure Depp's attorneys will argue that in closing, and the jury can make their own determination. But the failure to deny that she's the reason he lost his finger is enough evidence for me to think that this story of the phone smashing is something she came up with in preparation for testimony and not what actually happened.
And I mean, so the jurors may well say, we hate her. And sure, technically, maybe it doesn't count, but we're going to give him the money because I think that
could happen. I think well, because imagine you get to the place where you think, and we haven't even seen them do May 2016 yet, where you think that she's fabricated, she's creating scenarios, which the Depp team has indicated they might be able to do. I mean, that's the police officers really cast that into doubt pretty significantly. Yeah. And you get to that place where she's lying about this kind of stuff, even in one major instance. Then you ask yourself who the abuser is, and is there any grander abuse than perpetrating that kind of lie against another person? And yeah, you get litigation privilege. You're not getting sued over this kind of stuff. But like the concept, I think I said on Legal Bytes channel that if Amber Heard is lying, then that's like the goddamn face of evil. And yes, it's my channel, and I can do that.
I mean, they may just want to punish her just because they think she's reprehensible.
Yeah.
And at that point, they've got the tools to do it.
I'm sorry, the poop in the bed. Okay, I mean, I don't. You guys haven't said it yet while I've been here, but the poop in the bed might make her lose the entire case because you seem unhinged if that's something that you're doing. That's just crazy behavior. No offense intended. That is crazy. And she may lose the case on the strength of that alone.
Well, and it really does a lot to undermine her notion of, I'm so afraid of this guy and I'm so terrified. And the only time I do anything to him is reactively. But also, when he's not there, I crap in his bed.
Yeah, right.
I'm just thinking, you know what? I've had some acrimonious breakups. I have not pooped in a single bed. I have not, and if I was terrified of somebody, I'm not like, can you imagine doing that to somebody who you're afraid of?
No.
We're gonna have to assess your credibility on that, Ian. We're gonna have to do some deep psychological analysis on your claim. Never, ever once? I don't know.
But that's like that level of retaliation makes me think, you know what? Okay, so you switch the paradigm and you make Amber Heard the man and Johnny Depp the woman, right?
Oh, there'd be no question.
And in that paradigm, everyone would understand that Amber Heard is the abuser as a man, like Mr. Heard, right? As a man, because when we conceive of traditional domestic violence, we think of these vindictive acts that the man does when the woman tries to get away, right? And it's like people have a hard time conceiving that it could be the woman that's filling that same exact role if she's the abuser. Because I've heard stories of, people trying to leave relationships. And so the man tries to sabotage their job, sabotage their family relationships, burns their house, or the woman keys their car or something like that. Those are the acts of an abuser. They, in my opinion, retaliatory acts are the acts of the abuser.
And that's, I can't agree with that enough, basically, because when you see these breakups in abusive relationships, it's quite common that you'll see like the abuser do things like try to get them fired or, do things to their animals or, all of this sort of thing. I don't see that from abuse victims. I've never seen an abuse victim check herself out of a shelter to go key the guy's car.
Because you're scared.
Yes. And like people in non-abusive relationships will sometimes do crazy things like that on the way out, like key a car. Abusers do that sort of thing all the time. But like like the actual beaten down abuse victim, never seen it. It's just such a jarring, having run dozens or hundreds of, domestic trials, these just seem like so unrealistic. It's just, it's like whenever you're watching a movie trying to handle firearms and they've got a guy with a, shooting off 60 rounds out of a handgun. I'm like, that is not how those work.
Yeah.
This is the equivalent, but in the domestic violence context where I'm just like, that is not how this works.
No.
And it's a mountain, right? It's the little things that add up, right? It's a knife gift. It's the whole of the relationship. When you realize what year you're in, when you're hearing some really horrific stuff that is still years before an engagement and years before a wedding, and people don't act rationally. I'm not going, hey, every single person would do this and this and this and this, but it's all these little bits and bops that go, wow, I just keep yellow flags, at least, if not red flags, just keep popping up. And you say, overall, I don't know that I believe any of this.
I think it's a pattern of her characterizing the relationship from the very beginning as Johnny Depp being somewhat predatory. So it doesn't make, what I'm trying to say is this. I'm not saying that relationships cannot start from one of the partners being predatory or one of the partners being overly possessive or one of the partners being abusive, and then they turn around and they get married anyway. I'm not trying to say that doesn't happen. We all know it happens, right? But it's like everything existed in this relationship from the very beginning to the very end. And she is just, to me, laying it on so thick that it takes away some of the credibility. Because we know, it may feature one or two of these issues or 3 or 4 of these issues. She's featuring every single issue that's in the domestic violence handbook. She's got it. So from the very beginning, he, lifts up her robe and without her permission, but she doesn't get too upset about it. He is putting the moves on her when they're both in relationships and she's not really into it, and she rejects some of the gifts and accepts some of the gifts. But do you see how she's playing him as predatory from the very beginning?
Yes,
it's his movie, right? He's the director and he's kind of casting couch her, a little bit.
We're going to see. In an article, they actually, I found if I picked the right one, I looked at a bunch of these before this episode, that they actually go so far in a media article to call it grooming, which is odd because I think she's in the 20s when she gives that story. But yeah, they actually use that language, and I said it when I first heard it. It's weird. She seems to be throwing all the stories at him.
Yeah.
He is a Harvey Weinstein type, doing things on set. He's also an animal abuser, which she doesn't go so far as, but implied in the middle
Pulls
of
the dog out the window and howls like an animal.
Howls like an animal, and then nobody in the car is brave enough to do anything because of the level of intimidation, and then you go into the velvety love stuff, and it's hard to track, and it does seem like it's everything you could possibly throw his way.
Yeah,
she's such an innocent naive at times, and then she jumps in ways that are really inconsistent. Oh yeah, and then I was partying with some mushrooms and this and that, and I saw him with MDMA, and I was horrified. And I'm like,
yeah.
I know people would be horrified if they saw their partner being MDMA or doing MDMA. They're not the same people who are I'm gonna go have some mushrooms and a cuddle puddle. Those are different.
I need to understand. I really haven't looked up the definition. Is this some kind of hugging thing? I still have not looked up what a cuddle puddle is.
I don't know. That's
basically what
I'm concerned about the internet delivering me things I don't want to know.
Do not open any image links that you get sent. But it's people
are going to DM me cuddle puddles now. It'll be grand.
I don't know.
Basically, keep people all sort of, next to each other kind of thing.
All right.
And
giant hug. All right.
Yeah, that's kind of the idea.
Okay.
And without getting too much into
I'm not getting married, on a private island. I don't cuddle puddles. I don't. Hey, Nothing wrong with that necessarily. I was just, I didn't recognize.
I mean, yeah. Hey, I'm not a lifestyle shamer at all. You do whatever you want, but then don't get up in court and try to act like you're holier than thou when you're literally participating in those very things.
She always, her angle is always the concept that she's like stone cold sober, even
and she's
when
not.
Even when it's
There's
clear
no
that
way
she couldn't be. But it's like it's presented with that perspective, right?
Yeah.
So hey, by the way, is this true? Is this true? Because
is that you?
I think I owe you some thanks, chat, and my guests, of course. That is very, very cool if that's true. If you're otherwise funning with me, that's cool too. I accept.
I think I've seen more than one person say it.
I just refreshed. It's absolutely true. You just
and I was one of those people. I just subscribed, so there's
well, I have to return the favor, I think, because I just go off Alita's links. Well, thank you very much for that.
I'm looking at it right now.
Hey.
Congratulations.
That's awesome. Thank you, chat. Thank you, guests.
We got to get you one of those, those plaques.
Yeah, I think I accidentally promised that I would put it somewhere in camera frame because people were complaining about my wall. So I like my wall. We're not putting like NASCAR ads, endorsements, and things up there. We're not doing it. We're not doing it. But
I've got the my wall art in the background.
There you go. Yeah. See, your wall art is delightful, though, Ian. But this wall is much closer than people think.
I must say, you hitting 80K while I'm sitting here is like blowing my mind because I'm at 79K. So,
well, guys, you know what to do.
Yes, fix that.
Celebration for that. No.
I want you to be on the channel when it happens. That's what I'm saying. Like, I should invite you to my next stream, and then you'll be on, and hopefully
I will happily come visit. But you're going to be at more north of 80 by then because we're going to do it for you right now.
Oh,
come on, chat. Put her over 80,000. Natalie is clearly a very smart person who you're going to learn a lot from. I haven't seen her channel, so this is all a little bit puffery, but I'm sure it's as good as what she
that's okay. I'll try to live up to it. That's quite all right. Now we're gonna I don't really know your channel that well. We're gonna know each other's channels now.
We're gonna know each other's channels. This is LawTube growing.
I just went and hit the subscribe button because I am frankly loving your commentary here, and I'm gonna go watch a ton more.
I'm definitely going to do it too. I just can't hit extra buttons because my entire brain space is taken up with trying to monitor the 4 moving windows right now. So
I get it. Streaming is hard.
It's much harder than I think. It was Saturday where I said to Alita, I said, "You are doing. Oh, okay, thank you. My co-counsel, Mrs. Hoeg, has. I think she bought this. I think it was an expensive award she got. Thank you very much, honey."
Shout out to Mrs. Hoeg.
All right. Well, so between headlines, I love that conversation. I want to do a few super chats. And then the next headline is actually another Guardian piece. If you remember from Saturday, we looked at the Guardian who basically just assumed that Depp was lying and had a lot of language that would be honestly defamatory in certain contexts. We're actually going to look at an article from a different author that talks about trials, especially the ones that are streamed and are going to get popular, as effectively the new way to try to rehab your image outside of the world of what used to be 2020 and Barbara Walters interviews and going on Oprah and doing that kind of thing. So that's coming up after we do some super chats because you guys are way too generous again, and I am falling behind again. So let's talk about a few of them. Zicky's 101. Did you see Chu get all excited after Amber Heard spoke about Kate Moss? You bet we did. Yeah. If you look at the thumbnail from the first episode, that's Chu's face on it going, oh my God, I can't believe they said that. Now, what does that mean for Depp's team? We're going to have to stay tuned to find out. We think some cool stuff could be coming in either on rebuttal or cross.
I just made a video about that. I agree.
Oh, fantastic. Go check out Natalie's video about that. Yeah. Wonderful. No, you can hang out with us too. You can check it out after we're done.
After. Okay.
Darcy Beeman Black, if Johnny Depp can prove Amber Heard is lying, does that automatically prove defamation? So, we said in the Fox News article that goes too far. But if they just were able to prove one lie on one random subject or even one of these incidents, that probably doesn't go far enough. They've got to establish a certain amount of fabulism in the entirety of the character, which right now I think they might be able to just do. But if what she said in the Washington Post is a lie, which is SV and DA, then you've got a defamation case. But any given lie is building up towards that point in time.
They have to show actual malice in the lying as well.
They do. That's, I think, the trick. That's what I thought Amber Heard's defense was going to be, was I presented some stories to my psychologist, and I talked about these things, and what I got back was, you're being domestically abused. You need to do something, and then it's like, well, if that's your story and it makes sense and it doesn't sound like what we just heard in court, I'd sit here and be like, I don't know how I find actual malice if like professionals of various types are telling me that I'm being abused. Like that. That's what I thought they were going to do
as well. I was surprised.
I think that they didn't. I think that her counsel was not allowed to go for the strongest legal argument because she wanted to do it this way. I mean, that's my best guess.
I have a strong suspicion that she is a terrible client to work or to do work for.
I get that feel.
I agree too.
And I mean, other than the fact that she's got money and I'm sure she's paying her bills in advance, that's a great part. But I mean, I suspect she's running the show in a way that they don't want and don't like. And
I said it just from her testimony that when she goes off and starts talking about, well, he said like for the 20th time, it's like, well, they definitely didn't prep her to fall into hearsay all the time. So you could see Elaine. I think Elaine did a good job of trying to get her back to where they might have talked about. But yeah, she seemed like she was gonna say what she wanted to say, and the counsel is got the tiger by the tail. So I'm only a transactional attorney. I'm not a litigator, but certainly you don't need to be in litigation to have your client get squirrely on you.
Oh, I was about to say, you guys still have client control issues, even in transactional stuff.
We sure do.
Yeah.
I mean,
Jackie Joe 15. Oh, I'm sorry, Ian.
There's all sorts of points where you could, the Elaine is going, can you tell this story without telling us what anyone else said? Like,
I thought the judge was wise because she basically lets Elaine just coach her. Like after like the 5th time, like Elaine is like explaining exactly what she can't say. And I'm like, well, technically that's she's going a little far with the descriptions.
Yeah.
But I think everybody in the room was like, no, you're going to have to try to make clear the rules to her.
Yeah. There was a lot of that where I would be like, I would object because I would say at this point, the attorney is being testimonial, like the things that she's saying. But I think that even Depp's attorneys were getting tired of it. And they were just like, it's fine. Just explain to her why she can't say this.
I'm still working on the video about leading, leading what that means.
I'm going to watch that one. Because circling things. Nate!
So many points where it's so obnoxious. Like, I'm going to circle a picture of your face. Do you see any bruises?
Do you see anything on
that was horrible.
And
right here, do you see? How are you going to do the circling for her? What are you doing?
Yeah, I'm just like, who is actually testifying here?
Yeah.
Like, why don't we just get Heard off the stage and put Elaine up there to just be like, my client's story is this.
Nate, welcome to the stream.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you guys doing?
Oh, we're doing great, Nate. We're doing great. We're talking about articles. We're hanging out. We are answering chats from the ridiculously generous LawTube chat audience.
Oh yeah, it's been insane for the past couple of days. It has been insane.
Yeah, no, I could not be more thankful. Nate, for those of you that didn't know or didn't see, was the very first person on anything remotely resembling a LawTube stream from me on Saturday morning at the crack of dawn. Here comes the troops here. Kurt from Uncivil Law joining Nate the lawyer and Natalie the lawyer chick and Runkle of the Bailey. Guys, I didn't even sell what we were talking about today. You're just popping in. I love it.
That's what we do. Isn't that what we do? That's what we do. Yeah, you put a link out there. We're gonna click it, baby.
Yeah. I'm just happy to finally be able to like support you guys now that I'm out of trial hell.
We can just imagine. We can just imagine.
It would be impossible to do both at once. Kurt.
Yes.
Why don't you introduce yourself to my audience? Tell them about what you do legally and what your channel does.
Yes, my name is Kurt. I'm from Uncivil Law. My day job is patent law. On my channel, I talk about pretty much everything else, including most notably constitutional law, because that's where I like to live the most, is in constitutional law. So a lot of Court of Appeals cases, lots of U.S. Supreme Court cases, and, the pop stuff that's interesting because, hey, if you guys want to hear coverage on it, why not? It's legal. It's interesting. Sure. Yeah. Then I'll also talk about some obscure case from, 1830, because that's like, oh, let's talk about, whatever. That's fun too.
I started out this stream, Kurt, saying essentially the algorithm is too darn mercurial. that eventually you come up to the realization that you got to do what interests you, and you just got to make it and be proud of it. Hopefully you build it and they will come.
I'm always proud of it. I love doing this. I love doing the Supreme Court reacts. I love listening to the Supreme Court oral arguments. I love listening to them thinking. Sometimes it gets me to think. Love reading the decisions because it makes me think. And it's great stuff.
Kurt, you're pretty much a nerd.
I am a nerd.
A legal nerd.
I'm a law nerd. I'm comfortable with that.
We're talking. Anybody that's inclined to talk about these things, I think, is they got at least a little bit of nerdiness to them. Heck, half of my Saturday stream was about my favorite Star Trek: The Next Generation episode. Not legal nerdery. I'm actual, multifaceted, full-on nerdery.
Wait, am I about to be excised from like normal LawTube into nerd LawTube? It's going to be the geeks, the nerds versus the jocks. Is that what's happening again? Is it still high school? Damn it! I was hoping I was cool now. Am I not cool? Damn.
If you didn't know we were all nerds, you haven't looked in the back of my background. But I even have replicas of starships from Star Trek here. This is Voyager, and this is the Enterprise E. Like I am like in it, baby. I'm in it. I'm like Hoeg.
Man, I was talking with Joe last night, and I got him to give me his thoughts on 7 of 9's addition to the Voyager series. That came out of nowhere.
Did not approve.
Obviously, that was just all a skin game. They were trying to make.
Yeah, no joke.
That was all.
Oh, come on now. I don't think so. I think Joe knows Voyager very, very well. Are you suggesting he doesn't?
Oh no, I was suggesting that 7 of 9 was introduced
just
for
booty.
skin. She was a skin
booty. Yeah.
I have a small contribution to make this conversation. This is anytime I meet people that are into Star Trek, I always have this question.
Excellent. Let's talk Star Trek.
Okay.
Here we go, guys.
The Next Generation.
Yes.
Is the best.
Of course.
It's not DS9. It is the Next Generation. It's my favorite.
It's close between that and DS9.
Otherwise, go ahead.
I was pitching. I was on Saturday, and I was on last night with Joe. A little bit, very short time, and I'm pitching Measure of a Man. Everybody that's interested in this kind of stuff,
Measure of a Man's a fantastic
philosophy. Go watch Measure of a Man. It's 40 minutes. You will not regret it.
I like Who Will Watch the Watchers for that proposition where they are going where the hologram is broken and that the native people are seeing this Star Trek technology and there's all that things about I like that episode quite a lot.
We are in
that's a good one too.
This is a nerdy space. We're in virtual legality. You can let all that fly as much as you want.
My hot take on this one is that the ordering is Next Generation, DS9, and then Orville.
Yeah,
Orville is good.
Orville is good.
I think DS9 might be slightly better than TNG, but it's hard to compare the two because they're such different shows.
I think that's fair. That's fair to say, but don't tell me OG is the best one.
No, it's not.
That's
definitely
no.
not.
OG is not the best.
No,
folks. This is why Hangouts was added to the title, by the way.
Yeah.
No. I used to think the OG one was best, but no, not anymore. After watching them, no, it's not. What do you think about the new stuff? Discovery and Discovery.
STD. That's how I feel about it.
Oh my god.
That's how I feel about it.
I just want to hit this one while it's on the screen. Jackie Joe 15. She tweeted out the online article claiming authorship. That is definitely coming into play. The tweet is significantly more ownership claiming than I thought it would be. And I think they're going to have to. I think they're going to have to argue that effectively it's not claiming the title; it's only claiming the body or something like that. It's going to be
bullshit.
Yeah,
bullshit. She's sunk.
So
if that title. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Natalie.
No. I'm sorry. You go ahead.
Enterprise is criminally underrated.
Enterprise is criminally underrated. But as Kurt said yesterday, if that title gets in, I think it flips my analysis, my legal, because my legal analysis right now, chat, hate me, but who cares? Johnny Depp was looking at down the barrel of a gun. It's going to be extremely hard for him to win a defamation case based on those statements. But if that title gets in, all bets are off, because it's different than saying I was never abused in a relationship I had for 5 years. How do you even prove that? But I was, but I never sexually assaulted the person. That's, I think, a better claim to better defend.
That's a much stronger statement from her if it's hers. And I think people know that for the most part, I've tried to stick with what's been entered into court only. And then what people say, you can't prevent that, but not going and following the tapes and things like that. One area where I didn't is somebody sent me the tweet, which we know is coming in, like we know it's coming in. So I didn't feel too bad about it. And I was surprised by how much that tweet actually, I thought it was essentially a link. Check this out.
No, it's a lot more than that.
And it's
tell me, what did the tweet say? Because I don't think it hasn't come in the trial yet.
I think I have it
it
somewhere.
hasn't
It's there though.
in. Can you I don't know if I can easily find it. I have too many buttons.
Can anyone remember what? Like, what it
I think
said?
I retweeted it. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, Kurt, if you can share it, I'll share it
myself, because I thought it was just a reposting of the link, which I think is even enough.
Yeah, no, it's more. It very much is pride and ownership. So it's.
I got to see you on civil.
Today I published this.
If you beat me to it, that's fine.
You said this on your. But
I got it.
It's the one on your. It's the one on your timeline. All right, good.
I got it.
You got it.
All right, let me minimize LawTube messaging because that's probably a good thing. All right, and share this screen. I didn't do that last time, but
that's where we
tried
share
it this
plans
time.
for world domination.
Well, don't Curtis put my phone number on the stream before.
All right, it's there. You should be add that to the screen.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
So this is from Amber Heard, December 19th, 2018. Today, I published this op-ed in the Washington Post about the women who are channeling their rage about violence and inequality into political strength, despite the price of coming forward. From college campuses to Congress, we're balancing the scales. Opinion, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence. Well, I'm sold. That's adoption.
Yeah.
That's adoption.
Yeah,
There's not a lot of ways to parse that one.
It was so much stronger than I thought it would be looking at it in that.
And then my personal favorite detail on this whole thing is she commented to herself. She's the first comment to herself.
So let's see
and then she says, I'm honored to announce my role as ACLU ambassador on women's rights. The ACLU is an organization that first inspired me to become an activist. So I couldn't be more excited about our work to make sure women and girls live free from violence and discrimination. Join us. So that's basically, yes, I wrote the article for the purpose of getting into the ACLU and getting into their love and support. Right. I'm so happy I wrote the article about the violence. Yep, that'll do it.
The violence.
Emily D. Baker's here. Not on camera, but maybe. Yeah. Emily?
She might be. We don't know.
There she is.
Hey.
We were just commenting about this tweet from Amber Heard where she republishes the op-ed and she writes some additional words, and the additional words are, yes, I agree with this. I love it. It's the best thing ever.
And it's the headline that they're trying. The smart defense. Her defense was trying to distance from the headline.
Yeah.
Dr. Hughes came in and said that the headline and not being believed in that way was the most dramatic. And I'm like, and there goes your defense about the headline.
I mean, the headline is literally in the tweet.
Yeah, I think
well, you know what else is interesting about this? I believe that's the day after it originally went up. So whatever you might have had from just proximity, I just slapped it off.
Yep.
I think that's the next day.
Yes, that's what's in the complaint. The headline, I think the tweet is a solid count. I think the headline's a solid count. I think the print article is a losing count. But
I
agreed.
The article itself is too general. In what is alleged, that it could be emotional abuse or verbal abuse. That's alleged in the body of the article itself. It's the sexual violence in the title.
That's the killer.
In the tweet. That's it.
And that's what it is. And before she testified, I've said the whole time, and I know most of you have too, this is an uphill battle and a difficult one for Johnny Depp. He's focused on winning in the court of public opinion, and that's what he wants. After she testified, I'm like, I'm
not doing this. I appreciate your super chat. No, nobody's Googling cuddle puddle. No,
hard no.
I'm terrified. Please don't do that.
Well, Emily D. Baker
here because I need to text out to my community that I'm here. I haven't shared with the text.
Wait a minute. These are the
apologies. Emily, congrats on the 300,000. By the way, I haven't had a chance to say to you personally.
Thank you. We're at 316 almost.
I know. I can see. You're crushing it, Emily. Crushing it.
And we've got Hoeg. You got up to 80.
On this stream with my guests, we got to 80 today. Yes,
that's exciting stuff. It's been this trial's been wild. Natalie, you've been in your own trial. You're like, I'm doing work.
I felt terrible because I got a lot of like messages, emails, tweets from people saying, please talk about Depp v. Heard. Please talk about, and I was like, guys, I cannot. I told you, I'm so sorry, but I don't give a damn about Depp v. Heard right now. I have a double homicide charge.
Yeah.
Do it, you know. So.
Yeah, Depp v. Heard that's not on my radar.
Attorneys streaming about this case to explain to people why you don't just give up on objections. It's like objection hearsay, and the defense just goes, I don't think it is. Like literally, you've got Hawaii sitting there going, well, I don't think it is. And I'm like, that's not a legal ground. What the fuck is happening?
Oh, hello, Emily.
Sorry.
Hey.
Family friendly. Apology.
No, let Emily be Emily. Let her out of the cage.
I will let Emily be Emily.
You can't let a person with the cursory words in and not expect cursory words.
I will let Emily be Emily.
Just like you respect the rules on my channel, I respect the rules on everyone else's channel.
I know.
I get
no. You don't have to apologize. You were
for their objections. It's like they don't know.
The number of times they responded to an objection with "I don't understand." It's like,
oh my God.
It was shocking.
Especially because a lot of them were really obvious objections. What do you mean it's hearsay? It's her own state. It's like, do you not understand that?
Party opponent.
Well, it was arguing after the ruling as well. That is a particular pet peeve of mine.
Yes.
And they're not unique in doing this, but I think it's bad form. The judge would say sustained, and then especially the attorney that was directing Amber, she would go, well, it's not being offered for the truth, Your Honor. She's already sustained the objection. Yeah. Don't argue after the ruling. I have such a problem with that.
I was yelling at the screen. I'm like, Elaine, stop it.
Elaine, that was her name.
I call her Umbridge because she reminds me of Umbridge. She's grated on me since the beginning. She's had some good moments. She's done the best she can with a difficult client, but she really has. There are times she has really annoyed me with the, but Your Honor, I don't think it's hearsay. And it's like, that's not the legal grounds is you don't think so, nuh-uh. Like, what is happening?
There's a clip I found, and it just shocked me as a lawyer because there's an objection to leading, and the judge says sustain. She's like, but I said, what if anything? Like she actually says that.
I heard.
She actually does.
Can we say like why that is so bad? Like why that is so bad?
Yeah, Natalie, why is it so bad?
A question can be leading, even if you started out with what if any. If you are suggesting the answer to the person that you're questioning, leading them, you're suggesting the answer. So. She kept doing it. And it's like, you can't it's almost like a really cynical thing to say, what if anything happened after he punched you in the face when no one established that he punched her in the face? Yeah. You're justifying for her. You've already suggested the answer and you think the cure-all is what if any, and it's not.
Yeah. I mean, as an example of where what if anything is fine is like, what if anything happened Tuesday evening?
Yes.
Anything could have happened Tuesday evening. It's not suggestive. But like, what if anything did you say to Joe after this happened? Is telling them what you want them to say
after the beating.
Yeah.
After you got through on the beating part.
What is this so inflammatory in and of itself? It's such a mess.
But hang on.
Bruising do you have right here? What if any bruising do you have on the exhibit I'm marching on in front of the jury? I lost my goddamn. How many trials has this woman done? I know a lot of her cases settle, but this is someone who does a whole lot of depositions and nasty you suck emails and not a lot of trials.
Yeah, I thought half litigation practice was nasty you suck emails.
I ever want to do civil litigation.
Also, trial, I would have expected that some of those leading moments would have just been like, we are done here. We can no longer proceed with this criminal trial. Everybody go home.
Yes.
And we're going to try again. Maybe, or maybe we're just
it would have mistried criminal.
I mean, it might have been even with prejudice. Some of it
totally cut you off.
Yeah, I did want to ask tomorrow if anybody's around tomorrow. I think about 11 or 12. What we've taken all of the objections from Amber Heard's testimony, so we'll play the question. And we stop it, and my editor stopped. Let me stop. Umar, thank you for your work.
Yes, editors, Umar's unsung heroes.
Umar's created the video, so we're playing objections. So tomorrow at 11, we're going to play the question, and when somebody says objection, it stops, and we'll have 10 seconds to say what we think the objection is and whether it should be sustained or not. And then we'll hear the judge's ruling on it, and we're going to be playing against the chat. So we're going to see if the chat, because the chat believes that they get objections better than we do. So I was like, you don't even know what the objections are. So tomorrow we're going to play to see if the chat
play objection Jeopardy. That sounds fun.
If the game is you as hypothetical judge, what would you do? That would be hilarious, because LawTube will dissent from itself in ways that are unbelievable.
I'm assuming we're all going to have different opinions.
But
a lot of them are clear, though.
Who gets to learn about our judging styles? It'd be fun.
Emily, since you are brand new to virtual legality, first of all, thank you for coming. Can you introduce yourself?
Because it was my birthday and I was getting my nails done, so I got to play along from the chat on my phone, which was really fun. But yes,
I saw you driving them. Yeah, I did. That was enjoyable. Why don't you tell the folks here who you are and what your channel does, so people can like and subscribe to you?
Well, hello, virtual legality fun fan crew. I'm Emily D. Baker. I do legal analysis and legal commentary on pop culture issues because I am a giant pop culture nerd. And that's the law nerds live over on my channel at the Emily D. Baker. So that is what I cover. I've covered everything. Oh, and Sweet Summer Child. We're going to talk about Tom Girardi before I leave your
stream. Yes, please. Girardi. Come on. You can swear in my face as much as you want. I'm coming in to the space.
50 words, but I love covering pop culture. I mean, even when I was a deputy district attorney in LA, I was the one who had a producer from Jersey Shore show up on my jury and had to excuse them because I was too much of a fangirl. I can't have you on my jury. Like I want to talk about Snooki and I can't. I have been a pop culture fan. I don't know, since Beverly Hills 90210 growing up as a kid and watching like the OJ trial in high school on the Roland televisions. So perfect blend of my love from law and my love of pop culture. And I'm a full-time content creator now. So that has been a shift that I made since the end of 2020. And I love it. I also have it's been top 3 lately in like 12 countries, the Emily Show podcast. So
nice.
Emily Show podcast is a top entertainment news podcast. So I do that.
That's awesome, Emily. And when I first joined with this particular group of enterprising YouTubers, the people that told me that you gotta get together with Emily because your descriptions are very similar. Because I think my ending is something along the lines of we're talking about the business and law of video games, technology, software, and popular culture through the lens of what you care about. And it's like, oh yeah, Emily does that. You should go talk to Emily. It's like, all right.
More pop culture. I only and like internet culture. I love internet culture. It loops into pop culture for me. So where our stuff is crossed over is like the Bungie lawsuit.
Yep.
I'm absolutely fascinated by, but I also found your videos on it really helpful because you brought the community aspect of it that I didn't fully appreciate. The Destiny, the Destiny community. I'm sorry.
Virtual legality, don't quit. All right. She just got over 80,000. She didn't mean it.
I didn't mean it. I apologize deeply. The wonderful Destiny community. Look, my place Tarkov, I don't know. It's a whole different world over here. But I loved seeing the background of the community. I loved covering it from how well the lawyers wrote it and how much they flamed YouTube over the copyrights.
I can't remember what I said about it, but it was like Bungie versus YouTube. No, they're not a party to the lawsuit.
That's going to fire me anyway because I don't love Star Trek. I'm a Star Wars girl all the way down the line.
I was a Star Wars girl until Disney bought it. I wasn't a Star Wars girl. Damn it, you're going to clip that.
Say Trekkies and Star Wars people, there was a major overlap right up until Disney.
Yeah, I mean, I loved them both, and I loved Star Wars to death. And I just don't like Disney Star Wars. I mean, it is what it is. Also, I just wanted to respond to this chat comment. I know they're not working. I have to go in there after the thing. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about all the guests that have ever been on the show. And then I'm going to star the ones that appear on that episode so that you can link live when they actually show up. But as of right now, I can't do all that fun stuff you see Alita doing and things like that, where stuff magically appears on the description.
He's learning to stream. Give him some time. You're getting to see. You're using StreamYard, I'm guessing, so you can star all the comments.
Yes, which I thought was more automated than it is.
No, if you're doing it yourself, it's still really hard to keep track.
It's not automated.
The other thing I'll just mention briefly, we were talking a little bit earlier about the sort of behind the scenes and the business of YouTube. What's always funny is the people who are like, you have to do a show with so-and-so. And it's always somebody who like there's no way they're going to have time for you. I get like, you got to do a show with people who have like 2 million subscribers in the firearm community. I'm like,
oh, hey, I think Emily's out of my league. All right. So, I mean, she's here on the channel. It's fantastic.
And that's what brings that up is like, Emily, I get, people are like, you should. And I'm like, she's out of my league.
LawTube is my favorite. I remember when Ricada started clowning me for calling it LawTube as the beginning, and I was determined to make fetch.
You took him out.
I was determined to make that happen because it annoyed him so much. I was like, oh, you hate this? I love it.
You won. You won.
Mm-hmm. Well, Alita helped make that happen because she mentioned LawTube with Business Insider, and it's kind of grown from there. And we kept making it happen on Twitter. And I think the group kept making it happen on Twitter. And then it just became LawTube because it is. And, we've taken over. There aren't a lot of communities like this on YouTube anymore. A lot of them imploded pre-pandemic spectacularly. So
I mean, look forward to our Civil War in 3 or 4 years when we get to phase 2 of our project. But that's something to look forward to in the future.
Natalie, I love that you popped out and came back on. So now we get to be like,
oh yeah, now we're each other fun.
Yeah, these are other things. It's like, I know I've seen Alita move these around if necessary. I have no idea. Maybe I just drag him. Who knows? We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out at some point.
But it's LawTube's been really fun. It's great to get to pop in person and say hello to everybody. And this trial's been, I mean, I don't think anyone expected it to have this much public interest.
No.
Oh my God, no.
It's only getting bigger. The snowball's rolling really, really high this week.
Her cross-examination is going to be very busy days on YouTube.
It's going to be, it's I thought Rittenhouse was insane.
I'm hoping
but this is like Rittenhouse, like on steroids.
Well, because of pop culture.
Unbelievable.
So had a very deep political component, and a lot of people didn't want to address the political component or had their feelings going into the trial based on what they'd seen in headlines and didn't care. There's this large curiosity of pop culture because we've seen her side so much, and we've seen her side through the UK trial. And this is the first time we're seeing him talk about it. And I think his testimony brought people in. But now everybody just wants to flame her on the internet and see if she's lying. I mean, Amber Heard's a psychopath is trending on Twitter right now.
Yes.
The new PR team is doing a bang up job, I gotta say.
Johnny's PR team is you gotta hire them whenever you can.
Her PR team put out the most preposterous statement I've ever seen. And they're prosecutors turn to persecutors. I'm like, they're plaintiffs' lawyers, for the love of God. What's wrong with you? Get the right.
Oh, Emily died. She got so excited she froze up and died. No, Emily, I'm actually sad you missed. It was the very first thing we covered in this space was looking at those two statements. And one of the things I said was I still refuse to believe that the Amber Heard team, like that is a real statement. I'm going to stick with internet posts because it sounds so awful.
It sounded so awful.
It seemed like a troll, but I think the client control is gone. I think Amber Heard is like, I am paying you to do what I want. This is my show. This is my PR statement. And I think this is completely client directed.
Yeah, sometimes you get those crazy clients though. I've had crazy clients where you're like, well, we really don't want to. No, I want to do it. You're paying the bill, but don't forget, there's certain things you can't do. But it's unfortunate. But yeah. Yep, I think she's one of those. But I also think Johnny Depp's his statement, you can tell it was because she made up some things on the stand, and I think he felt it. So you could tell when that statement came out, you can feel the emotion in that statement. Like it was so emotional. The best. I was like, okay, Johnny's upset because there was a lot of narrative up there.
Well, the story keeps getting better, like more dramatic every time.
Natalie, you're muted.
She might be talking to somebody else though.
No,
you're muted here. Her story went from there was a little bit of hair that she took a picture of to there's hair all over the apartment. Like it kept her story kept growing as she was testifying. The thing that was the hardest for me was she was saying my back was here. No, my chest was there. And when her sister's positioning, she kept flipping back front. I've never seen witnesses or victims in criminal court do that in their testimony, flip around positioning. They always have this, like I was here and they were there. They're always very real in accessing that memory. And she kept flipping it around and it was very weird.
Did you see the picture of her hair supposedly torn out of her scalp and the scalp there? Does that fit with anything you've seen in it?
No. Scalps. See, the thing about like the areas that are so vascular, like your face and your feet, they swell a lot. They bleed a lot. They do a lot of things. And sometimes injuries look worse than they actually were. People can be like, no, it didn't, you know, I got bumped by this thing and I've got this massive bruise. She has none of that. And she has no swelling. She's like, I got popped in the mouth. If anyone's ever been popped in the mouth, they know how much it swells. Like this jury, there's no way no one on this jury's been injured.
Yeah. She's the Terminator. She says that she was thrown around a room and over broken glass. And she's like, I got some mild bruising, maybe that some people could see and some people couldn't.
Dragged from like room by her hair. Drag.
Yeah.
She needs to get into MMA because she'll just be invincible.
You can't bruise me. The Australia, see the part that I think blew up everybody on her last day was the Australia thing. Because she said right before so during the incident, she's saying he cut off his finger. But so he did that with the phone. But then during that incident, he's dragging her on glass. He's punching her in the face. He's beating her up. He rips off all of her clothes. And then security comes in. And nobody says anything about her being naked or beat up. Matter of fact, she's the one that's saying, hey, let me help you guys look for the finger. So it's like what you testified to doesn't match what just happened 2 minutes later because you're there looking. Matter of fact, you're saying you're sorry you hit him. That doesn't, you know, for such a violent assault. And on top of that, the bottle incident happened during that time. But such a violent assault, it just didn't make any sense that the recording would be so different than what she was saying happened just 2 minutes earlier. Does that make sense?
Yes. And anyone who's seen witnesses or victims testify to essays like that, they generally have some consistency in how they describe that. And it was not consistent at all with the way she described things. She's like, I just felt some pressure. I'm like, the fuck you did. Sorry. I'm going to curse jar. She's also, I'm going to start super chatting.
It's over 2 hours. It's over 2 hours. So it's okay now.
I don't
Emily,
I apologize.
You know what? If we act on do your best principles, I'm more than happy to have you here.
Oh, that is so sweet.
Telling the jury, I'm praying the bottle wasn't broken. I'm like, if it's a broken bottle, you know. Like there's no.
Well, that was a big thing for me when she was like, I wasn't even thinking about the fact that he was doing this. I was hoping that the bottle wasn't broken.
You would know.
What are you saying?
Yeah.
What are you saying? You were hoping. There were two ways in which she described that I found disturbing. Like you said, she varied between I felt pressure on my pelvic bone.
Yeah.
And it was inside of me. And then I was hoping the bottle, ma'am. I think she forgets that she's existing in a human body. Like you have a human body, right? Like a frail human body that we all have made of flesh and bone and skin. And you are being just torn left and right, but not a single cut, not a single bruise. And you're being assaulted with, and she's trying, it wasn't a handle bottle. It was a regular size bottle. A vodka bottle or whatever is still humongous. Humongous.
Yes.
What are you
saying? She's not a scriptwriter. And she doesn't account for injuries. It's like she's trying to describe a scene out of The Matrix.
Exactly. This is from someone who has not lived real life.
Yeah.
You can talk about breaking horses with your dad when you were a kid and you being tough all you want. You can think that you're tough, but physically you still live within the realm of a human body. That is
reality.
Laws of physics and reality that we're all subject to. You're not going to be walking around on broken glass with no cuts in your foot.
And then walking through 3 airports the next day. No injuries.
Terminator.
And then doing ballet the next day after that.
The ballet the next day.
Very interesting.
Going to look at her story and maybe look at his story and say, okay, taking what they said out of it.
Yeah.
What did everyone else say? What did Ben King say? Because Ben King to me came across as a kind of mortified witness, like embarrassed that this happened on his watch, but he didn't come across as someone who would be like, oh, it's totally okay for a woman to get hit.
It wasn't the same as the security guard lead. Ben came across differently. The security guard lead I had to discount a lot because it's like you're going to say whatever for Johnny.
But not the last one. Travis McGivern seemed to be kind of mortified that this all went on. And he seemed to be very much Team Amber. And when Johnny Depp got mad at him saying, I got punched because of you, he was like, he was right. He was kind of trying to not interfere with them arguing too much. And it was the one who had traveled with Amber Heard more than with Johnny Depp. So I think when you start to look at those independent witnesses, she has got to bring some very good independent witnesses, or it is going to be a big, big problem.
I
like
really
say this mystery flight attendant who
I would love to hear from that flight attendant.
who was doing MDMA and had her wrist threatened to be crushed by Johnny Depp.
Yeah, this
in
is
a
just
very theatrical way.
At this point, at least for me, it's going to take more than one, even if they're credible, because she has told such a grandiose story.
Well,
she has to like back up this story. This is why I don't understand what she's doing, because if she had come on softer, you know, and made less extreme claims, her attorneys did a very good job of stretching open what's possible when you're talking about domestic abuse. And then maybe even sexual violence. Maybe they're doing a good job there, but she's making
filter this through Dr. Curry's testimony.
Yeah.
I can look at Dr. Curry's testimony and then filter it through when you're like, I don't understand why she wouldn't. She's been sitting in court. She has the ability to downplay, to match her testimony to the photos if that's really what happened. And she blew her testimony out of the water, and then you see the photos and you're like, wah.
And then she's trying to explain the photos as she's testifying to them. Like, okay, well, you know, it may be a little hard to see here, or you may not have seen the breast there. Like you're giving a prophylactic to every single thing that you're
She used a lot of that language. There was a lot of, I know this sounds crazy, but like all over the place.
That's weird. That's a weird thing to do.
She was trying to control how the jury felt, and she kept looking to them for approval and saying, you know, this sounds this way, and I know this sounds this way. Stop. I've never seen a victim preface, I know this sounds crazy. I've heard them say, this is what happened. I've heard them say, this is what I remember. I had a witness to a crime when asked, did you know if it was a man or a woman? She goes, they were dressed all in black. I thought it was a ninja. And she would not move off of that testimony. That is what she thought. That is what her impression was. And she's like, I don't know, man, woman, whatever. They were dressed all in black. They look like a ninja. This is not, she's not consistent with any testimony I've ever seen given. And she's testifying to crimes. That's what she's testifying to, but it was not, it was just, Natalie, you're at 79.7.
Oh, good.
Oh,
good.
That's not good at all.
300 subscribers away for Natalie. I think this can happen.
Let's get her to 80,000 today, people.
I think
subscribe to Natalie Lorchek.
Speaking of people that have ridiculous things happening to them right now, if you haven't checked out our buddy Rob's ridiculous video, woodworker attorney debunks Amber Heard's broken bed testimony, trying to order those words as only Rob can to try desperately to avoid the innuendo he created himself by talking about breaking beds while hosting a channel called Law and Lumber. He is doing fantastically well. He's already got 8,000 subscribers here. This is out of date. I would be willing to bet that this screenshot that I don't want to move around because it'll add YouTube ads and things is already higher than this. You should check out Rob, who says, I believe Emily should donate for her F-bombs. So, you know, I don't know. We don't have a policy in place. There's no consideration.
I thought that was Law and Lumber saying, I got you, girl. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay. Oh, this is, I see. All right. Yes. Okay, Rob.
While I'm happy for him on one level.
I got that as well.
Yeah, that video has 20K views and he's over 9,000 subs.
He's gonna be a 10
I need to
on
go
day
and watch this video because I saw it in the chat, but like I was coming out of court as it popped up. I need to watch this tonight. I'm very excited.
Here's the only thing. I said this to Ian at the top of this episode. I said we may have made him think this is easier than it is.
Yeah, dude, I can't help being a little bit mad at him because let's talk about how long it took me to make my first 1,000 subs, how long that journey was, and then the journey to 10,000. That took quite a long time too.
Almost a year and a half.
And now he's there instantly. This is wrong. This is morally wrong.
5,000 for almost 6 years to 5,000 subs.
Yep.
Yeah. The thing I said on Twitter, and I'll stand by it, is that at this point, if her testimony now includes a vampire and a dragon showing up the next day, it hasn't gotten any worse. Like it's still believable.
Same level of belief.
I believe vampire because she might be one. Maybe it's just one of her brethren visiting.
Oh my gosh!
It does. It feels like she's trying to recreate a movie script with how big. And I think, and I've been very careful on my channel when I talk about the things that are off in her testimony. I don't want to try to give people languaging to do this better. I just try to point out the inconsistencies without trying to get too deep into it. Because Natalie, I'm sure you've done between the trials and prelims, hundreds, if not thousands of cases, and hundreds, if not thousands of witnesses and victims testifying that you see. It's not consistent with anything. And I've gone across the board with all of the trial lawyers I know, and all of them, most of them are outraged, especially the sex crimes prosecutors are just outraged. Testimony. And I don't know, we still don't know how it lands with the jury, but I have to think they noticed that Johnny Depp was locked in on his lawyer trying to get through his story, and his lawyer was trying to pull out the details. She was looking dead ass at the jury, offering more detail than I've ever seen somebody who's been subject to something that is the worst thing ever offer. And she said the testifying was the worst thing she's ever been through, and then recounts all of this horrific stuff. I have to think that the jury's picking up on that.
She says the testimony's the worst. She says she has memory issues and only flashes. You have Hughes immediately before her saying she doesn't have an exaggerative style and she doesn't have BPD. You have Curry's testimony floating through your head, which the one perfect part to that for me is that when that sequence where she talks about they use a lot of flowery language and magic words, and even when they're describing something that is, normal. And I think there's bunches of pieces of truth in Amber Heard's testimony, but even those pieces of truth are described as if they are setting the stage for camera pan-ins on some kind of thriller, right?
Yeah.
And so
she was gleeful in her descriptions of. So there's this, like I said, psychology is not my thing, although my bachelor's is in psychology, right? And something I learned in my bachelor's program was that people that are manipulative like to appeal to disgust because it gets you on their side. So the more disgusting and gory the details are about a person or thing that you don't like, the more that you turn people away from that thing that you don't like, right? Be it a political subject matter, be it a person, it's a tool of manipulation, right? And so here she is so clear to say Johnny Depp defecated on himself, right? Like he may have said I pooped the bed, but he defecated on himself. And just unnecessarily just throwing that little detail out there. And, I had to clean him up. And I did that anyway, throwing that little detail out there, completely unnecessary, completely irrelevant, but I want to make sure that you hear it. And then he did all these gory and disgusting things to me. I'm going to make sure that you hear all these gory, disgusting details, some of which are more than what you testified to before or has never testified to before or is different. And so that really concerns me. It concerns me that you are exaggerating. And like you said, it sounds more in tune with what the first psychologist said and not in tune with what her psychologist said.
Natalie,
so I threw Hughes in the bin. I mean, she's so far away from what you can just see with your eyes. It's like, okay, Hughes, you're out.
Well, and she goes,
popped something to me. Sorry, Runkle. They played that random vomiting clip to Johnny Depp that had no context and nothing else. And what you're saying about the disgust, I was like, the only reason her team's doing this is if she directed them because she wants to embarrass him. She talked about him throwing up in his sleep every single night. And I was like, this, to me, it reeked of embarrassment, but it makes so much sense when you're talking about the disgust factor, because again, if he was vomiting in his sleep that often, he would not still be alive.
He would be dead. Thank you. Yeah. That is, and again, I don't know how you signal that to the jury, but that is how people that overdose die 9 times out of 10. They aspirate on their vomit, right? Like anyone who's worked in the criminal context or the health field knows this. They aspirate. What are you saying? This man did this every single night. Like that is it's astronomically like insane thing to say. That is just not true. Like that's not true that anyone could do that most nights.
Well, like every night. She was saying he does this every night, and I'm like, and he would be dead. There's not a chance.
It's like that. Doesn't she say he takes a dozen of some kind of pill or some kind of drug at one point? I'm like, well, that doesn't sound
of MDMA. She's like 8 to 10. But Johnny's story makes a lot more sense when he's like, I had this back injury on Pirates. I got hooked on narcotic painkillers. And when he described that journey, I was like, I feel your testimony. I hear you. And my chat was like, this seems so believable. When he talked about the grips of that addiction, he's like, I didn't really use these other drugs to party. I used them to escape my own brain. But this painkiller, I took it and I passed out and went to sleep. And that's consistent with all the photos she's shown. It's not consistent with everything else that she said. So when you said there's these moments of truth, I thought when she was describing their verbal arguments, she sounded very true. She spoke she had detail and she's like, and this is what we were doing. It sounded very true. It was very fluid. When she talked about her career and her career frustrations, I think she 100% believes that was on him. and whether it was or wasn't, whatever, but she believed that testimony.
It's a legitimately held belief. Yeah.
It wasn't fantastical. It was just very like, he was telling me if I didn't want to be viewed this way, I couldn't do this and that. I believed all of that testimony, but then she gets into these instances of violence and starts describing them like an action film without the requisite injury, not a broken rib, not a broken bone. I've never heard somebody that's been hit multiple times not say, I remembered the bruise on my arm, or I felt the bruising on my ribs. She doesn't talk about the feelings in her body. And then
she's locked into no medical treatment, right? I mean, like she's locked into no records of that.
You know what it is like? Oh my God, I just had an epiphany. It's like the 40-year-old virgin when he said that a woman's breast feels like a bag of sand because he's never felt a woman's breast before. Like, you don't.
This is a perfect analogy, by the way, but it's still very funny.
It's sorry, but you don't know what it feels like to get beat up because you've never been beat up before. Because that's not what it feels like to get beat up. That's not what it feels like to be assaulted in that way sexually. That's not what it feels like. And you don't know how to describe it because you've only ever acted before. You've never felt real life pain. And so it's just like, that's how it came across to me. It just wasn't real.
Same. And watching her sob, check jury sob, I'm like,
cold tissue for photographer sob.
I mean,
for photographer.
She should be able to do better at faking it, because it's not like there's any shortage of real domestic violence stories out there in any number of books or articles or podcasts or whatever. Like
she put them all into her testimony.
Yeah. She should be able to use pretty authentic descriptions if she did her homework. She's had plenty of time.
But the problem is she took everything she's ever heard about domestic violence, every possible way it can play out, said that they all happened to her, and that they were all so much worse because she had to then juice them up to 11. And we get this story that's just like, either you are the toughest person alive who's sustained the worst possible scenario, or this is complete,
garbage.
And no voice cracking, no snot. It was like, I want a pretty cry. I don't want my eyes to get puffy. I've not seen anyone who wasn't red-faced, puffy-eyed, and snotty, even if they haven't started to cry. And she was going through these hysterical sobs saying his eyes were black. I couldn't see him anymore. And I'm like,
the metaphor.
That's not real life. That's not real life. What are
People don't testify in metaphors when they're talking about what actually happened.
No,
you heard us all on the panel at the Legal Bites side of things, where we had a confusion because she then describes like his pupils or like where he's looking, and somebody's like, "Well, I thought he was in black." I'm like, she's speaking in metaphor. It's poetry. He's a monster now.
I didn't even
think Beowulf.
Like, I didn't even think that was possible. Like, when she said that she couldn't see him, I was wondering, like, is she testifying that she's got eye damage at this point, or that she's held in the ground, or like
she would have had brain injury backwards and hitting the wall and stuff. The fact that she has no TBIs, no concussions, it just, none of it makes sense. And it made me great. Natalie, congratulations.
Yes, congratulations.
We got to pause. We do. We got to pause. We have a super chat also. 80,000. Natalie.
Celebrate good times. Come on.
Wow.
It's a celebration.
I'm never gonna have enough Kurt chair dancing. I have to tell you. Congratulations, Natalie. That is awesome. Thank you for dropping in. This is
I'm glad that I got to celebrate this here with you. Thank you to all of your wonderful subscribers. All right, virtual legality. This is amazing.
They just go where the skills are. You've been an awesome guest.
Thank you.
It's amazing just watching people jumping up here. But I'm doing the attention deficit thing and watching a video of Natalie's at the same time as
right now.
Yes,
Ian, while on this stream, is watching a second video and then commenting on what he hears from this stream to the person who made the video he's watching.
It's like Inception.
I love it.
It's LawTube Inception.
Yeah.
Well, I've gone through one headline story. I feel to not be lying in the title of the video, I have to do at least two. So if anybody wants to jump off here, I am going to bring in another. Oh man, my share went away.
Another.
Right, give me a second.
Not Tom Girardi.
No, not Tom Girardi. I think I teased this one whenever, an hour ago.
You did tease it. I remember. I agreed with it. Mm-hmm.
And I got people that are actually offering to pay for Emily to curse on my videos. So, you know, we're going to have to talk about the rates and things here. But, you know, I'm willing to sell the channel out, but it's a different number here.
I can promise you, though, that cursing is not, I mean, after the first couple of minutes of the video, cursing does not kill your monetization like people think it does, because I've experimented with that quite deeply on my channel. I think Amber Heard's testimony from Thursday can't be monetized.
Oh, totally. No, just launching it at different times. No, it's really not about that. It's just that's just who I am, but it's really no big deal.
You see me know the curse words follow. I will try.
That's all I ask.
I used to be able to get
so organically that I don't notice that you're doing it until someone's like, "Whoa!" And I'm
it's
like,
just me that reacts. It's just,
that's one of the things when I switched into just doing commentary on my channel, that I was like, I can't not curse. That's authentic to me and how I talk.
Yeah.
But I was able. Look, I was a lifeguard growing up, and I, you know, worked in trial work. I've successfully been able to be in very large venues not cursing, so it is capable. But when I'm on YouTube, I'm myself with my friends, and this is
absolutely totally understood. So no, I find it amusing more than anything.
Although
so it's a what would I call it? It's an aspirational goal, Emily. It's an aspirational goal. So
what
it's always
first of all, as long as we're doing drives.
Yeah.
Kurt, how close are you to 70?
Well, let me check. Hold on.
"Ooh,
68.6. So I need 1,400 more.
That's within the realm of plausibility for a single stream, I think, Kurt. And this is an audience that doesn't necessarily know you. You don't know.
That's right.
Go like and subscribe to Kurt and Natalie and Emily and Ian. They are all doing me a big time solid for popping in as I try to figure out what a streaming schedule even looks like within my work day. So I very much appreciate it to all of them. And yeah, if you could put a like on this video, that helps YouTube know that we're having fun here. I can tell you right now, this number that you're already at, 6,000 plus concurrent, is a record for the channel.
Nice.
So I thank you very much for it, and everybody that's already joined us. And yes, I feel like I have to do at least 2 headlines in order to make my thumbnail not a lie. So we've got a lot of hangouts, and let's talk about The Guardian. And this is that's not a Destiny reference. It's not Guardian.
Hurt me, isn't it?
It's definitely not an Overwatch reference.
Disney just opened New Guardians at Disney.
Yes, my wife was showing me clips from the intro to the Guardians ride at the Universe of Energy, and you want me to really nerd out here. I find that their jokes about no longer having Horizons or Universe of Energy with dinosaurs to be very off-putting. Mr. Chris Pratt. So, you know, that's
fair.
3 people on Earth got that. If Alita were here, she would have laughed.
I laughed. You just can't see all of my face or Natalie's.
Oh, no kidding.
Right, I'm like, hi, I'm still here.
You're absolutely right. This is the buttons. Thank you actually for saying that, Emily. I know it was a joke, but that would have been up for the rest of the thing. Okay, so The Guardian we talked about on Saturday has one of the more problematic versions of describing what's happening in this case that we looked at, that actually assumed that Johnny Depp did exactly what Amber accused him of, that he wrote the lipstick note about Carly Simon because she couldn't possibly know who that was, all that kind of stuff. This is a different author.
What? He wrote the lipstick note after his figure was chopped off in red lipstick and perfect penmanship.
Not only that, they didn't, it's when I say assumed, they didn't make an argument, Emily. They just say, well, it's Johnny Depp's, what he did. It's linked in the previous video, but I'll also send it to you. It is absolute, not alleged, not anything. It is demonstrable that Johnny Depp did these things.
And the moment when they are trying to establish this in court is surreal. I suspect it results from her telling a different story to her lawyer than she actually told on the stand. I suspect that, but I can't eliminate the possibility that it was just her lawyers trying to pull a fast one, because they're trying to establish this thing of ordering of the different colors of marking.
Oh yeah, they were asking, is this above or below?
Yeah, and I'm like, that's expert evidence. You can't get this through Heard unless
she wrote it.
She told you beforehand that she saw it written or she wrote one of them. And I think she must have said, listen, I wrote the Carly Simon said it better, but I did that like a couple days ago. And then he wrote over it. And then in court, she tells a different story, and you can actually hear her lawyer do this, like stammer as she just changes gears.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I think that's the moment where Elaine gets paid, like shows why she gets paid the big bucks, because she really did a good job of like
recovering,
change gears and cover this up so the jury doesn't see what just happened. But I'm that's my belief as to what went down there. But there is
writing and lipstick is completely unbelievable. It's completely unbelievable.
It is completely unbelievable. Well, I mean, when you have to go and say, have you even ever heard of Carly Simon, Ms. Heard? It's like, really? You're gonna double up on that, huh?
But she loves your jazz music, and that's how she connected to someone who was double her age.
Well, yeah, and also
she loves old movies. She loves old music.
I'm into all the same things he's into, so now you can't back away from that and say, I don't know who Carly Simon even is.
Who?
Right.
Yeah. What could that note mean?
And I don't know who anyone is. And if I know who Carly Simon is, I know she knows who Carly Simon is.
I think I said I'm not even a music guy, and I know who Carly Simon is. And I got these chats, and I got a couple DMs. They're like, "You don't like music, Hoeg?" It's like, that's not what I mean.
Rumors on the internet: Hoeg's a Star Wars girl who hates music.
He hates joy.
It's gonna be a tweet. It's gonna be a tweet. It's gonna say Emily Baker. That's the quote that's coming out. That's
Emily
fantastic.
Says, Hoeg laws
Streaming,
not legal.
Streaming, folks. Okay, so The Guardian has that as background, and I actually think this is a much better piece. I think if you've been following me around at least a little bit, you know I'm very interested in the culture stuff that's coming out of this, and how this court case is working. Everybody's really interested in this. You're getting a lot of chin-stroking opinion pieces, some of which are good, some of which are awful, some of which I'm trying to lightly manipulate with the quotes that I give them. And so this one effectively says that what celebrities used to do to rehab their image was to go on Oprah Winfrey or to go on 2020 with Barbara Walters, to get a glossy covered page type article. And what Johnny Depp and his team are doing here is writ large one of those kinds of moves in a trial setting. So their subheadline here is: the famously private Johnny Depp chose to air his dirty laundry with help from his legal team. In these times, there's no such thing as too much information. And that's their premise. I'm going to link this, of course, so you can check it out yourself. We try to use limited amounts of this. And I think the overall thesis at the top here is correct. But money isn't the point here. Reputation is.
Agreed.
That Depp, a top-earning A-lister and famously private before all this, chose to air all of his dirty laundry, the surreptitious recordings, the ribald texts, the prolific substance abuse, simply to remove the stain of Me Too from his person, at the very least shows how deeply committed he is to restoring his good name. I think we're in broad agreement on that thesis. Am I accurate there?
I will say that some of this was already out because of the UK trial. So I think his legal team, when looking at what's going to happen, if you sue in the UK, what does that look like for you? I think this decision was made in the UK trial before it was made here. But yes, he knew that was coming out. This is now an addendum or an asterisk to that, where he gets the rest of his story out, which is why he fought for the cameras in the courtroom. But yes, I mean, the texts were out, the audio was out, all of this was out before this trial.
I also think, well, just to build on that, I don't think as many Americans paid that much attention to the UK trial. And I feel like you kind of had to be like, oh, I pay attention to these things. Yes. And now I think the fact that it's in the US, on Zoom, on YouTube, maybe on some people's TV channels, I'm not really sure, makes it so that it's in your face, even if you weren't really paying attention before. And also, I think in addition, there's a factor of, I may not be able to restore my reputation, but God damn it, you're going to get some of this mud too. Like, you know,
there's definitely some of that.
Yeah, you know, like your,
huh? Yeah. Mutually assured destruction.
Exactly. Like, you shouldn't get to keep Aquaman. You shouldn't get to keep, you know, whatever endorsements you have. You shouldn't get to keep these things when you also abuse me. Because there are some people that are watching this and saying, I think they were both abusive, but I thought it was just him before. And that is a win for him because he dragged so far down.
Agreed.
You know, so.
It's a good metaphor. You're going to see it in this article.
I agree. It's the mutually assured destruction is something I said was kind of from the beginning, because most of his stuff's been controlled by her narrative. So
yeah.
Yep. And I agree. And I think part of this is, I think you're right about the Sun. I think this is overall a kind of think piece that's considering them together, that he goes after the Sun from their 2018 article for the same reason, and this is the extension of that.
Yep.
Yeah.
He says, no doubt Depp risks overexposure by untangling his mess of a personal life. So why is he putting himself through such intense scrutiny? Well, for 4 decades, he's established himself as a fallible star who isn't easily embarrassed. In court, he doesn't have to worry about his side of the story being condensed for space, clarity, or context. And in these modern times, snarky as it seems, there's really no such thing as too much information. Depp might feel he caught a major break when Fairfax County Judge Penny Ezkarate, I don't think I've ever had to say it, so I apologize, allowed Court TV and others to broadcast this tragic affair, effectively setting an actual stage for one of the best actors of his generation, probably accurate, to play to the camera and milk his close-ups. Perhaps he thinks
he's maybe most beloved.
Yeah, I mean, he's very loved. Absolutely.
Loved.
Perhaps
I didn't know how loved he was until I started watching this trial. Gosh, I love him.
TikTok has shown you the love with the Captain Jack Sparrow run memes.
Yeah, they love him. And Netflix loves him too, because now there's nothing but Netflix in my recommended. That's Johnny Depp, you know?
This is why I need you around, Emily. There's TikToks. They run with the arms out. They're doing the Johnny Depp.
The Captain Jack Sparrow runs has become this huge. My TikTok is absolutely flooded with this trial. People who are like, I'm not interested in law, but I need to see this. I need to see that. People love the conspiracy theory of, is Amber Heard doing whatever on the stand? I mean, people have gone deep with this trial, but even in the larger context of celebrity, you've seen other celebrities doing like Jack Sparrow run memes on their TikTok. So it's really, now we've got, you know, us muggles and traditional celebrities all engaging on social media, watching this happen in a way that's never really happened before because you don't have access to it. I mean, the amount of blue checks in my DMs across platforms is bananas, and everyone's fascinated by this trial and wants to know. And it's everybody wants to understand what hearsay is now, which is, whoever thought that would happen? Whoever thought that the muggles would want to know? Like, but explain hearsay to me more.
It's funny because like, I still remember sitting in evidence class and being like, well, so the syllabus is like at least 1/3 hearsay.
Yep. Why? Why is it so much?
Well, it's real hard. There's a lot of stuff on it.
Real hard, guys.
You don't even learn it all the way until you get into practice and using it. I mean, in theory, it's great, but imagine all the law students that get to now sit down with this trial and be like, oh, that makes more sense. I have context for it that you didn't really have before in a real way.
It's examples of something you already care about. Like that's the premise, maybe not of all of LawTube, but at least a number of our channels, where you say, hey, you got this news story that you care about, and now let's talk about some of the stuff that's the scaffolding and the background and all that. And I think that's so useful. This is why when I'm giving quotes on this stuff, I'm like, no, it's not. It's not just crazy people on Twitch putting calendars up and all this kind of thing. This can be useful. You get out what you put in to some extent in terms of who you look to watch this with, but yeah, it can be very useful.
Well, so much of our life in the U.S. is governed by laws that people don't understand. They don't know how our court system works. They don't know how the process works unless someone they know has gotten swooped into it. And so this, I think, gives everyone, like, civics goes over your head in high school because you have no context, and everyone's coming back around to learn. And then the international audience on this has been huge because of the celebrity driving it. And people are like, wait a sec, you have juries. Wait a sec, how are the juries picked? Wait, from just members of the public? They're not professional. They're not paid. Are they educated on the law? Do they go through law school? Wait, they don't. They're just normal people that the lawyers have to educate in real time. It's for the international crew too, seeing how our system works so differently is also pretty wild. And I think really interesting.
Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. And what's interesting to me about this first paragraph is that they end with this, perhaps he thinks he can pull off the role of a lifetime, which of course is a mirror to what his team tells folks just happened with Amber Heard's first day and a half of testimony, that's what she's doing. Now we have different opinions on whether or not she was succeeding in the role, as Johnny Depp would frame it.
Yeah,
that was an opening that is what this is from her. That's been their whole premise of this case. She's playing the role of a lifetime, and Heard's premise is he's an obsessive, abusive ex-spouse, and that this trial's further abuse.
Yeah, and he's a monster when he gets various substances in him, like the Hulk, like a rage monster.
Yeah,
it's not only that; it's a little bit more insidious too. It is that, but they're also kind of saying, yeah, he says he didn't do it, but he wouldn't really remember because he was drunk and high the whole time.
Yes.
There's a statement that her people just put out, and they were just like, well, we're not surprised he probably can't even remember half the things he did. That's what they're implying to the jury, that he doesn't remember it, so just believe her because she wasn't drunk and high the whole time. And I find that to be disgusting because I still think there's an undercurrent of he's a drunk, he's a druggie, he deserves to get his ass kicked. That's kind of how it's coming across to me. And I
got upset about those portions of the statement that are, they're hiding from evidence by, using the rules of evidence.
And that's disgusting.
Yeah, and then that kind of thing, because it just puts people that are otherwise watching from afar that don't have any background in this, on their back foot.
And it's like when people call constitutional objections, they use loopholes, legal
technicalities. Yeah, there are no technicalities. There's only law.
Excuse me, no, it's called the Constitution, and they're called rights, not technicalities and not loopholes.
Yeah. It's only our most important legal document.
Right.
So, there's that.
I hear you.
Oh, it's just a technicality. No, it's called the Fifth Amendment.
I felt that way with the Cosby discussion, right? The Cosby discussion may well be a massive injustice, but that was a constitutional question.
Yeah, it was. I did agree on that, and that was a major problem. And that was what it was. It was a constitutional issue, even though a monster went free. It was a constitutional issue.
That's not a technicality, though I'm fully on board with that. Doesn't seem right.
Right.
But not a technicality.
Not a technicality.
Prosecutors have to do better. But also them putting out that statement that evidence was being kept out after we've read through that motion for sanctions where they have not turned over their stuff. They did not follow the court's order. Like, my head spun around. I was so angry about it. I'm like, how do you have the audacity? I caught myself. The audacity to come up in here after you have refused to turn over evidence prior to trial, and they will probably get a limiting jury instruction at the end. We're going to all be listening to jury instructions in real time going, boom, there's the jury instruction that this side did not turn over necessary evidence. And I think between her performance on the stand and potentially that jury instruction, it's going to help this jury, if they're inclined to, say, you know what, maybe the print version, but no way with this online version. And
was Heard's sister deposed yet? Because that's
the thing. They never completed her deposition. So
is she going to testify? She shouldn't be able to testify then.
No, they're not. She's not going to be able to testify. And so that will be another thing. They're keeping even my own sister off the stand. Well, whose fault is that? She's your witness. That's your problem.
Years to have her deposed. This case has been pending forever. Why hasn't your sister been deposed? She's an eyewitness to an assault and alleged victim of assault by Johnny Depp.
Perjury. Because she doesn't want to perjure herself.
That's it. She doesn't want to be deposed.
She doesn't want to perjure herself. And there are other witnesses that say that she has disclosed to them that she's lied about things. So they would bring those witnesses in. So she can't testify.
Yeah, that'll be another article.
They'll get
her sister denied outside the courtroom, maybe feigning.
Well, you look at how this is going to be presented, right? If Amber Heard loses, you've already seen the spoiler alert in the statement, which is the system kept her down, and it's a perpetration of that
patriarchy kept me down by excluding all my good evidence
and that's
due to my own misconduct.
Yeah,
it fails people. It's not failing Amber Heard.
Yeah,
it's just like with the SA allegations. It's just like with the DV and intimate partner allegations, right? These things do happen, but they're not happening to you. You are a person of immense financial privilege, okay? Let's take everything out of it. Financially, she is far more privileged than many other women could be. You have every single tool at your disposal in your arsenal to seek justice for yourself. And the reason that you're not going to get the outcome that you think that you should get is because you're lying, not because the system is against you. If she loses, it's because she lied, and it's clear that she's lying.
The reason we're here is because the system, and myself included, came in not wanting to believe that someone would lie about this. Everything came in stacked in her favor that we can't believe that you would lie about this. But with every Me Too allegation, this is the only one that I have seen where no one else has come forward. Not another single woman has come forward and said, yes, Me Too. Actually, he was creepy on a movie set. He did this. He did that. Yeah. Nothing. I
said that in my last stream. They don't act in a vacuum. Guys like this, with this level of power, they don't act in a vacuum. They don't have one victim.
Yeah, This is the weirdest case of domestic assault ever. Nowhere up to his life in his 50 plus years has he ever engaged in domestic abuse. Then out of nowhere, he engages in domestic abuse. And then when the relationship ends, he stops with the domestic abuse all told. This is the weirdest fact pattern ever.
Well, I'm not just like dipping a toe in
reactive abuse.
Like,
it's a perfect fact pattern for reactive abuse.
yes.
And reactive violence.
Which is what her expert testified to.
Yep.
But they should put that in closing and say everything that her expert says, that was Johnny Depp. Everything, just take out she and put in he for Johnny Depp. He's the victim. Which this expert wouldn't do because she was paid by Amber Heard. So she would not take out the she's and put in the he's because she doesn't believe a man can be a victim. But you can believe a man can be a victim because you've seen it in this court and you've seen it play out for 6 weeks that this man is a victim of his abuser who sat on that stand and lied to you. Yeah,
Emily, did you steal a copy of the closing arguments from the Depp team?
No, she's ghostwriting them.
She's ghostwriting them.
Closing's my favorite.
The other thing, though, is that...
Well, that was definitely a closing paragraph.
There's so much potential here for a closing on Johnny Depp's side. It's like, where do you even start? It's like hidden in a candy store.
It is.
Like, what?
I'm finishing with the tape that says, well, go ask the jury to believe you.
I think that's a good call. I think it's a good call. Your last thing
are the case. That audio, that is the case. That
was what changed me.
Go ahead and tell the jury you're abused.
The other thing I think is
perfect moment to end with his direct, because that's what hung in everyone's mind. And that was the headlines from those inclined to actually watch the trial and write headlines of what's going on in the trial. That was absolutely the moment when they said, tell them how you responded. They played the audio and then they had Johnny Depp at the end say, yes, I am. And that is it. And yes, it should be the very end of not their closing, but their rebuttal.
Okay.
The other thing that I think is important is that it isn't just that these things didn't happen to her. They happened to other people. And she's exploiting all of those other people for her own gain. She's exploiting the tragedies of everyone who has been a victim of SA or DV in order to get ahead. And she's using them. She's willing to devalue their stories.
Yeah.
If it gets her a little... So everyone who stepped forward and said, it's been hard for me to come forward because people won't believe me. She's making it a little bit harder. She's putting a little obstacle in their way. Everyone who, I can't say the words on Hoeg's channel. I'm trying.
I didn't realize this was going to be such a
on my no list.
Unmitigated gall.
Yeah, the audacity.
Ooh, I like
that. It's brazen to steal a line from Judge. What was his name? It's
Jesse Smollett judge. Jesse Smollett judge.
That was
Rittenhouse.
Oh, okay.
Rittenhouse judge was don't get brazen with me.
Oh, right. Okay.
It's the worst kind of exploitation and self-interested behavior that one could imagine. When we have this diagnosis that she's a narcissist, well, it fits perfectly in with that.
Well, it also goes with, it cannot be the best legal tactic to present her as the most virginal innocent that ever walked the plains of man. And that, to me, what really worked for Johnny Depp, and I don't know that it worked at the time exactly, because you could hear me on the various streams saying, "Oh, that's a bad fact. Oh, those drugs were really doing something." That talking about these various bad things. But at the end of all that, you felt like, if not perfectly sincere, because it's court, you felt that there was a level of sincerity from Johnny Depp that is currently completely unmatched by Amber Heard.
She's not even trying.
And the thing is, catching her in these small little things that the jury's going to question, like the lipstick, really, catching her in these small little lies, it's like, well, it makes it much easier to believe she would lie about something so big that most of us are predisposed to not wanting to believe she would lie about if she's lying about all this small shit that's easily disproven. She's just shooting herself in the foot with it.
And I think the ACLU stuff is useful to that as well.
Yes.
Because that's her going out to the media and lying for exactly the same reasons that you might lie about this Washington Post op-ed. And when you can line those up, that's millions of dollars. That might not be much to Johnny Depp or Amber Heard, But it's a heck of a lot to a juror listening to. You're willing to lie about a children's hospital donation in the millions of dollars.
Yes.
And not just lie about it in the media, but also in a courtroom.
Yes.
You lied to the media, you lied to the court, you'll lie to anybody if it, gets you ahead, won't you?
I think it's effective.
That's where the actual malice is. It's like, look at these lies. She knows they're lies and she does not care. And they can argue it's pathological and then point back to Dr. Curry and be like, she cannot actually tell the truth. But if the defense had leaned into that too and be like, she believes it all, so it's not actual malice because she believes it.
You know what? That actually would be a very good defense. My client is sick in the head, and so it wasn't actual malice. She just lies all the time, but doesn't know that she's lying. So it wasn't actually actual malice. She believes the crap she says, guys. And so
she gave it away with Hughes. I thought that Hughes had a chance of coming in and saying, "Well, look, she's got certain issues," and they went for perfection. They went for no. She's an innocent that is being downtrodden.
You can't run that because it just ends her career. Yep. If she is the kind of person who will make this stuff up and so forth, then nobody can put her on a movie set. Yeah. You can't put somebody like that near the talent. It's
hundreds of millions of dollars in investment. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just, you cannot put her near a director. You can't put her near a producer. You can't put her near an actor higher or lower on the tier. Like, it's just, at that point, she needs to be kept away from everything because she's lawsuit bait. And, so she can't run that.
Burn it all down.
Yeah.
She's willing to burn it all down to serve her own purposes. And I think that's what we're seeing. And I think, Depp's team has room with some of that audio to argue. Dr. Curry said she is willing to go to lengths to hold the relationship and get him to stay and fight. Their couples therapist said she will start a physical fight to get him to stay and fight when he wants to leave. And I think Depp's team has a really good argument to say the reason this is done with malice is because she was burning it all down so he would have nothing left but her. And this was the lengths she would go to hold him in this relationship. Like you've heard all these experts say, they've got so much to work with.
And like she is sent, and she also gave her own reason in those recordings where she said, I had to get out ahead of you. I had to get out ahead of you. They made me do it because I thought that you were going to say something about me. And he was like, I was never going to say anything about you. Well, it's not my fault. That's not the words of an actual victim.
Right. No,
it's not, because you're saying, you're not saying I said this because you abused me. You're saying I said this because strategically it advantaged me.
Yes.
That's concerning.
And she apologizes there, right? In that tape, she says, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You made me do this. Your people made me do this. I've never. And the one thing you see a lot with TV is you ask people, why they don't leave, but you never see them strategically. You just don't see the strategy like this being described to the person they're saying is their abuser. You see them working with shelters or therapists or whatever, but you see them strategically trying to maneuver for safety and for some financial security. You don't see them maneuvering for public opinion. And in her sobbing to him in San Francisco, she's saying, what about my credibility? What about my reputation? She's not saying, I don't feel safe. She's not saying I couldn't get away from you because I'm not safe anywhere. She's saying, well, what about my credibility? What about my name? What about my reputation? I have never.
Yeah.
Well, and we know after that tape is made, we know she's going to sit in a hotel room with him with a sharp knife and offer him a sharper one. Right? I mean,
I just have to point out one little thing too. Back to the drug use. The picture that she showed of the lines of cocaine, from the perspective that she took the picture from, it looked to me like she was doing the lines of cocaine.
Yeah.
Is that crazy to me? Am I crazy? I was like,
driver's license. It's her driver's license and a tampon applicator.
Yeah, that's no man is gonna use a tampon applicator for anything.
Okay.
If you're deep into addiction, you'll use anything for anything.
Where's he gonna get it from?
He had his whole doc kit there that she said he was using for his drugs. Am I to believe he doesn't have paraphernalia in that whole zippered up kit that he uses regularly? He's a celebrity. No one's
There's not enough women on the jury. There's not enough women on the jury because a woman's gonna look at that and say, men don't even want to go in your purse, much less take your tampon applicator and put it up their nose.
With men on the jury, men are going to be sitting there going, I've never been desperate enough to grab a tampon applicator and stick it up my nose. but some of them might not know what it is, but it's her license in that picture. And that freaking cup that she uses in all of her pictures that Depp is arguing on stage, it's in the video with him slamming the cabinets, it's in the cocaine picture, it's in the weed picture, and it's in the broken bed disaster photo. That mug is in every single photo.
It gets around.
Sure does.
But yeah, no, you do look at that photo, and I don't know if everybody remembers this, but you remember Johnny Depp essentially snarking to Rottenborn, saying "good composition, eh?"
Yeah.
And that kind of thing, because it absolutely looks like an Instagram setup. Like that's going right on your stories. Like that's what she made.
Yep. It goes to her setting him up, and so do all the photos of him passed out. Like, why? Like if your spouse is passed out like that with ice cream, and he said, "What? I didn't partake in the festival of ice cream or whatever."
Right.
Taking a photo of their spouse like that.
Well, isn't the one photo supposed to be from the detox? And it's like she's complaining about it, and then she takes a picture of him slumped over in a chair, and it's like, well, he's in detox, isn't he?
Right. What is he supposed to look like? No, a lot of this is I am going to build a case against this man, right? Whether it's like from the beginning, like I'm going to have leverage even before they knew they were going to.
You can't leave me because I'll destroy your reputation and embarrass you and call you an addict. I'm going to call you an addict. I'm going to show the world how this goes back to the disgust. I'm going to show the world how disgusting you are. You've got ice cream all down your lap. No one can trust you. No one can work with you. But that goes to exactly what Dr. Curry said of any lengths to make them stay.
Yeah.
The ice cream down your lap is just like so hilarious. Like this is what broke you, right? He fell asleep and the ice cream melted. Wow.
Oh, what a monster! But no broken nose pictures, and no real busted lip picture, and no black eye picture. Just a little smudge under your eye.
No bleeding feet on the slippery floor where she was slipping in glass all over the floor with her feet that were sliced all to hell. No pictures of it.
Yeah. I know Chad is always asking for pics, but this is the one time where it might be appropriate.
Yeah.
Sorry, we didn't even finish your headlines. So keep going.
We'll keep going on the headlines. I honestly,
look from law school. It's got multiple colors. I'm here for it.
Well, I hate to be the one to do this, but I have court in 20
No,
minutes.
you definitely. You've been here so long, Natalie.
20 minutes. Okay.
Folks, Natalie has 80,000 subscribers now, but she could have more. We're setting records on this channel. We've got 7,000 concurrent viewers right this second. So go over, like and subscribe to Natalie. We're having a good time. And I'm definitely going to do that right after this video, Natalie. And I would love to be on your channel sometime because, frankly, you're very smart and you're a lot of fun.
Thank you so much. I'm not sure what this Wednesday's live stream is going to be, but it's going to be something. You're all invited. I'll drop a link, and I'll see you guys later.
All right.
Good to see you.
Thanks for dropping by, Natalie.
Bye, everybody.
You're out of trial.
The other thing that always gets me is when we see these pictures of the drug use, there's like several pictures, each a little bit different. And I'm like, if this was a picture of, when you're just taking a picture, you take a picture. You don't move shit around and see how it's going to look and get like 4 different pictures, some with some things. Like
you're trying to make it look as bad as possible, right? I mean, like that's the implication.
It's a staged shot. Like she's doing A/B testing on it.
Yeah. Yep. So no A/B testing. Yeah. Which works best? Run it up against your family. Which looks worse?
Yeah. We'll focus group this one. Send it on, and Group A can say what they think.
Your friends who won't finish their depositions.
Yeah.
Sister.
Well, I think that's.
I would think my brother would do anything possible to show up if he was going to be good to my case. He'd do anything to help.
To the extent that Whitney's unwilling to potentially lie, let's just assume that's the fact. I mean, maybe this is the best she can do for Amber.
Yeah.
Is not show up and perjure herself.
Yeah.
Well, and not show up and get caught perjuring herself, which is way worse for Amber too.
Well, I mean, if she's not willing to do that, it's like, well, the truth would not be great. I mean, if Amber's lying, so I mean, it's like, all right, so I'm not going to do that.
Unavailable.
Yeah. Yeah. So, we're a good third of the way through this one headline. It's all good. He continues with, as PR moves go, this isn't just an extreme gambit for Depp. It's the Hollywood equivalent of a nuclear bombing run, which is the mutually assured destruction that Emily alluded to, with no guarantees that anyone involved will emerge unscathed. And the only issue I have with this is, yes, it's mutually assured destruction, I think Depp was already hit. I mean, this is more like the strategic retaliation than hitting this gambit button.
Yeah.
And it's not like his career was flatlined. We've heard that here. It might get revived if people see what's going on here, but we threw nukes at a nuclear holding country, and now, oh my God, what's happening? Who could have seen this coming?
Yeah, they're coming back. Well, and then this article goes on with stories that I would bet that Emily knows better.
I followed.
Yeah, so we got a reference to a Kardashian lawsuit.
That got used by the jury very, very swiftly on the defamation bits, to the point where they hadn't even introduced any defamatory statements or alleged defamatory statements that Kim Kardashian said, and she got dismissed by the judge on a motion to dismiss when it went to the jury. So that case did not go. That case did not go as intended for Black China.
Yes, this article indicates that her reputation is in even smaller tatters coming out of the court case. So I don't know if that's accurate or not, but the
Kardashians have never been so happy to not have attention on them. Normally, they are very attention-seeking, but they weren't even in court when the verdict came down, and their attorney said they're at some event. They were at the Met Gala when the verdict came down. So the lawyers they're not present; they're at something.
That Met Gala keeps coming up like all over the place. It's in Kardashian cases. It's in 2 separate instances of the Heard Depp trial.
It's a hub for bad things happen. It's like at the DA's office, we used to joke nothing good happens at a house party, but now it's nothing good happens at the Met Gala. Apparently.
The Met Gala.
Anna Winter joke, sarcasm.
Gone are the days when celebrities washed away their stains in soft-focused network TV interviews. With Walters retired, Sawyer MIA, and Winfrey and Couric not really doing reputation rehab anymore, only Gayle King is left, and she barely has any airtime or patience for such wayward personalities. Then they go over and talk about the way this was done. Apparently, Johnny Depp gave an interview to British GQ in 2018, but the 8,000-word cover story, which is some writing, folks, called him an outlaw, was roundly criticized for glamorizing domestic abuse, which kind of assumes its premise a bit in that criticism. But you can see how this wasn't working for Johnny Depp in fighting off what he was getting, which leads him to the Sun case and today. Now, they do describe the Sun case here. At a glance, the court system wouldn't seem any better equipped to redeem Depp, especially in light of how decisively he lost his 2020 libel suit against the Sun when he sued the British newspaper for calling him a wife beater. Now, in terms of my post-mortem homework, I'm going to go look at the Sun stuff a little bit more, or more fulsomely if it's introduced to the jury.
Didn't the decision rest the credibility finding very heavily on her having donated the money and therefore having no financial incentive?
It did. And it discredited the police officers, and it roundly discredited Depp based on his drug and alcohol use. I think that's part of why they're leaning into it so heavy in this case, hoping the jury comes out on the same side of that the judge did. But the judge, every account where Depp was using drugs or was drinking, the judge kind of discounted Depp's contradictory statements to Heard's, and yes, rested very heavily on the fact that she had made that donation.
Which she hadn't made, of course.
Which she hadn't made.
Well, the ACLU informs us that the past tense of donate really they're not worried about that. They think everything's still fine there. So, Depp and his attorneys have been accorded great swaths of daylight hours to cast the one-time sex symbol as a deeply wounded child of abuse who'd sooner run and hide than strike a woman. So the Guardian, we've looked at these articles. They seem to have a bent on this. Maybe all of the British journalistic outlets have a bent on this, but you get a little bit of that from the color of that kind of framing. And then there's some story.
They're saying you should have hit her.
Well, right? Well, they're almost mocking of this, right?
Yeah. Hoeg, do you have mods in here so we can get rid of the bots?
I have given people mod powers.
Okay. Get it, mod.
I'll take care of it. I'll do it.
Oh, Uncivil, do you have mod powers? Just give me a hey, and I'll add you.
I hope so.
I think I saw them do. I saw Squirrel McSquirrel, Secret McSquirrel getting it. So thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
You know your chat has reached a level where YouTube's pushing it out a bit when you start to see those come in. So it's a sign of a successful stream. So welcome.
Oh, good. Well, that's good silver lining. Any of you that haven't been here before that want any of those powers, just say hey, and I'll try to hit them when you come by. Although I don't. Yeah, I can see them. So yeah, I think it's a little bit mocking, right? In this framework, it's oh, he'd sooner run away. Yeah, sure, right? I mean,
it is a little bit mocking of men potentially being a victim, and this goes into what we saw a little bit in that the press statement saying that he was being cowardly and pathetic. They're leaning into these kind of tropes that aren't helpful for the narrative, but also I don't think the UK media is inclined, nor do they care. They don't. That doesn't seem to be what they're worried about.
Well, and also, if you go back far enough historically, there were laws that actually punished male victims of domestic abuse for being victims. We don't have that anymore, but it used to be that was a punishable offense, that it was you should have gotten her in line and that therefore you will be punished for it.
Control your women better.
Yeah, we're kind of seeing elements of that in some of these, news stories. It's really horrific.
It is. Yeah. And I think I said when I was looking at those statements, which again, if that's real, I just have a whole number of problems with the way they even just use words and grammar.
Directly to Court TV. Her PR agent with the white shoes has been sitting next to Court TV's lead reporter on the scene every day in court. And they haven't come out and said that wasn't us. I have to believe, based on all of the circumstantial evidence, that is a real PR statement from her actual PR team. I think it's horrible. I think it's childish. And I think it reads like she voice memoed somebody and said, release this. But I think it's actually released by them.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, I think intellectually, I agree with you that all that is true. And yet I want to believe that a highly paid PR firm would craft that better and avoid what I said when I was looking at it first is like they put you in a box that if you're not already on Team Amber Heard, all the things they ask you to do, to me, push you away, push you into Johnny Depp's category because it's all of that kind of language. If you imagine flipping the genders on, you didn't even have the strength to look at this person and you go, oh my God, that is like the worst possible thing you could say to someone who is claiming to have been abused by this other person. It's so patently obvious.
You were cowardly and pathetic for not locking eyes with your abuser in court. I can't imagine that ever being written.
All right. Looks like I'm being told we're getting hit a little hard. I'm going to chat amongst yourselves. I'm going to go hit the buttons to turn on the sub chat.
Yeah, there you go. I've had to do that lately. Just I put it like a zero time limit for subs, but at least it keeps the bots out.
It's hard with the bots. So, but the sexism in the language is interesting. And I think that if anything comes out of this case, it's opened up a broader discussion on a worldwide scale of the way that kind of the general public languages these things and general perceptions of who's a victim and who's not and who can be and who can't be. And I think that's something in law we've known for a long time because it's something you need to be sensitive of, particularly in criminal law, to make sure that when somebody walks into the courtroom, you don't assume they're a defendant or assume that they're a victim based on race or gender or anything else. So I think that we're catching up and having those conversations in the general public. So.
Yeah, I mean, the criminal law system is still not there yet. I've seen far too many instances of like guy has stab wound and, and like in some cases, like a stab wound in the back. And her story is, I followed him and stabbed him because I was upset. And then when he pushes her away, they're like, well, we're going to charge him. That still happens all the time.
Yep.
It's not a fair playing field. And it's going to take some conversations like this to maybe get that opened up. So that's my hope with this, is that people sort of look at this and go, maybe our notions are not what's, actually going on.
I think my other hope is that this, at least from the headlines to how it plays out in the courtroom, and we saw this with Rittenhouse too, from the headlines to how it plays out in court, there's sometimes a vast difference. And that's why when the lawyers are like, I don't know what I think about this yet. I haven't seen everything. I haven't seen enough. It's not that we don't want to believe one side or the other. It's that there's not enough information yet. And you can't make a decision based on initial news reporting until you know more. And maybe it will help maybe the interwebs will hold off on rushing to judgment on things. I know is naive.
I love the optimism.
But hopefully at least in people's own critical thinking, it's like, oh, I see this headline, but also could there be another explanation or another side, or do we know everything? And at least getting people to the I have more questions about this is a good place to get to. Hey, I see this is what's being reported, but I have questions. Good. Then we're at least halfway there. Ask questions. Questions have been demonized since 2020. It's like wild to me.
I think that's one of your phrases, isn't it, Emily? I have questions
all the time.
Yeah. No, and I think that's great. My degree is in economics. I use that in law, and I like to talk about it that way. I always consider it on the margin, right? You can't make these huge sea changes of people, but if it's one person you hear, which is a little bit precautionary principle-y in a lot of context, but if it's one person, that's great. And on the margin, it's more and more people. Where you raise this stuff, you have these conversations in LawTube, you talk about these things like this, you go through these headlines, and ideally, one person says, hey, that is interesting. And the next time they see somebody just kind of making those assumptions that come up with, like this is framed in a specific way, then you say, okay, at least I note that it's framed that way. Maybe I still go along with the headline. Maybe I still go away, but that's how you grow and make your own determinations on this stuff.
Start seeing the lenses instead of just your own lenses that you're looking through. Start seeing how other things are being put through different lenses is a very helpful skill that is not always something we talk about.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we've got a reference here I think I highlighted this primarily because I hadn't heard some of this stuff. They've seen the carnival-like atmosphere at the Fairfax County Courthouse, complete with alpacas.
I've seen those.
You've seen alpacas outside the courthouse?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Alpacas are out there every day. Johnny Depp made that statement that he wouldn't do pirates because they were having creative differences for, some odd $100 million dollars and like 1 million alpacas or something. And there is a couple that are Johnny Depp fans that have 2 alpacas that they dress up in different pirate gear and have outside on the trajectory. Court TV's been interviewing them at the end of every day. And you see they are generally on the route where Johnny Depp drives by with the alpacas. They're out there every single day.
Mm-hmm. I
miss
America.
This.
I love it.
Aren't you going to court or trying to go to court, Runkle?
I'm trying to move my schedule around because I'm really hoping to miss being on LawTube for the next little bit of Amber Heard's testimony, because I'm going to be in the area, and if I can extend my stay just a little bit, I can try to really get the missing piece. That for me, I don't like. People are like, "Where do you see this landing?" And the missing piece I have is
jury.
I haven't seen what the jury looks like, and so I want to get in there. And it sounds like you got to be there all night to do it. But I want to get in there. I want to see what the jury, what their reactions are. And, I'll go in there. I'll take notes. Of course, you can't identify a juror, but just, juror number 3. Yeah.
You can see when they start taking notes, when they stop taking notes. And I had been relying on a lot of Chanley Painter's reporting on that of like, oh, they took a lot of notes during Dr. Curry's testimony. They stopped during this part of the testimony. I was very interested in that because that's something I always watched when I was doing my own trials is what are they taking note of? Are they making facial expressions? Are they not? Are they looking bored and asleep? Are they not? But then when she talked about the incident where Amber Heard saw Johnny Depp and backed up and then was physically shaking and then burst into tears and how she felt it was super authentic, I'm like, wait, now I have more questions. So now I'm like, it's hard when you're used to looking at juries to rely on somebody else looking at it. Runkle, I would absolutely rely on your impressions of it. But
thank you
about Court TV's coverage because they felt that was a very authentic moment, which is not what I saw.
Yeah, and the media wants to spin it up into a particular thing because they have a story they're selling and so forth. I just want to see. For myself, if nothing else. Although I'll probably, if I do end up doing that, I'll do a post court live stream just to be like, here's what I saw, here's what was going on. In part because, hey, if I'm going to be staying there for a bunch of extra days, I'm hoping to break even. But it's just even if it ends up costing me a whole pile, just to figure, just to see what's going on. It might change my take a lot because I don't know what these jurors are seeing. I don't know what they're buying or not buying. And I might be heartbroken if I come out of there and I'm just like, they seem to be on her side. But
I would love the info either way.
And I would love to hear it from someone who isn't, because it seems the gallery is largely Depp fans. like largely Depp fans. And I had somebody pop into my chat because I kept talking about everybody standing when like the jury would go in and out. I'm like, you don't have to do that. Yes, you need to stand when the judge comes in. And they were saying, no, most people are standing to get a glimpse at Johnny Depp. They're not standing when the jury leaves to honor or solemnify the jury. They're standing because they want glimpses of Depp in person, and that's why they're standing, or to give little like heart hands or whatever. And I was like, oh, that's good insight. And that's the stuff that having somebody who's not like there to fangirl over Johnny Depp in the courtroom, or somebody who's not, you know, beholden.
Objection foundation in respect of Ian.
I mean, I'm not a huge
facts, not in evidence.
I'm not a huge fanboy for anybody. I tend not to do the celebrity thing in the same way. Like, I get that they're a thing, but the people I really kind of fan over are the people who are accomplishing things that I approve of. Being in a movie is cool and all, but it's never really been something that moves me in the same way.
Sure.
So, like, I'll fanboy over Emily and, you know, her tremendous content and amazing success all day,
which you can still like and subscribe to right now. Emily B. Baker,
you know,
get on over there.
Like,
she'll use cursey words to your heart's content.
True.
Like, yeah, I mean, one of the amazing things about doing LawTube stuff for me is people who I was fanboying about, I'm actually getting to sort of hang out with and spend some time chatting with. But like Johnny Depp, okay, I like some of his movies. I really don't like some of his other movies. And
sure.
At the end of the day, I just want to see what's going on there. Like,
right.
And ultimately, I guess the other thing is that as much as we can make credibility assessments, we don't at the end of the day know what happened. Like, none of us were there, and we're just trying to figure it out as best we can. And you always have to maintain that that question.
Yes.
One real danger for lawyers is falling in love with your own case. And you know, it can be a real bad moment. I think we saw Binger and Krause do that in the Rittenhouse trial, where they're like, we're so in love with our own case that even though it's not going well, and even though like our witnesses are kind of squirrely, we're dedicated, we're convinced we're righteous. Yep. And I mean, I also kind of want to just get a little bit of a closer look at the lawyers and see if that's something they're doing. Because at times I start wondering if that's not what some of the lawyers are doing. And I go like, yeah,
you've got to wonder at some point if some of it's strategy, like to Heard's team saying, oh, see, Depp's team is, again, they're beating up on us. They're these big, high-powered lawyers with this big, fancy, wealthy, you know, this big, wealthy movie star. And we're just representing this woman who was horribly abused, and this case is abusive, and they dragged her across to Virginia where she doesn't live to do this case. I don't think all of it's intentional, but I think there are moments where they want to seem like they are being beaten up on by Depp's team, and they're okay with that sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting though. I think
all of it.
Anybody watching them, to me, I see Johnny Depp's team is, you know, as far as attorneys go, pretty chill, and Amber Heard's team are attack dogs, which is a totally viable strategy to have, but like that's what I see.
Same.
So I don't want to depress Kurt here, but I do want to put this up because a lot of folks in the chat are indicating that Law and Lumber himself, Rob, who's apparently, I guess, at a hearing listening to us right now and super chatting. So
good job, Rob.
Congrats on 10,000. It's just that easy. 9 more videos and 100,000. Here you go.
There you go, Rob.
How long did it take you to hit 10K?
Me? A year and a half.
Yeah, it was
a year and a half.
It took a long time.
Yeah,
I was on YouTube before my channel blew up with LawTube. I was on YouTube for over 6 years before I got to 5K.
I mean, I got to 1K fairly quickly, but that was because I had spent years, like literal years. I had 6,000 people subscribed to my Facebook page, which for lawyers is basically unheard of because most lawyers' Facebook pages are their
Can't
firm
make Facebook work. I fully admit my weaknesses.
I mean, I don't know how to make Facebook work in terms of actually being useful, but it was a place people would listen to me and I could put stuff out there. And that still took a while to get to without, like, even though you've got this huge following, it's, you know, it's not necessarily easy to lever one to the other.
Exactly. It's harder for me.
I mean, same.
You don't have a beard.
It's a good no. Well, I mean, that's the power, right? I mean, like that's how you get to 10,000 with your first video on your first day.
He said he was going to be pounding a bed. He just leaned in.
He did not lean in. Like he was on all Saturday being like, why are they saying these things, Rick? It's like, I don't know if you're putting me on or not, but you know you're doing this, Rob.
Welcome to the internet. Next, there's going to accidentally be feet as he's working on lumber. There's just going to be the bottom of it. We're going to see it.
I had a big chat day on Saturday, and I'm super grateful. But I think 100 of those chats were variations on jokes about breaking beds with Rob.
Yep.
Yep. All right, let's finish this off a little bit here. One day, a testimony was nearly interrupted. I didn't hear this one. Maybe you did, Emily. When a gallery member's phone broke out into the Pirates of the Caribbean themed ringtone.
Have any of you ever had your phone go off in court when it's dead silent?
Yep.
Runkle, what was your ringtone?
Mine was just just one of the default ringtones, so nothing super fancy. And it's happened to me a couple of times. On one, I was in the middle of my cross-examination, and so I sort of said, well, at least it was during my cross-examination, so I'm sorry, I'll turn it off. And the judge made some comment about like, yep, we'd have a very different conversation if this was interrupting your friend's cross.
Yep.
And in another one, the judge just like ripped into me. And, because you're counsel, you're not supposed to have that happen. And he was just like, I expect you to have checked this. And he's like, everyone else, I'm going to yell at Mr. Runkle enough that you're checking your phones right now. And he's like, and I will stop yelling at him once I see that everyone has. So, yeah, he definitely made an example of me, and fair enough. I had it coming because that phone rang, but it's like, it's a big deal. And the Pirates of the Caribbean ringtone.
Yeah, if it's Pirates of the Caribbean, my goodness.
Well, we know the gallery is fans of Depp, and I know some of the chat in here that have been on my streams have heard me tell the story. My phone went off with Khalees, my milkshakes bring all the boys to the yard.
Wow.
Courtroom.
Wow.
And it was at the bottom of my bag. So I was digging and I was sitting in court. I was in the jury box because we were doing prelims. The courtroom was full of people for preliminary hearings, at least 5 DAs, multiple defense attorneys, 10 or more, and the judge on the bench. And I'm digging through my bag as it's like, my milkshake brings all the boys to the yard, and they're like, I'm better. The judge was so amused that he didn't even scream at me. After court, he goes, Miss Baker, your phone. And I'm like, it will never happen again. The next day, one of the defense attorneys who had made fun of me, his phone rang in court, and he had Miley Cyrus party in the USA. And he's like, Your Honor, my kids keep changing my ringtone and I don't know what to do. It was hilarious. He's like, these newfangled phones with these ringtones. But
hold on, I'm just taking a note of the timestamps here for the phone stories. Hang on. Was it the Rittenhouse judge that had God Bless the USA or something?
Yeah, that was Rittenhouse.
And his phone went off. When the judge does it, there's nothing that can happen. But it's one of those things in court when it's your phone, you're just like, it makes you still inside. So I was always very mindful after that. But
I have to admit, Emily, that's a very amusing song for that story.
I was fucking mortified. I'm using all of my tip jars right now, but it was a judge. When you're in prelim court, you're in with the same judge every single day from like 8 to 5. So it was a judge that I got along with quite well, but he was just like, Miss Baker. And I'm like, Your Honor, I know I want to die. Like, I've never wanted to hide under like the bench in the jury box. Like, I wanted to just die. And of course, then things were left on my desk. Things were put on my door. The entire police department was
milkshake
making fun of. Yes,
it has to be milkshake oriented. I'd hit you with a milkshake, sure.
For months, the police department would drop things on my desk or leave sticky notes. It was just, then it becomes like a thing, and then you just get ribbed every single day at work about it.
Always,
it's just.
And you know what? Honestly, Emily, I might just add an addendum to this last one. We'll just have like an except for EDB.
Just put an asterisk on it.
Well, when I see Emily in person, I know what to bring her. So I got that going for me.
Yeah. No, it'll be I'll add one here. It'll be like EDB. It'll be like one of those like warnings. Just to be clear, EDB will be there. It'll be fine.
Hashtag.
You might hear some stuff. It's all good.
There was a defense lawyer who
I love it. You earned that one, Emily.
Defense lawyer who told me the story of how they had NWA's Hoeg the police come up while they were like as their ringtone while they were in the process of cross-examining a police officer.
Amazing.
And it was just like, nope.
All right, you're not allowed to make saying Hoeg in lieu of you're not. This can't be a thing.
It might be a thing.
Oh my gosh, I love that. I think those are good stories, folks.
Anyway, I'm not surprised that happened because the gallery seems to be largely Depp fans. You see him standing up when he's leaving court and giving heart hands. Have you guys watched the video of the vehicles leaving court every day?
Yeah. I've seen the ones where like Johnny looks like he's getting like serenaded or applauded out.
Yep. And people are like trying to throw gifts into it, which I personally think is a safety issue, which would make me very nervous that people are throwing gifts into his windows. That makes me very, very nervous, but his security gets to decide what that threat assessment is. But people throwing things at him, flowers and stuffed animals and boxes of stuff and books, and Amber Heard comes out and everybody's just booing.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you, Natalie.
First of all, happy birthday, Emily.
Thank you. My birthday was over the weekend. The day that you guys were on and I was ripping Rob, I was
trying to decide
happy
whether
birthday,
you were internet hoaxing me, Emily. I'm like, all right. So people do things with birthdays. Is it actually Emily's birthday?
Actually, my birthday that
and
day.
then I saw whatever it was, vidIQ, I think, is like happy birthday. I was like, oh, okay, it's real. Cool.
So I was getting my mani pedi and messaging in on the chat from my cell phone, which was a lot of fun to watch you guys have that conversation, and accidentally stream for like 12 hours, which, you know, you can see how it's a thing when you accidentally start your live stream. I mean, my husband's like, how did you stream for 4 hours? I'm like, I started drinking whiskey and I was just chatting with the chat. I don't know what happened.
Hangouts. I added Hangouts. I was like, okay, so clearly if people are going to come have fun, I want that to happen. I think these conversations are great, but we gotta make it clear. To Bryant McCracken, Hogan, all these things, subbing for, you know, that's not going to be a thing. It's not going to be a thing.
I think it might be, we're going to make fetch a thing.
We can make fetch happen. Amber Heard's lawyers can't, but we can. We made LawTube happen. We'll make Hoeging a thing.
We did. I helped that one though. We can't keep going against the tide here. You know,
You did.
All right.
All of them had a hand. And I love seeing the chats where people are like, is Legal Eagle part of LawTube? I'm like, Legal Eagle does his own thing.
I don't think he'd want to, but I also don't think that I think some people have issues with
I think some folks
we'd have to have a vote or something.
Like a sorority card? It's like he has to be sponsored. There has
to
Sorry, I should have said fraternity. Well, I'm saying sorority. I'm going with my own experience. Sorry, let's keep going. Let's continue hogging this article.
All right. Meanwhile, Heard, who risks losing her role in the Aquaman franchise and future work if indeed she's the one found to have been physically abusive, recently sacked her PR team and moved to have Depp's lawsuit dismissed. So I have like 1,000 problems with this paragraph. One of which is that she will not be found to have abused anything as part of this lawsuit. And did I get something wrong there? It's a defamation suit that Johnny brought.
I mean, maybe if it's the court of public opinion, but that's not what they said. They said found to have been physically abusive. But even finding that she defamed Depp doesn't mean that she was abusive. It just means that he wasn't. So I don't think
and the most likely avenue to that is she's like preemptorily abusive, but it's an ancillary kind of concept. So yeah, and then this. I'm sorry, Emily. I keep talking over you.
No, it's okay. I do that. I'm the ADHD. It's the impulse control's bad, especially.
And then the end of this paragraph is she did sack her PR team. That's a big deal. And then like everybody reporting on the motion to dismiss at the end of when the plaintiff rests is killing me.
Well, first of all, in Virginia, I believe it's a motion to strike, but same.
Yes, right.
And it's a pro forma motion and everybody's trying to make fetch happen with that too. The best part about that motion to dismiss is it gave the lawyers some leeway to again make their case to the court of public opinion. And Ben Chew stood up with his whole chest and was like, hello, court of public opinion. She's the real abuser. It was fantastic. I
had no idea. I didn't know Ben Chew from Adam when I met him at the start of this trial. And he seems like just kind of, he's got that really specifically kind of grandfatherly way that he acts stone-faced no matter what's happening in court. He steals jelly beans. And then the first time he elevates his voice on that opposition to the motion to strike is like, what? I'm sorry, where am I? What?
And the jury's going to feel the same way, which is going to make their closing more powerful. The jury has heard Amber Heard's lawyers screeching for at least 3 weeks. When everything's important, nothing is, and they start to tune out. Johnny Depp's team has been very mellow, even in their objections. They're not huffing and puffing. Heard's team is going like, it's not that big of a deal. Depp's team has been very mellow. So when they bring the fire in closing, or even a moment or two in cross-examination, which they have not done yet, then I think it's going to make the jury sit up and go, oh, this must be important because, you know, when your mom always yells at you, it's like, yeah, whatever, you're still yelling. I think that's what Heard's team has done to themselves by how they've comported the first 3 weeks of this trial. So it was definitely a sit up and notice moment. And even when Rotten got up and was like, well, Your Honor, I think Ben Chew wrote that for, you know, another audience. It's like, no shit, dumbass.
Yeah. No, it is true. I mean, I like that line from Rottenborn, which is, hey, you know, obviously he's doing whatever. This is not the way we normally do these motions.
Obviously. But I loved watching this whole legal team work together. I've never had a team. Normally when you're in criminal prosecution, it's you. And they're like handing him notes because they've already cited the case that was being argued. And they've already gone, the proposition of this case is actually this. I'm like, what must that be like?
Oh, see, I loved it too. I called it out. I'm like, go research team. You saw them immediately launch into finding the case. Then they make the note. Then they hand it to him. And then he trusts them so implicitly. He just says, Your Honor, it doesn't stand for that at all. It stands for this. And it's like, that's a squad right there.
Yes. It was really interesting to watch. And it's like, when people are like, how do these cases cost millions and millions of dollars? That's why they have a full flying fleet of lawyers at their disposal in 2 rows of chairs and then another row behind them. And probably some, if not law clerks or research attorneys or paralegals, watching the streams and monitoring social media as well to pick up on things that might not be caught in the courtroom. It's very, very interesting to watch these teams work.
The only time I've had a row of lawyers behind me was when I had an appearance at the Court of Appeal, and my matter was like this trivial thing. And right afterwards, they were just like waiting to go for their turn. You know, unrelated. They're just like, finish up so we can argue. Yep. It's law in a way that we don't normally, you know, get to do, but it's fascinating. I wish I could have, you know, a team of researchers and so forth.
Well, we have it now. We've built LawTube. We're like, we now have
a research team. Your Honor, I need to have a live YouTube link set up on this back table.
I can't afford to have you guys all there for a trial I was running.
We're going to be fine. I did want to call out as well. This is a friend of mine who may be coming on sometime. You saw in one of that first slides when we talked about this at the top of this episode, that I'm not going to be limiting guests to lawyers. We're going to be talking about stuff that's regularly in virtual legality as well. And this is Ains. You might have heard me reference him on Legal Bites. He is the head of Seasoned Gaming, where I appear every Sunday on their Bitcast to talk analytically about the gaming industry and video games and the fun type of stuff, not just Bungie and not just Activision and Microsoft and that kind of thing. We just had our 200th episode. He has a link to this video. He doesn't want to join, but he very thankful for the super chat. If you're interested in any of that, if you love virtual legality, check out Seasoned Gaming. I'm going to add a link there. He'd be super. We would surprise the heck out of him if we could drag like 1,000+ into one of the episodes, and he deserves it. He is doing such a good job putting out content in what I'm going to be honest is often a very toxically reported on industry. So there's a lot of bias. There's a lot of mistaken headlines. I don't need to tell you this if you've been in virtual legality with me for a little while, but he's out there doing a better job than most, trying to get cut between those things, talk to developers, do those kinds of things. He will be on the channel. I will force him to be on one of these hangouts and headlines at some point. But go check it out because I'm there every weekend if you like hearing from me. And it's a lot of fun. So thank you very much, Ains.
If you talk esports on that channel as well, and I'd like to know the answer too.
Well, I would not say that it is our wheelhouse, but when it's in the news and where someone's interested in it, we do talk about it. We have a senior IGN reporter who's on the Bitcast with us. We have Ains, who runs Season Gaming, and we have what would I call Dan, the everyman who jumps in and talks with us and doesn't speak lawyer or IGN reporter, and is a lot of fun to have as well. So I would say we cover esports to the extent it pops into the news, but we're not separate esports team players ourselves. Okay. We are right at the end of this article. We're going to finish it. It's very exciting. Obviously, it's still early days, says the Guardian author. Heard has only just taken the stand Wednesday and already accused Depp of grooming her. Okay. So, Guardian, we have to talk about using words.
Yeah. That's a pretty hard word nowadays.
So, first of all, this sounds like she actually said that, Guardian.
Which she didn't.
But she wasn't even remotely close. She didn't even actually say he was Harvey Weinstein or it was sexual harassment or he abused his power. She just implied it.
She implied it strongly.
She implied it strongly.
She strongly implied. She has already strongly implied that Depp, was creepy. She strongly implied that he was creepy.
Yes.
But then said that they kissed and it was magical and she had butterflies under her skin and they fell in love. I mean, I don't know if any of you have had people be creepy with you in your workplace. I have, and it's not, I wouldn't ever want to be in a room with that person again after they'd been creepy and inappropriate with me in a workplace. So for me, it was hard to get over that she was like, he was very creepy. And then we were making out on our press tour. I'm like, okay.
What? Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, no, and I think it's this accused verbiage there that's killing me, right? That no, she never says grooming, and I don't even think grooming really applies to this scenario because she's like in her 20s when this story is happening. That doesn't mean it definitely isn't problematic if it were exactly as presented.
The legally appropriate maybe use of that word.
I'm sorry, which one?
Grooming. I don't think it's it's maybe what she was trying to imply, but maybe is not the quite right use of that, other than being that he was perhaps being inappropriate with her at the workplace. Yes. That's kind of what she was alluding to.
Yeah, I called it a harassment. I mean, it's his production company. He hires her. That scenario could be that. And that's what she implies. But I did see this right at the end because it's like, what are the, primacy, recency? This is one of those things you're going to remember from this. It's like, she did not accuse him of grooming her. But for now, his nuclear lawsuit appears to be doing the job of restoring his good name in the eyes of his fans and proving that the only way out of crisis is through. So again, discounting what he's doing. I mean, this is kind of normal. This is better, if you can believe it, Emily, than the first Guardian article that we looked at over the weekend. But I do still find its premise interesting that as we see Heard and Depp take the internet by storm, that this might actually be part of the future for celebrities settling their grievances. What do you all think about that?
I think the facts on this one are a little unique.
Mm-hmm.
Selfish wants that to be true. Stream all of your trials.
Yes.
But I also don't think it's that PR is the appropriate thing for court. But we saw this with Nike and the Satan shoes. The only reason Nike sued Mischief after all the shoes got sold is because they wanted the headline that Nike was suing over the shoes because people weren't paying attention to their press releases. So is court a dual purpose PR / airing your grievances and trying to get a legal remedy? I think we're there. Do I think it's always the appropriate form for court? No. Do I think we'll see judges maybe less inclined to maybe grant cameras in the courtroom to cut down on this? Perhaps.
Yeah, that's the big concern, right? Because I think that this is a useful method of having a public trial in 2022, but you are starting to see those major media outlets who can, generally speaking, afford more resources to go get direct reporting and that kind of thing, do these kinds of pieces that we saw from the Washington Post, we've seen from other places, and I'll probably add them to the next time I do this. One of the things I had at the top of this episode is I need help from the community to talk about frequency and timing, because I don't want to oversaturate and kill you with just various videos. But I also, want to meet you where you live if you're enjoying this content. So please do let me know in the comments what kind of timing cadence you think is useful for this. But whenever it is the next time, I'm probably going to talk about more of those think pieces that are, in some respects, academic views of what streaming is and trials and those kinds of things. And in others are clearly bent from a kind of gatekeeping functionality of legacy media content that says, well, this is our competition and it doesn't help us when they go out there with their own thoughts on these kinds of things. So we got it. We did at least headlines, plural. We did it. So I have a couple more articles. I might save them for the next time because it's already been 3.5 hours and I'm just under 200 super chats behind. So we're going to do some super chats now, I think. And anyone that has their own stuff to do, I'm totally okay with that. So don't feel obligated to hang out here while we do some super chats, but I think this will be some pretty good conversations as well. So is it true that defamation can be criminal in Canada, Ian?
Yes, there is some criminal offenses related to that. They're not often prosecuted.
All right. Interesting. Thanks, Ian. Deborah Bradeen, I tweet 7-member jury has at least 2 DV survivors. I don't know how we would know.
Yeah.
So I don't know how we would know on that. And I don't really want to do any deep dive research into who we think these people necessarily are until we hear from them after the trial. But thank you very much for the super chat. Momentum, Ian, can you please talk about Canada's firearm current standings? We law-abiding citizens are really struggling, and we could use the exposure. Thank you kindly.
So they're putting in a whole bunch of really dumb laws. One of them, they banned the AR-15, which I know isn't necessarily unpopular, but you know, it's functionally the same as many other firearms on the market and are almost never used in homicides. I certainly have never seen an AR-15 used in a homicide in one of my files, and I think that there's been something like 2 killings in Canada with an AR-15 in the history of time. So if we prevent every AR-15 killing in Canada, we will save no people in the average year. But what this is going to do is put a big damper on the sport shooting community. But now they're doing something even dumber. And for the criminal law people here, see if you can spot the problem. So now if I want to buy a non-restricted, so a shotgun, a rifle or something from somebody, you know, on the internet who's selling one, I have to provide them with all of my information about my license, as well as like all of the information you'd need to impersonate me to the CFO, the chief firearms officer, to that person. And that person then takes it to the chief firearms officer and says, hey, I would like to get a permission to sell this guy this gun. And assuming I'm in good standing, they'll say, yes, that's approved. And then they can send me the gun. Of course, they then have all this information and they could go on to the next person down the line and say, hey, I'm Ian Runkle. Here's all my licensing information. I would like to buy this gun from you. And now they've got a gun that's in my name. So what we're going to...
I spotted the problem, Ian.
Yeah, it's
a problem.
What you're probably going to see is criminal actors pretending that they're selling a gun. And so what we've done now is we've created a system for facilitating identity theft in the firearm field. It's basically an absolute gift to criminals who want to illegally get a gun, and it's mind-boggling. It's, why would they ever do this? And they've said now that they're going to implement it May 18th. So after the 18th, that's going to be in effect. And yeah, they've got all sorts of other dumb plans that they want to do. None of them will affect criminals in any meaningful way because, of course, we have a licensing system here for firearms. You can't get a gun without a gun license. And I don't see it. Like, you see people dealing drugs with a handgun tucked down their waist, but they never have a license for it. That just isn't a thing. So the Canadian experience really identifies how much of a disconnect there is between the criminal users of firearms and the social/civil users of firearms. They're entirely different populations, basically. And they're only really going after just the people who target shoot, the people who hunt. Their ban recently was so badly worded that if you read it the way it seems to be written, it would probably ban a lot of 12 gauge shotguns that are on the market, which, hunting shotguns. In fact, it's more likely to ban the hunting models than it is to ban the combat models, because the hunting models are the ones with a removable choke at the end, and that's sort of the issue, is the barrel diameter. It's a bunch of people who don't understand the issue, litigating heavily on it, or lawmaking
Legislating.
about it,
Yeah.
legislating.
I hear you.
And, you know, it's like if you wanted to legislate the game design process and you
Hit me where I live.
You picked a guy who just played Pong once, and didn't much like it. He played Pong once, didn't care for it, didn't think it would catch on. And now he's going to tell you how you must create the next, Halo game.
Well, I mean, with government, with anything, you've got a bunch, particularly in the US, you've got legislators that are there for so long that they don't have a connection to the things they're trying to regulate or an understanding of how they work. And legislative aides can only go so far in explaining what WhatsApp is, or, how to turn on your email. The entire summer I worked in Congress, I spent half of my time troubleshooting tech. Because no one could use the Xerox machine or open their own emails. And that was, in the early 2000s. So it hasn't gotten better since then. And that's part of my frustration. We used to have a government that would come in and get stuff done and then go back to their normal jobs in real life and have to engage as people in the world. And we've lost that.
Well, and for firearms, it's especially bad because when they try to get a panel together of people to inform them, but they specifically don't want anybody who knows anything about guns on that panel because they're very politically motivated against guns. So they pack it with people who hate guns and have never handled one. And so they end up with these weird legislative wrinkles. So I've got some video ideas that probably require a little bit of engineering, and those will come at some point in the future, but just playing with some of the problems with our law through engineering to really illustrate some of the issues.
Man, we got all sorts of people in LawTube building things, breaking them, engineering things. This is good stuff. As you can tell from that question, this is where Ian lives. So if you want to hear more about that, this is his channel. Go like, go subscribe. He talks about these things all the time.
If you want to know just how bad the Canadian firearm laws are, I've got a video where I test out the Nerf dog ball launcher to see if it is a firearm in Canada. My conclusion
is I would watch that video more than once. I love
my conclusion is yes, it is. It is a gun in Canada. So
I love that.
Has all sorts of messed up implications.
I'm going to watch that after this stream when I'm recovering here. I love it. That's awesome. Moab, if Depp wins his case, does that have any repercussions to the UK trial against the Sun? Does it give him enough for an appeal? I'll let Emily's shaking head answer that one.
No, in the UK case, so the UK case is decided by a judge. The judge who decides the facts in the law is the judge that gets to decide if an appeal is warranted. Depp's team asked for an appeal, and the judge said, no, there is no cause for an appeal.
Wait, what? You have to get permission to appeal from the judge who screwed up?
Yeah, from the judge who decided it first, and then it can go to a panel to be granted an appeal. So it's like a two-step process. When I was reading it, the curse words that were coming out of my mouth, I was like, that seems like what could go wrong? When the judge is the finder of fact and the person who applies the facts to the law, you end up in this very interesting place. So no, the UK is done and dusted, and there's nothing that's going to happen there.
I wouldn't have enough coffee for the number of cursey words I have for that.
It's just a stream through your brain. You're like, but it also gives good context to how the US system started and why the US system is different than the UK system. And it triggers my law nerd brain going back to my political science degree and looking at what was happening in historical trials in the UK when, the US was like, we're going to do it different. Fascinating.
Yep. No, absolutely. It reminds me actually of I was doing it for the Apple versus Epic suit, and I was explaining to people how they have to ask the judge first to grant them a injunction pending appeal.
Yeah.
And I said, well, this judge just looked at this for 4 months, and you're going to argue that they're just flat out wrong in order to get that injunction. You're going to have to go up to the Ninth Circuit. And people are like, well, why do they have to do it this way? It's like, no, this is the clients ask me, why does the statute say that? You got to go tell the judge that she was wrong and ask for her to enjoin her own decision. And surprisingly enough, she said no.
I'm glad we don't have to wear wigs. I think that was one of the best choices that was made. We don't have to wear special robes. We don't have to wear wigs. Like we don't have an official court uniform, which maybe can be off-putting, but you guys do, don't you? At some of the court levels?
No wigs, but yes to the robes. Those robes are incredibly expensive, but not as expensive as the wigs.
Wigs are horrendously expensive.
They're like 10 grand.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, yes. And as you move up, like as you achieve greater status as a lawyer, you may need to replace that wig because there's like different wigs for like more senior levels of barrister. And I'm just going, but you just spent 10 grand on getting this like bit of dead horse that, or probably not dead because it's horse hair. I don't know that they're necessarily going to be killing the horses for that, but you know, bit of like horse hair, and now you're going to replace it. And what ends up happening, and this still goes on, is that, you know, you've got a firm, you can't afford 10 grand for a set of horsehair for every lawyer. So you just have like
shared wigs.
Yep. And then people get lice because, yeah.
Yeah, channel name, Lice and Lawyers.
I just couldn't fathom, like even buying court apparel as a new lawyer, you're just like, okay, well, this is what we're going with. Let's get some jackets, let's get some skirts and pants, and let's get some heels that we can walk in and go for it. But I can't imagine having to add on a robe and then having to add on wigs, because judicial robes are even expensive when people take the bench to become judges. But
my articling principal was very kind at the end of my articles. And this was, he knew that I was not staying there after, like I was going to somewhere else. But he still went and bought my robes as a, you know, as a gift for, you know, as a thank you. And awesome. They were $2,000. Like,
did he say you're a wizard, Runkle, when he gave you the robes? Because if not, I don't want them.
No, but
wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm used to this from Alita. Are you throwing down Harry Potter references all over the place too, Emily?
I have Star Wars and Doctor Strange tattoos, and I have at least 3 TARDISes in my background. Yes, I am throwing down Harry Potter references.
I love how nerdy LawTube is.
We really are. Don't undersell it.
Do non-nerds go to law school? Because
that's a good question. I don't know. Well, no, I appreciate your references. I appreciate it.
Now it makes sense why isn't Runkle, what is isn't a wizard? Oh no, yours is a handgun, isn't it? Your emoji.
Oh, they put it as an elf.
Oh, see? It is a wizard, kind of.
The thing is I own a bow, but it's not a good one. It's a survival folding bow, and I don't practice on it because it's kind of miserable to shoot.
Runkle, if you ever find yourself in Tennessee, I will take you shooting with me. My son and I are bare bow recurve shooters, and I absolutely love it. Hi.
I joked at one point because I'm starting to get like sponsorship offers, but they're not good sponsorship offers. They're like people who want to be like, hey, you know, we have this sketchy ass idea, please, you know, and I'm like, nope, not doing that, especially because some of them are illegal. And I'm like,
you gotta look out for that.
No,
Chad is trying to heckle me about compound bows.
No, but
Chad is talking to you about bow types.
My son and I competitively do recurve shooting. My son is actually a really good archer, and he got me into archery. And after having shoulder injuries playing water polo, I didn't know if archery would work. I absolutely love it. There is nothing more fun than shooting. So, and the chat's also reminding Hoeg. I don't think Hoeg knew that my cats were named Fred and George. Mischievous ginger cats are named Fred and George after the Weasley twins.
I didn't know that yet. No, I appreciate it. I'm learning so much about the rest of the LawTube community this month. And no, I love it. I like Doctor Who. I like Harry Potter.
Well, and one of my dogs is named Potter because when we first got him, he had a very distinctive lightning bolt shape in different colored fur on his forehead. And then, of course, after we named him, he grew up and that just turned into a blob. So it's like,
Well, to take it back to Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, every time they show his wrist, I think it looks like a Harry Potter lightning bolt.
It does look like on his hand, right? It
does
look like
on his hand.
On his hand. It does.
So I don't know what it is, but he was Grindelwald for 2 seconds. Who knows? Amy Harrell.
The thing about Grindelwald, though,
yeah,
they were talking about him being super jealous. Was it of Eddie Redmayne and then being in those movies with him? It was something that the chat pointed out. And I was like, you're absolutely right. Like, he's an actor of the caliber. If he doesn't want to be in a room with someone that can just say no. That was interesting to me too, that they were talking about that.
Yeah, Eddie Redmayne jumped out because he was in those movies. I don't know how many scenes they would have been in together. I'd have to really think about the filming of those movies. Yeah, it's. I think Ben Chu having to say "Crimes of Grindelwald" like 7 times during that one portion of the testimony was one of my favorite things.
Sometimes you got to say stuff in a trial that you might not otherwise say, or.
Rottenborn loved dropping the "see you next Tuesday" word. He said it with vim and vigor, and he was loving it.
There can be a bit of a guilty pleasure for getting to say stuff in court that otherwise you couldn't possibly say.
Well,
I'll tell that story on an After Dark when we're drinking.
Okay, all right, I'll come on. Well, you heard Elaine do.
There was a whole Vice segment that we will talk about. A very
interesting. I had one where, somebody caught on a phone saying it was a string of about 15 words, none of which are repeatable because any one of them would probably get you demonetized. And, I had to ask the witness, so did you say, and like we had a bit of a back and forth because I'm going like, did you say the N-word? And he's like, nope. And I'm like, you're going to make me say it, aren't you? And he absolutely was. And then once he's like, yes, that is what I said. And I was like, yeah. But then, of course, I get to make him say it about 12 times, and the judge hated him by the end of it. So all good.
Amy Harrell with a super chat. Kate Moss, can either sides bring in new witnesses to testify?
If it becomes relevant for rebuttal, yes, they can, but the door has to be opened, and we don't know if the door has been opened for cross or if this is a witness they have lined up. So
I feel like the door
Ben's excited
when she mentioned she mentioned like the past allegations. So
I'm not as excited about Kate Moss as I am about them crossing her on her own domestic violence arrest. I am much more, I think that's going to be more impactful to the jury. The Kate Moss thing flew past me. She's like, I'm thinking of Kate Moss. I'm like, that's a weird name drop. I didn't know about the allegations. This jury probably doesn't know that that's a thing that's been put out there. I think that they could ignore it and move on. The only reason I thought they might not is because we saw Ben Chu going, but
it's still really bolstering if they can have Kate Moss just say he was a sweetheart, nothing happened. But if I was them, I'd be really hoping to open the door, as you said, on the past domestic violence from Amber.
I think they did, because she said at the beginning of her testimony, I know you can't hit a woman. I know you can't hit a man. Like, I know you can't do this. There's no coming back in a relationship from that. It's like, oh, there isn't. Let's talk about this relationship. Let's talk about this arrest report. Let's talk about this, because in that courtroom, the only one with a history of domestic violence that's been recorded is her.
I'm legitimately curious about it, because I thought the Hughes testimony was as wide as we'd see the door, where she says essentially Johnny Depp and her are triggers and it never happened before in her history. It's like, oh, I mean, that seems okay.
I thought it was a curious ruling. And it's one of those things that after the trial, we might never get answered. But if I ever got to talk to any of those attorneys, Camille Vasquez, you're welcome anytime. I want to know those questions.
Yeah, what happened right there? Because there was a long sidebar after she says it. There's like another one to start the testimony the next day. It's like, what did we think was open? What wasn't? What happened in the moment?
Yep.
But yeah.
Camille Vasquez was killing it with the objections.
She's fun to watch.
She's been great. I think she's the perfect person to cross Amber Heard. So
yeah, she was just surgical. It was wonderful to watch. Just beautiful.
Well, I think we're all very interested in how that goes. I think somebody's going to ask here later on when we think it's going to happen. And I think Tuesday is my best guess when we come back. Emily Aarons, hi from Wisconsin, Hoeg. Found you through Legal Bites, who I found through Emily D. Baker. Question, do we have a fun name for ourselves, a la Law Nerds or Bite Club? I will tell you this. Before any of this kind of got big for this particular trial, the folks that watch me that used to call themselves Hoagies. I don't think we're giving any official names to the group that watches this particular channel until 100,000. That's when Alita did it.
The group has to decide. Look, the Law Nerds started calling themselves the Law Nerds. The community will kind of decide for themselves. I don't think you can necessarily name your community. I think they kind of take on a community name in and of themselves. So I think it's something that your community gets to start talking about on your streams. That's the fun part of streaming.
All right, Emily has spoken. I agree. Actually, it's going to have uptake for it to work anyway. So you can't force those things. Just like you can't force substituting swear words with my last name.
Hoeg it.
But we're gonna Hoeg and do it
anyway.
Midnight Nix. Hi. For IRL, Amber Heard in real life. I recognize that one. Amber Heard is found to be lying. How is this not perjury? She is in court actively telling lies. Can she not be charged with wasting the court's time? Perjury is there as a threat, mostly.
The thing is it might be perjury in fact, but perjury in proof is such a hard thing because it's
perjury is hard to get prosecutor buy-in. I did one perjury trial in my time as a district attorney, and it came out of a civil case against a city. So the city of Santa Monica was very, very interested in pursuing this perjury case. There was a lot of video evidence, plus lots of deposition evidence, and it wasn't just a small shift. It wasn't just these words are different. It was a direct and verifiable lie, and a lie seeking money. And so there were things there that could be proven that there was perjury for a purpose, where if you lie under oath, but the question at the deposition was this, and the question is slightly different at trial, there's wiggle room in it that makes it very hard to prosecute and to get a prosecutor's office for buy-in. You need a very, very strong and specific set of facts showing that somebody is actively lying and actively lying for a purpose. And it is not easy to try. Though when we convicted that dude, he flipped out and jumped out of his seat and got tackled by 3 bailiffs. It was fascinating.
Oh my God.
He was not a fan of mine.
Your stories are good.
Well, the other thing about
interesting life.
The other thing, and I always warned clients about this, is the impact if you do get a perjury conviction is super huge, because it is the worst thing that can appear on your criminal record, because everything we do ultimately is backed by the court system.
Yep.
Like if I buy a house, that transaction is backed by the court system. And if, let's say you got a perjury conviction and you get into a dispute over what was actually promised, did they promise that they'd pump the water out of the basement before they turned it over? Well, now it's their word against you, the perjurer's word, and you're going to lose.
Yep.
It's such a bad thing to have on your record. And it also means, like, if somebody came up to you on the street and punched you, and the prosecution is just looking at, do we want to proceed with this? Well, do we have the word of anyone who isn't a perjurer to back this up? Or are we just going to say, yep, too bad? Because, they're not going to win that one if it's just you versus them.
So in Virginia, we binged. In Virginia, you can see the bing actually happened. In Virginia, the crime felony.
Is there a bing? You have an actual sound effect?
Yeah, it just binged. The thing has a sound, but felony perjury, a class 5 felony in Virginia, can carry up to 10 years in prison, which is very interesting to know. So you never know. But it says gives conflicting testimony, intentionally testifying falsely under oath, and false statements under oath. But again, trying to get prosecutorial buy-in is very, very difficult. So,
yep. Social stand, sorry, break them down in smaller chunks. I think this is in response to an earlier chat that said he wasn't going to watch the Saturday show because it was too long, which I totally understand. But my resources are such as they are. Just watch it in smaller chunks, or don't. I could do what I could do. Thinking makes sense. Question. Hi, Rick and friends. Just wanted to say thank you for making Legal Bites' streams that much more nerdy and fun. Rick, do you plan to deviate from your usual subjects on this channel direction for pop law? So we talked about this at the front here a little bit, but hang on here. We'll do that. Second bullet, we're not going to be bounded by specific stories. I had a bunch of comments come in on Saturday that said, this isn't video games. Why are you talking about this? And I've said virtual legality has forever been looking at things people are interested in and talking about law. Also, usually business. This isn't really a business concept, although my eyes bug out when we get to see fun things from confidential Disney contracts and get ACLU testimony about how their organization is organized. It's all good stuff. There's good stuff in that. But basically, right now, the plan for Hangouts and Headlines is to take whatever I think is interesting, talk about media talking about stories, and it can be Depp versus Heard, which is what everybody is interested in right now. And it can be the next thing if it lines up where I think there's interest. So it'll be games, it'll be pop culture, it'll be what it has been. This is just a different model for virtual legality, in my opinion. So don't worry about that. But if you also just came to this channel for Depp and Heard, we'll be doing stuff that you're interested in as well. That's my answer to that question. Yes. Christina Annandon, you and Legal Bites are honestly one of the most likable and humble people I've ever seen on YouTube. Never change. Love all the LawTube gang heart emoji. That is very nice of you to say. Thank you so much.
The reason lawyers are so humble is because we're regularly reminded in our work how much we don't know. All the time. Just all the time.
It's constant.
No matter how good of a lawyer you are, you're going to have a moment in court where you just get slaughtered.
Yep.
So, if you have too much of an ego, being in law is real hard.
Yep.
Nobody can know it all. Stefania Bonera, if you are diagnosed with any psychological psychiatrist disease disorder here in Italy, you probably get treatment and get away with the quote unquote crime. A lot of indulgence here. Is that the same over there in Virginia? Well, in general, when we're talking about mentality, you have to get to a level of, I think most states are not recognizing right from wrong. And that's certainly not even being attested to here. So in this particular case, we saw Dr. Hughes come in and say, essentially, there's nothing wrong with her. So they have that. They own that. So that's really out of play for this. But otherwise, I think it's a fairly high standard to really get yourself out of culpability. Anybody have any other thoughts on that?
It's a very, very high standard when you're talking about criminal culpability. And normally you can end up actually doing more time if you are in a locked mental facility. So it's not, even if it might be appropriate, a lot of criminal defense attorneys choose not to go that way because their person can end up, their client can end up with more time because they are in a locked mental facility than if they took a lower plea deal and were able to get out. So there's not a lot of good answers in our system, but the standard is very, very high to have no criminal culpability due to lack of capacity.
Same here. And in Canada, at least, lots of people sort of have this notion that, that the insanity defense, which is not really called that here, but
right,
you get the idea of what it is. It's like just an easy thing and gets you out of jail free and all of that. There was a case where somebody successfully was declared, not criminally responsible over like a shoplifting. And then later they went back to the court and they were like, it's been 13 years. I'm still stuck in treatment. When do I get out? And the courts, I would have been out in like 90 days if I just pled guilty. And the court's like, well, here's the thing. This isn't a sentence. So you're in there until you're better. And, that's a hell of a thing on a shoplifting that you might have gotten 90 days for. So
yeah,
you only really see it on the stuff where you're looking down the barrel of like a life sentence or some really long sentence, because like, why?
Well, I think it's primarily a TV movie type thing. Like it's Primal Fear, right? Great movie. Watch Primal Fear. Fantastic stuff. Ed Norton. But I think it's that kind of concept.
Yeah. People have this notion that it's kind of a get out of jail free card, and it really isn't.
Yeah. Britt Cormier, who's been supporting this channel and others, I think, throughout all of this. How can you trust your untrained lying eyes? She knows way more than any of us. Who are we to question her professional opinion? You only see what you want. She sees all. Reminder, sarcasm is my second language. Britt with the funny chats. Thank you, Britt.
That's okay. Sarcasm is one of my love languages, so I get it.
Spidley, if you look closely, you can see the mark on Amber Heard's neck where Johnny Depp decapitated her to use her head as a soccer ball. Luckily, she had some Amica cream, though.
That Amica cream.
It does it all.
If we ever do get around to what people keep asking me, some people have been saying, when are you going to run like D&D, LawTube D&D? And if we ever do get around to that, I'm replacing all the healing potions with Amica cream.
Well, yeah, one of my plans is potentially get some Mario Karting and Among Us-ing and do some identity games. Yeah?
I love Among Us.
Well, you know what? We're going to get some LawTube games together. So that's my plan right now. Because
Mario Kart 2.
If I stand for anything, it's gaming.
I've actually been playing with the Backbone. It's been really, really fun. So, yep, I can.
Nice.
So
nice.
gaming, not on the level, but I enjoy it.
If Amber Heard has not admired that the article is about Johnny Depp, why are the lawyers focusing so much on Johnny Depp alleged violence towards Amber Heard? Admitted that the article is about Johnny Depp. Well, because they're running all these arguments at once, right? Like people come in and ask, why are they fighting against the title to the op-ed if she's going to have this part of testimony? It's because they win. They don't have exposure if they get rid of, I have no responsibility for the title. And it's the same as this kind of stuff. So we might as well toss out there, who says it's Johnny Depp? Even though we all know that that's not their winner. They're not going to push too heavily on that, I don't think.
Yeah, the ACLU testimony kind of end-routed that a little bit.
Right, yep, killed that, I think. Grant TR, Amber Heard mentioned novel East of Eden on the stand. Read the personality of a main character, Kathy Ames. I will keep that in mind.
He's like, I will keep that in mind for after the jury is out deliberating.
Well, a lot of these things and advice, I think whether it's on my channel or I'm visiting someone else's, I definitely think somewhere on LawTube we should effectively have a what they didn't want you to see type stream where we look at the Australia audio if it doesn't get all the way in, and some other references that people are constantly yelling at me about.
Yes.
I'm like, well, that doesn't really, those timelines don't work, and that doesn't make a ton of sense, but I want to be open to believing her. And people are like, listen to the tapes. It's like, no,
the jury doesn't know that. It's hard when the jury doesn't know it to keep in our brain parsed. What does the jury know? What does the internet know? They are two very different things.
Yeah. So I'm doing my best to keep that. Thank you so much for the super chat. Do you think Amber's team believes her story, or is it likely that they could think she's a complete liar and they're just trying to do the best job they can to represent her? I don't think that the team can actually just like think knowingly that she's a complete liar, probably to help them sleep at night. But I think they could have their doubts and still be more than ready to adequately and zealously represent her. Yeah, that is the job. Yeah, that's right. So that's where I come out on that. Thank you for the super chat. Misty Clark question. Okay. NY1C difference in two pics of C. Simon's mirror photo. Amber Heard, one different.
See the difference in the two pictures of the Carly Simon mirror photo. Amber Heard's one is different than Ben King's one. Black smudges over, and Amber Heard's also with the date issue. I can see a month or two, not a year.
Thank you. See, this is good that I always have guests on, because I don't know if you were around, Emily, listening when I said illy fur or whatever somebody said.
That too.
So, hey. Yes, I think we've seen that there's different versions of that photo. I definitely noted that there was one version of the photo that had like the black handprints over the lipstick stuff. We saw that in one of the newspaper articles. I can't agree with you all on the date issue, because I think when I saw that, when somebody DM'd it to me, I had a calendar I was looking at that said April 2020. So I mean, like in my room. So I think it's suggestive of maybe a dating issue. But as someone who's really bad about changing calendars,
I think it gives them room to argue. It gives steps further room to argue, and no one has admitted metadata, and that's going to come back to bite them when the calendar's in the wrong space. It's like, oh, but we can't really know when this picture is from. And it gives them a good faith basis to make that argument.
Yeah.
Yeah. And greatly helped if you already are kind of positioning in your own head that she's a liar.
I mean, I've got attention deficit. There have been more than one occasion where I've looked at a calendar on the wall and been like, oh, that's no longer the right year. Like, not even I'll flip it to the right month. It's just like, that's. So, I mean, it happens. People do that sort of thing. That said, they're not people in the same way that like you or I are people. Right. They've got staff. And like, you're telling me that none of their staff were like, oh yeah, we got to flip the calendar over. Maybe not. I mean, it's just weird. And as he said, along with the whole thing about the metadata, now it takes it from weird into suspicious. And that's a problem.
And if you pin her on a few of these other little lies where you're like, she's lying, they can show she lied about the donation. Let's just go with that one.
They absolutely can.
Be able to show that she lied about the donation. That's already in evidence. She lied about the donation. So now it gives them so much room to say, if she lied about the donation and this seems weird, is it also a lie? It's reasonable for you to believe if she's lying about one thing, she's lying about other things. And that is, especially if they get a limiting jury instruction, those can be very damaging. And I think this case, when I came in, again, I was like, this is a real big hill for Depp's team to climb. And now watching her testimony, I'm like, oh, this is This is why they were like, do it. Let's go to trial. Just go to trial. Put it all on streaming. Let's go. Let's see. It makes
Let's have a fight. Let's have a fight. Yeah.
I need a picture now of Ben Chu in mountain climbing gear.
And Ben Chu sitting there in court like this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you think that was intentional, Emily?
No, I
He
don't.
went like this, and then he went like this, and then he went like this. It's an odd thing to do. Normally you would rest on other fingers, but I don't know if he's that diabolical. But I mean, he seems so likable. He brings jelly beans in his pockets. I just don't know. But it does. I like
that's why, as you said, I think entirely properly, it was a lightning strike when you heard it in the opposition of the motion to strike. It'll be a lightning strike when he pops out in closing for the jury. It will be. Also, I wanted to speak to this chat. Emily didn't slay me.
I didn't.
Well, she did that as well. She saved me.
I read it with I just read it through fresh eyes. I'm not the one who's having to tag all the chats and run the stream. It's so much easier to just be the guest.
I think it's great. And yeah, Virtual Legality is clearly going to be the place where you hear me read the emojis as if I'm on the circle and also read internet speak as if it's just literal. So if you're enjoying that, get excited because that's what I do here.
I misread my own stuff on my chat all the time. It's easier when you're not also running the stream to take a step back and
okay. So to be honest with you, so I did this on Saturday and I thought, all right, we're gonna have a ramp up period. We're gonna be able to figure out where the buttons are. We're gonna know this thing, and this community has been absolutely crazy. Since we started answering these super chats, we've gone backwards because they're awesome. Thank you to everybody, but she didn't slay me. I would not have been able to make heads or tails out of that sentence. I promise you. So thank you very much, Emily.
I was not trying to slay. I was trying to assist.
Butterosia Runkle looks like John Cusack played Bob from Twin Peaks. As for the trial, can't wait for the cross of Amber Heard. She's going down hard.
The cross is going to be an interesting. I hope the cross is a masterclass in how to do a good cross examination. We got some of those moments in Rittenhouse. I think we'll see some of those moments here. And, I'm looking to be inspired in my profession and not shaking my head going, why don't you know these things?
Yeah.
And I've said that both directions. People get mad at me. It's like, I've been impressed a number of times by Rotten Born. I actually have been pretty impressed by Elaine's direct in terms of trying to get Amber going the direction we talked about.
She can't corral her client, and that's not her fault, though.
I don't think so.
She was leading as hell, but she was also doing what the court would let her get away with. It was annoying to me, but she was doing what the court would let her get away with. And everybody's like, Depp's team should object more. And again, we saw this during Rittenhouse. Their strategy to this, they're not objecting because they don't know what to object to. They're not objecting because they can argue, look, she couldn't even testify her story. Her lawyer had to do it for her. It gives them room to argue and it doesn't hurt them. She's going to
all the space.
Just let her run at this point.
Yeah. So thank you very much for the super chat. Lynn2574, first day of trial, you said you couldn't see JD winning. I saw you change your mind when the audios were played and witnesses backed up his story. Yeah, I mean, the first day of trial was the first time I was introduced to the defamation claims. And I looked at those 3 sentences and I said, I thought there would be a sentence that said, Johnny Depp beat me about the head and face. Like that's what you usually see in like a defamation, something specific. And you say, all right, let's fight about that. And it turns out they are fighting about that, but I thought it was going to be legally problematic. I didn't know that the Heard strategy was to paint him as a tyrant king monster, because I think that's a lot harder to do. So yeah, I think Johnny Depp has a chance of winning. I also would warn people, I think he has a chance of losing, and I can see a hung jury. Like that's a possibility on these kinds of facts, I think.
All over. That's a huge possibility.
Debbie W., some people have pointed out that some of her testimony, word for word and scene for scene, are from various movies. Is that something Depp's team can research and use in trial? So I think all the word for word stuff has fallen apart. But in terms of scope, it's definitely theatrical. I don't know how you could use it without that kind of exact match, except to continue to point out that she's an exaggerative, fabulous kind of person. And bring that out even more in trying to explain things in cross-examination.
I don't know if they need to. I mean, juries are looking at this stuff the way a lot of y'all are. And I think some of the overly flowery language, you just call back in closing to Dr. Curry's testimony. If Dr. Curry testifies on on rebuttal, which I think that she will. You just have Dr. Curry say these things I've been are consistent, and maybe you point to some direct quotes, but I don't think you have to, and I don't think they are verbatim. I think they're very similar.
Yeah.
And I'm not surprised that they're very similar, because Amber Heard wants to see her life as if she is the, she is the main character of everything that's happening to her. And they framed that brilliantly in their opening. They said she's playing the role of a lifetime in this movie that she's writing. And her testimony didn't downplay anything at all, didn't go straight through this is what happened. It went into such spectacular, fantastical realms that it just backed up everything Dr. Curry said.
It did. You can't help but think of that magic language, flowery language testimony from Dr. Curry. It didn't feel real. It felt, teenager. It felt very, very dramatic in everything that was being told.
I mean, at this point, if I could do sort of a dream stream, it would be either, talking to the lawyers or get Hughes and Curry on one thing to debate. And that would be just amazing to see. We'll never see it, of course, but it would just be amazing to watch.
Well, the impression I get is Hughes thinks Curry is beneath her. You got a couple references like that.
Yeah, and frankly, Curry should be taking everything Hughes has at this point, because it's so obvious that she did the better job here, and it's not even
seems to be the more accurate job. Certainly,
Hughes has a book on how to be an expert witness, and dead ass looked at the jury and said, "Well, I don't want this to turn into a memory test." What do you think you are there for, Dr. Hughes? You're an expert witness who has testified over 50 times as an expert witness. When has it not been a memory test? Yeah. Her testimony had so much derision in it. She's sitting there like this and just like, and she's like, "Oh, so you want me to just look down and look back up and then my memory's refreshed?" I hate her testimony. Turned me off so much.
I want to speak to the trials manager, please.
Yes.
And in fact, she tries to do that. She tries, like, at one point, the judge is like, "You need to stop talking to me.
Yes.
Like, you don't get to talk to me. You don't have standing for anything. Sit down and be a witness."
The judge asked them to approach so that she could be admonished, so that the expert could be admonished. And then you saw the lawyer went up and admonished the witness while she was on the stand in front of the jury. And those moments of killing credibility, well, Heard's team might try to say, "See, Johnny's team's trying to hide things from you by fighting with this expert." Once the judge is having to put a stop to it, I don't think there's any recovering from that. And I had a very hard time recovering it because when she was going through her credentials, I was like, good. This is going to be a good witness. She's going to very clearly talk about DV and cycle of violence. I can see Depp's team trying to use that in their case. And then it went off the rails. And I was like, what just happened? Like somebody switched the track and it just collapsed.
There were a couple of points where she made comments that I was like, if this wasn't in the context of a total tire fire, this would have been an excellent point. It's like, if a chef serves you an amazing steak and you're like, "This is a great steak," except that it's been served in an outhouse, like, you're not going to eat it. And like when she says, "Oh, well, Dr. Curry used this one test in this way and it says not to use it in that way," I'm like, that's an excellent point she's making. That's actually really devastating. Oh, no. She's blowing it up with everything. Like, she has no credibility whatsoever.
And then notes weren't thorough. So you've now got the documentary evidence showing that she just said IPV Johnny. And it's like, well, did you explore that anymore?
That was the worst. IPV Johnny is the worst. I thought they went too hard on some of the, like, I could tell she circled the one over here and it's like, okay, so it's not great, but whatever. I got bots subscribing now. What are we doing here?
Probably. Your mods will take care of it. Don't worry about it.
All right. But it's subscriber mode. How did you even get in? Get out of here.
They do that.
All right. Kelly H, thank you so much for the super chat. No tax, good tax. Runkle is greater than Rumpole. You know what? Great.
I don't know if that's true because I'm a big fan of the Rumpole stuff. I got the book right. Where is it on my shelf? There it is. So
I kind of love the chat taking off with the outhouse steakhouse.
Matthew Slingsby, she claims she did not write on the mirror in the master bedroom bathroom, but she barricaded herself in there for 12 hours whilst it happened. So how's JD write on the mirror? We know JD does write on the mirror. This is the problem, right? Like, why can't she admit to putting the lipstick down? It appears to be because her story is that she goes to sleep, like when half this stuff is going down.
I've never seen a victim of crime not be in a heightened state where they would not want to take sleeping pills because they don't feel safe to be that.
If you're saying somebody's beating on you, including when you're, on the ground and whatever else,
you're going to die. She said he's threatening to kill me, and I was afraid I was going to die.
Yeah. Now's a good time to have a medically induced nap. Like, are you? If I was in that position, I'd be going, I need every stimulant there is so that I can be awake, so that long enough. I mean, this is something you'll often hear from abuse victims: is staying awake.
Yes.
So that eventually he usually gets tired, the abuser gets tired. And now that you've stayed awake, you can slip out. That happens all the time.
Get your phone, take photos, get away. And then when the medical team shows up, she doesn't try to get away. When security gets there, she's telling Ben King, if I leave now, it's over. She's not trying to leave. She's fighting with everyone to stay. They are trying to get her to leave. And that's also deeply inconsistent with my own experience with people who've had something horrible happen to them wanting to get away. She also never talks about showering. With all of the blood and everything she said she'd been to, she never talks about showering.
That's true. She doesn't mention it.
Which is very odd to me as well.
She does not mention cleaning herself up at all.
Not at all.
No, it's a good comment. This is some of the stuff where you're like, it seems like the scene ends. It's like a fade out and fade in.
I've also not heard everybody go, and somehow, and this is something that was pointed out with Jesse Smollett, and somehow it just ended. Most people know how it ended. I had a woman who got taken at knife point off a bus stop after work, and she was so dialed into what was happening because she was being led towards a very dark alley at a very, very early hour of the morning. And she talks about a car door across the street slamming and people getting out, and the person holding the knife jumping, and she bolts. Like, she heard the car door and she bolted because that was the order of event that just grabbed their attention for a second so she could get away and run to a DUI checkpoint and tell the police. But it never just ends. There's always like this is the moment when something shifted, and we've heard none of that in this testimony.
I hadn't thought about it before, but it's such a good point.
So,
question: why aren't her friends facing any repercussions for the false statements they made and signed? I don't know that we've shown false statements exactly yet. Yeah,
they're not before this court. They might have been made in deposition and stuff, but they're not before this court yet.
Tanya Jellison, hey from Canada. Yesterday got news that a childhood friend of mine was beat to death by her spouse. That's awful. I'm sorry to hear that. Amber Heard is a greedy, awful person. What she's doing takes away from a real, ordinary woman.
I think it takes away a lot of victims.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's certainly the case. To the extent that she's not being forthright, that's the effect it has, unfortunately. I'm very sorry to hear your story. Thank you for the super chat. Otto Rommel, pictures of visible blood drops, but no smears and bloody footprints. She said they must have cleaned the broken glass, but they left cans and other debris. Johnny wears rings. Her face should be a mess. It's interesting that she included the detail of the rings in one of the stories that she told, because you would expect it to look even worse than you might otherwise be imagining. And then she doesn't produce photos or do whatever else.
Backhanded with the handful of rings.
Yeah.
She also said after her feet were sliced up, she was walking around the house taking those photos, but no reflection is caught in any of those mirrors. If you are trying to take photos of a mirror, you have to be very conscientious to not catch yourself in the mirror. And if you had been hurt and you're trying to take pictures, wouldn't you want your reflection in the mirror? I have so many questions.
Well, and it's years of instances where she has documented things where she thinks, Johnny looks bad.
Yeah.
And we have nothing on this horrific state of affairs. It's hard to believe. I keep trying, but it really legitimately strains credibility. Like, the phrase was meant for that. It's like, I'm trying, but you're asking too much of me in terms of what you've produced and what you failed to produce. Miss Clerd, I wonder if she had blackout during finger events, so only recalls aftermath. That bit of testimony aligns with audio. She's projected her behavior onto Johnny Depp before. I don't know. None of this makes sense, and I haven't listened to the audio. So very clearly, those two timelines are two different worlds.
She said she took sleeping pills and went to bed and came down later and said he seemed like he'd been bleeding for too long, so I called for help. And I was sitting there going, how do you have any recollection of what too long is if you don't know what happened or when and you took sleeping pills and went to bed? How do you have any sense of what too long is? I think
there's a bunch of those. There's a bunch of those in her phraseology.
Yep.
I think that's probably why, at least I, get the vibes I get. It's like, yeah, there's wrongness here.
Wouldn't she have been bleeding too long at this point? Like,
she doesn't present, once the scene ends and she wakes up and goes to make coffee, she doesn't present her situation as being someone who is recovering from a beating. Like it's after.
Well, she says that she had her head slammed backwards onto a hard surface repeatedly. And I'm sure Emily can back me up. This is how a lot of murder files go, because the back of your head is the weakest part of your skull. We're built to basically take on confrontations head on, which is why if you look at the front of the skull, it's all sort of, as much as humans have them, this is where our armor plating is the front of the skull. You can take a lot of punching to the face and still survive it. But where people start dying real fast is when they fall backwards and hit their head, or when somebody slams their head, or somebody, they've won the fight, the person's on the ground, and the other person gives them a little boot to the back of the head. Those things kill people all the time. And not just kill them,
but bar fights where they're fighting outside and somebody gets punched and goes over backwards on a curb or what have you. Yep. Those kinds of, but we were just fighting. I didn't intend to. It's like, well, you knocked them over and they hit their head and now they're, they didn't wake up in the morning. But she talks about it, not just in Australia. She talks about it at her house, that she tripped over her shoes and hit her head, the back of her head, on a low brick wall on the edge of the wall. And I'm like, no, you have no evidence to back up the traumatic brain injury or concussion. And she's like, oh, we did a concussion check over the phone. No. No.
They're looking at your pupils with a light over the phone. Like, are you kidding me? It seems to me that she's never actually been checked for a concussion.
Correct.
Because they're doing tests that to check your pupil reactivity.
We know Monroe checked a concussion because she did not find one after the headbutt incident. So we know she got a check before this testimony.
Was it over the phone?
No. This was a legit check. I mean, that's the medical report that comes out.
Yeah, it's just like, how do you do that over the phone? But even if you survive hits to the back of the head, this is also where all of the visual processing is. So lots of people go blind from injuries sustained in that area. This is not like something you just, action movie stars take all sorts of beatings and they just kind of get up. Like, oh, I got shot in the shoulder. I'll just, wrap a bit of toilet paper around that and I'm good to go. Real people break and suffer lifelong consequences from beatings like that. It's, she's trying to pretend she's John Wick.
Yep. Johnny about hurting his back, throwing a chair in a scene, and then dealing with years-long painkiller addictions because of it is so much more real, because that's how humans get injured. It's like, I was just doing this thing and then boom, hurt. And he described the pain and the numbness in his legs. And she's not described any physical sensation. Even when she said, I got slapped 3 times and I laughed, fine. People have all kinds of responses to trauma, but to not describe it stinging, to not describe the shock of it, to not describe anything other than laughing is, again, Runkle, to your point, so off from, it's like people trying to describe shooting a gun that have never shot a gun, right?
Oh, if there's that horrible op-ed from the guy who shot a gun for the first time. And he's like, oh, it was like, I got PTSD from the noise. But yeah, I mean, the example I'll give is sometimes I'll take somebody new to the range, and sometimes there are people who are against guns. And so I'll just say, to new shooter, here's a gun. Your challenge is I'm going to supervise you to make sure you don't do anything unsafe and, keep the barrel down range, but I'm going to watch. I want you to take this gun and put a shot into the berm. And most newbies can't do it because they just don't know the basics. They've watched thousands of gunfights on, TV and movies and so forth, but they've never actually learned how you get from one thing to the other. And that's what her testimony seems to be like, is she's got this idea of what it should look like, but she doesn't know how to put the pieces together and make them operate in a way that'll actually, seem proper. It's so artificial. I can't imagine. But I mean, I don't know. I'm sitting here going, I can't imagine the jury's buying this, but I've got all these preconceptions from having run criminal trials and seen all, and maybe they haven't. Maybe they're just sitting there going, seems legit to me.
Well, I think some of the specifics you're picking up on are easily missed. And as I said, I think there is at least a certain amount of fog effect towards, I really don't want to believe you would lie about this kind of thing. Yep. So like we start there, and I recognize that really for the first time in my life as a bias I have, where I'm when I'm thinking, oh, she sounds like she's lying. I have in my heart, really about this.
You're looking for other explanations first. You're looking for everything else other than, are you lying? And when I came into this, I was like, I don't know how Johnny Depp's going to overcome this. And seeing her testimony, I was like, oh, this makes sense why they're in trial. This now all makes sense to me. And we'll see what a jury does. But if the jury felt Isaac's testimony when Isaac was getting choked up about, it's awful what we did, if the jury could feel his testimony and feel Johnny Depp talking about his finger and kind of breaking with reality and just like, is this even real life? And that injury and how he felt afterwards, if they could feel that testimony, I can't imagine that at least some of them don't feel nothing coming from Amber Heard. Because I cry at commercials. The new Spider-Man movie wrecked me, like literally snot coming down my face, ugly crying. But I feel nothing coming across from her story because it's so beyond exaggerated. And I've cried at commercials, so I'm stunned that there's nothing. There's no emotion coming from her. There's a lot of words, but there's no actual emotion.
I love that story, Emily, because my youngest daughter, we finished watching No Way Home, and she says, "Why did you show that to me? That's so sad."
I love it. I love it so much. I made the mistake of watching it on an airplane, so I'm trying to like hide my face. I was like, this was a terrible idea. It was a phenomenal film. I still haven't seen all the way to the end yet because then my family got mad that I watched it without them in my flight.
Oh, okay. All right. I won't, no spoilers.
I loved it, but
I've got a post-mortem of that movie on my channel. You might not love what I have to say about it, but it is there if you're interested in my thoughts.
I have yet to watch it, but it's on my to watch list.
Right.
But yeah, I mean,
I'm an easy peasy moviegoer. I'm not highly critical of movies. I go by, did I enjoy it? Did I not enjoy it? And that's it. I am not deeply critical of movie.
I can't turn it off.
Along for the ride. So, but no, it's interesting because I've been watching my chat too, and a lot of the people in my audience have had traumatic experiences, abusive experiences, and a lot of people were saying, I thought this testimony would be very triggering because some of Johnny Depp's testimony was very hard. I couldn't listen, and her testimony has affected me none. Comment after comment after comment after comment. So I know it's not just me feeling it.
Without going into some of my background, I was very much in that spot. Like some of Depp's testimony, I was just like, there were actually points where I was like, I need to take a break and I can't keep watching this.
Yeah.
Amber Heard, phone book. Yep. Like she is just basically like reading a phone book at me. I don't buy any of it.
The audio is very hard to listen to. The audio between the two of them is very, very deeply sad and hard to listen to, but her on the stand is nothing.
Yeah, I believe it. Cassie Analek, as a registered nurse.
Depp's testimony was hard for me as well.
Yeah,
definitely. As a registered nurse, I'm angry at Amber Heard, implying all the medical staff that cared for her are now lying. No registered nurse would risk their license. Documentation matters. CYA. And, the best example of that, of course, is I do not recall the deposition. 2 straight hours, if I do not recall, from the nurses. So I hear you. The
other thing is just everyone around her is constantly risking professional or other credentials. Like, the airline flight, I think she used stewardess, but I was taking MDMA and being assaulted by Depp and covering that up. I'm like, you do realize that as much as the cabin crew might be the person who serve you your little tiny miniature Coke, they're also the people who put out a fire if things catch fire, or save your life if you're bleeding to death, or deal with an angry client if somebody's gotten up and is throwing fists. Like, they are highly trained professionals, not with a professional designation, but they take their shit real seriously. And they get drug tested all the time, like just all the time. Like, and it can be like, welcome to whatever airport, you're off for a test. You really think she's just casually going to take some MDMA on the flight? Are you kidding me? Or, and this notion of like, oh, a celebrity's assaulted me. We'll just keep moving on. I'm like, no, that results in lawsuits. That's
big money. Johnny Depp assaulted me. I'm taking him to court, or at least getting a nice settlement.
I mean, I'd be expecting her to say, listen, we had to settle that. There was a big NDA. She's going to be here to testify because court breaks, through the NDA.
It sure does.
She got paid, X many millions of dollars to keep her mouth shut. Because I mean, like, if Johnny Depp or some other celebrity grabbed me on the street and threatened that they were going to break my arm, I'd be like, okay, I'm buying some stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we going shopping, but nothing. Just, nothing to make that credible in any way. It's so weird.
And you've got the Dr. Kipper giving her a lace nightie for a wedding present, which is bizarre. And then the wrapping raw meat in it. Like, what even is that story? Ben King cleaned up the whole house and talked about it. Would we not have heard of chunks of raw meat wrapped in nightgown? What is even happening? What is that even? Who's ripping up a nightgown and wrapping raw meat in it after they've had a finger severed? However,
Speaking of wrapping, you want to talk about little details? I think it's Johnny Depp gets her a dress from the Rum Diaries and says nice wrapping, and she says, like a present. I'm like,
or like a wrap.
Are you sure you're not talking about wrapping a movie?
Yep. But that again goes with Dr. Curry, and that again goes with Amber Heard telling her legal team, or seemingly telling her legal team, no, Dr. Curry's husband knew I was coming in and brought me muffins. And Dr. Curry's like, no, I had my husband go pick up muffins because we bring muffins into the practice, and we enjoyed the muffins. Like, this wasn't about you, Amber. And I think it's the same thing. This isn't about you, but she's telling her team how it went through her filter.
Yeah. And I think they're either uncritically accepting it, or they're in a position where they can't tell her no.
It's Amber's orders.
And I suspect she's going, that doesn't sound like what it sounds like. Like, to the rest of the world, that doesn't sound like what you're making it, right? And she's just like, that's what it is. Make it happen.
Because that's the key to the muffin story.
Around her. It's all, again, this is all centered and focused on her. The medical professionals are trying to drug me. The staff is against me. It's all focused on her.
Who would have muffins and, imagine that there was some, like, that doesn't mean anything to me. Like,
she thought it meant that Dr. Curry was telling her husband, oh, Amber Heard's coming in today. So Dr. Curry is so starstruck by Amber Heard that she was telling her husband, and her husband brought muffins for Amber Heard because, oh, she's such a big celebrity. Here are the muffins. Dr. Curry, who's an accomplished and respected woman in her own right, who seems to have done a ton of work in PTSD and the military, I don't think is starstruck by Amber Heard, but Amber Heard doesn't see it that way.
No, and if people read it like you do, and I think you're right, it sure does look like the only source was Amber. Her own lawyers got snowed into asking that question. And here we are with, as Lil Panda Cub says, the muffins was obviously violence.
Obviously. and completely unethical and inappropriate. And it shows that Dr. Curry is biased in some way because of the muffins.
Well, the drinks and the muffins. I mean, she also had drinks.
Problem for me. The muffins were not a problem for me. The drinks was interesting. I
wouldn't recommend it as your general modus operandi.
Didn't love it.
So yeah, no, I hear you there. let's see here. Back to this one. Aside from the honor system, is there anything preventing the jurors from watching analyses of the trial, such as this one, in their personal time? Orders. So honor system it is. But
other jurors are tattletales, though. Like if this just happened in the Cardi B case, a juror was trying to talk about the case before they had closed evidence where the jury can deliberate. And the juror who she was trying to talk to went to the judge and said, at lunch, this juror wanted to talk to me about this evidence. And they questioned that juror and they were immediately yeeted from the trial. Jurors tend to tell on one another. If somebody comes in and is like, yeah, but the rest of the Australia audio sounds like this, the other jurors will bring it to the court's attention. So, or it'll come up. I mean, we saw it with juror 52 in the Maxwell case. You see these things on social media, like it eventually comes out.
And a lot of these jurors are going to be talking to the media afterwards. Some of them might get book deals. So,
it's in their interest too.
Yeah. You don't think that's something that they might mention if it comes up in one of those? Yeah.
But I think jurors generally, from all the juries I've talked to, and Ian, I would love your perspective on this too, but from all the juries I've talked to, they really take their duty very seriously. They really, once they're selected to be on a jury, really do take it with a tremendous amount of gravity that this is placed in their hands to determine this thing. And it's part, at least in the US, it's part of their civic duty. I found the jurors take it very, very seriously and get frustrated if somebody among them does not take it seriously, and they tend to bring that to the attention of the judge.
Here in Canada, it's actually illegal to ask a juror afterwards about their deliberations. So we never get any insight into that.
Oh.
But so my limited insight is my wife was on a jury and she didn't, she was like, I want to be on this jury. So I'm like, I'm just not going to mention to any of my prosecutor friends that I've got, that my wife is up for a jury here but she came home and she's like, I am really frustrated and I can't talk about it. And she, she was serious about it. I know nothing about that trial, like nothing other than some days might have been frustrating but I don't know if that was like a parking issue or I just know nothing. She takes it, she took it seriously.
Jurors are allowed to talk to the attorneys after the case if they want to. And the Phil Spector jurors had a barbecue all together and invited the prosecutor after the trial was over. Invited the prosecutor to the barbecue. But I've heard of juries getting together, especially after long trials, getting together again and staying in touch with one another because they do go through this very intense, very isolating experience together and really do tend to bond in that way. The same way with like a freshman class or a sports team or something, there is a bond that happens there, and it's something that people do take very seriously. So we can only hope that they're following the rules of the court and think that they will.
A lot of trials are also really traumatic. This one has a whole bunch of really gory details with the finger and the SA allegations.
Yep.
There's ones that have video of SA allegations or CT files with pictures and video and stuff.
Homicides with autopsy photos and stuff. Yeah, the jury go through there definitely is a shared trauma experience depending on the type of case.
We actually had a file. There was not my file, but there was a case here in Alberta where a victim of a homicide, or at least that was the charge, they brought in body parts into the court and showed those to the jury. I'm like, that's rough, right? And I mean, I'm sure they had reasons for doing so. I'm not going to second guess anybody's decisions on that, but just as a juror having to deal with that and knowing that this is a victim of what might be a serious crime.
I've been to autopsies. There is a very, very specific smell and things.
Yeah. And, it also impacts, and I think we don't deal with this enough in the profession. It impacts lawyers. It impacts judges. I mean, I have had files that I can, dream about because it's just like, this file is really horrific and it sticks with you.
Yep. There's still things I don't talk about, which is another part of what I was so frustrated with in Amber Heard's testimony, is that even now there are cases, I mean, that I've talked about with literally my DA friends and my therapist, and that is it, not anyone else, because they don't need that secondary trauma. But when she's talking about what she's been through, her voice is very firm, very steady, and has a lot of volume and weight behind it, which has never been my experience in listening to somebody talk about trauma, and not been my experience when talking about things that I have been through personally and professionally. So it was very interesting to me listening to that testimony. And I wonder how people listening to it, if they listened without looking at the screen all the time, if they experienced her testimony differently by hearing it versus by hearing it and seeing it, because her face was doing a whole lot and her voice was not matching.
And a whole lot of her talking about things and getting upset and then looking to the jury.
Yeah.
Whereas in my experience, when you're talking about something that difficult and you are breaking down, people hide. Like they try to look at a place where nobody is, so you'll often see people kind of looking at that little corner between the judge and the, and because it's a place that nobody is and they can try to hide their face. I've seen witnesses turn around in their chair and face the wall because they're like, I need a minute and I need nobody to be looking at me. And they turn around, I don't see anybody looking up towards, the judge or the jury going, you buying this?
No.
And you see this with children where they'll do this, they'll tell a lie and they'll, and then they do are you buying this check? Yep. But you also see it with people high on the psychopathy scale where they need to check in with you. And
Ian, I have to interrupt because I'm going to lose these. The StreamYard lost 2 super chats. So I caught them while they went flying by, but they're almost off the top. So I want to get them. I can't put them on screen. I apologize for that. We have 2. A generic account. My mom was abusive from day 1. Chased toddler me with knives. Hurt my dad. Manipulator. Total nut job. I couldn't listen to Amber. Same mojo. Chills.
Yeah.
And so I'm very sorry to hear that. Of course. Thank you for the super chat. And then Attic Hatch Sound. Bob Coal. Depp v. Heard miniseries cast so far. Casting for the miniseries of this. Johnny Depp, Taron Egerton, Amber Heard, Aubrey Plaza. It's an eclectic choice. Elaine, Jane Lynch, Rottenborn, Chris Parnell. Definitely. That works. And Benju, Don Swayze. I don't think I can put a face to Don Swayze. So, but I appreciate the super chat. Thank you so much. And I just wanted to make sure, I don't want to interrupt the conversation. I was loving that. But they were never coming back once they went off the top of that screen. So I wanted to make sure I got a handle on it. So
I'm alerted that my 14-year-old is home, so I'm going to go.
Oh, absolutely, Emily. Thank you so much for staying with us so long.
So
yes, the Purple Hearts have already started.
I like getting to see what everybody else is thinking about this stuff, because again, it's wild, and they're really. I mean, we've seen trials televised, but we've not seen anything like this. And the entire internet is playing like choose your own adventure along with the trial. And it's just a very surreal thing to be experiencing as lawyers, as content creators, as YouTubers. It's an incredibly surreal experience. And then the channel growth for everyone, I hope, is also kind of a surreal experience. I mean, Hoeg, you hadn't streamed before, and then on Saturday you're like, sure, we're gonna just
stream for 12 hours.
We're just gonna get in, like, doctrine.
I was gonna check the buttons. How else can I check the buttons? Yeah, no, it's absolutely the truth. And I'm very appreciative of you, the rest of LawTube, for all of that. Folks should definitely go check out Emily D. Baker. It will eventually be linked in the description of this video. Right now, search bar Emily D. Baker. There's only one, the one and only.
Well, I trust check her out. It's not a
like,
worry.
Subscribe, and Emily, I definitely want to hear you tell the story of this counselor Girardi. Pick a time.
We will. We have to do a Girardi stream. We will need to do a drinking stream. I think it makes more sense for me to bring my audience over here, Hoeg. Grow your channel.
Yeah, bring your audience.
We will do a hangout, and I will kind of go tell you the story, and we will all get to experience Hoeg's sweet summer child reaction to what went down in this case. We'll have to.
I think I'm LawTube's token sweet summer child at this point. So
nice though that you're so just blissfully unaware, and it's fun to just be like, and then there's this, and then there's this, because I watched, again, when you talk about surreal, I love Housewives. I've watched Housewives since the first episode of Orange County. All of them. My husband's like, this is a waste of your time. And what now I can say is this was training for my future profession. So don't at me. Just like my son says when he's playing, Overwatch, is this is training for competition.
Hey, well, Emily Baker's son, just so you know, video gaming in my life led to virtual legality, which led to all this. So you never know.
We let him play. They've got an esports team at his high school. It blows me away. So,
do they really? That's funny.
They rotate games every year, it seems. So you never quite know what you're going to be playing. But he's deep into Tarkov right now, which is he likes it because it's more.
It's not a realism.
He's like, well, it doesn't make sense that you can just pick up ammo and throw it in any gun. You need ammo for that specific gun. So why would you just be able to pick up any ammo and put it in any gun? It's dumb. And I'm like, you do you, buddy. But what I was trying to say is Housewives got me into the Girardi case. And as the pieces started to fall, I started watching it going, this is unreal. I can't believe this is happening. Oh God, please don't let this be true. And then they were filming Housewives as it was all happening. So the legal stuff was unfolding in court. And then Bravo cameras were rolling, watching her reaction to it. And so the season aired, there was more happening. And we got to just keep reliving this in a very Truman Show kind of a way, and it's fascinating. And the same thing's happening with Jen Shaw, which I'm guessing you also aren't.
No, you know what? I'm. Let's get something set up. I'm happy to be a part of it. I'm happy to react to these things.
Perfect.
Talk to me about it. Go have a lovely rest of your day. Thank you so much for dropping in, Emily.
Great to see everyone. Bye.
Bye.
And somebody on Twitter is quite properly saying I'm overestimating the barrister's wig prices for the UK.
You're getting called out?
Yep. Well, I did a look for it at one point because I was going to do a video because people kept sort of mocking that. I was going to do a joke video and get it. And then I was like, what the? I must have been looking at an antique page or something because they're coming in at like, 600 pounds, which is still stupid.
A lot of money.
But
you said 10,000 and it's a little less than that.
A little less than that, but it's still like way more than I was going to do for a joke video.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to pay it. Phil Jones, Guten Plan in German to English means good plan. Guten Plan was the name of the individual that was giving the interview to Fox News in one of the two headlines we covered today. Steph Jack UK, if her claims are discredited during cross and rebuttal and Johnny Depp wins, what will happen to Amber Heard? Canceled, appealed, sent to an island for lying liars that tell lies?
I think an appeal probably. I think given everything we know about her, she's going to come out with saying this is a biased jury and this just proves that women are not listened and believe. We have so much more work to do.
Yep.
Because I told my story and to spin the face is just more of the same I was talking about in the article.
The system is broken is coming.
The system is broken.
Yeah.
And so what happens in terms of her Hollywood career? I don't know. I honestly don't know what happens next.
I really hope that, if there's fairness,
there's not.
She'd get exactly the treatment she's been hoping to impose on others.
RJH00, thank you for the super chat and the lovely picture of the kitten. Halloween 24/7, it's parquet flooring, not parakeet flooring, Amber. You had to be amused by her pronunciation there. It's good stuff. Celia Sousa, good afternoon, panel. About the thing in the bed, don't forget the fecal phobia that she claimed. It's hard to imagine since all the references are to that. Ian, you have something?
Here's the thing about the flooring thing. It's funny that she's mispronouncing it.
Yeah.
But she's mispronouncing it in a way that indicates she's never heard the word.
Yeah.
She hasn't heard parquet flooring. She's heard or she's read the term.
Yeah.
And trying to pronounce it. So like it's just another sort of weird little thing that like nobody's talking about this flooring. She had to look it up.
Yeah, she looked up the flooring. Well, I mean, there's plenty of words in my lexicon, certainly, that I primarily learned reading. And we would all be greatly amused by the way that I say things. I'm sure it'll pop up if I stream long enough. So I'm, it's more funny than demonstrative of anything, but I like where your head's at with it. It implies that she was looking up what the flooring was at some point.
Yeah, not that they were talking about the flooring, not that she knows what it is from that, but she read it. I mean, that's a very common like reading versus hearing error.
Yep. Captain Cisco, Natalie is beautiful. 4 sets of heart eyes and then 3 emojis with hearts all around them. M_RN, please order a
kissy face hamburger.
Yeah, it's a kissy face hamburger reg. Cool. Thank you for the super chat.
This is not skip the dishes. So
Lindy Poulin, Mario Batali trial underway today. He waived jury trial. I heard that. I think another LawTuber is looking at that today.
Yeah, I think Joe wants them to look at it, right?
Potentially criminal, I think.
Oh yeah, potentially criminal. That's right.
Potentially criminal is looking at it today. So maybe he'll wind up covering that. I know absolutely nothing about it. I can really only keep one of these in my head. I got to be honest. Leanne Guzanowicz, thank you for the super chat. And I apologize for whatever I just did to your name. Streaming Addict, Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial theme song, Objection, Hearsay by the True Gadfly. Check it out on YouTube.
It's a fun one.
Yeah, well, I'll check it out.
Objection, hearsay. I don't really have a case. Objection, hearsay. Yeah.
It's an earworm. Tucson Sky, I've watched her channel plenty of times. She is awesome, articulate and knowledgeable. I think they're talking about Natalie. She is. This is the first time I got to chat with her. Lauren B, just like when Dr. C said she had all PTSD symptoms. Yep. She doesn't want to admit to not being perfect in these various ways.
All of everything, like every domestic violence thing that could happen to a person has happened to her. Everything ever.
Yeah. Whether Kate Moss means Team JD can bring up her DV arrest. We don't know what it means. It means Ben Chu is excited, but it might mean this DV arrest.
We're not quite sure what it means.
It means whatever the judge allows.
There you go. That's exactly true.
Always.
That's definitely true.
Not Mike at Hoeg. Who do you think among the three of you? I have to remember the panel composition. Does the best Amber Heard testimony impression? Well, this is at 140 today. I'm going to just go with Kurt. Kurt's the only one that's done one that I've heard. It's certainly not me. You don't want to look for me for emotional testimony. So I'm going to go with Kurt.
Yeah.
Bryant McCracken, read Malice. Wouldn't lying about SV and DA when a reasonable person would know what the aftermath of that will be sort of implicitly show malice? Yes, the lying nature of it, but in terms of proving it, you'd have to get up to that level of intentionality in order to imply it that way. Now they might. Honestly, I think a lot of people think they will, based on what we've seen from the testimony.
I continue to think malice is just a gimme because she would know it's false because she was there. So
once you get to falsehood,
once you get to falsity, malice is a gimme.
Yeah.
Well, and also, what other reason is there? And if you take her as the real abuser, and the big bad wolf in this one, then yeah, I can't see them finding. Yeah, okay, it was a lie, but it wasn't a malicious one.
Yeah.
Again, in a different world, I could have seen them establishing that she embellishes in her own head how these things go, and rough fights get to a certain place, and then she talks to her psychologist about that, and she gets you're being domestically abused back, and that's what she goes out with. Like I can see a case that could have done that.
There was an argument to be made there. That argument is
it's gone. It's gone because
done.
She's perfectly sane in every way, don't you know?
Dr. Hughes came out with there's nothing wrong with her at all.
Yep. So that's
okay.
Over.
All right. 918 girl, if jury can't judge in Johnny Depp's favor, 1 cent awarded. Yeah, maybe.
Well, usually it's $1 is the minimum, but yeah.
Gecko Gamer, hi Hog and Hog. I'm doing it to myself now. Hi Hoeg and LawTube. Did you follow the Formula One race in Miami? Also, congrats on 80K. I did not. Was it interesting? I'm always interested in people telling me about these things. And thank you so much for the subscription well wishes. It's been a lot of fun talking to y'all. Headbang Tiger, are there differences in jury deliberations in civil versus criminal as far as strict interpretations of instructions, etc.? No, they're supposed to listen to the instructions. The instructions themselves are different. The number of people in the jury box is different. There are different things that go along with criminal versus civil.
Yeah.
Becky G, what's stopping everyone from lying under oath? Well, the subpoena is under penalty, and that's under penalty of law. And so I think this is a response to us constantly saying that perjury is more of a threatened stick than a used stick because of the levels of prosecutorial discretion and things like that. But in general, I like to think people are good and honorable, and at bare minimum, scared of that stick.
I mean, it's a scary stick.
It's a scary stick.
The other thing is that people really underestimate just how much being in court affects people. It's a tough place. It's a tough room to lie in. It's and nobody should be lying in court, but I think that people, when they get there, suddenly realize I got some big responsibilities. And also the threat of cross-examination. I mean, cross-examination it's been called the most powerful engine for truth. I don't know if we'll go, but if you've ever watched a witness get torn apart in a cross-examination because they were lying, or if you've ever done it to somebody, and I've had to, it's a really unpleasant experience. It is possibly the worst day of many of their lives, if they haven't been through anything really traumatic. Like when you cross-examine a witness and really tear them apart with like a series of bad impeachments, that witness is somebody who's going to remember you, and they're going to hate you going forward. Like I've had, people just shoot me death glares as we're leaving because and it's like, you don't want to go through that. Don't put yourself through that. You're going to be humiliated, and it's going to suck in ways you can't even imagine. Like, it's really psychologically a tearing apart when that happens to people.
I think that's right. I mean, yeah, it's a bigger deal than I think sometimes we describe it sitting here. Yasmin, people with these personality types just keep digging deeper, even when it makes no sense to convince people, since surely no one would make this up. I think to some extent, I'm finding that in myself. So, yeah. Freddie Michael Voorhees, don't know if you answered this already as I was late. Do you think JD's lawyers could use Rob's first video and use what he proved? Also, just want to help Hoeg stay behind on chance.
Yeah, they can't use the video unto itself, but they can use it as inspiration for potential line of questioning, or I don't know how that would necessarily manifest itself at this point.
Unless they wanted to call him as an expert, but I mean, he's probably the wrong guy for an expert. You'd want somebody who's woodworking exclusively rather than a hobby woodworker.
Yeah.
Side question, do we think they will see it?
I don't think they'll see it. And honestly, if they did, I don't think it would be the biggest thing.
Oh.
At this point, they've got so much juicy material that chasing some maybe will pan out bed theory. And I mean, it's probably accurate, but chasing it is just too much risk versus reward. There's so many things to hammer on.
Good pun.
Well, it's like being at a buffet. If there's crab legs over there, are you really going to fill up on rice?
Lornock 1, who took the photos of the mirrors in Australia? They are different ones, must have been taken before the other. Some of the origins and foundation here are a little bit unclear, but there's definitely multiple versions of the mirrors. And at least one is Ben King. He attested to that. That's when he's talking about the waxy, what we think is lipstick writing. And then there's other ones that are slightly different. So I don't know. I'm hopeful that Cross will sort that out a little bit, because there definitely seems to be, like so much else in Australia, just conflicts of understanding of what occurred down there. William Andrews, police in Texas are looking for a man they say took a lawnmower and began mowing the homeowner's lawn without permission. Thank you for the super chat.
I've seen a YouTuber who does that sometimes. He usually gets permission, but sometimes for abandoned lots, he'll do it even if they don't get permission. So, I mean, why are we upset about someone mowing someone else's lawn except for technical trespass, and why do we care?
Simon Tupper, maybe Heard felt cross to not have his complete attention. I have ADHD like Johnny Depp, and we can seem a bit distant. The ADHD brain can't focus on something that isn't of interest at the moment because we rely on heavy levels of dopamine to focus. Could be.
I mean, I also will doodle sometimes to pay attention. I mentioned earlier in the stream that at one point I was watching a video while
you did.
Like sometimes if you're not doing three things, you're not doing anything. But I also think that, I think he's partially doing it out of spite. Like, just, I'm not going to look at you. I'm not going to give you the satisfaction of seeing it. And I mean, good on him if that's what it's about. Like,
Andrea Alisi, regarding relationships, both Amber Heard exes have apparently been victims of DV, Tasha and JD. JD had good relationships and still in contact with Lorianne, Vanessa Paradis, Winona, and Kate Moss. Part of all of this that we've
seen. I wonder if Vanessa Paradis feels a little bit like I told you so, because I mean they were in a relationship up till they met Amber Heard, and one would presume he left her because of Amber Heard, and it's like, well, sucks to be you.
you could tell there's a certain amount of regret in his testimony as to doing this. Tara C's S, thank you so much for the super chat. Julia Kozyakova, you've lost me with the movies. Fair enough. We'll probably lose people and get them back when we go on tangents with various bits of pop culture and otherwise.
You know, it's impossible. It's one of those things you just have to remember. It's impossible to please everyone all the time. At some point, you just have to stop caring to some degree.
I want to have the conversations.
Kind of do what you want to do. You know?
Yep.
I'm giving you advice I haven't been able to take yet, but I'm just yeah.
Don Leinart, Star Trek, the original series, has a charm and levity that other series lack. That's true. It is goofy, and I like that goofiness.
It actually does pretty well at playing between serious and silly. Although I got to say, I can't stand Will Wheaton's character in it.
Really?
Well, Will Wheaton is not in the original series.
Oh, not in the original series. Sorry, I was thinking of Next Generation, which does well at the balance. The original series is just weird at a lot of points. Playing with ideas and often doing a decent job at it, but it's a lot of the ideas miss.
Sure. Well, hey, the original series is where it started, so I credit it with Next Gen, which is my favorite. Yes. Amy Horrell, Nate sent you a DM, Twitter, Amber's deposition of past XDV. So Nate will probably see that or already has. Thank you for the super chat. Laura Piano Lover, thank you all for these streams. I'm applying to law school next cycle. My LSAT and GPA make me a splitter. What can I do in the meantime to increase my chances at top law schools? I don't know. Get invested in some legal work, find yourself at a firm, do some stuff around that firm. Otherwise, I don't know what the law schools are looking at right now. In all honesty, the American Bar Association just proposed not using the LSAT at all going forward.
What, just straight GPA?
Yes, plus your actual interview process, whatever your extracurriculars are, etc. Right? So, I'm sorry. Did I bring that news to your attention, Kurt? Yeah, the ABA just put out that notice.
The ABA can eat me.
I mean, I had a low GPA because of my attention deficit coming into law school. My undergrad GPA was god awful because for most of that time it was completely untreated attention deficit. I was sort of quasi-functional. I had to kill the LSAT to get in, and that's what made it possible for me to go to law school. So as much as it might suck for some people to have to take it, I like the LSAT. I would like to see it remain at least as an option.
Yeah.
So,
well, the original justification for standardized tests at all sorts of levels and all sorts of schools was to go find diamonds in the rough, as it were, that doesn't otherwise make sense for their CVs or their extracurriculars or what school they were coming from and that kind of thing. And the ABA saying that, I agree with you. It's like at least an option. But
yeah, I mean,
the ABA, what can you do?
Make fun of them constantly.
Sure. Yes. Bad as a hog. Intel got busted a while back for discovery abuse, but I can't find any info online about what exactly that is. Does anyone have an explanation? I don't know that case in question. It basically means not handing over what you're supposed to hand over, otherwise not abiding by.
Not playing nice with others.
That's well said. Yes. Not playing in the sandbox well. Judge has to come over and admonish you.
The judge hates doing it. The judge really hates coming over the sandbox and be like, okay, kids, now you got to play nice.
You heard the judge in this case, Depp and Heard, right before she leaves for conference, say essentially, you have my phone numbers. You know the rules about when to use it.
You know what I think an emergency is. Which basically says, oh, okay, don't call me ever. I'm like, okay, great.
Do not call me. Tiffany Meschel, yay, I love that you're all here. Hearts emojis. You should have this guy, Admitted Narcissist 2, Mental Hellness for Amber Insight. Mental healness, not hellness. Although that would work for Amber too, maybe. No, I'll check it out. Thank you so much. Edita, love this hangout. I could watch.
Everyone should be a narcissist, right? Because no one can be as cool as me or great as me. Everyone should love me the same way I do. Narcissism is great.
Edita,
my channel.
Love this hangout. I could watch Hoeg, Runkle, and Natalie commenting all day long. You hadn't joined us yet, Kurt. Hadn't joined us yet. We're hours behind.
This is not spite.
No, it's not spite. Leanne Gujanowicz, On the topic of headlines, I understand the Sun Washington Post won their libel case because they took Amber Heard at her word. Washington Post hasn't won. They're just not involved. Wouldn't it make sense for them to take this chance with evidence to condemn Amber Heard's lies? If Johnny wins, I think you can expect the Washington Post op-ed to come down. But I don't know. I don't know what else the Washington Post is likely to do or not. Let's see here. And I want to make sure we're not missing any because the little super chat thing had a hiccup. So I apologize for that. Maddie Joe, I feel like mainstream media is reporting on Heard's claims while not addressing the fact that public opinion is widely not buying it. I actually don't want the media necessarily to just report on public opinion, but I do want, legitimate fact-based thoughts to come out of the media and the headlines and the stories. And that's why we're looking at it, is because very often, even in non-opinion materials, you get these kinds of assumptions and wording choices that I find interesting, and hopefully the folks that have joined us here do too. Andrew Clark, Measure of a Man, Star Trek Next Generation, my favorite episode. Did they miss an argument based on precedent? Academy already acknowledged personhood by default. This argument isn't in the episode. You mean by admitting Data as an officer? It's entirely unclear what status Data had as officer of Starfleet as he comes in to join the Enterprise. So I don't know that there's precedential materials. They could have just viewed him as, I believe, as Measure of a Man says, a toaster.
How does a toaster get to be lieutenant commander, though? That's the problem.
Well, it's a toaster that has judgment that they trust enough to give a lieutenant commander spot.
Okay.
It's a judging toaster. The Marylander. If I shamelessly plugged my painting channel on the super chat, would that qualify as hearsay or grifting? Wouldn't be hearsay. Would be grifting. Yeah. Thank you for the question. Law and Lumber. Here's Rob again. Okay, this is depressing. I'm delirious from lack of sleep and passing out listening to a WebEx CLE, and Hoeg is hosting a LawTube party. CLEs are BS.
CLEs are BLS. They always make me want to die.
Michigan is not a CLE jurisdiction, but we are trying to qualify virtual legality episodes for CLE credit right now. So stay tuned.
I have at least one episode on my channel that is qualified for CLE credit.
Hey,
if I had more interest from lawyers, which right now I don't, in part because I live in a province that isn't CLE requiring. But
you guys are just lucky.
Well, they're probably going to change that, and that is the worst because CLE is the dumbest thing. I have a rant that I could go on about it.
We'll save it for the next stream, Ian. I'm 180 behind.
Fair enough. But at some point, I'm going to try to get more declared CLE.
I think it's a good idea, and I think we can make it better and less infuriating for folks. But it's a long road. The certification process is ridiculous. Jonathan Post, is it normal practice for lawyers to actively argue objections in front of the judge like Elaine does? It's odd. She seems to talk back. I don't know whether it's normal practice. It certainly bothers me.
Yeah, you don't talk back after the judge ruled.
Yeah.
Maybe if it's really, really important, but yeah.
Elaine reflexively does it.
I mean, all you just say is, I maintain my objection and sit down. Sometimes you want to do that to have a really clear appellate record that you didn't agree with the judge. Because at least here, sometimes if you say, if you withdraw the question or something, you might lose the appeal, like the ability to fight it on appeal.
Sure. Natalie, I keep getting confused hearing our name. Sup name, twin Natalie. Natalie's. Shells, 100% umbrage. Lightning emoji. I hear you. I'm in Dier's. Chances they allow Amber Heard's sister to testify given the deposition drama? Sounds ethically questionable at best. Not sure about the legality of it. I'm going to yield to my litigator friends here. They seem to suggest that Whitney not having one question asked by Depp's side in her deposition means that she should be out entirely.
I think so.
Yep, that's what I think. That's no one's fault but Amber Heard. So if Amber Heard starts complaining about it, it's no one's fault but her. It's her witness.
They're still going to complain about it, Kurt.
The team was so mean. They kept out my own sister. No, you.
Oh my God, Ian's got gifts for Amber.
When I hit 50,000 subscribers, I did a giveaway for a kukri. It was custom made by a guy I know who does really nice blades. And so it's just come in, and so it'll be here for a couple of days while I get some pictures, and then on its way to its final destination. But
awesome.
Yeah, that's Stingray, the sheath.
So these are things I know primarily from video games, Ian. It's very cool looking.
I know a guy if you ever want to get sharp, pointy things.
All right. I will keep that in mind.
I like sharp, pointy things.
Yeah, I know a guy who does really good job on them. So
excellent.
Kira Lee 501 for Natalie, post Johnny Depp, Weldon McDavid Jr., 50 years sent. Sorry, Natalie, we missed it, but we have a suggestion for you. I'll try to remember it when we next see each other. Brian Lindauer, darn you, Emily. Destiny 2 is too big to get its name wrong, right? Absolutely. Carolyn, well, now I have to unfollow. Thanks, Emily. Joking. Lynn Bronner, Amber Heard's attorney lady, has mentioned Amber Heard being a new mother. Yep, there's photos where she had, I believe, a surrogate child, but she's got the little bit on her lap. Sarah Shuabi, super sticker, thank you so much. Alicia Peterson, if Whitney was between them, how was Whit's back closest to the stairs? I don't.
Yeah.
I don't. The specifics of any given set of Amber Heard testimony stories are almost inscrutable.
Amber Heard's testimony takes place in a universe where time and space don't work like the rest of the normal universe that the rest of us live in.
I want to answer this one right now, as a matter of fact, here. Not the least of which because it's so generous, but Justin Schwaki, this stream is awesome. Thank you so much to all the people taking part. Do we have a link tree or something so I can go follow the guests? So what I'm going to use is... we're going to put some links.
What is a link tree? Is that a thing?
I mean, I don't... You mean like a network kind of thing? I don't...
Yeah, I mean, like it's like implying like some specific...
I think there is actually a link tree site.
Okay. Well, I don't have that, but what I will be doing is putting the links to their channels in the description, and then they will stay as guests of Virtual Legality and Hangouts and Headlines, and then we'll be starring after the words to tell you who was on that episode. But otherwise, you'll be able to have the links to everybody that's ever been here as long as you want. It's just that's the best way I can think of to do the process while also hitting buttons and spinning plates while we're actually on here. So I apologize that they're not on there just yet, but thank you for the super chat.
And Chad is pointing out that we are super boomers because Linktree is totally a thing.
You know, they keep using boomers, and I just want to know, how old do you think we are? Lyric 80, please explain how Amber Heard didn't know it was a bottle till she saw Ben King's photo, but Elaine said it in the opening. Doesn't add up. Well, she would have seen the photo before she was just sitting there. She didn't have the realization just sitting there. Even if we give benefit of the doubt to Amber Heard, it was a sequence of events that would have happened before she's sitting in court testifying.
She needs a lot of benefit if that's what we're doing.
It's an impossible level of benefit, and yet I will pursue it until the end of her case, making everybody in chat always mad with me. In Exile, the bottle had booze still in it afterwards. Anna Eaton, let's not forget that at the time the finger was missing, there were pieces of chopped meat wrapped in pieces of her nightgown all over also. Yeah, it's difficult to imagine this. LawTube drama with Unleash Emily, lying, laughing, crying, cursey words. As we found out today, you cannot trammel Emily D. Baker. So we work within her bounds. Tiffany Byers, even if defense can prove DV happened one time, don't they still have to prove SV happened as well? Depends on where the title winds up. But if the title is republished, and I think there's a good chance it will be deemed by the jury to have been republished by Amber Heard, they'd have to actually show a believable SV as well. Yes. Britt Cormier, I have stepped on broken glass. Even the smallest of shards hurt every time you walk on them because they get embedded in your foot and you have to dig them out. I believe it. I think I've had small shards. Certainly nothing as was described in Amber's testimony, but I think I've had interactions with glass and feet.
Yep.
Just making sure we don't miss anything. Good. Pam Marshall, Bruce Willis should have totally asked Amber Heard about how to walk on glass without cutting your feet. He could totally remake Die Hard then. Die Hard, starring Amber Heard. I don't think that would be
Die Hard.
Die Hard? Oh, God.
Yeah.
But I see more Amber Heard as the role of Hans Gruber.
Die Heard is just...
Die Heard.
Yeah.
I still think that the next role she should have is playing the judge in the takeaway or in the remake of this, just to really troll her.
I think that would be an amusing set of circumstances. I think she'd have to...
She can play juror number 3, deliberate on herself.
The Jaded, my takeaway, apparently Amber Heard doesn't have a cervix. I'm not going to further my commentary on that. Fair enough. Thank you for the super chat. Heater, jury out for a week, mulling over inconsistencies. That's actually the interesting part, right? We keep going over. I go over it in my head. And I was like, oh, yeah, that's wrong, too. That's weird.
I think that the break would have been a much bigger, or would have been a benefit to Amber if they were good so far. And I mean, all the prep time is a good thing, but they've got a team. I mean, they could turn around that cross-examination, the next day if they had to, right? They would have been ready to start cross-examination day 1, and then they got time to prep day 2 and so forth. The extra prep time is good, maybe, but it's not determinative. But what the jurors, the more jurors think that she's incredible, the more that's going to build on itself over time.
Yep.
But if they think she's really plausible, then that'll build on itself over time. So I don't think she's in a great... I think it benefits Depp, but that's because I think she's not plausible. So
I think that's right. And chat, this is the kind of content we need here. Die Hard is, in fact, the best Christmas movie ever. I watch it every single Christmas. Thank you for this contribution.
I don't even know what competes, honestly. A
lot of people like Elf.
Nah, I feel like it's just running unopposed. That's...
Yeah.
I love Die Hard every Christmas. Janelle Zala, Amber fan, straight clowns. Lol, she is so shady. It's crazy. I think a lot of people agree with you. Tiggleson, Amber Heard never expected to have to defend these inflating lies in court. She won a divorce settlement and thought she was scot-free. Then OpEd. I can really envision a sequence of events where, like when you were a kid, maybe, and you just wound up spiraling with your lies. I could see that happening, where then you've got depositions in play, then you've got all this stuff and that, and then you wind up with that testimony, which is like, wow. And I think, as you said, everything ever happened to her. Oh, that was the first time I hit the wrong button. It's impressive. This is much better than Saturday. Louise McDade, loving the conversation. Sending love from Scotland. Thank you so much. I love to hear the different places. Sailing East, one really credible witness to Amber Heard claims is good. I don't need 2 talking pigs to believe in talking pigs. Still, I doubt I'll see such a witness. I think anyone outside of Amber Heard seeing something to corroborate this would move her substantially up the scale, because she's so far on the bottom right now. I don't know that would make her case for her, but there's nothing. So if you can get something extrinsic, something extrinsic would be helpful.
This cabinet this flight attendant, where are they? They would be a total game changer.
I would love it because you could evaluate that person. You'd get more understanding of what was going on. Thank you for the chat. Rolf Peterson, Craven prepayment for 2.5 more Emily F. bombs. Thanks for the informative Hoeg Shopping Network videos. I think from this point in time, you've got another one at least. So thank you so much. Simon Tupper, subs number increase is all about timing on YouTube. I would say it's about at least 2 things, which is timing 100%, and then also willingness to go hit it when there's an opportunity. So it's work either way, but it's a lot of fun to have these conversations. Definitely. Thank you for the super chat. Lauren B, AH, and then Voldemort and JD flew next to the jet on a dragon.
I mean, it seems like what's coming next.
Yeah, you think so? We're going to get, he actually is Grindelwald. Sharon, Amber Cross will be TV gold. It really will be. And that's like what, sweaty happy emoji? JPG, she tries to belittle him no matter what. When describing their beginning, she said that he left the mother of his children. So it's a jab every time. In fairness, Vanessa's very hard to describe. Johnny Depp was doing this too. Even though it doesn't sound great for him, I agree with the overall connotation. That's how he describes Vanessa. And there's not really a better way, I don't think. Streaming addict, that picture where you see lines of coke and he's passed out, I'm sure she is the one doing the line. You don't fall asleep on coke. I don't know if she's doing coke right there, but it does seem very, very staged.
The whole image looks like something out of Martha Stewart Living.
Yeah, no, it's very staged, isn't it? And Johnny Depp did such a good job hanging a lampshade on it with his nice composition stuff that I knew what to look for.
Yeah, Martha Stewart Living. That's what it. I was just thinking, like, this is how Martha Stewart gets high, and I'm like, yeah, no, it's
good lighting. It's good lighting. It's good composition. You want to make sure you're doing it right, I guess. For crying out loud, thrown in donation to the curse jar for Emily. I don't for two hearts. I don't think she got enough curses out of the people that are putting into the curse jar. Chef Christine, hey Hoeg, happy to see you live streaming with my LawTube faves. Happy face. Runkle psychanalysis is high fives. I have to continue my tears at times embarrassingly. I have to control my tears at times embarrassingly. Amber testifying, no tears, brain exhaustion, and an emoji. That's pretty good for brain exhaustion, actually. Thank you, Chef Christine. Razarak, if Amber's story about Australia is true, then didn't every security guard or private doctor or nurse risk criminal charges by covering it up? If they're in the room, like right there, and like just Johnny Depp's hit squad, I think that's a very real kind of consideration to have. Super chatter. Thank you so much.
And especially the medical professionals who may have professional obligations to report certain things.
Yep.
I mean, do we really think that a doctor is going to trade their ability to practice medicine for a get out of jail free card for Johnny?
I don't. Although some of the testimony with the concierge nurse, where she can't answer where she would report as a mandatory reporter, was at least a little bit eye-opening. She's definitely never done it before.
Yeah, I mean, it probably hasn't come up, but
yeah,
that's the sort of thing you figure out.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. That's more of a kind of taking all views into account situation. I would probably offload that too, to say, I know where to look it up. But she also didn't testify to that. So, Brookline Girl, thank you so much for the super chat. Paul Srivastava, wouldn't 8 to 10 MDMAs kill you? That's just exaggeration. That's when she says it, I said, wow, that seems like a lot. I cannot claim to be an expert at that particular question.
I mean, a lot of those things are manufactured by, somebody in a garage or something. So dosing is hit or miss. But that's still like, no. Nobody makes a dose of something that you need 10 of them. And I think like that doesn't make any sense to me.
Chiara Osborne, thank you so much for the super chat. We have a new one here just to explain to us. My, Gen Zs know that boomers are born between 45 and 65. However, a boomer can be referred to someone speaking in an old-fashioned or stubborn way. Love Runkle. Hands on head, I think. Hey, you know what? If you're not into somebody speaking in archaic terminology at a fairly regular basis, you might find yourself in the wrong place.
Yeah.
I still got to find somebody who wants to do a bow sponsorship for my channel.
I would love it. Perul Srivastava, congratulations, Natalie. And I think that's like a opening thing on the ceiling with decorations coming down.
Yeah.
Very cool. C. Fetzer 2. Kurt, your statement about books, etc., available for Amber Heard to research implies that she is an actor of a level who would do research. She's not that good.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like she's had years and years and years to work on it. So if she was motivated to spin a tale and use language that would be more authentic, like go read 12 books and you'd be there. So
every major courthouse has a courtroom, is running domestic violence trials on the regular.
That too.
And they're open. Like you can go in and sit down just because you just want to watch.
Yeah. So you could go in person and listen to live testimony, read some books, podcasts. I I mean, if you're looking to make up testimony, there's a lot of reference material to work from. So,
Britt Cormier, Johnny Depp has marshmallow hands. He did not even break the blood vessels in the whites of her eyes while hitting her with those rings. It is the only explanation I have for not seeing those injuries. And certainly the proof here is at least somewhat lacking. Thank you, Brett. Isaac Bruch's wholesome gabagool art. Age guess, Hoeg 46, Kurt 42, Runkle 18,259.
Who told you?
You are within a decade of my age. That's all I'm giving you. Just did that one. Nicole F. Honestly, just hyped to get super chat. Hoagie Bear, game controller. Such a legend and the best hype beast. Smiley face, heart, bear. Thank you, Nicole F. I love hyping up good people, and I have a surfeit of them. Add that to my age. Jesser Max W. Did anyone see that Johnny Depp was doing a live stream 20 minutes ago and his account was terminated? I refuse to believe that. But thank you for the super chat. We'll check it out. We'll see the rumor mill. We'll go to Reddit. We'll figure it out. Trisha Lynn, another tip for the cursey word fund for Emily. I'm going to just tell Emily. I'll try to add these up and just make it. Emily, you can swear apparently 47 times when you're next in the channel. B, fun fact, closing statements are on May 27th, Lily Rose's birthday. Hoping that's a good sign. Luck, praying hands, hearts. Yeah, it's weird. The May 27th all goes together because May 27th, I want to say, is the day like she goes and gets the TRO. Like it's all happening at the same time.
Is it really? That'd be hilarious.
I believe so.
It comes to full circle like that. That's just too delicious.
Zicky's 101. Original generation Star Trek isn't the best, but it is my favorite. I like that description. It's got a charm. It's got a 1960s verve. Joie de vivre. Haley M. Law Nerd Love. 4 purple hearts for Emily D. Baker. Thank you for the chat. Boogie34. JD vomits on Amber Heard 3 times. Shows how weak he is. She goes to change and he's behind her like the Undertaker. Come on, man. Also, Emily Kersey words. Art. Amanda Davis Bates. As an R survivor, I hate what she has done for victims. Yeah, I can definitely get that. Very sorry to hear that. Zello1996, thank you so much for the super chat. Rihanna, welcome to Stream Life, Hoeg. You're killing it. Happy face. Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting to me. This is my first dipping of toes into these waters, and I'm having a lot of fun with folks having these conversations. Hopefully you are too. Thank you so much for the super chat. Zello1996, I pretended my mom was terminally ill for counseling role play, and I had to fight back tears. I apologized to my class because I felt I was inappropriately emotional. Amber Heard makes me want to start acting.
To be fair, Amber Heard should also start acting one day.
Oh, no. Deborah D. Can they ask her about the amount of drugs she took without using Jerry? Australia recording. Sent link, time, and screen grab to a few of you. Explains a lot.
Oh, yeah, I think she can definitely talk about that because she's talked about drug use or lack thereof with Johnny. They can ask her about stuff not with Johnny. I think that's fair game.
Yeah, I think it all is. Reformed Mr. Sin. Ha! Emily and Natalie can hide behind my face and say all the cursey words they want since I'm suppressing them. But seriously, all of you guys on LawTube are awesome.
Thank you. All this love I don't know what to do with.
Oh, come on, Kurt. Everybody loves you.
All this love and reaffirmation. It's like, I'm not sure how to handle it all.
Speaking of which, you're right on the doorstep of 70, aren't you?
68.7, yeah. I'm
guys, if you like close. If you like Kurt, if you like Ian, go like and subscribe to their channels. Ian's got pointy objects to show you at various times during his streams. Kurt has all the pointy constitutional opinions that you could possibly want out of a YouTube channel. Go like, subscribe. Thank you so much for all of you, including Ian and Kurt, for coming on and joining us in chat, joining us as panelists. All of it is great stuff. Like and subscribe to their channels. They deserve it. And Kurt's going to 70 very, very soon.
Awesome.
Absolutely. Monkey Meredith, Depp played guitar on Marilyn Manson Simon cover, presumably Carly Simon. I have heard that.
And of course, if Depp is covering this, like and practicing it around Amber Heard, how could she not have heard of Carly Simon?
I got nothing.
Like,
that one was the one where you reach too far. It's like, okay, you're saying I didn't write this. Fair enough. I mean, you've never even heard of Carly Simon, have you? Really? Yeah.
Okay.
Stephanie Pushman, the TikTok memes of Amber Heard has me laughing so much, though. Not gonna lie, crying, laughing emoji.
Oh, some of them are just hilarious.
I need to find like how to get to all these memes because I just need to do a meme review. That's what I should do with my day. What's the best way to find? What's the best way to find TikTok Amber Heard memes?
Just go to TikTok and put in Amber
Heard.
Yeah, there you
See
go.
what happens. We'll do some Amber Heard memes. They'll be fun.
Hey, I'm a baby 902. She describes this horrific scene where he broke the bed, ripped her hair off, but shows a pic of some soft wrinkles that only near the footboard. Yeah. Kristen, is it possible to access trial exhibits that haven't been entered into evidence yet? The exhibits themselves, I'm not sure. I know there's an exhibit list that some of the other LawTubers use to see what's been readied for admission and what hasn't. Phil Worsley, my 5-year-old daughter told me about a boy hitting her at school. Every word she said was just facts and very succinct. No flowery terms. Interesting. He's gone missing now, by the way. Recommend a lawyer in the UK?
I got no comment.
No comment. Lisa M, I just can't get over the meat lingerie. None of us ever can.
I can't get over that her doctor is giving her lingerie.
I want to believe, again, if we just assume like the muffin story is like a reframing of something that happened that isn't that weird, like maybe it was on her registry and the doctor's, like somebody affiliated with the doctor, but not quite the doctor got it. I don't know.
I mean, otherwise, maybe the doctor should be on a registry.
It's certainly the kind of thing that could potentially call your license into question, I think, depending on circumstance.
Yeah.
It's weird.
It's weird. No question.
I think if I got any client lingerie, I would be explaining this to the Law Society like within the day.
It's funny because that kind of thing, as well as stealing money, are the two major disbarments. Phil Jones, 3,866,381 folks have signed Remove Amber Heard from Aquaman 2 petition. That is a lot of folks. We'll see what they do with her in Aquaman. I don't think she's pivotal to the brand.
I've heard that she's got 10 minutes in the next one.
Well, that would already be a mass reduction. She was a legitimate co-star in Aquaman.
Yeah, I'm seeing reports that her role has been cut down, but I don't know. And I mean, we won't know until. But New York Post says that her role has synced. The headline here, I'm just looking. Amber Heard's Aquaman 2 role sinks to 10 minutes. Firing petition reaches 3 million.
Wow, that is interesting. That is interesting. Ginver, one, thank you for doing these hangouts. I was expecting to get twitchy in the off week. No, I think all LawTube has things that are going on this week, so we're going to take care of you. Two, as a non-U.S. resident, how do I sue LawTube for my trial addiction? Sorry, it's just the product that's so good. Apologies. Thank you for the super chat, though. I
got a conflict of interest on that one.
Yes, you do. Line is showing a modest $5 for the swear jar. I gotta write all these down. I wish to express my appreciation for how many people have gotten interested in law and court proceedings. Cheers. I'll just invite Emily at like midnight or something. Terry's is lucky. Also enjoyed last night's discussion on Roe on uncivil law. Very informative and respectful conversation. I love to hear it.
Yeah, I'm really glad that you guys enjoyed that. I had a lot of fun with it too.
Yeah, and it is fraught on YouTube. So anybody that's putting that information out there is a big time.
Well, for me, I just keep it simple, right? Because I was like, I'm just a lawyer. I want to do a legal analysis.
Yep.
So people bring in arguments like, they bring in the policy arguments, or they even bring in like philosophical arguments. I'm like, well, I'm a lawyer. I'm a legal education channel. So all I really care about is legal arguments. Let's go with that,
Yeah, no, I think it's great. And I'm glad you're doing it, Kurt.
Did you get death threats about that one?
Huh?
What did you say?
Did you get death threats about that one?
I haven't gotten death threats. No, not that I'm aware of.
I'll be honest. The only major threats I have are not from like the serious constitutional stuff I do. It's console warriors. It's PlayStation and Xbox.
I got one, amongst other things, for a video about testing various sprays on cow's eyes, which I got from a butcher. And somebody threatened to do all sorts of things to me. And I was like, okay, Real
Well, I mean, they're not poetic enough if they didn't threaten to do something to you as if you were cow's eyes.
Well, that was one of the things they threatened, is that
Sure.
they were going to do all of the things, from the cow's eye video. And I'm like, and it was also clear that they hadn't watched the video because they thought I'd done it up to live cows. I was like, did you not see the video? Because, yeah.
I will admit, I'd have my own concerns about you, Ian, if you're sneaking off in the dark of night and spraying things in cow's eyes at the side of the road.
Like that I'd get killed. Cows are huge.
Okay, did that. Kelly Levis, how about nearly every time she was allegedly being horribly attacked, she didn't feel any pain? Girl,
Yeah,
please.
really.
Yeah.
Questioning eyes off to the right.
Yeah, no, you remember pain.
E. Warner, Law and Lumber YouTube search, Google News. There's an article for you for Emily's swear jar.
There's an article about him.
There might be, Kurt. You're going to make Kurt go crazy.
I am going to puke.
It's going to be okay, Kurt. We're going to get you up to 70.
No, it's not
We're going to
going
get
to
you
be
up to
okay.
70.
It's not going to be okay.
Go like and subscribe to Kurt so he doesn't throw himself through a window.
Kurt, I love you, but sometimes you are like if Eeyore was a constitutional law scholar. It's
What does that
It's going to
mean?
be all right. It's going to be all right.
You not familiar with Winnie the Pooh?
Well, yes, I understand the Eeyore, but you think I'm a downer?
Oh, just, if Eeyore was a constitutional law scholar.
No, not a doubter.
I've been
Not a
called
doubter.
I've been called Eeyore before, so
Oh.
I'm not quite sure what that exactly. Yeah,
Just sometimes you're a little bit of a downer, but we love
God.
you, and you are super on the ball with all the legal analysis.
AN, how does everyone feel about the explosive growth of LawTube and your participation in a matter that will be referenced and reviewed for all time? Wow. I don't know how I feel about that. I'm not sure it's accurate, but I appreciate that you think it is. And we're trying to do our best to bring better information and education and entertainment to folks that are interested in this stuff. Thank you so much.
I support everyone's success, and I don't know that we're like historically significant in any way. I'd reject that. We're just maybe interesting.
What Ian meant to say is not historically significant yet. Dream big. CJ, thank you so much for the super chat. Zane Hooglaw, question: what's your favorite next generation character or storyline? That's Picard. And the storyline is Measure of Man. I mean, Measure of Man's my favorite episode, with maybe the exception of All Good Things, this series finale. But All Good Things
was good, solid. Yeah.
All Good Things, like Infinity War and Endgame, really requires you to have been with Next Generation for a while to get its maximum impact. So, Measure of Man. Question 2, what, if any, Hulk smash do you anticipate Camille heaving at Amber Heard's testimony? I think they're going to pick the one they think they can prove was false, the easiest, the most specifically, and they're going to drive a big old monster truck through it and then go from there.
Light on the donations is definitely, I think, going to be in there. Your account, where's the proof? Where's any evidence? Isn't it convenient that all of the people who saw this just happened to be dead or unavailable? I think there's a whole
Jerry
lot
Judge being so pivotal is certainly interesting.
Yeah.
I did get a chat here that's can we stop cutting off Kurt's face? I would love to. I don't know if I can. That's worse. Kurt's gone entirely.
Now,
that's just me. That's I guess I'm too big there. I can rotate people around. Oh my God, who is this?
Hi.
Hey, Alita, how are you doing?
Good. How are you? I had to stop in. I didn't realize you were still live streaming.
I didn't realize I was too. I've long since departed my body. So no, we're having a lot of fun
You're
here.
addicted to live streaming.
I tried another day. I said, okay, we're going to control this one. It's going to be shorter. I think it might be
I tell
shorter.
myself that every time.
It's interesting. I'm enjoying this process, and I think it's interesting. We are cutting people's faces off at the bottom. We'll try to figure that out. I'll have to add muffin streams. Hey, Andy.
I'll just have to sit up more in my chair.
Yeah, you just get that digital elevation.
Right, there we go.
Just the little upper area there.
It was nice and relaxed. Now I'll just sit up more proper.
Yeah. So it's great to see you, Alita. How are you doing?
Good, good. I managed to record a few videos today to put up this week, and I showed up on Popcorn Planet. Managed to sprinkle around Rob's video over there too.
Oh,
I'm
this
like
is a commission.
I'm like the law and lumber fit the fairy at this point.
Alita wants to see exactly how much she can do on this.
But it's a good video. It's a really good video, and I think it's worth spreading around. So whatever I can do to help everybody in LawTube, I am here for it. So yeah, seeing that you were still going, and I was like, oh, I've got to get in there. I miss these guys. It's only been a couple days.
Everybody came in. Yeah, we had everybody. We had Emily. We had Nate.
Nice.
Lots of folks. I guess Joe. Joe doesn't like us. Joe's doing his own. Joe will be on sometime. So Alita, are you ready to announce like when we might expect to see some of those videos, or is that still pending?
It's still pending. I was hoping to have one up today.
Okay.
My asked and answered video. But we will see. We will see what's going to happen with that.
And asked and answered, remind me, that's we're going to try to hit some of the common super chat refrains.
Yes. Yeah. It's like 16 questions that are like frequently asked questions.
There you go.
So
you can just redirect people to the video.
Yep. So I can say asked and answered. Link in the description.
Asked and answered. Link in the description.
Yeah, exactly.
Love it. Well, we're just doing super chats right now.
Sounds great.
It strikes me that there's almost no chance that the people here in my channel don't know who you are or where to find you. But if you want to give a brief summary of what you're doing and what your channel does, go right ahead.
Yeah. My name is Alita. I run the channel Legal Bites. It is pretty much all exclusively Johnny Depp all the time right now, all day and night, every day of the week, and then twice on Sundays. So
occasionally other panelists drag her into 6 hours of streaming on a Saturday she thought she had off.
No, but it's great though. I don't just talk about Johnny Depp typically. I have other stuff that I talk about. It's been I prefer to keep my content more kind of pop culture focused. It's just more fun. And so I think that this week with the trial break, I'm planning another Johnny Depp live stream, but I've got some psychologists that I want to bring on Wednesday to talk about all the stuff that's been coming out at this trial, psychology related. And then on Thursday, I do want to see if I can do another installment of Latest in the Law, since I haven't been able to do that over the last 4 weeks because of the trial.
There's other stories.
Yeah. There's other law happening, right? But to talk about, a few other topics that we usually do on the channel, and, have some of you guys come back if you're willing to come back on a non-trial day. If I can ask you guys to come back.
You tell me when.
All right. Sounds good. So I'll see if I can pick out some topics that are not Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, and kind of show people a little bit of a sampling of the other kind of stuff that they can expect to see from time to time on my channel. So
great.
Yeah.
So go like and subscribe to Alita. She's coming up on, I think, 200,000, relatively close by.
Soonish, just past 171, which is nuts.
You're gonna have to do a review video when you get the your play button.
Yeah. I still haven't heard from YouTube on that part, so I don't know what do I do? Is there somebody I send an email to? I'm like, how does this even work? I've got to talk to Nate or something.
Yeah, Nate will know. I
wish I had right now.
She's gonna pass too many milestones. Is the problem? You're gonna get only one celebration video, and you should have gotten.
She'll get her gold before she gets her silver.
There you go.
I don't know about that.
Straight to platinum for all the LawTubers.
No, but it's been of course a great ride, and I've loved having you guys as part of the journey. And a lot of the folks in the chat have been part of that journey too. So it's been a crazy wild ride, and it just goes to show that like you never know where things are going to go on YouTube. If I thought a year ago that I would be here right now, I never in my wildest dreams would have imagined that. I think this time a year ago I had maybe 3,500 subscribers, and I was like super excited about that. So maybe I'll make 5,000 soon, So it's just, it's crazy how these kinds of things work out sometimes.
Explosive growth. Definitely. Well, we're just doing some super chats. So that's what we're going to hit.
And I'm going to have
Sounds
to sign out here. I got, unfortunately, some stuff I got to take care of, but
Ian, you were with us the whole time. You don't have to apologize at all.
well,
So,
I'm
folks,
always sad to leave. It's
folks, if
Hanging
you
out with your friends.
if you like hearing from our favorite Canadian knife-wielding attorney, please do go check out his channel. We'll be adding his link in the description to this video, but it is Runkle of the Bailey. And he was with us for 6 full hours just to hang out and chat with you all. So please do give his channel a look. He's my favorite Canadian knife-wielding attorney, and he's going to be nerding out with us here in Virtual Legality with some games, with some stuff like that. You can believe it. So thank you so much for hanging out with us, Ian. If there's anything you want to push, anything you want to tell folks that you're doing pretty soon, please do before you exit.
Well, if I can make it happen, I hope that I'll be doing some post or some live streams post Amber Heard's cross. I still got to work some stuff out to make it happen, but I'm really hoping I can sit in and start at midnight or whenever people are having to sit there for the wristbands for that, and then share that afterwards. So if that happens, I'll hopefully people will come check out the reaction afterwards, because yeah, it'll be exciting. But that's about it for now. And always enjoy the content. And yes, we definitely have to do a video game nerding out session sometime soon.
We're definitely doing it. We're definitely doing it, Ian. Have a great rest of your day.
Cheers.
See you, Ian.
Seriously, we just need to pick a time and play some Among Us or something. I mean, serious.
Yep.
I'm setting it up.
Yep.
I'm setting it up. I'm already working it.
I know.
This is your domain, Rich.
Actually, I do know the real reason why Ian left. It's because he needs only that there can only be one person with long hair on this stream. That's what he decided. I know. I know. We know these things. No, I'm just kidding.
I do think you can do some kind of white paper where there is a certain window where when people come in, like people that have otherwise been thinking that they have to leave, it's like that's the swap time. I do think that happens.
Yeah, probably.
That's definitely a thing. Yeah.
Well, it's great because it kind of indicates, and we can always joke about the fact that, well, Ian just doesn't like you, Alita. He's like, he's just,
I know.
Alita showed up. No.
He hates me.
So CJ, there is new information about Dr. Hughes' testimonies being thrown out by judges in other cases. Apparently she has a bad rep for doing the same. Honestly, if you're an expert witness long enough, you're probably going to have some things that don't go perfectly for you. But yeah, I mean, did any of us really like Dr. Hughes? I know I didn't.
On day one for sure, man.
I also watched so Dr. Grande, psychologist on YouTube. I saw his analysis of Dr. Hughes, and I think I didn't see his on Dr. Curry, but it sounded like he had a relatively similar take on hers, that ultimately he's like, both of these are biased. They're biased for different people. Just goes to show that you can be a psychologist, you can be a professional in the field and come to a different conclusion from someone else. Meh. But he kind of went through piece by piece where he's like, this was decent, this was decent, this was decent. I don't know why she said this. I don't know why she said this. I don't know why she said this. So, yeah.
That's the problem with the battle of the experts, right? It calls whatever the expertise is into question.
Yeah.
You watch them and you go, well, all right. If that's psychology, I guess.
Yeah,
So I get that. I do get that. Chef Christine, Amber just testified that in Australia, she boarded herself in the bathroom and fell asleep. She said in the morning is when she walked downstairs and saw all the writing. How then was there writing on the bathroom mirror? Emoji. Yeah, I think it's a great question, because that sleep doesn't make a lot of sense in the timelines we've been given. It doesn't make a lot of sense for the finger or the finger finding or the finger reattachment. So I'm eager to find out what CrossX discovers on the timeline in Australia.
100%.
What, if anything, can LawTubers do a mock closings stream? God, can you imagine? We'll just have Alita and Emily fight each other.
That'd be good.
I feel like Emily would win.
They're constantly writing closing statements. Emily was here. She wrote like a closing paragraph in one of her answers. Totally.
I've done that before.
That was
too,
fun.
Man. That's fun. Yeah,
It's fun when you can make an off the cuff closing and just like really get into it and get into super dramatics. It's good. It's really fun when you can do that.
We just have to pick somebody to do Amber's side.
That's the hard part.
I'll take it, because I always like that
the challenge
of working for the challenge. Yeah.
Kurt wants to be the underdog.
Underdog's fun.
Who knows? Maybe we'll set it up. We don't know. Well, LawTube is doing all sorts of things this week. Tabitha Westbrook. It makes me sad as someone who works in the DVSA arena. Heard being less than truthful harms victims deeply. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the right take in terms of looking at what we're seeing in the testimony. Beth Callis, great panel. Love the channel, Hoeg. Thank you so much. Deborah Chang, I generally don't believe in canceling people, but if anyone deserves that, it would be Amber. Others just have an opinion. She is stomping on all actual victims. And it's a running theme, but I can't tell you you're wrong in terms of what we've heard so far. Paulina Yeager, happy Monday. Hey, Hoeg, congrats to you all. Think she'll be crossed on Tuesday? I'm trying to plan a trip. Any suggestions? Happy belated birthday, Emily. Flower emoji. I think Tuesday is your guarantee, I think.
Yeah.
She might start being crossed at the end of Monday or early Tuesday. But Tuesday, I think she's getting crossed. Right, Alita?
Yeah, I would say the same. Tuesday is the safest day to hear cross-examination of Amber. It might start, like the earliest that I could see it starting is halfway through Monday, but that even is less likely. I could totally see her direct examination going all the way through the end of Monday. But
yeah, I can too.
Tuesday's the safest bet.
Well, they have to do, I think one thing that people are forgetting, they have to do at least a little of her countersuit at the end of her testimony in 2016 and then 2020 when the statements are made.
Right.
I think that has to happen. Lock Maiden, is there a possibility that movies she already made but not released will see the light of day no matter the verdict on this case? Yeah. People who have invested a lot of money are definitely going to go and try to get that money. Does that mean eliminating her? I mean, we saw, I think one of the witnesses talked about All the Money in the World, which eliminated Kevin Spacey from like existence and recast him with, I want to say Christopher Plummer. Don't hold me to it.
Yeah. If she's enough of a pariah, it could happen.
Rob,
hey,
YouTube
Rob.
Celebrity, internet superstar. We're barely worthy of your presence.
Going viral in your first video. How does it feel?
Day. You can tell those are CLE.
I need to know if I need to bring, like, Kurt, do I need to bring you flowers? Can we make up, please? Like,
Kurt doesn't hate you. He's just resentful of your instant success.
I don't get it. Like, I'm getting text messages and I'm in a CLE and driving myself nuts. And the only thing I'm seeing is your stream right now.
Welcome to the party, Rob.
I've just finished the CLE. That was a nightmare. My brain no longer functions. So
yep, been there many times.
Your brain's mush.
My LawTube should start creating CLEs because I feel like we'd be good at it.
Yeah, CLEs that don't suck.
We're halfway through certifying the channel at Virtual Legality. So
there you go. Nice.
We will see. So yeah, Rob, for folks who don't know, when you're not taking CLEs, what kind of lawyer are you and what does your channel do? And you don't even have to lie about it this time.
I have a channel and
you don't have to speculate.
To prove it. Yeah, respectfully. No, so I'm a domestic relations litigator and a bankruptcy practitioner in Northern Virginia. My channel is Law and Lumber. We're going to handle a little bit of everything. You might notice that there's a video up there that basically uses lumber to debunk one of Amber Heard's big claims.
We can do better.
So yeah, we're just going to have some fun, see where this goes. I have no idea what I'm doing. So anyone who follows me, if I disappoint you, I'm really sorry.
Well, Rob, we've been doing our part here in Virtual Legality for 6 hours or so, putting you up from time to time, talking about your video. Of course, you can see how massively out of date this is with 13,000 views. It's like I didn't even know what was going to happen today. So congratulations.
It's like over 43,000 views, I think.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
You're over 13,000 subs.
I captured this in the prep for the video, so that's only 6 hours ago or so. So, Rob, congratulations, man. Sincerely.
Kurt, I do have an idea for us. The case is called SawStop versus Bosch.
Oh yeah, I love it.
So look at
some way. There's a way.
I'm definitely in on that.
Good.
I'm just gonna start singing West Side Story over here. Well,
so we are getting Rick into LawTube karaoke. There you go.
I'm not participating in any professional or
you were already singing. It doesn't matter for it to be professional. All it means is for you to sing.
Now,
that was me.
Take away the very best part of me.
Kurt's gonna get me demonetized.
Ooh, darling, please don't go.
Good stuff, Rob. Thank you for joining us after such a trying day.
I didn't. I mean, is this like another Saturday where you were like, I'm going to get on for 2 hours, and then all of a sudden you're streaming for 10?
Well, so here's the thing: we haven't quite mastered the timing component here is what I would say. So I had some notes that started off the episode 6 hours ago, talking about the fact that we added hangouts to the name, right? Because we're hanging out as much, well, frankly, more right now than we're doing headlines. And then this last bullet, timing and frequency. So I started out saying, well, this is a working law firm. We're going to have to figure out things that aren't 10 hours long. If I have a client emergency, I may have to, put on some elevator music or leave the guests to their own devices and that kind of thing. Family Friendly was blown up by Emily D. Baker already today. She rolled in. She just can't help herself.
She rolled in with her cursey words.
She just can't help herself. Totally fine. The super chats and catch ups is a notion that if I do have to kill off the stream, I'll make it up. I won't
just wait until
anybody.
Nick rolls in and he starts reading from his unbreaded manifesto.
If Nick tries unbreaded, he's getting the mute button.
He's getting booted.
He's getting the mute button. Oh my God, you guys can go look at reactions to when I was on Nick's late night stream, and if you think I reacted to the Depp Amber Heard stuff, my goodness gracious. But yeah, no, so we're working it out. I don't think we're going to get to 10 on this. So that's good. But I did also only do half of my prep articles and said, nope, we're cutting it off. We got to catch up. So we're working through it. We're working through it. Thank you for asking, Rob. Yeah, no, the conversations are so good and the chat is so generous. We set records here. We went over 7,000 concurrents on the channel. So that's
amazing.
That's amazing for us.
Yeah, I kept looking at the numbers all day. You had well over 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 all day long.
Yeah, we were up at 7 for like an hour, I think, and that was super cool. And yeah, everybody's fantastic and asking good questions and having good conversations, and that makes this stuff fun, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, unfortunately, I still haven't figured out how to get like StreamYard, make them a little smaller, put them up a little higher.
Yeah, yeah,
yeah. So. It is what it is, but we'll get through it.
I think you can do that more of that in like the program Eric Hunley uses. I'm thinking about signing up for an account with that.
I might try it out. I still think they have too much to work through in terms of just the software, but it's definitely a possibility as soon as they get their ducks in a row. Mandy Demoe, Lula Innovations. Are there any police officers on Amber's witness list?
Yeah, the ones that testified.
Oh, that's not going to help. Marie V. Sands, I can't understand why she tries to blame him when there is audio of her telling him he never fights and always runs away from confrontation. That audio is tough to beat, isn't it?
It's a little bit difficult to say he's an abuser who always runs away from confrontation. That's an interesting concept.
Yeah. Yeah.
Renee Gacchioch, there's a picture out there of Amber and Whitney holding the tampon applicators. I think they took it at a party in a phone booth type thing. I think this goes back to the photo we've seen of the cocaine lines that everybody's talking about.
Yeah, the composed photo with the very neat lines of cocaine drawn out and everything is very delicately placed.
Most definitely composed. There's no question there. I wouldn't even refute it if I were Amber, but here we are. Remy, per Mirror, Amber Heard denied writing in the UK too, makes never heard of Carly until just before Virginia trial BS because she answered to the same pick already. Well, yes. I guess she would have had to have heard of it in the Sun trial at minimum, but I could give her credit for essentially trying to answer it in the state of mind she was in for the actual Mirror. But yeah, if she was asked about it before, she was asked about it before. Britt Cormier, to the women on the panel.
Heyo, that's me.
It was Emily and Natalie, I want to say at the time here. What about when she said that him texting an ex was the thing that was over the line, not the beatings before they were married?
Yeah. Yeah.
I would think that's the answer.
I would think those would be, relevant. Relevant and probably over the line more so than texting an ex. But that's just me.
Well, it would seem it makes sense.
That was that December 15th fight, and it was. If you look at that, I mean, it took everything in my power not to take that video and turn it into like a full hour that goes through all the inconsistencies in that specific fight.
Do it. Next viral video.
I need sleep so bad.
Well, you have to really understand
for
the video. Your shtick is going to be building things that relate to the video. I just had to add this one. This one's very recent. The disgruntled moderate, Legal Bites. Kurt's too aggro on your streams. Any chance to get Legal Eagle on to help calm Kurt down?
That's got to be sarcastic.
Of course it is. Of course it is. Hey, you know what? But I have said, if Legal Eagle wants to be part of the live streams, I will be more than happy to welcome him. I can't guarantee what any other LawTubers might say to him, or what the chat might say to him. But I am welcome. I'm very welcoming to have any other different legal minds and perspectives on.
Absolutely. He did a video on this case, by the way. I don't know.
Oh, did he?
He
what
did.
Was it about how Amber Heard was really great?
Video. What's this case about? Kind of video.
Oh, okay.
You can check it out.
Okay,
I think you'll have thoughts, Alita.
Did he have 90% of the facts wrong, or just 85?
Okay. God, you always putting me in the position to defend Devin. You check it out. Check it out.
All right. Yeah. Maybe this week will give me a chance to do a Legal Bites reacts to Legal Eagle.
Hey, you've got the facts in terms of that particular video. Jason Odd, there were pics on her Insta using the applicator. No, I don't know. I don't know anything about her Instagram. Simon Tupper, guys, the movie about this will be incredible. I can't disagree.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a movie about it.
Breezy _. I saw Robert Downey Jr. say he is looking to get Johnny Depp a role as a result of this trial. He has thankfully already won, and the ball is in Disney's court.
I was okay. Look, I was browsing on Instagram earlier. Actually, one of my friends sent me a really funny short reel of this woman that was running on a treadmill, but she's running in various styles of Captain Jack Sparrow, and you can hear Pirates of the Caribbean music behind her. And it's the caption was if you're not practicing your Captain Jack Sparrow run, what are you doing with your workout? And I just I looked at this and I was how many people were making videos about Captain Jack Sparrow and Pirates of the Caribbean in the last several years, before this trial started? Just seeing that, I was the sheer number of or sheer amount of content that's been coming out that's been kind of celebrating some of his work is just probably enough to show that he's probably going to have some kind of a renaissance coming out of this, because fans are just embracing him all over again and embracing his previous works all over the place. Not just to defend him, but also to celebrate the stuff that he actually has done. So, I mean, Hollywood would be a bunch of fools if they didn't try to reach out and really work with him and put him back in a bunch of really great movies.
I think if you think about it from kind of the counterfactual perspective, there's no chance you would see that kind of uptake of Mimi type stuff if that portion of the audience, at least, thought they were celebrating a monster.
Right.
So, I mean, I think that's an important indication, definitely.
Yeah.
And I wanted to elevate this one right here. Mary Holman, Kurt be Kurt.
Yep.
Cowboy hat emojis times 4.
100%.
Yeah.
Can't be anybody else. Might as well be the best version of yourself.
Kurt's got a Kurt. And that's just the way it is.
Yeah.
Kelly Faria, thank you so much for the super chat. Princess Patrick, instead of helping her husband with sobriety, she weaponized his addiction against him.
That is what it looks like.
And the testimony during the detox is not terribly sympathetic.
Mm-hmm.
Jacqueline Porter, I appreciate your streams. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Deborah Chang, watch the Truth Doctor show, psychiatric doctor with BPD.
I watched it.
False claimed her husband DV, but clarified lie in court multiple times. Amber Heard didn't. Definitely malice beyond disorder. Interesting.
So I've actually reached out to her. Hopefully she will be on my channel on Wednesday as well, because that's a very, very interesting perspective to have. Is she's an actual psychotherapist who has BPD, and so she's in a very interesting position to talk about that particular disorder and to talk about a lot of the stuff that's been coming out in this case.
That sounds like a good guess, Alita.
Fingers crossed.
Shem Pasta, if the judge is able to see all this, would it change their opinion on the case, and would they come back to court and change anything or the way they handled the case? I don't know what all this is, but maybe you mean the evidence that everything that the court itself can't see because it's not being admitted for one reason or another. But the long answer is no. I mean, that's the way the process is built, right? Rob?
That's correct. If it's outside of court, she ain't going to see it, or she's not going to consider it.
Right. Star Shimmer Moonlight. So, from me seeing other streams today and other videos and from my Twitter, a lot of people are getting really bad bot attacks today, even some of the triggering YouTube's temp auto ban system. Yeah, I got a bunch, and I got a bunch that went right through the subscription wall. So, we'll see how it goes.
That's amazing, isn't it?
KDM, the UK judgment was it's more probable that domestic abuse happened with Johnny Depp than not. I don't know what their standard was. But yeah, certainly different standard, different court, different statements, different paper, different month,
different facts,
different witnesses. Yeah, it's a different case. It's a different case. Oops. Sujana Viguru are Amber's outrageous claims because she already testified as such in the United Kingdom. She couldn't have gone milder since she's already committed to this path. Because you all are saying she could tamp down her testimony. She just can't do that now. I agree. I think she got locked into this. When I say it would have been a stronger case to go lighter, I mean that from kind of Machiavellian strategic view. It would be an easier case to make if that were the facts at hand. Now, if we didn't have issues with the credibility of Amber Heard, you would feel bad about that. If these are the real facts and it's just things don't line up, that would be a real bummer. But I definitely do think there's more than that happening here so far. But we're open to her case. Lil Panda Cub, Rob, do we have to dress like pirates?
Yes. Anyone who comes to wait with me in line to get into that courtroom has to dress like pirates.
I don't think anyone dressed like a pirate's getting into the courtroom.
I don't think so either.
I like that this was sent to you in response to your chats 3 hours ago, and you're here to answer it.
Perfect. Love it.
Ella Lopez for Swear Jar for Emily. Love you guys. I got to. Everybody started donating amounts for Emily's swears.
That's awesome. That is awesome.
Debbie JF, I believe the same day she almost bumped into him, there's video of her almost getting into his car, and she bursts out laughing. Maybe. Princess Patrick, she definitely weaponized his addiction against him instead of helping with him with his sobriety. Well, I mean, we know she was drinking and doing various things around him. That always rubbed me the wrong way in the original testimony. So thank you for the chat. Jim Keynes, losing public trial vilified client impact on firm. I think their firm is really only going to benefit from
they'll be just fine.
This is a lot of exposure for law firm folks, and they do not look god awful. They just might lose, whichever side. Little Panda Cub, I love EDB. You go, girl.
She's great. I'm so sorry I missed her earlier.
She is great. She was here for a while. She was very nice of her. Rocky Quinn, is it outside the scope in Cross to straight ask Amber if she receives cosmetic injections, the bruising?
No, I don't think so.
Just ask her.
No, because it is pretty relevant to what was going on with her face.
Question: what was going on with your face?
You better have something to disprove that, though. If you're going to ask her, you better have proof to the contrary.
That's true. Because if she lies, you want to be able to expose it.
Yeah. I mean, well, or if you're willing to risk it and just say, put that question in front of the jury, how much are they going to be willing to believe what she says? If she says, no, I've never gotten Botox injections, I'm a Hollywood starlet, but I've never gotten any kind of plastic surgery ever at 36 years old or how old she is.
We're gonna have to relay this to Emily.
Ouch on the age naming, Alita.
I'm around her age. It's okay. Fine. I'm saying that from experience.
Okay. We don't.
Yeah. I think all the articles we read said Amber Heard 36.
Yeah,
they all do.
Yeah.
You can tell us all about the available skincare treatments because my skin needs help.
Hey, you and me both.
All right. Amelia LT, thank you for a amusing evening. Emily, Rick, Kurt, Natalie?
I think Ian, maybe.
Ian. Oh, long white hair. Sorry, Ian.
Usually people turn him into a wizard.
I see.
In emojis.
See. Laura, a rare zebra. I almost tried to pronounce that as like a last name.
Arare.
Yeah.
Arara zebra.
Wasn't court. We arrived late before christening, and as we were trying to sneak in an aisle, all of a sudden my phone said very loudly, "You have arrived." We have some fun bits, which I might clip out. I actually took that time down, of various unfortunate phone ringings in court setting, including one I hadn't heard from Emily before, where she apparently had the milkshake brings all the boys to the yard go off.
As her ringtone. That was a great anecdote.
Oh, she's told that story before, and I died laughing.
Well, we're gonna clip it for her, I think.
Oh, definitely got to clip that. If Law Nerds clip doesn't do it, we'll do it.
Happy birthday, Emily, from Laura Rare Zebra.
Damn bots.
Yep, I see him.
Oh God, help me. All right, hang on. Danny, happy birthday, Emily. We'll go squash some things here. The mods will get it too.
I reported.
Oh yeah, like that does any good apparently, because
we have a subscription wall up. That's crazy.
Yeah, the fact
that means
bots are subscribing.
Man, oh man,
it's good. I'll get.
Well, for what it's worth, in Nightbot, I think, because not StreamYards or not Streamlabs. There's two bots I use: Streamlabs and Nightbot. Okay. In Nightbot, you can set up words that they'll block, and Nightbot also looks at the username as well. So like the ones that I've seen always use the same usernames. Like there's 3 different ones I've seen them use. The only thing is that you can't get Nightbot to ban them, but you can just put them in like an extended timeout. So that kind of helps. So just a piece of advice.
We're gonna give Ian mod powers is what we're gonna do.
Excellent.
There you go, Ian. We'll see how it goes. I guess it's a good problem to have. I barely knew how to even do any of the buttons on Saturday morning. So I'm growing as a streamer, folks. Little Panda Cub, Kurt, sing happy birthday as Amber Heard. You do not have to
very weepy happy birthday.
You have to thank Kurt for this.
To Emily.
You have to go to his channel.
Birthday.
You have to go to his channel. You have to give him at least a super thanks. And a song from Kurt will pop out.
Put a super thanks on my channel. We'll talk.
All right. Zoe, new Umbrella Guy video on Hughes is jaw-dropping. Please watch it. I will not until at least after the trial, but I'm definitely going to look at that channel after the fact. The John Beck can't make it a thing. Hoeg that. God help me. I'm sorry. Emily, after swearing a few times, decided that she would be substituting the word she wanted to use with the word Hoeg. So, yes, I said, you can't do that with my last name. She said, oh, I can. We're going to make this happen. So we were having fun here, as we do at the Hangouts and Headlines. Betty Dant, his wine bill went to 0. Does Amber's alcohol problem too? He did say he didn't much care about wine.
Yeah.
Bring in the wine bills. Joe Mendoza, I wonder if at the end of this trial, Amber Heard will have to deal with keeping her kid, given the BPD diagnosis on record. I hope not.
BPD is not a reason to take someone's children away. There has to be more to it. Because if that were the case, then no one with any remote diagnosis for mental health or any other issues would ever be able to have kids. That also would strongly disincentivize people from getting treatment for stuff too. So, but I mean, ultimately, it's there has to be something about the health of the child for something like that to happen.
We got people sending super chats to me to inform me of how your video is doing, Rob. So, 58,000 views. I would have to actually go back and look at how long it took me to get a 50,000 view video because it was a while.
Well, I've already got someone trying to come out with a rebuttal video that looks like it's a joke of a video, but
a rebuttal video to your bed video? Dude, that's an extra video. You're going to kick ass at this.
Yeah, it's a stupid TikTok.
Well, you have to just react to it now.
Well, they super chatted you.
That's right. Look at this is how the meta works. They're super chatting me about your accomplishments. Speaking of your accomplishments, I got a super chat here from Law and Lumber. You made Law and Lumber happen. You can make fetch happen, which means Rob is actually watching the discussion about Emily wanting to use Hoeg as a substitute swear word on my channel. So
there you go.
Reporting you to the Virginia Bar Association, Rob.
I can do two things at once. Sometimes, maybe.
Minueta, hearsay. Another LawTuber said the jury consists of 6 males, 4 Asian, 2 white, and 3 women, 1 Asian, 1 black, and 1 white. One of the jurors has autism. I don't know how you know that last part. That is lining up with the information we kind of have, although it's interesting that it's often like off by 1 or just a little bit different depending on the report. I think it's only specific people in the jury, but they have a malleable.
The autism could have come up if they asked about any kind of like, do you know anybody with, borderline personality disorder, or do you know anyone with ADHD, or which is everyone, or like, do you know anyone with, XYZ? And someone may have said, well, I have autism. And they were like, oh, okay, cool.
So going all the way back to like selection.
Yeah, probably.
Christina MC, great panel, happy face. Do you all think Amber has a chance to win the counterclaim? I think it would hurt the progress Johnny has made changing public opinion.
I don't think so.
No,
I don't think so.
no chance.
I think, yeah, she's kind of dead in the water on that one.
It looks like it was a hoax. So, I mean, we'll have to see more from May of 2016. But
yeah, I mean, because keep in mind that she has to affirmatively disprove that it was not a hoax, or she has to disprove that it was a hoax. She has to prove that it's not a hoax. So
I just want you to keep piling up negatives there and see if you can still make the sentence work.
Double, triple, quadruple negatives. We'll get there eventually.
Yeah. No, it's the exact same reason why Muddy Middle goes to Amber on Johnny's main claim. It's the same in reverse. Coming back.
Yeah, exactly.
And yep, once you get the ick, it's hard to come back. Tiffany Byers, Rob with the mic drop at the end of his video. Fantastic Law and Lumber. Hopefully JD's attorneys see his video.
They might. If it reaches far enough, they might.
Can't wait for your Entertainment Weekly interviews, Rob. I tell you what, one of my biggest fears is that like something I have that's tangentially related to one of these deals appears in like the footnote to one of the case decisions as virtual liability. I got a note. My first reality was cited in my first law review article.
Amazing.
The other day.
That's so cool.
And I was like, okay. And so they sent it to me, and it was like, cool, thank you.
I'm just waiting for someone to write an article about like how like terrible and disruptive LawTube is, and how they're going to change public perception, and they're
alt-right, far-right, MAGA, LawTube.
They will. They'll quote Nate. They'll quote Nate on MAGA. They will.
yeah. There's this one guy who likes to go on and say this is MAGA country.
Keep saying it. Probably not mention he's black. Just that'll be good too.
Well, that he says it in the way, or that he says it the way he does.
Yeah, of course.
Get ready, because I think those are definitely coming. And Alita, you're probably right there at the top of the list on those articles, at least coming out of this trial. So
could very well be
something to look forward to.
Hey, if I can keep my neck, that'll be good.
Hey, get your name out there. Yeah. I'm having a blast here with you guys, and all this enthusiasm Hoeg also brings with him to Season Gaming, which is where I do the Bitcast Sundays at 11 a.m. Check it out. I'll link it in the description. Awesome. Hangout has been great. It's why we changed the name. So much hanging out. Lock Maiden, thoughts on what Kevin Costner said about Amber Heard? Well, it sounds like it might be a modus operandi, but the jury won't hear it, so I put it up in a box. Zello Yellow, Rob has 24,000 views on his video. You can see where we are.
A lot more than that now.
Timeline. That she was here about the op-ed she wrote about Johnny Depp. Yes, she continues to be responsible for the op-ed. There's really no question that she wrote the op-ed. The question is really the title, which I think after seeing that tweet, I think she's going to lose. Appy, wait, let me get this right. Communal lawyer wigs? This is Ian talking about wigs having to be shared at firms because they're too expensive.
Yeah, that was a weird conversation.
Rob with the real talk from the middle of his day.
Well, when I'm listening to CLE about e-filing, and I'm hearing like, well, there are people that get headlines because they're trading wigs back and forth. I'm like, what the?
Thankfully, we don't need a Rob swear jar. And in Poland, lawyers wear robes kind of like the judicial, but they're actually really nice and elegant, and they get one for their whole career. That's awesome. Sadakata, it was Justice Nicole as judge in the Depp versus NGN, and the appeal went to Lord Justice Underhill and Lord Justice Dingemans, not back to Justice Nicole. Okay, so there was a conversation that the appeal would be heard by the same judge, but apparently that is not the case according to this super chat. I yield on all information regarding the Sun case. Simon Tupper, I can't wait for the Amber Heard Dr. Hughes takedown by Dr. Curry. Yeah, I mean, we strongly expect we're getting a second dose of Dr. Curry, yeah?
Yep.
Jeremy Moore, name your Harry Potter houses. Alita's so happy she's here. Alita, what are you?
Yay. Ravenclaw.
Kurt, what are you?
Slytherin.
Sounds about right.
Rob, what are you? Can you name
I'll just say Hufflepuff. I'll let you be Gryffindor.
I think generally speaking, my family calls me Slytherin. But I think that's because they're acting under the premise that J.K. Rowling has said all attorneys are Slytherin.
Yeah, I was going to say you're less of a Slytherin
defamation.
vibe.
I don't have much of a Slytherin vibe, but I am an attorney. So yeah, no, I think one of my daughters.
I would say Ravenpuff, like a mix between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff.
I'm a happy guy.
Ravenclaw.
Exactly.
I mean, lawyers definitely can get some Ravenclaw. I mean, with the book stuff, yeah.
Well, I mean, I think for the most part, my wife tends to call me Gryffindor primarily because I left a senior equity position at a law firm to go just do whatever. So she thinks that's very brave. Sometimes she means it well.
It is. Yeah.
Is brave what she says?
Sometimes she means it in a positive way. Sometimes.
It was a creative decision you made there, Rob.
Well, you know, Mrs. Hoeg rocks, and she puts up with this stuff, and frankly, she was happy to see me home more because we were really hitting some hours there.
I believe it.
No kidding. You were hitting Depp live stream hours.
Exactly. That's actually what I said. I was talking to my wife. I said, I think I said this to you, Alita, in a post show. I said, "Oh, it's good to know I can still turn on the you're working at Big Law lever."
Yeah.
So yeah. Daria Graluska Begley. Question: that Umbrella Man had posted a video discrediting Dr. Hughes as a money-grabbing hearsay seller. Have you seen it? Thoughts? Love from Ireland. Dripping Heart. I have not seen it yet, but I'm definitely checking out the channel and all the good stuff at there and some other places after the trial. Steph Jack UK, is perverting course of justice applicable in the U.S.? I think that's probably obstruction of justice.
Yeah, sounds right.
Here, but yeah, you can do things to obstruct justice, and the law very much does not like it. Grace J, timestamps can help break up live streams for an audience. Also, the calendar from Amber Heard's pick of December 15, 2015 injuries is January 2015. Amber Heard's team missed this. Nope, it seems to be pretty out of date. I'm unwilling to commit to that because my calendars around the house are all set to different months and years. So I don't know.
I actually have a calendar behind me that's from March 12th, 2020.
Yeah, well,
it's the last day I worked in a firm.
When it came up and people asked
in
me
the office
about it, I said, well, I'm literally looking at a calendar that says April 2020. When I was asked about it, so it's like, well, it's important. I think Emily said that's going to bring the metadata in. It's like, sure, I believe it. Let me make sure I hit the right button here. Lizzie Mendez, I work at a state psych hospital with forensic patients. They check for competency before moving them to civil units. If competent, usually back to jail. We were talking at this point about someone that asked about whether or not there was any likelihood of arguing insanity, give or take, here. Wedgie Patrol, why did Elaine ask Amber to repeat that she only remembered the prenup details because of her therapist notes? Did that hurt her testimony more? No. I mean, I think if you have to say that I had to recall these events in terms of seriousness, there's at least a small discount you have to give to it if it's not a big deal in your life. But I don't think it hurts the testimony. I think the prenup and postnup discussion already is like, really? You wanted them and Johnny didn't. Okay.
Yeah. I'm not buying that for 2 seconds.
Lil Panda Cub, Emily D. Baker just slayed Hoeg. I think I actually already covered this one. She helped me read one of the coded texts, and she saved me. I was reading it like in letter form, and then she's like, "Hey, Rick, it's a sentence." Odalius Rivera, thank you for the super chat. Joe Capobianco, I have a hard time believing Umbridge doesn't see right through Amber. If she's as good as she's supposed to be, that is. I think all of them could have certain doubts about the way some of this is presented, but still have enough of a belief to zealously advocate for their client.
Yes. Yes.
Sure. 9 on a dime. Can JD be arrested after her testimony for SA? Thoughts on how JD is sitting through her testimony? Does he look okay for the jury? How do you over under trial verdict so far? I think JD looks fine not looking at her. Again, if you're already in the framework that says he's an abused person at that point, I think it's totally justifiable. I don't see him being arrested for any of that. Although, you know, the folks from Australia tell me there isn't a statute of limitations for what the accusation is. I think you'd still need some corroborating evidence of some kind, especially this long after.
Well, the Australians can't arrest him here, so I mean, you know.
Well, I mean, but if they film pirates there, I mean, that would be a question if Disney tried to bring him back.
Although I feel like he'd work that into his contract.
Disney,
let's
not
go
Australia.
in Hawaii instead. Let's go back to Kauai.
That's right. That's right. So I think how's he sitting through it? I don't think that's fun for anybody, especially if you imagine that she's lying on everything. Then Johnny Depp's the sole person on earth that realizes the breadth of it. And so he's sitting there taking that all in, and that cannot be fun.
Just taking a pen to paper and like scraping through the paper because you're like writing so hard.
It's like, yeah. I mean, can you imagine? Like if everything she says is lies and we have these feelings about it, but if like that's the case and he's just sitting there and she's presenting that in really the most embarrassing fashion that you can in open court in this way, it's got to drive you crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Misty Johansson, where are the bloody footprints?
100%.
Great question. Die Hard. We think they're in Die Hard.
Yep. At the Nakatomi Plaza.
She's right. Almanac, seriously, AH has pictures of JD sleeping, videos of arguments. With the claims of such repeated and severe violence, why no proper proof of injury? There might be the biggest question is a documenter of such things has no documentation. That is terribly convincing, at least. Streaming addict, but JD's performance with Chu, his fire, shows his mastery. I think so. Sleek the Geek, it wasn't verbatim. She changed the name from Dickie to Johnny. This is the Ripley quote. Lil Panda Cub, didn't Curry say that the whole relationship was toxic and abusive both ways? I don't believe so. Does anybody remember that from Curry?
She said there was mutual abuse. So yeah. I think, yes, I think she did say that
Curry did?
her. Oh no, not Curry. I'm sorry. I was talking about. I was thinking of Dr. Anderson.
Marriage counselor? Is that marriage counselor?
Yes, yeah, but I think that Dr. Curry did say that it was toxic both ways, but I don't know about abusive both ways. She would not be testifying to that on Johnny's behalf.
No, but she did admit that verbal abuse was a thing.
Yeah,
right.
She admitted that all the abuses, like she got questioned on cross,
yeah.
like this is abusive, this is abusive. She's on the stand when she says like
fair point.
Unfounded allegations of infidelity can be abuse, right? I mean that's what they were trying to use as well, because now we know that they were going with a at least in part a jealousy angle for everything that was happening.
Yeah.
So I don't think she said it that specific way, Lil Panda Cub, but she certainly said things that can work in both directions. Almanacs, does anyone actually think Amber Heard's photos of injuries indicate such violence? Look at the Rihanna pic. That was 3 strikes from a man busy driving a car.
Yep.
I mean, I think that's one of the big problems here is she doesn't have that evidence. And again, I don't want to stake out the position that you have to have that evidence, but after you're shown to be a documenting person and after you testify that you do, we need to see some of that stuff.
And after you testify to the level of violence that you say has occurred, you have to understand that people are going to have certain expectations coming from that.
No one snapped a photo to sell to the paparazzi?
No,
or even to just document it as if
and when her phone got hacked, no one found anything and sold it to TMZ.
Yeah.
I mean, and that was the biggest thing about that December 15th incident. What I kind of missed is she literally describes he was pummeling the back of my head. Yet the photo that they decide to take the next day is like here somehow, but nowhere. You don't think your head's going to bruise or have injuries. It didn't make any sense whatsoever.
It didn't. It strains that credibility. It does. Marie V. Sands, do you all think that even if JD loses this trial, it could be somehow not that bad for him? As a lot of people have seen what's really happened.
Yeah.
I think he's won certain things already, and those are not likely to be lost. It would certainly be better if he won for his overall position. Jamie Lay, I feel like Amber's lawyers really fall apart when something she's told them falls apart fantastically on live TV. It's like watching Death by a Thousand Cuts. I mean, you go back to the Muffin Man, and that really did look like they thought they had a Muffin Man, which can only come from Amber, and they did not have a Muffin Man, and so that looked bad. I mean, I think that's what Death by a Thousand Cuts, you can kind of see that happening all around. As people have pointed out in the panel, it doesn't make a ton of sense for Elaine to go down the lipstick road with the answers that Amber wound up giving. Need distractions. Hi from Ireland. Hi. Plenty of Irish heritage here. Love all your coverage and different perspectives. Such a lovely community of minds. Thank you. Lil Panda Cub, just got to ask, do you remember when JD's team asked if they remembered that the place was recorded? The clip is out there. After that of the Australia thingy, it's out there. Dr. Kipper is there. By the sounds of everybody asking about it for many, many days, it sounds like it's a very useful bit of audio, but we shall see whether it gets in any reasonable fashion. Grace J, Emily, she was not in the shower. So Emily brought up the point that none of the aspects of Amber's stories on this, particularly Australia, talk about her cleaning up at any point.
Oh, I thought that was maybe going to be a Legally Blonde reference.
Is that a Legally Blonde?
She was
statement?
like, I was in the shower when the murder happened.
How many perms have you had?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, then it probably is, but at least I wasn't wrong. I just gave the context for how it popped up. I cannot play with the pop culture titans here in LawTube. I'm gonna just bring up video game references until your eyes all glaze over.
That works.
Your opinion, judge on admonishing re-exhibit saying, is not my job to keep track of evidence. I felt it was telling on the mooted judge. That one, I think, actually, in all honesty, might have made her the most mad. Like in terms of objections and arguing and huffing, I think that's kind of the normal course of business.
Well,
saying, oh, it's already admitted, or I already have this, or not knowing where your I's are dotted and your T's are crossed. I think. Really...
think about it. This is someone who was in the Marines. She's very organized. She's very on time. I would imagine that she expects her attorneys appearing in front of her to also be organized. And this speaks to their level of organization.
I didn't know she was in the Marines.
I could see, I could see her getting annoyed by that, to be like, all right, you can do this, you can do that. But by God, keep yourself organized, woman.
I mean, it's also disrespectful to the court to impose on the court for those
Yes.
things.
Yes.
That's your job.
Yes.
It's not, I mean,
your job is to make it easier on the judge and the jury and everyone else around you.
Yeah, so I think that was a big deal, honestly, in terms of at least the judge's mood. I don't think it matters that much to the actual state of play of the overall case. But yeah, I think it was definitely a big deal. So thank you for the super chat. Martin Peterson, where's the pic of all the writing with blood on the wall? We've seen it. I think the black paint is the blood. I mean, I think that's the same kind of concept. But I will admit, with the black paint, it is not quite as haunted mansion-y as I was expecting when it was first described to me. B667, thoughts on how about she's describing everything from a third-person perspective? He put his knee in my back, not I felt a push in my back. Well,
that really bothered me. That really bothered me when she got to the end of that testimony, and I kind of recapped it in that video when she's testifying. Vasquez objects to foundation or hearsay because she's saying he was trying to gain purchase with his foot.
I hate that she used that word.
Rob, speaking of which, I have qualms with you. If you go back and watch Alita's streams, like every hour of them, every minute, I think you'll actually find me using purchase, meaning that an argument has taken hold, at least 3 times. Like that's one of the idioms that I use.
I use it too, but what I was saying, it's a weird thing for her to say is it's weird when you're talking about someone trying to put their foot there.
Yeah.
And it's also weird when when you are face down, you're telling the jury that he's screaming in your ear and bashing your head, and you can somehow feel that he is trying to use his foot to give leverage on something. I mean, you're making a conclusion based on something you see or think you see after the fact. It was ridiculous.
Yeah. I would have expected her to say, like, gaining a foothold or something like that. But I will say that, describing things in third person doesn't necessarily automatically indicate that the thing that they're testifying to is not accurate. Like I think the last time I was on here, I may have talked about a friend of mine who was shot in Iraq, and so there are some aspects that he remembers really only in a third person view because he saw photos of it afterwards, because he didn't have any independent recollection of it. So, but now his brain has kind of filled that space with that third person view. So I can understand in some aspects, in some cases where it makes sense for someone to describe certain parts from a third person perspective. But as far as I understand, there are no photos of this incident happening. So for her, it doesn't make any sense in this particular case, unless she's just making it up, or she has herself done something like that to someone at some other time, and she's like imagining herself being what she now describes Johnny Depp as.
I mean, I can imagine a world in which some psychologist comes up and explains that there could be a dissociative effect for a really traumatic incident. We didn't get that testimony, so I agree with you that it's another thing. It's a mountain of small things. I said that earlier in this stream. That's like, oh, that doesn't quite make sense. That doesn't quite make sense. And you pour those onto the stories, and it's like, I don't know that I'm buying any of this at this point in time. So third person, absolutely. Two Turns, thank you for the super chat. Lil Panda Cub, Ben King testified that he didn't know the Australia thingy was recorded. The record is out there on YouTube. Dr. Kipper is in that recording. I'm going to keep it in mind. I promise, Lil Panda Cub. A step beyond healing. Emily, you made her testimony tolerable. What are rules of evidence-free photos? There are many out there in press on her dates with no injuries. I don't know. Alita, has anything from like the press been entered into the evidence list?
Just the photo of her leaving the courthouse when she had her TRO. That got introduced already. Then the photo of the red lipstick when she was on the James Corden show got introduced already.
Yeah.
But I would imagine that if there's a press photo within a few days of any of these alleged injuries, we'll see them during cross.
Okay.
Yeah, I would agree.
Two Turns, thank you for the super chat. Alicia Peterson, how long before a person's finger needs reattachment? That is definitely not a question for me, but I imagine it has to be reattached in a relatively short order.
Yep. Otherwise, you lose that finger.
Patty McDaniel, I found you all through Emily.
Hey.
Thanks, Emily. And I subscribe to you all. I also really love the group and hearing multiple opinions. Thank you. That's the idea. American Rose Designs, I'm a survivor of SA, barely remember what happened. Her description doesn't make sense. Where are her injuries? Where's her broken nose? She's lying. Very sorry to hear that. And I think a lot of people agree with you, most definitely. Merck, pics of damage, bottle spills, etc. made me chuckle, to be honest. I once cleaned backstage after a Finnish polka band played. I love that detail. At a country festival. I mean, smiling, laughing, a little sweat.
As someone who grew up with a father who loves to listen to Lithuanian polkas, I understand.
I think that's great. We have a lot of polka-ing in Michigan. It's a thing.
I would imagine so. There's a lot of Lithuanians there too.
Yeah.
I know a number of them. We're everywhere.
Janet Dick, do you think Amber Heard's exaggerated testimony is discrediting her counterclaim? Yeah, I think her exaggerating testimony is discrediting everything you could possibly ask to finish that sentence.
Absolutely everything.
Jill Ferguson, thank you for the super sticker. I think I saw that one earlier. It's the pear. I love the pears. Secret Me, Hughes played like a noob. You and jury bought it? I ditched Hughes as soon as I heard Amber Heard speak. So I don't know that anybody bought Hughes after you got to see Amber Heard. But maybe. But she did, in fact, play like a noob. Thank you for the parlance. Lady Dingo. I suffered a minor stroke from DVSV.
Oh.
Head was slammed against door. I've had her story done to me in that craziness she described. It's terrifying. Watching her testify sickened me.
Oh
Yeah, I imagine anyone that has definitively experienced such things and looking at the exaggerations at minimum that are pretty self-evident from Amber Heard are not going to much care for the testimony. So I'm very sorry to hear that. Objectionable law, Ashley D. Harrison. Been watching and messaging you my opinions of trial and personal qualifications since beginning of trial. Now heading to Fairfax to observe, notate courtroom and juror vibes if you're interested in.
100%.
Absolutely.
Please do.
It's Alita's show when we're not doing the break week here. So please do get in touch with her, definitely.
Yeah, shoot me an email.
Lexi Autumn Stabs. I do not recall The Deposition. Great movie title. If we're talking about nurses.
I do not recall.
Addie Luna, what do we think about Amber Heard bringing up Kate Moss? We think Ben Chu is very excited about it.
Very excited. Much excite.
Get excited, says Ben Chu. Pam Marshall, as someone with a professional license, you do everything in your power to protect it. You don't put your license on the line for anyone, period. This is talking about nurses. A registered nurse had said, hey, no, Amber Heard's accused everybody of lying on everything to each other, about her, about Depp. And they wouldn't do that because they wouldn't risk their professional status. I tend to agree. Carrie Harvey, I think it speaks volumes that JD's staff have been with him for years and years. It speaks to character. I also agree. It's sometimes hard to keep people in such a close relationship, and seemingly all of his staff has really long relationships with him. That's a big deal. Britt Cormier, Runkle gets threatened on the street. His first thought, we're going to Sizzler. LOL.
I want to know what that story was because I wasn't here for it.
There's so much context missing. It's like
I love it.
I mean, I figure there's like a massive gap, but
yeah.
No, the Sizzler thing is from Amber Heard because it was in the original complaint where she said, among other things, going through details of her life, that she grew up so. Johnny Depp says that Amber Heard said she was so poor that at times her family could only afford the salad bar at the Sizzler, which I thought was just the most hilarious detail.
How does that make you so poor? I don't know. My family went to Sizzler when I was little. I don't feel like we were poor.
Just calling
Not
you
to
out,
say
Anita.
rich, but like.
Well,
okay.
by the time you're
whatever. If she thinks I'm poor, then she. I don't care.
By the time you're reflecting on life from your private island,
BS.
you might have a different view
of what poor is. I mean, that's fair.
Once Alita's got her YouTube private island, you can tell us what poor is, Alita.
Can I come to your private island, Alita?
Yeah, I'm gonna buy it from Johnny.
Okay. All right. Yeah. He might be in the selling business. Almanac. Amber Heard's claim that JD had a giant old-fashioned jar of cocaine. Remember the I got a jar of dirt prop from Pirates?
I haven't gotten that out of my head.
Everybody did but me.
I've got a jar of cocaine. I've got a jar. Yeah.
That scene meant a lot to a lot more people than to me, I guess. Neth Star, you could say muffins were used to curry favor. Face. I love a good pun.
Me too.
Paula P, have you heard about the Amber Heard and Kevin Costner interaction? I have. It sounds like a modus operandi, but the jury won't hear it. Allison Barber, I was an advocate for SA victims in the hospital when they were interviewed and had the kit done. It was infuriating to hear her testimony about the SA. She didn't just lie. She lied badly, embarrassingly bad.
Yeah, I can imagine those are really difficult to go through.
Yeah, and we're getting a lot of feedback from people that have, first-person interactions in scenarios like that, which, I'm trying to be the best juror I can, but certainly we're hearing from a lot of folks that suggest that they read it very much as lies, and I have to respect that as well. Thank you for the super chat.
It's interesting that we're hearing from so many survivors or people in proximity to, and I don't remember reading the last super chats of, I'm a survivor / someone who interacts with them, and I believe Amber Heard. Don't really remember that super chat.
None.
So,
yeah, the only thing I'd be worried about there is whether or not people read LawTube as having chosen sides in terms of sympathetic ears, because I think it's possible. I think. And I think it's just a hashtag to be found, but I think, like, Alita, your videos have justice for Johnny as a hashtag, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. And I think that's a good hashtag to have for people looking for the trial.
Yeah.
But you could have that scenario where people say, well, that's not the place to go listen to.
Yeah. I mean, I have gotten comments on there that are saying, like, oh, you're obviously so biased, justice for Amber Heard. But I mean, none of them have, at least not that I've seen, have said, I'm also a survivor, a DV survivor, SA survivor.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, as long as they're super chatting you while they insult your judgment, I mean, I think that's really all we require.
They're feeding the algorithm, right? So it's fine.
There you go. Engage. Hey, I told folks, man, my videos do much better when they get some downvotes. It's the truth.
Yeah.
Denise from Canada, love to all. Great job. Runkle, sorry. Would you be interested in doing a vid live chat about Earl Silverman of Calgary? Heroic, tragic story of an abused husband. What, if any, changes since then? Read legal challenges. I will try to remember this for Ian. I'm sure I will be seeing Ian again. And I will try to ask him, Denise from Canada. Thank you for the super chat. I was adding to my spinning plate skill set today, and I was pulling ones that related directly to the conversation. And I was doing pretty well.
That's hard.
But obviously I didn't get them all. Stephen Glasker, JD hiding his face and grabbing tissue when hearing audio about knife is an example of genuine trauma reaction. He did react very heavily to that audio of the hotel room with the knife. Very heavily. That was probably his strongest reaction in the trial.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for the super chat. Tom Grawl, Amber Heard reminds me of my ex-wife who accused me of I want to speak mobile things and cost me my relationship with my daughter. She is that cold and calculating. I'm very sorry. That's awful. Glitz and glitter. I listened to your live while at work, so I don't see it, Emily. It came across as odd. It made me uncomfortable. Listen to your live while at work, so I don't see it.
It's uncomfortable.
Yeah, I mean, it's an ugly case. I'm sorry I don't remember the specific circumstances of when that might have come in. But yeah, this case is wild. Meow Meow, Runkle of the Bailey has a lovely voice and is a dead ringer for John Cusack. I actually think that too. He's got quite a bit of Cusack.
Actually, don't tell anyone, but he actually is John Cusack.
That could be. It'd be excellent hiding.
Yeah, it's his second career. No one knows. Don't tell anyone.
Don Leinart, Hoeg and Roblox and not Roblox. Okay, what do we got here from Rob?
Yeah.
He's just gloating here. He's trying to send a message. He's trying to send a message to Kurt.
I noticed the
You're
message.
muted.
I saw the message.
You're muted,
Am
Rob.
I?
No, Rob. Sorry, Rob is muted.
Yeah, I'm going home, going to sleep. There's nothing else I can do. I quit today. Thank you, everybody. You guys are freaking awesome.
It's going to get to 100,000
Every
soon.
one of you are amazing. Whoever's been chatting, who hasn't subscribed to these guys, absolutely freaking do it. It's been
actually
crazy.
It's not at 70,000. It's at 73,000.
It's going. Right. You're going to get a 6-figure on your first video, Rob.
Yeah, you are.
It's wrong. It's wrong. Can't believe Alita's encouraging this.
Kurt,
I'm 100% encouraging this.
Kurt,
I want to take some ownership in this.
I was going to say, understand, Alita's living in part of a power fantasy about whether she can do this with just somebody that has no content and put videos up. And the answer is
obviously, I didn't make the video, so I could never claim that. Like, that's all Rob's brain and Rob's skill and all of that. But it's just funny that I feel like I kind of feel like I put you up to it, but it's just like. I kind of did, but it's working out. So
and everyone else that yelled at me on Sunday and were like, "Get off the stream and go make this video."
I did. Okay. I kind of did.
We did say that. So, well, you're on your way. You're on your way.
All right,
Rob.
guys. I'll see you later. Have a good one.
We'll be happy to talk to you when it hits 100,000.
Yes. We'll make sure to have Kurt on.
Kurt's gonna hurt me as it is.
Hurt? No. Kurt means well.
All right. I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.
Bye, Rob.
Yeah.
Don Leinart, Hoeg, and Roblox and not Roblox. People made fun of me for my pronunciations of Roblox, but it looks like Roblox. All right, it does. There we go. Esther Dickinson, Rob's video has 30,000 views. Good job, Rob. We got a few of these, Kurt. I just want to warn you. We've got a few Rob chats coming as we circle in here. Okay. Bernard, that nightgown thing with Kipper sounds creepy unless they honked up too.
It does. It's weird. It's also just weird the way that she nonchalantly testified to it.
I just want to remind folks though that it's Amber Heard that's saying it. Amber Heard thought those muffins were for her. So, keep that open mind as well. For crying out loud, calls it a parakeet flooring, then randomly throws in that she saw a bird in the house. Emoji. Maybe trying to retroactively connect mispronunciation to something else. Lying on its side, crying, laughing emoji.
I love your description of these.
Mary
emojis.
Brewer's
Great.
Creative Corner. Did you all see the Kentucky Derby 80-1 long shot? One crazy. Go watch that video.
It was good.
Go watch that video. That's going to be on like always believe in yourself videos. It's going to be like motivational speeches. It's the craziest thing. That
Shoot your shot.
You shoot your shot. That horse is like in the back coming into the final stretch.
That is so inspiring. I love it.
Wow. See, I've only hit the wrong button like twice today. Simon Tupper, you must answer present for a subpoena because otherwise you get a dumpina, and that's much harder. I can't disagree with any of that. It's just good legal analysis. Stephen Glasker, Hoeg just sent you a Twitter DM that you'll love. I look forward to it. I am I didn't tap any of those. Program. All right. A few wrong buttons. We're coming in at the end here. Reagan Weatherford, yes, no sleep and wait to make escape happened to me. Yeah, we were talking about whether or not it made sense to take sleeping pills in the scenario Amber described. Maria Ray, hashtag uncivil karaoke Iron Man.
Yep. Did
you sing Iron Man at some point?
I don't think so.
All right, something to look forward to, Kurt. This is a request of the people. You sing some Iron Man. BNC, have you guys ever seen a chat so one-sided? Can this reflect the jury? Is the chat one-sided? Well, the chat is one-sided. At some point, the evidence starts to be one-sided. So, I mean, I think the jury is probably pretty reflective of what
honestly,
you're hearing.
though, I'm trying to, I mean, I was just on Popcorn Planet and they're even more one-sided than we are here.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone over there was like, so obviously she's lying. and that's not to say that like, that's not a denigration of anybody over there. I mean, people are just reacting to stuff as they see it. And it's just, I mean, folks are reacting to it one way or another.
Let's elevate this one. Kurt, keep up the great work.
Yeah.
I've been watching since you were on Lawful Masses. I like Leonard French. Enjoy your take on cases.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Someone is watching since I was on Lawful Masses. That's some real OG stuff there, man.
Fantastic. BNC, have you guys ever seen a chat? We already did that one. Rolling now. Adam Goals, any thoughts on why Benchu held back on admitting the tweet until after break? Sidebar, great work. Love the new chat rules. Maybe add them to description for my retention. My thoughts are a foundation, right? You have to go to Amber Heard to do that. Yeah. Is there anybody else that can admit the tweet?
Which tweet are we? Oh,
yeah, this is where she republished
her tweet. Yeah, her republishing
no one else
tweet.
to authenticate it, I guess.
I mean,
it's got to come in through her.
So that was the stipulations. We won't call her early.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's it.
Yeah, it's going to have to come in through her.
Nicola Coyle, if the jurors weren't convinced by injury picks, broken nose, could they look up other picks for reference, or is that doing casework? No. Jurors who are watching this, you're in trouble. But also don't look up picks for reference.
Jurors, disregard everything we're saying. You must be the judge of the facts.
We need you to black out the last 7 hours or so. We'll be sending along a Man in Black with one of those.
Yeah, I was going to say, just pull out a neuralizer.
Lita never goes for the half joke where Rick can't remember the name of things. She's just like, that's a neuralizer. All right. Tori Goff, likeliness that the doubt jurors will have about her DA and SA claims will be enough to approve the defamation. I don't think doubt's enough to win this case for Johnny, but if they can establish some clear actual lying, then I think they can cross that threshold. No tax, good tax. I have to take 40 hours of continuing education each year. My wife complains because she's required to get 20. Michigan's a non-CLE. I don't know what to tell you.
Nice.
Bernard, I don't buy that Johnny drinks Makers.
Makers is perfectly fine.
I'm wildly underqualified to talk on this.
Makers is
it because it's not expensive enough?
It's not expensive. Not particularly. It's kind of bog standard in some ways, but it's a fine
maybe
choice.
More like Johnny Walker or something like that instead. It's a little bit
Imagine
more.
At some point you like what you like.
Like Johnny Walker Blue Label, maybe?
Johnny Walker Blue is massively overrated.
I had no rating in my head.
Johnny Walker Green is the way to go.
Sure. I'll go with it. Okay.
Yeah.
You probably know better than me.
Bernard at MTUHMGHB, but not Die Hard. We're renaming Die Hard.
Die Hard.
Tiffany Delano. Runkle's kind personality juxtaposed with his love of weapons don't allow me to put him in a neat box. Brain can't compute. Ever been to Maine, Runkle? I do love it. Runkle's such a sweetheart, and then he's just messing around with a giant knife on his stream. It's like, yeah, cool. Midrizan, which is the bigger blockbuster, Die Hard remake versus Aquaman 2, starring Amber Heard and Jussie Sommelier?
The Die Hard remake, or are we just talking about the ones with Bruce Willis?
Which would be a bigger blockbuster, Amber Heard in a Die Hard remake, or Aquaman 2, where apparently the role of Aquaman is taken over by Jussie?
I don't know.
They're both losing money.
That question.
They're both losing money. Don't put it past Hollywood, though. You don't know.
It's true.
Nicholas Kreuzer.
They're full of bad ideas.
Littered with them. Much love from the far off land of Rockford. Happy smiley face. Rita Fatima. Hi. I could use some career advice. Runkle, please check your Twitter DMs. He will. Runkle will look at that stuff. Thank you for the super chat. Roger Savna for Emily's Curse Jar, 20 bucks. I'm never going to be able to have Emily Baker on this channel ever again. She's just going to come in here with a litany. She's going to sound like Elaine in Cross.
Nice.
Joseph Baca, will Whitney testify she stopped her depot?
I don't know.
The minds around me think no, but we'll see. Cybers, you must watch Law and Lumber, How Amber Broke Bed. Oh, yeah. We keep pushing it. I watched it the first thing I woke up.
Yep.
Nicholas Kreuzer, hopefully today is the day that Kurt earns your subscription. You see that red subscribe button? That means it's sad. Turn it gray and make it happy.
There you go. There you go.
Too.
There you go. Make your brain happy. It'll grow on his channel.
Hey, YouTube's been adding fun little animations like it's a gotcha game on your mobile app to that like button. So give it a hit. See what it looks like. Melika Mersafian, thank you so much for the super chat. And I apologize for the name. David.
It happens to me all the time.
That's 7 hours, folks. David Farlow, is Amber Heard starring in the new The Last of Us? Might make a good Abby. I really don't think she would. Abby is built. No, she's not in the new Last of Us. Melika Mersafian, question, how does the jury keep track of info? Are they allowed to take notes? Will they get their own copies of the entered evidence? We've been told Virginia juries can take notes. They won't get their own copies. They will be able to ask for things in the deliberation room.
Yes.
Elena Alejandra, hello. I just wanted to say I actually did find her testimony pretty triggering. It felt like gaslighting. I legit felt like I was being gaslit. Can't really blame anybody for feeling that way.
Imagine how you'll feel after Cross.
Bozo, could Team D teams show broken bottles and rings to jury to counter Amber Heard's description of events? Also, she wore high heels with cut-up feet to cordon show. Right. We talked about the high heels. That seems like potentially a problem for her story.
It's a lot of weight to put on a very small surface area for pressure. You know, if you think about it. But yeah.
I believe it.
Yeah.
I believe it. Gergazzles with the best logo on earth. Amber Heard from Starlet to OnlyFans in record time. Go blue, Hoeg. Dwani Prabhu, hey panel, love you guys. I can't get over Dr. Kipper's gift to Amber. More so, she sounded upset that Johnny wrapped meat in that same gift. That is odd. Asian juries, be rest assured that that's the moment they got PTSD. None of that
depends on what kind of Asian. I mean, different cultures have different types of meat that they either eat or don't eat. I don't know.
But how many are wrapping them in nightgowns? We don't know. We can't speak to that.
Also true.
Zach Frisch, the only time she mentioned feeling pain, she reminded me of Ms. White in the movie adaptation of Clue. Flames on the side of my face.
On the side of my face.
Fantastic.
So good. I love that movie.
I think I might have used that as a thumbnail to a virtual legality because I love that so much. So
I was in a like a mock production of that at my law school. We had a spring musical essentially called Assault and Flattery. Sure. Where, you know, put on by the law students and whatnot. And each year it's like a parody of some kind of movie or TV show or something. And that year, my third year of law school, it was Clue. That was the first time that I was bold enough to join everybody. And it was the most fun I had in law school. But
you did some light acting,
some light acting, some singing, and some dancing. Yep.
Is there a tape?
There are tapes. There are tapes.
I don't know.
There's also
I'm thinking content.
There's also some short skits that I'm in around YouTube also of just poor acting. I mean, it's like intentionally poor acting.
Oh, sure.
For music videos and things like that. It's funny.
Maybe
I'll find it and send you guys a link just because of
just
because it's like so terrible.
Legal Bites : the archive. All right. I see content
from the vault.
From the vault.
Should have been locked away forever.
That's right. My channel is under attack. Just work it in. We'll make it work. We'll make it work. Yeah, no, that's good stuff. That's good stuff. See, you add random details that I didn't know before and seem almost incongruous, but then they match exactly what I know about you. So it's exactly the opposite of Amber Heard's testimony.
Yeah, see, there you go.
Almost like Alita's calling the truth.
Almost.
I can't fathom a reason to lie about that story. But it was great. It was great. Pitbull. So in any of the photos of Johnny's hand after losing the fingertip, was there any note of damage to his knuckles from punching walls and wall phones? No, you can see his whole hand when he's like on the gurney. It didn't look like bloody knuckles, at least from what I can remember. So that's a good question. Sympathetic Slytherin. Kurt, Eeyore's catchphrase is "Thanks for noticing me." It is what makes him so lovable. I'm
Eeyore. I don't know why I'm here.
Oh my gosh. Loretta Blatz, thank you for the super sticker. Phil Worsley, in Amber's depot, she says she called RP as a third party, helps always to de-escalate, conflicts with testimony of abuse. I'm sorry, which? Rocky Pennington. Rocky. Yeah. Conflicts with testimony of abuse in front of others, such as Boston Flight. Yeah. I haven't seen her depot, so yeah. It'll be interesting to see how she describes that May 21st incident. Now, Rick, what special event do you have planned for when you hit 100,000 subscribers? Will you run 100K with Alita? Happy face. Keep up the great work, all. So I have that's 60 miles. Yeah, 62.6. No, I've never agreed to do a 100K. I said up to 50K, which I am behind on, but I am planning on it. I've actually done. I was supposed to do the 15K. I did the 20K by accident. So I've got to go back and do the 15K, and then I also haven't been running, understandably, over the last month. So I've got to build up some fitness level again, and then get back on that horse and get up to the 50K. I'm not sure you have to go back and do a 15K if you accidentally did a 20. I think we've got some kind of incorporated crime scenario here. This is what Mr. Bites also says, and I'm being too perfectionistic about it. But I feel like I said I would do an extra 5K on top of every 5K, so I feel like I've got to do it. Yes, and in answer to your question, Super Chatter, is I was thinking maybe I would have to plan what to do at 100K at the end of 2023. You would do like a 100-hour gaming live stream. I'm kidding. For the record, Alita is writing checks for others right now. Just the look on your face was worth it. Yes. You know what? I will think about it. I actually think, based on questioning from my wife, she's got some kind of plan. So we'll see what that is. We'll see what that is. If she needs a co-conspirator, she knows how to reach me. God help me. David Farlow at Legal Bites. Are you still planning to run those 5Ks for your sub growth? You might be running for like a week straight now. Up to 50K. Up to 50, which is still a lot. That's over 30.
So how many total K? How many K do you owe at this point?
I owe the 25 on up. Yeah, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. We'll make it happen. All right, sounds good. Sounds good. That'll be tough. 50K is only a little bit more than a full marathon. I've done full marathons before. It's tough, but yeah. I did a half marathon. I did a 10K on the Friday and a half marathon on the Saturday. That is the limits of my ability. Was it a Disney one? It was Disney Run. It was. I knew it. I'm the new Spidey. I'm just kidding. You are the new Spidey. Yeah, no, it was Star Wars runs. It was Star Wars runs. Was it at Disney World?
Yeah, it was Disney World.
Okay, because I was going to say Disneyland only had a couple, and they've unfortunately discontinued all of their runs because Anaheim got pissed enough at Disney because they weren't fulfilling their end of the bargain.
Oh yeah.
So, yeah.
We can watch Rob's views go up here on Super Chat catch up. We're only an hour behind in real time now, so we're real close to catching up. Joseph,
are we though?
See, the problem is when I say things like that, chat takes it as a challenge. I don't mean it that way. Joseph Baca, after divorce, found out my ex was diagnosed with BPD and NPD. Johnny's story is so relatable. Gaslighting, lies, emotional abuse. Curry was spot on. Lisa M, have you seen the stories coming out about AH's PR guy being a creeper? No. I mean, other than the fact that he kind of like surreptitiously hands papers to people, I haven't seen anything else.
Something about I have no idea if this is true, but on Popcorn Planet they were talking
big allegedly at whatever Alita's about to say.
Yeah, no, it's on Popcorn Planet. They were saying that there was some kind of like a screenshot of text messages that were sent through some kind of dating app that someone says was him. I have no idea if that's actually true, but someone says was him, and it was like a lot of creepy text. And apparently, this person got kicked off of whatever dating platform he was using to text women. I have no idea if it's actually him. I would never represent that without actually verifying that. But that is what folks are saying about that. Don't know if it's true.
Interesting.
Yeah.
The John Beck, honestly, zero sarcasm. I don't think Amber Heard makes victims look bad. I look at Amber Heard and go, that's not a victim. Points to Johnny Depp. That's a victim. So, I mean, others are maybe not going to be as convinced as you. So, I mean, like, that's, I think, where people are coming from. But yeah, no, I get that. I get disbelieving her, definitely. And I want to add this one because I guess we have actual personal knowledge of Alita's storytelling here from No Tax, Good Tax. That was a great A&F. I think it was my wife's 1L year.
Oh, so okay, so you actually saw it. That's awesome. I played my violin. I even I was a hipster music student, and I was a LexisNexis rep, and I was a
You were a LexisNexis what?
I had all like minor roles, but I was a LexisNexis representative.
Oh,
like the reps that show up on campus.
I do.
And it was there's a fun little bit between like me and the Westlaw rep where she's like following me, going like, anything you can do, I can do better. I can do anything better than you. And then I'm like, no, you can't. Yeah, you can. No, you can't. Yeah, you can. And then I just scream out, F. Okay, fine, you can. And then that was about it. And then we run off, and then Bloomberg follows like in like a ragtag kind of outfit, like, hey, wait for me, guys. It was really funny. Anyhow, it's a lot funnier to watch it than hear it described.
You guys did a skit based on legal services.
That is some real hardcore inside baseball law story.
This is geared towards law students, remind you.
Hardcore law.
Okay, Alita, I wasn't convinced that I needed to see these videos, but now I am. And yeah, when you should do these as like however many you have of these, you should do them on your 100,000s or whatever. Just a little tidbit. You could just pick them out in order. Get me to 100,000. You get another. Here's me singing from Oklahoma as a LexisNexis rep. I don't know. I mean, your channel might just blow up even further.
Oh yeah,
good stuff. Anyway, yeah, I didn't want to pull that one because it was directly responsive. Okay, and then we've got. I guess it's the Alita Power Hour here. Champasta with Alita Battle Angel.
That's right. It's a real documentary about my life.
She's a battle robot from the future, everybody. Zach Frisch. Hey, Alita. I asked Joe earlier, but it sounds like you're both potentially doing hearsay videos. Going to team up? Haha. I didn't know. I don't know. Who knows?
Hadn't planned on it, but maybe it's possible.
Gio Rio.
Maybe it could be.
Bringing her catchphrases in now, too. Gio Rio, far after midnight, and suddenly Alita arrives with a big smile. Rob, there already is an article written about your video. Kurt just fell over and he's dead on the floor. You guys are all amazing. Rick, thank you.
he's maybe having a small stroke.
Please watch the trailer to the movie called Gone Girl. It's exactly what Amber is doing to Johnny. Did you wind up watching it this weekend?
I have not yet,
Okay.
but the week is young. I actually have so much time, even though I'm trying to fill it with a bunch of stuff. But maybe this week or maybe this weekend.
It does feel
shall
weird to
see.
not have the trial on, doesn't it?
I know. I felt like I was like so productive. I filmed 4 small videos. I did a bunch of like prep stuff for my own stuff, and then organized some stuff. I've been on 2 live streams now today. I feel like I feel like today I've really accomplished a lot.
Hey, I think it's great. And yeah, I did I did a lot of legal work without other extraneous pressures before I said, maybe we'll do a nice 2-3 hour video today.
Yeah.
I'm really nailing it. Dwani Prabhu, Rob got featured in an Indian e-news article. You are international. Congratulations. Ceiling falling down with decoration. Alita is the queen. All right. I'm just going to write Kurt a super chat in here because he's the only guy. He's going to just turn into a logo pretty soon. I'm sorry, Kurt. Alicia Peterson, Johnny Depp doesn't sound drunk in Australia. Perul Srivastava, Rob, appreciation, super chat. Congratulations on your first vid. I'm just hooked here. You guys are great. Thumbs up.
Why doesn't someone send me a tweet of the article? Please tweet me the article. I'd love
yeah,
to
I
read it.
I really want to see. I'm like trying to Google it to find it.
Oh, okay. Well, heck, I mean, we can do that. I'm going to give you one of these, and then I'll go find it to put up. Kurt, can you read that?
Jessica Hanvey gives $20. Question: we know Rob is the lumber pro, but what is everyone else's outside of interest?
Kurt, I didn't read the substance.
So happy to have found LawTube. Love the panel and the variety of topics covered.
Kurt, what are your other outside work interests? I honestly wouldn't have. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Well, I've been playing chess again. I just started playing again. I used to be decent in middle school, and now I'm horrible. But I've been playing a little bit in the way. There's a Saturday game that I've been playing some chess, so that's been fun, even as I get my butt kicked. Play computer games. Gambit. Yeah, exactly right. Play some computer games a lot. I've been playing one called Vampire Survivors. It's a very new game. Just came
definitely
out.
Doesn't use Castlevania assets, right, Kurt?
It's a very simplistic game actually too. But I've been playing that, and YouTube does take up quite a bit of my life. I still like doing like meetups and stuff, so I'll do meetup.com events for things. So that's kind of the things I like to do for fun. Wineries. I'm into wineries.
Oh, are you?
Nice.
Have you ever had any of that?
I used to go to wineries all the time when I was in Virginia.
Have you ever had that, whatever it is, the Vegas wine, the one that Amber Heard and her friends love so much?
No, not so much. That's the expensive one at several $100s a bottle. No, I can't really float that deep.
All right. Well, Kurt, you asked for it.
Sure, let's read the article. Would you like me to read the article?
No.
We're going to skim this. We're just going to skim it. Who is Rob Morton? Amber Heard's broken bed claim shattered by YouTuber. The 36-year-old actress had claimed that Depp's alleged assault left the bed frame splintered. Let's see what else we got here. The landmark case is attracting experts from body language gurus to legal sharks. Is that us? Are we legal sharks?
We are legal
Who are
sharks.
coming up with their own observations and theories about the claims made by Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. Okay, all right, ads. All right, chill out. One such
I
person,
hate it when they do that.
One such person is Rob Morton, who is a litigator for over a decade and also loves to do woodwork. Through his newly launched YouTube channel, ain't just kidding, are they? Newly launched YouTube
like
channel
not even 24 hours ago, basically.
named Law and Lumber. He also talked about Hollywood's real life drama currently unfolding in a Virginia court. I like that they didn't tie together that he's like directly outside the court area there, but that's fine. However, instead of discussing the whole trial that began on April 11th, wow, that's a while ago, Morton chose to explore a specific part of Heard's testimony on his new page that says, at Law and Lumber, we're going to discuss legal issues affecting the average person while also taking time to make some beautiful furniture in the wood shop. Join in and let's make the law a little less complex and boring while exploring some fun things to make in the shop and little DIY tricks.
I love
Here's
it.
his
I love it
video
so much.
here. Let's see. I think we know the rest. They put in a lot of Amber Heard pictures, more Amber Heard pictures.
Okay, here we go. Pick it up again.
All right. But Morton, through his analysis, has tried to imply that Heard is lying. He claimed that the splintering of the bed frame, which the actress claimed happened because Depp, who was wearing boots at the time, put his foot pressure on it, is not possible. The YouTuber noted that the bed frame was made of timber wood, and the way it was broken cannot be because of pressure from a boot, unless it's a spy boot that comes with sharp edges. Besides, in the photo of the broken bed, which Heard identified in the court, Morton noticed a pocket knife, indicated it might have been used to break it. He even went on to demonstrate this in his video. Morton also pointed to the fact that the alleged abuse happened on December 15th, but the photo was taken on December 16th, hinting that there was enough time to make up the evidence. Morton shared the video on May 9th. That's today to you and me, and more than 5,000 viewers have seen it. How is this picked up at the 5,000 viewer level? What is even happening? With many people praising him for his eagle eyes and detailed analysis.
Wait, no. We can't let that moment pass by. How in God's name did a brand new channel with one video with 5,000 views get an article written about them?
I got an article.
This is a viewer. This is a
what
viewer.
What the hell are you doing, Lita?
It's at 88,000. It's at 88,000 views right now.
I think it's a LawTube fan that
It has to be.
happens to have a byline.
This, yeah, it has to be. It's legitimately at 88,000 views right now. It was uploaded 16 hours ago. Not even 24 hours. It's going to hit over 100,000 within 24 hours.
Kurt is dead. He's dying.
I'm going to choke on my envy and rage.
Breathe, Kurt. Breathe. Oh man. Oh, okay. This is good stuff. Yeah, and then more about his video, which you all should check out. I will try to link it in the description, and then some clickbait.
Oh my God,
so yeah, there you go. Who is Rob? Can we ever really know? That was fun.
Well,
we're clipping
really
that, Kurt.
For him. He's gonna have a great success. It's good for him.
We're clipping that. 716. Kurt hears about Rob. Okay. Fantastic. Wonderful. Yeah, it was the 5,000 views. It's like, okay, I thought it was all right. We caught a viral video. Nope, that was right in the top. Okay.
I told him it was gonna go viral. Wouldn't that be funny if it hit the trending page?
I would love to know the stats for first video hits Google YouTube trending. I gotta believe it's a pretty rare occurrence.
If it hits Google trending, I'm never talking to any of you people again.
Kurt's done.
No, that's why you need to continue talking to us, because this is how things happen.
Kurt, I told you, we're going to do an Among Us stream. You're going to be the breakout star. All right.
Of course.
It's going to be great.
You know what? You know what else is going to go viral? A super clip or a super composition of Kurt's moments of rage.
We're gonna clip
in reaction to things.
Kurt talks about Rob. See, I can already see the chats too. We got more Rob coming, Kurt. Just bear with me.
That's good.
By the way, I play a lot of video games. You might know that from the rest of the channel. And Alita apparently runs miles and miles and miles and miles and miles and miles.
Yeah, I also like to build cardboard cat hotels for the cats because I don't like to buy big, expensive cat trees.
We are the hippest community on YouTube. Ariana Fowler, am I correct in thinking that Amber Heard's team needs future witnesses to be actual eyewitnesses to abuse or medical records, police reports to win the case? Because right now, it's only her word. I honestly think she needs something extrinsic that corroborates what she said. To have a chance.
A couple credible eyewitnesses wouldn't go missing. Would be helpful.
Yeah, wouldn't be a waste. Get at it, Heard team.
It's at 92,000 now.
But I think
I know it. Sure,
Alita,
it is.
Alita, you're doing that deliberately.
I'm sorry.
Kurt.
Well, pull up that last super chat so we can sing it.
Oh God. All right. We got this one. Christopher Nero, in ancient times, I was in pre-law and ended up going into IT. All this well-reasoned discussion is stirring up those Bronze Age ambitions. Laughing, crying emoji. Yeah, law is fun. But honestly, this is probably the best way to do law if you already have a career that you're already working through. Because you get all the fun without all the other stuff that we do.
Yep.
Ixies 101, do we not like Legal? Why not? We have no problem with Legal. We don't.
We sometimes disagree with his takes. That's all.
Yeah, and as you know, we often disagree with each other's takes. But Legal hasn't been on any of our channels, so we don't have anything.
The other reason why we don't like him. I'm just kidding.
And yes, if you've been in Virtually Guys,
he's had you on his channel though.
I've been on Legal a number of times. Yes,
but he has never
reciprocated
returned the favor.
No.
Good enough to bring Hoeg on, not good enough to glorify Hoeg's chat with his presence. Yeah, that's fine. It's one of those things.
You're reading it awfully negative. No,
I know. I'm
just
stoking the fires. That's all.
I went on the channel with the 2 million subscribers. He didn't deign to come on mine when I had 30,000 or whatever. I can hardly blame him. Julia Kostyakova, get that umbrella guy on the streams.
He's great. Really nice guy too.
Gerald Hiller, love you guys. Such a wholesome community and great coverage. Hoeg, you got to do at least 1 minute longer than last time. Establish a trend. No, we're coming in before this. We're coming in before the Saturday stream. I mean, assuming. Mary Holman, fans are embracing JD even more because we feel we really know, appreciate, and understand him now.
I feel like I know him better.
I don't know how you can't, or at least feel that way after his testimony. Definitely. Dina Wilson, I'm wondering if you can command F a keyword in your super chat and answer similar questions at once. We all appreciate your efforts. We've been thinking about sorting. Kurt, I want you to hold on to your seat, all right? Because, okay, yes, that's safe. That's the safe play, Kurt.
No.
That's the safe play.
No.
How you doing, Rob?
I have an idea.
Okay.
Okay. And this is only with Kurt's permission. He wants only if he'll do it.
Kurt, Rob, you're coming in from like the moon. We're getting like half the sentence.
Okay.
This is like we've got on location reporting here from just outside the events as they take place. Rob, speak to me. What do you see?
Can you, or am I still coming?
Kurt has actually sent him to the moon.
No, it's still Rob, it's very like this. I got nothing. Now I can hear me.
How about
you might
now?
Oh, that sounded like it might be better. What do you got for us, Rob?
Okay, so
better. Wait.
Rob, I'm gonna
maybe try leaving and coming back. There.
You're not going to get these production values from mass media. If you like these production values, please do give Kurt a like and subscribe, lest we lose him from LawTube forever. And also give Alita a like and subscribe so that we can look at her high, happy number and think, maybe it could be us one day. She deserves it. She's covering the heck out of this
trial. You to get 10,000 subscribers, Alita. How long? Yeah, I was there for most of it. I know.
Yeah,
the answer to this question.
You were there for most of it. It took about a year and a half, I think.
Yep.
It took until the Rittenhouse trial.
Yep. Were you below 10,000 before Rittenhouse?
No, I was around 6.
Wow, that's amazing. So you went from 6 before Rittenhouse to 171,000 now. That's epic.
Yeah, it's a wild ride.
Well, Rob will come back one day. We're gonna get back on the super chat train here. I'm sure he was just gonna say we're gonna do something cool together, Kurt.
He is at 94.
Alita's not gonna stop the updates, so we're just gonna keep rolling forward. Yes, I think we've long talked about, at least Alita has, when she was the first to deal with this kind of stuff, about potentially finding things that were grouped together. But you can't. There's no capability of organizing this. The fact that I'm not like hyperventilating like I was on Saturday is just the improvement I need, but I don't know that I can do much better than this on any of this stuff. So bear with me. Freddie Michael Voorhees, I just want to thank LawTube. As an agoraphobic person who doesn't social media, I'm left with little outside intelligence. So this is enlightening. Thank you so much.
Oh, well, I'm really happy that we're able to provide you with some stuff. That's good. Thanks for watching.
Absolutely. Paul of P, have you heard about the Amber Heard and Kevin Costner interaction when they filmed 3 days? I have. It sounds like she might do it frequently, but the jury's not going to hear it. Laura Lee C, when painting the floor, always start at the furthest corner. AH didn't get the memo. I like that one. That's a good comment. Thank you, Laura Lee C. Lil Panda Cub. Hi, Rob. Oh, hey.
Oh, hi, Rob.
It's a Room reference. You're killing me. All right.
I'm making it into one.
Okay. Carrie Lee 501. Check out rebuttal to Rob's video at French Dick. Okay. All right. We'll see what was rebutted. Miguel Rosales Portillo. Will you react to XQC reacting to the Kotaku quote? Did he react to my quote or the whole article? Oh, well then, yeah, we'll just triple up on this. I'll react to XQC. XQC will react to me, and I'll win because XQC has millions of followers. Little Angry Irishman, what's with the legal eagle hate? No hate. It's kind of a joke amongst the LawTubers because he won't come visit us.
Mostly just a good ribbing. That's all.
A good ribbing.
Yeah.
Very lightly put. To the cause, just cause. Keep on keeping on.
There you go.
Thanks for the super chat. X-Raw. I just watched the Law and Lumber video. The reveal of the shining object in the bed in the end is amazing. Amazing. Not only did he make his first video, it had dramatic theatricality. How fitting. Ms. Cutie McHotness. You step in as Amber Heard's legal team as of today. How do you represent her moving forward? Same question, this time representing Johnny Depp. Representing Amber Heard. I would try to get her to ease off on the embellishments, but I think it might be too late for that, especially since I'm technically not allowed to talk to her.
A little too late. You just fly by the seat of your pants, hold on for dear mercy, and hope that you come out okay on the other side.
I mean, it is what it is.
If you're coming in at this point, there's not much that can be changed at the trial strategy.
Look at the evidence. What do we got? Oh, really? We don't have any corroboration at all. If Kurt is Eeyore, Hoeg is Winnie, and Alita is Rue. Honeypot. Thank you. I like the camaraderie of your lawyers collective from Brighton, UK.
Thank you.
I mean, Winnie the Pooh is a very lovable bear.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I appreciate it. I'm not. Who is it that hates Winnie the Pooh? I think it's the Chinese chairman.
Oh, yeah.
So no, that's thank you very much. Let's see what else we got here. Did that? Oh, I guess Johnny Depp. We want to punch some holes in the testimony. Definitely.
Yes.
Mo Homesteading. Rob, would you testify if they found you? I mean, they already know.
I think he said that he would. He 100% would.
He'll go in there.
Yeah.
He'll wear a Legal Bites t-shirt or I Heart Camille Vasquez.
I think he said he would wear an I Heart Camille Vasquez shirt.
Yeah. Erica Son, enjoying you on Legal Bites and wanted to see some love.
Send some love.
Send some love.
Yeah.
See some
nice.
Love. Thank you so much. Frederick Gillet or Gillett. Thanks for all the great content, guys. Question: did both JD and AH have to agree to have live TV in the courts? I don't think it's a veto right like that. Am I wrong?
The judge had the decision, and they could make arguments and counter arguments. And so the judge ultimately decided that because there was anticipated to be a lot of interest in this trial, and she anticipated that there would be a lot of people trying to get into the courthouse, she figured it was probably better for safety and a lot of other reasons to allow cameras in the courtroom so that there were a bunch of people who would be able to watch it via live stream, exactly as we've been watching it. So, and just based on what we've been hearing in the last few days of trial about the lines that people have been waiting in to try to get in, I think that was the correct decision. Also, because it allows us to live stream and all that good stuff.
I can't even imagine how many alpacas would have been outside the courtroom if it wasn't live streamed.
So many alpacas.
Probably
drinking so many megapites, eating so many McMuffins.
That's a good
so
question.
many muffins.
Are people doing megapints of wine? Is there whole wine tasting outside the courthouse? Or some
there should
winery
be
showing up with some reps at this point?
Megapint wine
way
tasting.
Too good. Yeah, if a winery isn't showing up with reps at this point, they're wasting an opportunity.
Yes. Yeah.
Lawsome Sauce Esquire, shun the frumious Bandersnatch. I'm totally going to make this fetch slogan happen by sheer force of will. Hashtag justice for Johnny Depp. I love the Bandersnatch poem. You got me, Lawsome Sauce. 'Twas Brilligan the slithy tove did gyre and gimble in the way. JC Coward, just a thought as a DV survivor. If people had a visual reenactment of her testimony, she would lose all around, and there's no way she had no injuries.
I've seen people on or some videos coming out of TikTok of people sort of like basically doing exactly that, like reenacting what she said about basically saying like he punched me and then I turned and looked at him or something like that. It just basically being like, this doesn't make sense the way that she physically described this all happening. It's pretty humorous.
I bet. Yeah, I'd actually kind of like to see that because it's like I can't make it work in my head. Is there a way it works in my head that I'm missing? Right.
Yeah.
Coach Karen, who's going to debunk dragging someone up the stairs with a cast on your dominant hand? I don't know if he has a cast at the time. Does he? I don't.
If this is the December 2015 incident, then yes, I believe he still did have a cast on his hand. I think.
I thought he got it off when Pirates stopped filming, and that's August.
No, they had to CGI it.
No, but that's when it stops filming is when he gets it off. Like it's right after. I thought that's what was testified to, but
they testified that he still had it on in like May and June, but I don't know that they said that he affirmatively got it off in August.
Okay. All right. Let's do this one. Kid Gearson. Hi, Kurt.
Hello.
Hi. And that's a kissy face. It's a kissy face emoji right there.
There you go.
Blurry Lights. At 6:30, Rob has 61,159 views and 13.6 thousand subs.
You don't want to know where it is right now.
I know. I see the chat.
He's going to cross 6 figures, I think. Susan Snyder, LawTube is the best and longest cocktail party I've ever been to. Smiling, crying, laughing. Thank you.
The longest one that you actually want to be a part of.
Hey, Rob.
Hey, you're back. Are you here to celebrate 100K views?
No, that wasn't really the intention. Is that where we are?
100,000.
Almost.
Oh, God. Okay.
We're at
I had a
97.
proposal for Kurt. Can I? Is my audio coming in okay?
Yes.
Yep, you're fine.
You can propose whatever you like to Kurt.
Okay. So,
but only
I'm willing to learn video editing, but I'm not willing to learn how to do digital design and marketing. I don't have a logo or a banner page. Here's my proposal. If I put out a video, essentially making a competition for people, subscribers, anybody else to create a logo or banner for me, I will create a cutting board, a mallet, or something else that I can give away as prizes. And Kurt, you can host a live stream and you can invite whoever you want from LawTube and you can walk through them like they're memes and we can vote on them.
That sounds fun.
That's a good stream.
I like that. I like it a lot. Let's do it.
Like that'll get you a couple of views and a little bit of funny comments.
You know, I'm just putting on an act about this whole thing, right?
I'm
not really mad or angry in any way. It's just a complete caricature I've decided to play. Right? You understand it's all one massive joke, right?
But Kurt, now's the time that you realize.
I get it.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. What I meant to say is, no.
Yes.
No. I don't want your stream.
Now's when you collect on the returns.
I actually came up with the idea, not even thinking that you were mad.
They do want the LawTube conflict. They've been begging for LawTube conflict. Yes, I'm going to cancel Rob. He can't be part of LawTube. I'm standing up, man. He's not allowed in the LawTube community.
Okay,
booting him now.
He has to go through an initiation period.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. 732 here. LawTube, the splintering of the fellowship.
99,000.
LawTube divided. Is it now LawTube Civil War?
Okay. LawTube divided is pretty good too. We'll just try some different names in different countries. All right, thanks, guys.
Hoeg's getting all the views from these.
Someone says I got the kayfabe. That's right, man. I broke character. That's my bad. I was supposed to stick character and continue being the heel. Damn it.
I can't. I mean, I can't stream right now, and I'm not monetized. So someone's got to benefit from it.
I think you're going to get your 4,000 hours pretty soon, though.
Yeah. 4,000 hours of watch time. Yeah. Like, how are you not already there?
Nobody's gotten 4,000 hours of watch time on their first day.
Until Rob.
Rob's
going to be like the Chuck Norris of LawTube. People are like, we're going to make memes. We're going to make memes.
Right. That's right.
Like, who gets 5,000 subscribers in a day without any content? Rob does. Who gets 100,000 views within 24 hours of his first video? Rob does.
That's right. That's right. I love it.
It makes it on the CNN.
I want you to know, Kurt, that chat is saying that you're a better actor than Amber.
Thank you.
Oh, man.
Rob, you do not have to sit here. I know you had a CLE day.
No, he has to sit here until it reaches 100,000 because we're all
okay. All right. Somebody want to share his? I can refresh over here. Right.
I'm refreshing. Don't worry, I got it.
Well, we can bring it up as we do the refreshes.
Oh, that's not a bad idea.
Which is why I just hit remove because that's very effective. All right, let's get this closer.
Almost there.
Hmm.
Almost there.
99,000
Almost there.
views 17 hours ago. Oh, look, I love look, your little. There you are. Oh, there you are.
14.6 thousand subscribers. You're gonna be at 15.
Within 24 hours of your first video. That's so funny.
Except for the fact that like my video editing skills are horrible.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't
Rob,
matter.
Apparently
Rob,
Doesn't matter.
I don't edit any
content.
videos, Rob. I don't edit anything.
Oh man. Yeah. Yep.
I do elaborate PowerPoint presentations.
I just keep hitting refresh.
All right,
Almost
well,
there. I'm certain of it.
We're gonna see it pretty soon. Just keep saying 99. This is pretty fun.
I know, right? Just keep hitting
You
refresh.
got to be mounting up some super chats. How many do you have left?
I have 60. We're doing all right.
Actually, that's not bad.
60
That's
feels
not too
real.
bad. Not too bad.
You've been having some weird streams. I'm like 60. We can handle set. We can handle 60.
Did you get to the guy who said he has a rebuttal to my my video yet?
We were told about it through Super Chat.
Yeah,
I think we should definitely watch that. Show how Rob is wrong. Make him cry.
dude, he's definitely barking up the wrong tree with that rebuttal.
Oh,
you seen
got
it?
wood puns. Are you kidding me, Law and Lumber?
I didn't even. Oh, that was really that was a CLE over exhaustion, not even realizing it was a pun.
Barking up the wrong tree. He's really out on a limb with his.
Did you know there's an article about you, Rob?
I heard something on the way home. You guys were talking. I had you in the background.
Yeah.
Rob, can you put your OF link in the video description? What is OF?
Do not ruin his innocence. Do not ruin his innocence.
Oh, OnlyFans. No, I mean, I know what an OnlyFans is. I just didn't think of the. I mean, come on now, Rob.
Rob should definitely get one.
Poor Rob.
Rob is convinced I know absolutely nothing about anything, which I appreciate.
What did Emily Baker say earlier that my next video should just be me walking across like boards of lumber barefoot?
I think you should really confuse people with like what's happening with your channel. The next one should just be a straight up non-legally related how to build a box like you're a Weeblo Scout.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So we've completely stalled out as we wait for Rob to hit 100 here.
It's almost there.
We'll just Alita, you just tell me when to hit the refresh.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hit some of these.
Yeah, go ahead.
Amanda Lucero Serenity, Rob's next video idea. These are all Rob related, by the way. Make a mock scene at the bottom floor of the Australian house. Just the whole thing. Just build a house, Rob. Go through the house to debunk Amber's testimony. Shrug emoji.
101,000. 101,000.
Did you say 101?
Yeah, it went from 99 to 101.
Oh,
How does that happen?
It's flying.
It happens easily when you're Rob.
All right, well, there you go, everybody. I still have the Alita clappers for 100,000 subscribers.
Rob, no one streams like or Rob, no one grifts and lifts and the dislike or Rob.
I made it to Kurt karaoke.
Yes.
You made Kurt sing.
Congrats,
good
Rob. Congrats. Your first video made it over 6 figures. Do you have any idea how long it took me to do that?
That's what I've been saying.
It literally was like a month ago.
It has stopped becoming like it just doesn't feel it's not real life. Like that's how it feels right now. It's completely crazy. I have no idea what to see or expect or how to react to any of this stuff.
Yeah. No,
well,
I totally
to build
understand.
a house. So you got that. Oh, chat is going crazy. Let's pull some of these here.
Oh, yay.
No, I'm really happy for you, Rob, and I'm really happy to have had you on the panel. You've been wonderful to be on LawTube, and I wish you a lot of success.
Thank you, Kurt.
100%.
It's probably some of the most fun I've ever had. Just to be able to have so much fun talking with everybody.
Oh, Emily's in the chat. There you go.
Emily D. Baker, congrats,
Thank
Rob.
you,
Over
Emily.
100,000. Go get that watch time partner program.
Yeah, there you go.
You'll have 4,000 hours before too long. 100,000 views. I mean, how long
Yeah,
is your video?
depending on it's a 20-minute video, 19 minutes and 37 seconds. So depending on how long people are watching it for.
Close.
What's your average like view time or average view percentage?
Let's see.
It's probably more than 60.
This can't be right.
What is it?
How much watch time do you have, Rob?
Watch time 21,000 hours.
Yeah, Rob. That's how
You
Wow.
got monetized in your first day.
Well,
Views 157.9 thousand.
Oh, you're in your So okay. So Rob, we could talk to you about a few things. That public facing one is always late. So
Yep.
what you're seeing on your screen is closer to accurate.
Are you kidding me?
57,000 with 21,000.
Now, Rob, I want you
you
to know my
kidding me?
highest view video ever is 270. So you're going right past it, buddy.
Are you serious?
This is
right
totally
now?
normal.
This is nuts.
This is totally normal part of the YouTube experience.
This is how easy it is.
And then so it says viewers found the
Oh my
video
God, this is so
YouTube
funny.
recommendations 67%.
Yep. Yep.
that-
It's gonna.
people
Oh
were
my God!
interested
If
in what
it
you had to
hits a
say. Is
million,
Is
that's
that
gonna be
just the
insane.
algorithm driving
Are
it
you
now?
in trending
Yes,
yet, Rob?
because it started
What
with
else
people
would
just
drive
being
it, Rob?
interested in it. Yeah.
You didn't have a
I
channel.
don't know. The people that subscribe to me because you told them to.
No, I mean that's subscriptions. Actually viewing the thing. That's mostly people saying he proved what?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of people that are really interested in this case in general, and so anytime an attorney is going to debunk something, and then a woodworking attorney debunking the bed thing, it's just it's a perfect. I told you this was going to go viral. I told you it was going to go insane. I'm so happy you made the video. I'm so tickled by this.
Yeah.
I'll leave
When you get to that super chat with the guy that debunks it, put him up on stream. I'll show you why he's wrong.
Well,
Nice.
So I do have a policy here. I don't put people's full content up here, Rob.
Good idea.
So
I just had to pop on to say congratulations and also we hate you.
Thank you. The sentiment apparently is mutual among all of LawTube.
Oh no.
Actually,
Not at all. Not at
I'm
all.
really hoping that I can extend my stay a bit, and I will totally join you in waiting for a spot for the Depp and Heard entry. So that
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
hoping we
dude.
can
Nice.
make that happen.
Together. Hang out.
You know
Nice.
what, Runkle? You'll be really easy to spot in the gallery.
I am sure I will. Yeah.
I think we need a big red lettered LawTube.
Yes.
I need to try to
We
get
need-
as
we need
far
official
forward as I
LawTube
can,
merch
just so
we can all
that
wear uniforms together. That'd be good. We all wear polos with like a logo on it for LawTube.
Yep.
We need a LawTube logo.
Hey,
That's
do you
what we
know
need.
do.
Rob? Do
We
you know
do.
Rob who didn't congratulate me when I became monetized?
Your
You know who
dad.
didn't?
Oh no.
Oh,
But now he's
Mr.
paying
Hoeg,
you.
Hoeg
He's paying you
Senior,
to.
You're a
to con-
champ, man. Your son's
Wow.
awesome.
Aw, Rick,
Wow.
but he's paying you to congratulate Rob.
That's
I know.
true.
Wow.
That's the dream.
Yeah,
Really.
Wow.
You know, all these people super excited about Rob.
that's amazing. I'm so
Thanks,
happy for
Dad.
you, Rob. That's awesome. You know
I
what
don't
would
know
be
what
even
you
funnier
guys
is if
did or what's happening right now, but the back end of this, it's already over 105,000. I'm already
Yeah.
over 160 on the back end.
Yep. It's gonna end up on the YouTube trending page. and it's gonna be
Someday,
so
Rob, you're going
funny
to be
when it
very
happens.
sad that you did that before you were monetized. Anyway.
Yeah, if I were you, if
All right, I got to roll.
if you go to your
again.
monetization
Ian.
tab and if it allows you to apply for it, I would hit that as soon as possible.
It may not
It
happen
may-
until tomorrow, but
Yeah, but it would at least give you maybe some time during this wave. It also would be hilarious if this was the only video you ever put up on the channel.
I don't think that's
That would be like an
hilarious.
art piece. That would be like performative art.
It would be
One video.
performance art. And then, oh man, it
Okay,
would be
and
hilarious.
mildly sober?
People
No,
would write
no.
stories about it.
Rob,
Yeah.
Rob, here's what's going to happen is some colleague of yours at the Fairfax courthouse or in another firm is going to say, hey,
I saw your
It
video.
depends if people clip it. I tried not to put too much clippable stuff that could come back, but we'll see.
No, I
No,
mean
you-
it's great. It's great. It's super professional. It's a great video, legitimately.
your video's good.
Yeah.
it
Your
is
video's
good.
good, but
It is
that'll
good.
happen.
Yeah.
You just don't realize how many people see these things. You'll get contacted.
Apparently.
You'll probably get contacted by people you haven't talked to since high school.
It happens. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Well, congratulations, Rob.
Thank you guys. It's so much appreciated. And
Of course.
so Kurt, I have your permission to put that video out and say that you're host of the stream.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Awesome. I want to be there for that.
Good. All
I
right,
definitely
talk
want to
you
do that thing about the Saul thing because I think
Yeah.
that's right up my wheelhouse and that's interesting stuff. So I don't
Yeah.
care if it's on. I really don't care if it's on your channel or mine, but either way, I'd love to do it.
Yeah. Look at the case. Look at the case. Let me know.
Cool.
Look at this. LawTube expands.
There you go.
Alita can't stop giggling.
I can't.
What a
It's
day.
So funny to me. It's so funny to me.
What a day. All
I'm
right.
so glad I saw your
Right.
DM that one day.
Kind of funny. That's actually pretty insane.
It's
Like, just
hilarious.
that this kind of just fell into it.
Random
Yep.
chance.
100%.
All right, guys. I'll see you. I'm gonna get some rest.
See you,
Yeah.
Rob.
All right, see you, Rob.
Bye, Rob.
That's awesome, man.
It's amazing. I love it.
That's fun. Ian Paler, fingers crossed if Film Buff or 2 makes it into the deliberations that may have picked up on Amber Heard's film quote reference-laden direct. I don't think there's quotes to pick up on. There is certainly a movie sensibility to pick up on, so I think that'll happen.
I wouldn't make a thing of it. I mean, she's a movie actress. She watches movies. She finds movie lines inspiring. It doesn't really go anywhere, I don't think.
Yeah, no, I agree. But you can definitely highlight the fabulousness of her exaggerations. Annette Matz, has Amber had any wins at all yet? Yeah, I mean, you can go find people that say that they find her, sincere.
Yeah, she scored some points in Johnny Depp's direct when he was presenting his case. They scored some points with Johnny Depp on his cross and also on the psychologist on cross. Unfortunately, Amber Heard is doing wonders to try to undo all that good work, but there was points there at one point.
Yeah, I think that's true. Amy Horrell, December 15th, 2015. Amber asks Dr. Anderson if she would have a divorce advantage if she files a DV accusation with police first. She does. That is on the record. Lars Hansen, if Depp wins the case, do you think the case will make a difference for other men who have become Me Too'd? This is
Possibly.
such facts and circumstances based stuff, right?
Culturally, possibly. In terms of actual legal cases, it entirely depends on their situation.
I think it totally could if Johnny Depp, makes like some PSAs and does some work on this front. I think he could totally open up the culture. I really hope he makes something of it when this is all done.
Yeah. Yeah.
He could do the world some good.
Yeah. Open preconceived notions at minimum. Adventure with the Monteros, pre-COVID calendar year plus for people with staff, not buying.
I'm kudos to you for reading calendar because I was looking at that like cylinder, kinder. Anyway,
Yeah,
I haven't even been doing this for 8 hours today.
I think it's a situation with Australia and some of the other stories where they're professionals and they have entourages and like all this happens and everybody has to lie, the conspiracy theory, etc. So, Megan Groh, do you think that a lack of a clear timeline in Amber's testimony will have an effect on the jury? I know I was confused. Most of this seems to be before the marriage. I think year by year you can follow Elaine, but any given instance is very, very confusing internally. So
I think that a lot of the questions start to happen when you kind of pull the scope back a little bit and you start to look at like the bigger picture, be like, wait a minute, this all happened before the marriage. She still decided to marry him. Like she wasn't in it. She was living on her own when it started. She wasn't even living with him.
Yeah.
Less control. She willingly moved in with him. There are things like that. That just are questions that kind of come up. And when you have as many questions that are coming up as there are here, it just starts to, look a little different.
yeah, and then to me, I'm reluctant to say, okay, well, maybe you still married him, you made wrong choices. I'm sure that's happened before in history, but it's the extent and the length of time. I mean, they start their testimony in like 2013, if not late 2012, and they don't get married for years from there. And she's giving all these incidents. So yeah, it's hard to believe. It's hard to believe. And just watch today a video from the Angry Therapist on YouTube. She has BPD and discusses her personal struggle, gives great empathy and deeper understanding of what people who suffer this are potentially going through. Heart. Yeah, that sounds good. I know there's a lot of people in this chat, a lot of people who are watching this that have had their own experiences and are clearly reacting to it very strongly. So I think it's cool to see people on YouTube, not just lawyers, but other experts getting involved in talking about these things. Justine Torres, Rob's logo should be an X with a gavel and an axe.
Yep. That actually, or a hammer with a gavel.
Yeah, you got to watch your use of hammers in iconography. But yeah, you know, AX. I want an E there. I'm an E guy on X, I guess. Maxime, for the Among Us idea, having 9 lawyers arguing who's sus sounds like the dream scenario. We are going to play games. I got to just figure it out. I got to get Delgado in here. I got to do some stuff. But we'll do it. We'll do it.
Yep.
I'm right now in the midst of a small trial.
Small trial. Little project.
Yeah, and I started a streaming thing that I wasn't expecting. Really love the coverage of the trial in these long streams. Great conversation. Helps me get through my days at work. Love from the UK.
Nice.
Thank you. That's sweet. Paul of P, did you see the clip of Ben flipping Amber off in court? Smiling, laughing, crying emoji. Yes.
Ben King?
She means Ben Chu. Or he means Ben Chu.
Oh. Okay. Yeah.
Ben King has never flipped anybody.
It was the like hand on the side of the face kind of thing.
Yes, it's that one.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know if it's intentional or not. Emily came in and gave me a demonstration that said he actually does this and then goes back. So it's like she thinks it might be legit. But
okay, actually intentional. Okay.
Oliver, can the jury attach a statement to their decision?
No.
No. They can give interviews. Jai or Jai Lee. Frog emoji, monkey emoji, bee emoji, giraffe emoji, camel emoji. Just wanted Hoeg to read all the emojis, lol. Elephant emoji, duck emoji.
I love it.
Thank you. Hydrotonic. Someone hacked IMDb's website and changed Amber Heard's name to Amber Turd, according to TMZ.
It's kind of funny.
For crying out loud, my father fell, lost fingertip in a snowblower, got to hospital in 30 minutes. Reattached tip was too late by that point, and the tip is dead, has no feeling in it. That whole timeline, that sequence, we're going to have to talk about.
Yeah, one of my bosses at one of the firms I used to work at, who's a really, really great lawyer, great attorney, really great boss too, just all around great person. He also I think it was like his middle finger also like lost the tip of his finger. And I remember one time when we were having like a firm happy hour, he had someone had mentioned his finger and he was like, yeah, so you know, when you're trying to leave a gang, this is what they make you do. And he was so smooth on his delivery that we were like, wait, are you serious? And he was like, no, actually I was like, you know, when I was super young, I worked in like this factory and my hand got caught or something. And I had to like calm the boss down to be like, I need to go to the hospital. And anyhow, it didn't end up working out, but it was just like one of those things that we were like, oh my God, how does that happen? But yeah, it's one of those things that's been like at the back of my mind, like throughout this trial, like, oh, interesting.
Oh my gosh. Mogolito, aside from how exaggerated her lies were, what do y'all think of how jumbled the actual events were? She's sitting, lying on the floor, outside in a bathroom, impossible to follow, so confusing. That's the biggest issue I have with it, is you have to present testimony. If you're going to have it that action-packed, you really got to work through the geography and explaining what's happening. And that didn't happen. Why that didn't happen is kind of a reasonable minds can differ type situation, but certainly there's reason to suggest that maybe it's because all the facts aren't terribly coate. Here's my dad defending himself. Not fair commentary. You were catching lightning in a bottle, and I couldn't be more proud. Very professional stream. I'm really having a blast.
Thanks, Dad. Of course.
You know I'm joking with you, right, Dad?
Yeah.
I love you.
Papa Hoeg is wonderful. We all love him. I feel like I know him through his super chats.
That's right. One chat at a time. Let's see here. KC, people have been knocking him, but I think it's smart of Depp to keep his head down during her testimony. More than anything, he likely doesn't want to look like he's trying to intimidate her.
100%.
I mean, I think he should do what he
that would get plastered.
But yeah, absolutely. I'm Stormin Mormon. Enjoy this stream. Listening to everyone's reaction to Emily being on the stream makes me wish Nick is here. Chat would be flooded with the question. Nick gets the same invites as everybody else, but everybody is busy. So it's super kind for anybody to drop in, and it was fantastic to see Emily here, most definitely.
Yeah.
Marie Holman, TikTok is people acting out Amber's nonsensical, impossible details of her stories. Hysterical.
Absolutely.
Michelle Roberts, not choosing sides, watching the trial, viewing the evidence or lack thereof, enjoying the analysis with all of you. Sometimes It's time to call a spade a spade. And that's
100%.
being polite, Amber Hard, which I think is probably Hard. Oh, it's hard. AH hard. Fair enough.
Yep.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm trying to do. So I appreciate it. And I appreciate you following all of us to try to figure out what's going on there. I'm being inundated with purple hearts. We might have an appearance somewhere in here. Elgato, if they ever need
she is in the chat. She said,
all
I
right.
love that your dad has figured out super chats. Mine still only watches on Facebook.
I see. It's very funny. Emily has built up this fan base marketing program, however you want to view it. And it's like, know, if there's an Emily sighting,
it's because there's like this purple heart jet stream that follows her everywhere she goes. I love it. It's so great.
Life too. It's like the best community of any channel.
It's like community goals. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, that's true.
Elgato, if they ever need Lady Deadpool, they should star Amber H, because by her description, she can be severely battered and she'd be just fine. No special effects needed. We used Wolverine. Maybe we're not hip enough. Deadpool's cool too, I guess. Annette Matz, I am a DV survivor and have problems remembering everything that happened too. I could totally understand that. Cortisol overwhelms the brain and wipes out memory.
Yep.
I'm very sorry to hear that. That totally makes sense. Ryan Blackhawk was victim of SA and DV. My wife ended up being my knight in shining armor. We celebrate 27 years this month. Amber's testimony has me furious. She is an insult to all survivors. I'm sorry to hear about the locust. I'm very happy to hear about your 27 years. That is awesome for marriage.
Yes. And cheers to your wife.
Absolutely. Annette Matz, then the brain tries to fill in the memory gap with confabulation, extremely common with dementia. Yeah.
Yep. The brain has some crazy ways of protecting itself from all kinds of memories or non-memories sometimes. But usually it's like even still, it's not random the way that it does it. So the ways that she's describing things doesn't seem like the ways that I have, and not being a brain expert by any means. I only have one brain. That's all I can testify to. but yeah, it's the way that she's testifying to it is a little strange.
Foundation. I personally have a brain. Thank you. Didn't Amber respond once? Was like, I was there while they were talking about the drug use.
Yeah.
Jenny, Alita, will you be doing a verdict watch stream?
Oh, yeah.
If the cameras are in the courtroom, 100%.
How could they not be for the verdict?
And now we go with the camera in the jury room.
Yeah. And that's when I'm like, I hope that it doesn't take longer than a week, because I at some point in June I will be flying. So
I think the odds are pretty decent they'll finish that day.
Not that day. I don't think so. It'll be at least 24 hours in my opinion.
Kurt thinks very strongly that Memorial Day is going to block off the jury's long-term thinking.
Yep. It's that Friday before a 3-day weekend. Let's say the closing arguments take the first half of the day. They break at noon. That means the jury has 5.5 hours to deliberate. And then they have to ask themselves, geez, do we want to keep deliberating and come back on Tuesday? Or do we want to not keep deliberating, deliver a verdict now and be free? I think
she gives them 3 to 6 days. I personally think that at that point, they're going to be like, look, we've been here for 7 weeks. What's a couple more days?
That might be all the more reason that we want to get out of this, because we've already been here long enough, right? So I don't know. We'll see if I'm right or not.
Reasonable minds can differ, says someone that we all know.
That guy sounds like a real piece of work. So I don't know. But yeah, no, I think I could go either way with it, honestly. Talk about reasonable minds can differ. I'm like, I see what Kurt's saying, although there's like 1,800 pieces of evidence and like it's the most confusing series of competing timelines you've ever seen. It's hard.
They're not going to worry about all those details. They're going to go in with the who do we like more test, award and dollar amount, call it a day.
Zakaz, agree Maker's Mark is a pedestrian bourbon. As for Scotch, the estimable C. Hitchens was committed to J.W. Black.
Pinky's out.
I feel hipper having even read that chat. Jennifer Leproig.
Oh, not a fan.
PD and Smokey. What is that actually pronounced as, Kurt?
I think you're right. I think you're right.
Close enough. Cindy Thomas, JD is a Western Kentucky boy. I can definitely see him drinking Makers. Kentucky and bourbon go hand in hand. Plain old Smiley.
Fair point.
Objectionable law, Ashley D. Harrison. I've been with you and Alita the entire time. You guys never go pee.
It's because we are robots.
You have to really think about when logos might appear, perhaps. But in any event.
Yeah.
Mostly Dad, when the jury deliberates, will the evidence be in physical form or digital? Is there any way to get in Jennifer Howell's testimony? Any exceptions?
Just depends on how they want to do it.
I don't know how Virginia court.
Probably going to give it to them on a laptop, but who knows?
Rob would know.
Alita, who's Jennifer Howell?
Jennifer Howell is Whitney's former boss, who Whitney apparently told that she was trying to protect Johnny from Amber at the top of the stairs or something like that. So she would be used to impeach, to say that she had been told a different statement from Whitney than what we anticipate her testifying to if she testifies. So if Whitney doesn't testify, neither does Jennifer, in my opinion.
Okay. Anna, we're all forgetting that she doesn't feel pain. Somewhat woozy emoji face.
Mm-hmm.
There are some people who can't feel pain due to medical conditions.
She is not one of them, as far as we know.
Blurry lights. Alita, did you watch Gone Girl?
Not yet, but it's on the list.
What'd you say? The week is young.
Yeah.
Pamela Bai. See article at meow.com about Rob Morton. You got it. Yeah. We did it already, but I'll probably add it to the description because actually it's the third headline technically. So, all right. Hiro Shijing, thank you for the super sticker. Shem Pasta, would JD be considered a coke conspirator? Lol. Eyes closed laughing.
I like it.
I approve.
Guys,
funny
I love
joke.
So much.
Me too.
King, seeing TikTok of Amber and dog getting bitten by bee?
Yes, it's a whole trend on TikTok. Because if you remember when she was like, and then the dog stepped on a bee.
I do.
And then, so people are taking that and they're rhyming it and they're like, oh, and then I really had to go pee. And then, they're adding on to it. It's become a whole weepy theme.
I found now that at least 2 days of streaming and 4 weeks of streaming with Alita, I never feel older than when the phrase TikTok trend is uttered.
Wow, that's true.
Smile face really boggles my mind. Not one nosy neighbor, building personnel, etc. noticed the injuries Amber received during the brutal physical attacks. People love gossip.
Especially about celebrities.
Depp versus Heard. Yeah, no, it's a fair point.
Yep.
Will Hill, Legal Bites versus Legal Eagle. He's like, Mom hit Dad at the dinner table, but I'm here for it. He's why I'll eventually leave dollars at, didn't bring the emoji over to finish.
At Apple.
Okay. You see Apple?
Yeah. Yeah, I see the Apple logo.
Okay, cool. I have a box.
Oh, okay.
To finish UG/go to Texas law, but Alita panel is why I won't give up. I believe that's Hook 'em horns. I think it's actually a rock and roll thing, but I think it's intended for
I believe it's a Hook 'em horns. Hook 'em.
All right. I don't get fun with Texas people.
No, also note that the burnt orange color to the chat too. All
very
appropriate.
True. Very true.
Thank you, Will Hill.
That's
I
mastery of the super chat amount levels. So good job. LG. But Kurt does a mean Elaine B and Amber impression.
So true. Also Stormy Daniels.
I'm good at the roles.
Gotta go pull up that tape.
I'm gonna go for community theater. Maybe I can make Hollywood too.
Well, I mean, Alita's already laid out a LawTube collaborative content mill, which is apparently skits about LexisNexis and Westlaw and various things. So I mean, I think we can roll with that.
Morgan Freeman was pretty old when he started his Hollywood career. So
there you go.
Go for us.
Why not? Were you here, Alita, when they were guessing our ages? Or I don't even know if Kurt was here.
No, right. I wasn't there.
It's been a day. Becca G, we love you too, Kurt.
We do.
I know you guys do.
At a catch sounds Bob Cole. Kurt is Albert Brooks to Rob's John Hurt from Broadcast News. Lol, great movie. Watch Broadcast News, folks. That's good stuff. I'm just going to say Bobby for the next chat. That's all I'm going to answer. Isaac Baruch's wholesome gabagool art. Inside Kurt's brain. Hello, darkness, my old friend.
There you go. Actually, for that, we need to just take you and me off the screen and just have it be all Kurt, and then we can harmonize it. Hello, darkness, my old friend.
I'm not fancy enough for all this. I can take it to one person, then it's just me. The cause, Kurt. Tortoise in the hair.
Very true.
Tortoise gets the last laugh.
Very true.
Britt Cormier, how Hoeg?
Think about it. Okay, never mind.
I don't know how to think
How
about it. What were you thinking?
Things he
Okay. What am I doing here?
is
Never
catching
mind.
up.
It's not important.
I love.
I don't understand, Britt.
Is there more? Oh, things
That's
he.
it. That's the thing. That's the last.
Oh, wait.
How Hoeg thinks he is catching
There
up.
are some missing pieces
All right.
to this puzzle.
Okay.
Britt, you're just gonna have to super chat more to clarify all of this. That's the only answer.
I feel bad asking for Britt to super chat more.
I
Britt is
know.
everywhere. Joseph Dinsmore, when is the Among Us stream? All right. So I have to get some things together. It was really just an idea I had over the weekend. So we're going to put some stuff together. We're going to game on virtual legality. We're going to have a blast. We're going to grow channels. We're going to get Kurt into a viral video. It's going to be fantastic for everyone involved.
We're going to solve world hunger.
Solve world. Well, I mean, that's
and then the media will stop misreporting things in their headlines.
Rainbows, unicorns. You know that meme where it says this is the future if something were changed? As soon as we play Among Us,
100%.
That's our utopic future. So
100%.
we're going to get to it, but I do have to say that utopia has to wait until at least after the trial. Stephanie Hoeg article was written by a Rob Stan. You better believe it. That was self-evident.
Probably.
Maxime. So Rob gets an article on his first video. When did that happen for the first time to the other members on the panel? An article?
For me,
I've never had an article.
My first article was like a couple weeks ago when people noticed that I was live streaming the Johnny Depp trial. Rick's like, I've had dozens of articles written about me. It's not a big deal.
Well, no, it is a big deal. I have, though, because I have journalist friends, so I'm kind of cheating. So I've had videos done on all the Dr. Disrespect videos I've done. I've had articles done on the Elon Musk stuff. I've had articles done on when I said that PlayStation may be committing fraud by having two different price points and only offering one, the higher price point, for what they had promised their user base. So, you know, there aren't a lot of gaming lawyers covering this space, so they don't have a ton of choices. So yeah, I think my first one was Dr. Disrespect. Sarah Moore, Rob is famous, lol. Here's the link to the article.
Yep.
Absolutely. Thanks.
Zuleika, if Kurt is Eeyore, Hoeg is Winnie the Pooh, and Alita is Rue, we got that one, but I still appreciate it. I love it. I do wear pants more often. You could take that under advisement. Jane Benjamin, Kurt, you help me a lot of defend things with friends and family like Roe v. Wade, so it's a unique skill. Heart emoji, happy birthday hat emoji.
I'm always happy when I hear things like that. It's like, I really enjoy teaching, and I doubt I could get a law school to hire me, although this channel might eventually lead to that, which is one of the interesting things. There's a Jason Alexander quote along these lines, but I don't have to go to it right now. But basically, thank you, because it validates what I'm trying to do, and I appreciate that.
100%.
That is awesome.
There you go.
Yeah, absolutely. Jason Alexander from like Seinfeld. Am I getting that right? Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to put, no, from the 1850s. He was on the high court for at least 2 decades, Rick. What are you doing? I was like, that's George Costanza. Yeah.
Also, in the chat, people are saying that he's at 68.9 thousand subscribers. I feel like we can get him to 70, guys.
Yes, we can. Yes, we
can. Let's do it, guys. If you have not already subscribed to Kurt's channel, you're intentionally making yourself dumber. So therefore, subscribe to his channel, get smarter, and then you'll live a happier life. How is that sell?
Don't get dumber. I don't know what else to say. All right, Alita. Alex Amanda, can a channel get monetized from just one video? Yep. Realized I could just Google this, but thought Kurt would appreciate.
Yes, and he has. So yay.
Spans McNamara. TikTok trend mocking Amber's "My dog stepped on a bee" is underrepresented. I'm telling you, TikTok trend. I'm gonna get that phrase a bunch now that I said that. But TikTok trends. Jackie Collier Collier. How many of you believe Amber purposely went to JD's trailer the first time to seduce him with a robe and wine?
I don't know how much she thinks ahead about anything, right? This is one thing, like people have said, did she plan this from the beginning? And I'm like, I don't know that she has, how do I say this politely, the intelligence to plan that far ahead. I don't think she's that Machiavellian in her plans. I think she just kind of plays it by ear and takes opportunities as they're available. But yeah, so I don't know what her intention really was when she first knocked on the door, but maybe things just became possible and went from there. Or I could be wrong.
I wouldn't discount the strategies of a woman, even if they are not necessarily the best. And you know what, cat butt, come on. I wouldn't discount the possibility that she actually did plan some aspect of that. Maybe not knowing where things would go, like you said, but like thinking like, I wonder what I can do here.
So are you suggesting that women are long-term planning manipulators?
Oh, sometimes. Some women, not all women, but there are some out there that have their sights set on ambition in a particular way. Yeah.
Fair.
Holmes knows. I'm just kidding. He's never known. He's never known that struggle.
Zach Frisch, what are your pet peeves when seeing lawyers on TV? Basically, everything procedural is wrong and changed for drama, so it makes the narrative harder to follow.
Every part of it.
Well, if narratives are going to have stakes, if narratives are going to be compelling, they have to have stakes. And if you're changing the rules in ways that don't make sense in order to have drama, your stakes disappear. I feel very strongly about this.
Yeah, especially a good ribeye steak.
There is one thing I like about all those shows. The closing arguments are only 30 seconds long.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
I'm sorry.
So
this is what happens when I get like a full 7 or 8 hours of sleep.
Alita is like past punchy into a different zone. So it's fun. It's fun. Giving her the rebuttal vid is trash. Timber is thinner and already damaged, and he picks at the end grain, which is already cracked.
There you go.
So I read it with a certain amount of animosity towards the notion of this debunking of Rob, our hero and leader of LawTube. Ashton Francis, Rob's Wood gets 5,000 hours of video on day one.
I'm so glad he's not here to hear that.
Thanks, Ashton. We'd avoided most innuendo-filled super chats yet so far. Coach Karen, I would love to come up with wood brand for Rob. Yeah, branding stuff? Absolutely. JR Zellner posted on Twitter, think it's about JD. I don't know. Was it cryptic?
I don't know.
Blurry lights, question mark. What is on the bed, question mark.
What's on the bed?
What's on the bed, man? What's on the bed?
Was that your Brad Pitt?
That was 7. Right?
I'm scared.
Yeah. Well, that's Brad Pitt yelling it, isn't it?
Yeah. What's on the bed?
Appy, anyone want to show us how much forced to break marble? He's not the marble working lawyer. I don't.
He's going to upgrade as his materials get richer and richer.
KBL, Rob's next vid, how to build a parakeet floor. You just keep coming, folks. Laura Schwartz, people have shared Rob's video on Osmongold's Reddit. Oh my God. If you know him, you know if he reacts, Rob will blow up. Osmongold is a ridiculous sized name in video gaming. So yeah, look out for that. If Osmongold does have any interaction with that video, you're looking at, yes, you're looking at more. Amanda Lucero Serenity, congrats, Rob. Dan Rodriguez, when did Rob get here? And any more Rob stuff?
There's plenty more Rob stuff to come, I'm sure.
Exactly. And in a year, Rob just owns TV4 defunct. Rob needs to wear his I Heart Camille shirt on his next vid.
He does. He really
Adam
does.
Shepard, I didn't even know that there were monetized options for live stream interaction. Look how scrub I am. Love virtual legality and hope you keep on growing and sharing your takes. That is a lovely thing to say from a horrifying profile photo. So thank you very much. Sanadia S. Rebuttal to Rob is not good. Titled Law and Lumber. Rebuttal banking on already damaged wood. Johnny Depp would probably not have bought a damaged or broken bed.
Also true.
Carrie Lee 501. Breaking news. JD offers personal security to Rob. Barbara Borges. Go blue. Blue heart. Yellow heart. Blue heart. Yellow heart. Blue heart. Love Hoeg Law. From Brazil. Do sidebars count as time? No,
nope.
They should pause on time for those. Lynn, there's a reenactment TikTok where Johnny Hurd and Amber Depp are represented by cats. I can't stop laughing. Smiling, laughing, crying emoji, times 3.
Cats reenacting real life things all day, any day will get me.
Lita's all about cat reenactments.
Absolutely, 100%. One of my all-time favorites is Jedi cats. Or Jedi kittens specifically. It's
Mrs.
particularly
Quagg's
dramatic.
LawTube logo has to be the YouTube play button, but a gavel in the white arrow section. My God, you know how much stuff we would have to sort out if we actually made LawTube like a consolidated intellectual property endeavor.
Yeah.
We
would all just have to like agree that we can all use the logo and like just sell them through our
yeah,
own
but not,
merch.
I'm not letting you all operate under some kind of tacit agreement with intellectual property like that. So we'd at least have to, we'll save it for the DMs. I'm rolling there, but all right, transactional attorney, we have to discuss this. Dancing Beagle, waiting for JD's team to call Rob as an expert witness.
Why do we need contracts? We're all such great friends. We can just go into this with no contracts and everything's going to be great because we're all such great friends.
100%. 100%.
Could
we
be.
always will be.
Oh,
things don't change when money gets involved.
Can you imagine if it were popular and we didn't have any kind of... Anyway, all right. Axasu Emmy, now you need a lawyer who's also a vet and who could debunk the Yorkie did it defense. LOL.
I mean, I have a small zoo, so maybe I could. I don't think that video could ever get monetized, though.
Amber makes Amber. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I called you Amber, Alita. Alita.
Wow.
Alita.
Rude.
Oh God. All right. Yes.
I get it. It's because I'm cold and unfeeling and I make up lies.
Okay. So we're gonna roll back that. Yes, Alita goes and gets two. What are they? They're Yorkies. And just does a video evaluating their various.
I mean,
elimination.
Yorkies are smaller than cats, and I could debunk it with cats.
Okay. All right. All right. Good to know there's other methods. Yvonne Kathleen Duncan, this will definitely get made in a movie. Yeah, I think so. At bare minimum, an American Crime Story type thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
W101, Camille's last question to Amber Heard. Are you a gold digger? Can she do it like Kanye?
Yeah. I ain't no gold digger, but I'm not hanging out with no broke. You're broke.
Monica, watching you support each other through this trial coverage has been one of my favorite parts, in addition to the excellent commentary and seeing which pet gets the chair behind Alita. Thank you. That's awesome, Monica.
Will it be one or the other? It's never going to be Astra because she doesn't want to go near Indy.
Not right, 9469. Thank you so much for the super chat. Moon Shadow Blue, congrats, Rob, and thanks to all LawTube for the coverage. Thank you, Moon Shadow Blue. Adam Shepard, if you are really interested in an idea for getting a logo, I can probably turn you onto an idea that might involve a sponsorship as well as community.
Oh.
I think that's got to be for Rob. So, all right, we'll let Rob know.
Sponsorship deals? That's good.
Kurt might die if he gets like a fancy sponsorship deal in like day 3. I'll play this game. I remember thinking the same. Knee in her back, and she was looking in his eyes. I remember thinking how I visualize stuff. So it was like, how? But PTSD? Maybe. Marlena, you heard of the technical analysis from Alita. Marlena G.
It's similar to the Family Guys. Come on. Anyway, continue. I keep interrupting.
No, it's fine. I keep hearing attorneys say if HD can prove JD abused her at least one time, then she wins and he loses.
Possible.
I always thought abuse is continuous. Well, it would have had to have happened in an instance. So that's what we're talking about. What is HD? Amber Heard, I guess?
She means Amber Heard. Yeah.
Heard?
Yeah.
Heard? Okay. Yeah, if Amber can prove at least one time.
Yeah, so this just gets into the question of what qualifies as domestic abuse, right? And I think there's actually a reasonable question to be asked. Like, if you have a marriage that lasts 20 years and one time, one of the partners punched one of the other ones, does that mean that the relationship was abusive? I mean, so you get into these interesting questions, and it's a question for the jury about what they think it means, implies, and how they read and understand the term. So, like, on the one hand, they could go with the extreme option, which, abuse is, just mean words or something. Or on the other hand, they could go with, maybe even a physical event or two isn't qualifying as abuse because it needs to be more of a pattern. So, yeah, it's just up to the jury in terms of how they parse it.
Yeah, no, and that's the key, right? It's not a domestic violence case.
Yeah.
So you're not looking at legal definitions so much as what are the effects of these words on the ears of the layperson.
Yeah.
Not right, 9469.
What do you think, Alita? Do you have any opinion on where the defenses about, or the definitions about what abuse might be?
That is one of the most fluid things in this trial that is going to be the toughest to predict, is what the jury really latches onto. And that's what makes me think that ultimately it's going to come down to an impression between the two. And the more that Amber has shown some wild claims that she doesn't have photo evidence or medical record evidence to back it up, the less that becomes an issue for Johnny.
That's right. All right, carry on.
Not right, 9469. How big of an impact would it have if JD wins and donates the money to domestic abuse charities?
That would be ginormous.
You better do it for ones that, aren't biased against men. That'd be nice.
Well, I mean, I think if he were going to pull a move like that, the thing he would most likely do is give to the Children's Hospital.
Yeah. Of LA, for sure. I think so.
That's the easy,
win.
Got you move.
Yeah. And then be like, and none for Gretchen Wieners. And by that, I mean the ACLU.
Yeah, possibly.
Another Mean Girls reference. You're welcome.
Write a hit piece on it. At least the Children's Hospital didn't appear to do that. So we got that one. Gil watched part of Alita's appearance on Popcorn Planet. She got spicy talking about Camille's objections and potential cross. Fire emoji, fire emoji, fire emoji. I'm sorry, Alita. What were you saying?
I was not saying anything. I don't know what you're talking about. No, I mean, I was saying that, I don't want to get people too riled up about, what we anticipate to see in the cross-examination, but based on
the Dennison incident.
Exactly. And also Emily D. Baker, I see you in the chat. You go Glen Coco. 4 for you, Glen Coco. You go Glen Coco. Anyway, but Mean Girls. We speak Mean Girls. It's fine. But based on her performance in the objections during the direct examination, that plus the opening statement when she was the attack dog, the combination of those two tells me that during the cross-examination, we have a potential situation where she starts very smooth and very calm and very cool, and then ends up just ramping way up and getting super spicy with her points and getting into attack dog mode. I can 100% see that situation.
Yep, I can too. But nobody asked me really in that chat. So,
but it's your channel, so you give your opinion anyway.
I can say whatever. I can mute everybody else. Adam Shepard,
you can kick us out if you wanted.
Reasonable minds can differ, but having a reasonable mind isn't a requirement. Happy face. This is true, but the point of the motto is that someone is not automatically unreasonable if they differ with your opinion.
100%.
That's much longer and doesn't fit as easily on shirts. So reasonable minds can differ. Britt Cormier, YouTube and I both messed up. They were posted in the wrong order. I love how Hoeg thinks he is catching up. We probably should have been able to figure that one out. But it was, what was it? How Hoeg is catching up, thinks he I love, or something like that. I just thought you loved me, Brett. It's fine. It's all good.
Oh, and now Gil is saying in the chat, you should hear how Alita paraphrase Camille's calm objections. Oh, that's right. I did get a little spicy.
Did you say, Alita?
I did get a little spicy because, I was describing how Amber would go on this long emotional, narrative about XYZ. And then Camille would come in very, very calmly and say, objection non-responsive, which I translated that to, for the folks that were watching, to the bitch didn't answer the question. That's what I said. Got a little spicy. Sorry, cursey words. Just add one to the curse jar. I'm sorry.
Honestly, I think we can accept that one. I think Emily has rights on this channel to curse like 47 times based on contributions made, so she can spend one of her dollars on you. That's all good. Countersuit filings say that Amber must prove that Waldron wrote under JD's direction. Yeah, does he write those statements? I thought he was giving statements to like a newspaper. But I mean, that's part of the case that always seemed the trickiest to me is you got to attach that to Johnny Depp. You do. So that's part of their case, definitely. Fizz is GG. Same people, different channel. Catching up on the Depp versus Heard case on Legal Bites. Now I have a lot to catch up on Rick's channel. Or Chanel, but probably channel. Thank you. Casey K 10, Casey Kasem. I had a dream the other night that Hoeg was my teacher. You might have just left the 10-hour stream on while you were sleeping.
It's because Hoeg actually is your teacher. It's just not in a traditional school.
Yeah, that's damn right.
We have fun here. Let's see here. Kyle Leroy, when is the watch party of Alita's college acting?
No.
It's law school, first of all, so it's after college. Yeah, we're going to try to convince her to release some to the public, but in exchange for cash and prizes. I want to make clear that I've seen very, very effective drives of both subscribers and patrons and all these various things by holding out the possibility of embarrassing school-aged footage. I'm going to talk to Alita off stream about how that can work for her to her benefit. But I don't know that you're ever going to get to see it unless people really support her. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see.
I don't know if the actual if the Clue parody can be I don't know if I even have the the rights to it to be able to put anything up on YouTube. I know. I don't know. I've got to talk to my friends that ran it. I don't know. I just joined in my 3L year.
We'll talk about
But there are other like music videos.
When you get sued over your rights, I'll do a virtual legality. All right. It's win-win. Everybody wins. It's all good.
Yeah.
Unnamed. You should watch Aussie Man reviews. He's been doing funny reviews of the trial. The okay and the thumbs up. Oh, and did you guys react live to the Rittenhouse trial?
We sure did. We went viral doing it.
How do you think the world found Alita?
Yeah, really. I grew twice as big from that trial.
I grew 8 times. I went from 6 to I don't know math. I went from 6 to 40.
Wow, that's great.
I'm not complaining, but it's like 10% growth, give or take. It's all good. I came in right at the end.
Yeah.
Sevin Wan, sneaking coke bumps while on the stand under the nose of the judge directly challenges the integrity of the justice system. What can be done? Well, A, show that that happened. That's step one. B, after that, you get an admonishment. You probably have some things to answer for. But I don't see it. I think it's enormously unlikely. I'm still Team Booger. But others have shown me video that they've slowed down and enhanced, like in Blade Runner, to suggest that it couldn't possibly be a blowing out action, but must be a sucking action. I don't claim enough expertise here, folks.
TSI Booger. Okay, this is good.
The Booger tapes.
Dun, 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 dun. Oh no, that's Law and Order. Never mind.
That is it because you skipped the boom boom. Yeah. Adam Shepard. Kurt, don't take a law school teaching gig. Making YouTube videos and streaming is way more lucrative.
I mean,
it may very well wind up.
Probably.
Yeah.
Again, the is there is doing some work. Could be higher ceiling.
I get to also teach a lot more people, which is pretty badass.
True.
Yep.
And you don't have to deal with school politics,
Memes,
like politicking between different professors.
Being canceled by my own students for the wrong thing. Yeah.
Jill, light bulb. Maybe Kate Moss is the ex Johnny Depp still talks to. Emoji. If so, 1,000% Amber Heard crazy emoji. A has said some-ish to her and most likely threatening things. Emoji. Emoji.
Maybe that's pure speculation. There's nothing that's come out at trial that would suggest that, but it would be very interesting if it did.
Maybe Ben Chu's really excited because that's what she's going to say. Roketsu86, Hoeg, your stream started when I was driving into work this morning, and now I'm driving home, and you're still going. We're working on the pacing of these things. I'm clearly terrible at it. I might be an hour under.
Or the best at it, because you keep getting super chats that you have to go through.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I like
pretending to be the worst at it. I'm winking terribly. I'm not very good at it. I'm like Lucille Bluth. I'm winking right now.
Send it into an emoji form. Yeah, that's pretty good at putting a picture right in my head, though. So good. It's good.
Yeah. Well, here. Is this better?
Yes. Exactly. And I think I just heard my wife laugh uproariously at that. It's like a 15-second delay. So good stuff. These experiments are quite wild. Well, look, if your experiment returns 10 hours, hugely successful and popular, I say, okay, let's change up a few things and see if that still holds. Apparently it does. I'd love to think it's because y'all love me, but I know it's secretly because you all love LawTube, which is totally fine. We're going to ride.
You are part of LawTube, so that's fine.
I am like Voltron. I'm the left leg. Triplic, based on pics, could be she originally planned to kill him. Okay, we've escalated things nicely here in the super chats. Pretend OD and then gets everything, didn't succeed and pissed. I would call that
that's
a conspiracy theory.
A lot.
Yeah, possible. Lots of things are possible, but I don't think we have enough for that yet. But maybe. Charlie Harris, can Kurt do his Amber Heard on the stand impression again, please? Crying and laughing. You got to go pay him. He doesn't do this stuff for paying me. All right, go to Kurt's channel, like and subscribe. Can we get him to 70,000? I think we can. Get him to 70,000.
If we get to 70,000 in the stream, I'll do a little Amber Heard for you guys. How about that?
70,000 for Kurt gets an impression. All right, you heard it here first. Tana Jellison, smiling happy face emoji. She appears to be very ambitious and calculated to me. Stars in her eyes emoji. I agree. Mitamorph, I definitely believe the trailer story. Just ask Kevin Costner. Smiling knowingly emoji. Black Flag, did you paint your walls over the weekend, Hoeg? No. What happened is I set the coloration and the brightness and everything else at a time of day when I start a stream. And then the sun sets here in Michigan, and now the colors look different.
I think I need to take Indy outside.
Yeah, go nuts. Alita, we only got 8 left right now, and then I have to go gather like 4 or 5. And I said that, oh God, you don't say that to the chat. But we'll be fine. So thank you so much for dropping in. And yeah, let me know, let LawTube, of course, know, what you're doing. I'd be happy to drop in on one of yours.
Sounds great. Thank
All right,
you.
Alita. Thank you so
see
much.
You guys.
Gerald Hiller, Alita being goofy, highlighted any stream, not gonna lie, smiley face emoji.
Indy's the real highlight. Right, Indy?
Oh, it's good to see him up close. Hey there.
Yeah. Yeah. See? Indy, look. They're all they love you.
Yeah. Oh, you got a mic rub in there.
Yeah. All right. I gotta go. Okay, I'll see you guys.
See ya. Mrs. Popo Camarudin, agree with Alita. Ladies can be good tactical analysts and adjust accordingly based on the situations. Yeah, I would say the same about both genders, honestly. El Gato, I believe Amber is evading all, even slightly damning events. That's why her story has more holes than a strainer. Amber Heard presents Beauty and the Monster. I think that's true. I think she's very specifically trying to avoid anything that casts a negative light. And that hurts the credibility of the rest of her story. I think it's great comment.
Very unfortunate.
Yeah, I think so. Lisa Kaufman, the only role Amber will ever get in the future, playing Marjorie Taylor Greene. Perhaps.
That's funny.
Bella's mom, love that dog's so relaxed. It says that Alita keeps that fur baby safe. I'm looking forward to the fake-up evidence. Head in the clouds after this trial. Could Johnny Depp be at risk of criminal charges because of the SA claims Amber Heard is claiming? I think that's unlikely. Prasanth Venom panel, love your streams. Asian juries. If there are any Indian jurors, I think they might look for clear evidence of physical abuse over verbal. It might be I cannot speak to other jurisdictions' juries. I can't speak to American juries because juries are notoriously and historically mercurial and somewhat unknowable. So I think certainly different juries in different places are going to be thinking different things. But I'm not in a position to tell you what that might be. So we only have a few here to collect. Kurt, I really appreciate you staying here with me.
I'm having fun.
Yeah. Let's see here. Right at the very end here. Oh, don't need to start anymore. Magnus Prime, most of LawTube would be great teachers. I think so. I think this is a skill set that's breaking down complicated things and hopefully talking to an audience. And if you find purchase with your arguments and your discussions, then that audience will grow. Nicole F., are there past trials you wish were live streamed? Oh, yeah.
But I'm a trial I really wanted to be streamed.
Yeah, definitely. Right. Yeah. The federal court ones are kind of rough on that.
Pain in the ass.
And that goes for me too. I mean, there's so many intellectual property things that are federal. There's so many antitrust things that are federal.
Kardashian one was also federal, which that had been taped.
Yeah. So I think what we should be working on is seeing if we can get at least a couple circuits to decide. Let's tape some stuff. Midnight Nix, do you think all trials should be live streamed? I
Well,
think there's
the
probably
word
exception
all-
cases.
Yeah, the word all is always problematic in law. Like words in law to avoid are always and never.
We like to avoid
because you run into
guarantees.
problems.
Our
But
malpractice insurance says don't guarantee.
Yeah, for the most part, I would think yes. They're a public institution, and I think people can go there and watch in person, and I think that streaming them is good. My only sort of caveat to that at all is the U.S. Supreme Court, because I don't know because you already get live audio from the Supreme Court, or essentially live. Actually, these days you actually do get live. And you get written opinions and everything. And the Supreme Court's business is mostly in writing anyway. So I'm not sure you need the video component. And I worry what it would do to the institution. But for the trial courts and courts of appeal, I'm on board.
Yeah, I think so. And I think, as Kurt rightly said, we all negatively react immediately. It can't be all. So I think there might be some marginal cases I can't think of right now. But in general, I think that should be the rule. I also think you'd have less of a circus atmosphere if it were more of a regular thing for big cases. So, yeah. Savine Wan, Kate Moss can be the legal expert for whether Amber is booger or bumped. Just saying. I don't know that first one, and then knows. Yeah, there you go. I don't know that we'll ever get an answer to that question. I know a lot of people in chat disagree with me. Savine Wan, hashtag I heart Ben Chu. I do too. He's a very impressive presence in that courtroom, I think. Nancy Schroeck, the fact that JD, extremely private whole career, suddenly lays bare all his skeletons and secrets just for voice, switch genders, and the jury thought experiment. Yeah, absolutely. The switch gender experiment is useful because it highlights how much of a case the opposite looking case would have. So, Kurt, 8 hours, 36 minutes later, here at the end of all things, Mr. Frodo. Thank you so much for joining me.
No
Folks,
problem.
if you haven't already subscribed to Uncivil Law, Kurt's doing fantastic stuff on stuff that's more technically minded than even me and most of the rest of LawTube. Go check it out. It's fantastic stuff. And thank you so much for following this. Like it on the way out. Tell Google that you enjoyed this. And as I said earlier, your suggestions are welcome on this. I laid out the mission statement for what I think Hangouts and Headlines can be. How often do you think it should be? How often are you interested in it? What time frame for the stream do you think would make sense here? And don't say 8.5 hours or 10 hours, but we can figure something out that works. Also, my co-counsel, Mrs. Hoeg here, just asked me to inquire, Kurt, when are you next doing something? Push your next stream or content?
I'm not sure exactly right now when I'm doing my next content. I might post a video today. I might do a live stream today, but it just depends on what looks good. I've got a whole bunch of reserve content that I could push out. Just that's sitting on YouTube waiting to be released, so I could push out one of those stories. So
that
I'm
is
not
so
really
industrious
sure.
of you. You have stuff ready in the can if you want to hit the button. That's awesome.
Yeah, got stuff ready in the can in case I need it. So yeah, it's always good. So I don't know. We'll see. But I've been enjoying this stream, that's for sure.
No, this is not an accept. Okay, we need suggestions that are doable. Randomizer 1666. All right, we're gonna work on this together. Leave your comments on this stuff. Let me know. See, I knew our exit was too long. I knew it. Bella's mom. I have had male coworkers who were abused by women. I hope this makes it easier for men to seek help. I do too. Definitely. Thank you for the super chat. And I think we're going to bid you adieu. I will maybe do another one of these this week before the trial comes up, but we'll see. I have some law to do. I have a scary amount of emails that popped in while this was going on, so I'll probably still be working. Kurt, thanks again, and thanks everybody who joined this broadcast. I really, really appreciate it, and catch you on the next episode of Virtual.